Since I was a child, I have had a dream that would make people laugh if I told them out loud, to be the director of a toy factory. But I never expected that after traveling through time, this dream would actually come true. Unfortunately, this so-called Little Duck Toy Factory doesn't look like a good place to make a fortune. The factory was dilapidated, the machinery and equipment were covered in dust, and there wasn't even a single working gear to be found. How can this place be a toy factory? It's clearly a shabby shelter. Just when I was thinking about how to break the deadlock, an old machine in the corner suddenly made a click, click sound, as if it was driven by some mysterious force. I looked closer and saw a line of words pop up on the screen: Technology Production Mode. Loading successfully. What's going on? Driven by curiosity, I decided to debug it. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, a drawing of a small car marked as a microelectric car popped up. I figured since there was no other way out, I might as well try to build one. As a result, as soon as my video was released, the entire internet went viral. The car in the video looked simple and quaint. No one expected that it would reach a top speed of 400 miles per hour as soon as it started, and even hover briefly in the air. It was fully automatic and had a range of 2,000 kilometers. I laughed secretly in my heart. It seems that this journey through time is really a miracle. Since fate has given me this shabby toy factory, I'd like to see how far I, Chen Hanqing, can take this toy factory. Just when everyone was amazed at my microelectric car, an even bigger surprise happened. According to the introduction, the system will generate a point of technology value every second. The technology value can be used to exchange for various technologies and production materials. Then, I made more microelectric cars according to the system's requirements. But I didn't expect the police to come to my house and investigate me immediately. The police said, "Mr. Chen Hanqing, you are suspected of violating production regulations and endangering the lives and safety of others and public security. Come with us." After hearing this, I was a little stunned. Illegal production? Endangering public security? I only built a microelectric car from the beginning. I just awakened my system, and before I could even exert my power, I'm going to jail? What the hell is this? At the same time, a video went viral online. At the beginning of the video, a car was seen speeding, and a mini electric car flashed by, overtaking other vehicles at an astonishing speed. Half a minute later, 3 police cars caught up, but the electric car was nowhere to be seen. As soon as the video was released, it quickly sparked heated discussions. Isn't this impossible? Is it a special effect? Can a microelectric car run so fast? Even movies don't dare to shoot it this way. It looks like the speed must be around 400 miles per hour. The comment section was full of doubts, and many people did not believe that a microelectric car could reach such a speed. Gradually, some netizens recognized the car. Isn't this the car made by Chen Hanqing? It looks like a pile of junk. How could it run so fast? They also posted a clip of me live streaming the car building, and the battle-damaged exterior of the car in the video was even more unbelievable. So, I was taken directly to the interrogation room of the police station. I answered every question honestly. The female police officer who interrogated me looked about the same age as me, but she looked particularly majestic in her police uniform and heroic face. However, there was a hint of doubt and surprise in her eyes. "Student? You actually made this?" I quickly asked, "Officer Zhang, what did I do wrong?" She asked me, "Do you know Li Jiangguo?" I shook my head. "According to our investigation, he ordered a mini electric car from you and just picked it up today. Is that right?" Then I realized, oh, you mean Richard. Then I remembered that he was Li Jiangguo. Officer Zhang continued, "Li Jiangguo drove the car you built on National Highway 106 at 400 miles per hour. We broke down 3 police cars before we forced him to stop. He had a heart attack due to overexcitement and is now lying in the hospital." I opened my mouth in surprise when I heard this. 400 miles per hour? A mini electric car? Speeding on the national highway? This is truly a magical car on the road. I thought to myself, Li Jiangguo was already a master of driving as he didn't meet the king of hell. Officer Zhang took out a few photos and handed them to me. The photos showed my microelectric car, and the tires seemed to have left after images. I was speechless. He told me he was only 26 years old. I didn't know he would do this. Officer Zhang was unmoved. "According to the investigation, you do not have the production qualifications for microelectric vehicles, which are 3No products. You have an unshirkable responsibility for this accident." I was anxious and quickly explained, "Officer Zhang, I told him a long time ago that this is just a one-to-one miniature electric car toy model, for viewing only, not for actual driving." But Officer Zhang said coldly, "How to divide the responsibility has to be decided by the court. Li Jiangwo's family members are outside. You guys can discuss it. After that, she left without looking back. I felt a little helpless. This Mr. Li is really hardworking. He still drives fast at his age. But at the same time, I couldn't help but marvel that the microelectric car blueprint given by the system was so powerful. Nowadays, family cars generally only go 200 miles per hour, and new energy vehicles go 300 miles per hour at most. But my little car can actually go over 400 miles per hour, which is comparable to a supercar. Just as he was thinking about it, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open, and an unfriendly voice came. Is it just your fault? I looked towards the door and saw a bald, fat middle-aged man wearing a black shirt slowly walking in with a look of disdain and arrogance on his face. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xia immediately introduced me. This is Li Jiangwo's son, Li Yuang. She turned to look at me and continued, this is Chen Hanxing, who sold the mini-electric car to Li Jiangwo. Li Yuang glanced at me coldly, frowned, and sneered. So you're just a brat. Why didn't you call your parents over? Hearing him say this, I couldn't help but feel disgusted. This guy is so sharp when he speaks, it really makes me uncomfortable. Just tell me if you have anything to say. I replied with a frown. He snorted coldly after hearing that. Just you? A scornful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Can you take responsibility, little brat? Don't think you can be a big shot just because you have a decent face. His tone was extremely arrogant, with an attitude that made it clear that he was here to pick a fight. Zhang Xia next to me was obviously a little annoyed and was about to persuade me, but I sneered first. Why are you barking like a dog? You are the little brat. My voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for him to hear clearly. Can you speak properly? Zhang Xia was stunned, her face full of disbelief. She probably didn't expect that a college student like me would contradict her so directly. In her impression, shouldn't college students be more gentle and take a step back? But I couldn't stand Li Yuang's condescending expression. Li Yuang obviously didn't expect me to talk back. His face darkened and he gritted his teeth and said, Little guy, do you know who you are talking to? If you offend me in Yangqing, can you afford the consequences? At this time, Zhang Xia was afraid that the conflict would escalate, so he interrupted, Mr. Li, please be careful with your words. This is the Public Security Bureau, not a place for you to cause trouble. She turned around and glared at me, then lowered her voice and said, You should also stop talking. I looked at her gratefully and kept silent. Li Yuang glared at me coldly and said in a low voice, I have already calculated it. My old man's hospitalization expenses, mental damage compensation, and lost wages all add up to 500,000. You'd better prepare to sell the house. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. I looked at Zhang Xia helplessly. She sighed and advised me, In fact, you just modified the product in violation of regulations. It's not as serious as he said. If it was caused by improper operation, at most you can cancel the transaction and return the money to him. Refund? I sneered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I earned the money with my own ability. Why should I refund it? Hearing this, Zhang Xia was stunned and stared at me as if she saw a black-hearted businessman. She wanted to say something else, but seeing my firm attitude, she could only sigh and give up. After signing the transcript, I returned to the dilapidated compound called Factory. As soon as I stepped into the courtyard, my phone started to ring. I opened the back end of the video website and saw that the number of fans had soared to 200,000. There were 99 plus private messages, most of which were blasting me, and many were actually ordering cars. Host, I'll pay you 30,000 yuan. Order me a car. I'll pay you 100,000 yuan. I just want a car like the one in your video. A 400-mile mini-electric car? How did you do that? My heart sank as soon as I saw it. Something was wrong. If this continued, I would be convicted of making cars without a license. Decisively, I turned on the live broadcast and prepared for a counterattack. As a result, within less than a minute of the broadcast, the number of viewers exceeded 10,000. The screen is full of various comments. Some people questioned, some placed orders, and some even directly asked for agents. I took a deep breath and said calmly, Everyone, listen carefully. I want to make it clear. What I built is not a car, but a 1:1 high-quality replica toy model. If anyone says that I built a car again, I will sue him for defamation. There was silence in the live broadcast room for a few seconds, and everyone seemed shocked by my words. They originally thought that I would panic and explain or defend myself, but I didn't play by the rules and directly said that it was a toy model. This reaction caused chaos in the comment section. Fans said, I understand. This must be the anchor playing hard to get. The anchor has admitted it. Why are you still struggling? Some fans also said, I admire him for being able to make such a toy. How many car manufacturers want to make a car like this but can't, and he doesn't even admit it. I want a few toys like this too. Suddenly, someone sent me a link, claiming it was a video of the family of the National Highway Driver God. I couldn't help but click on it, and Li Yuang appeared on the screen. He recorded a video in the hospital, facing the camera with a sad expression. My dear family members, my father is 65 years old and has heart disease. Even for such an old man, those black-hearted businessmen would not let him go. Li Yuang said angrily, under the coaxing and deception of a black-hearted businessman. My father spent 8,000 yuan to buy a mini electric car, but the car actually drove at 400 miles per hour. Who knows? How can an old man bear such a speed? My father's heart couldn't take it, and he fainted. If the police hadn't rescued him in time, he would probably have died. The longer the video played, the darker my face became. This was completely malicious slander. I cursed in my heart. Slander. This is simply naked slander. I make toys. The comments in the live broadcast room exploded again, and someone began to defend me. No wonder the anchor insisted that it was a toy. But some people questioned, it is indeed a bit too much for a microelectric car to drive at 400 miles per hour. Is the black-hearted businessman mention the anchor? I was just about to explain when I suddenly heard a piece of news. Li Yuang, the boss of Yangqing's Changxing Group, was using his connections to sue me. As expected, this was arranged by him with the purpose of bringing me down. At the same time, on the other side, Xiaomi Motors headquarters. Lei Jun was furious and shouted at a group of executives. Is this your plan? Is it different from the new energy vehicles on the market? It's nothing more than a change in the shape and interior, and there is no innovation in core technology at all. What Xiaomi wants to do is to redefine new energy vehicles, not produce homogeneous products. After the meeting, Sun Yan, head of the technical department, returned to his workstation with a frustrated look on his face. As soon as he sat down, he received a video link from an employee. He was about to scold the other party for not doing his job properly when he suddenly saw a mini electric car in the video passing by the camera at an astonishing speed and disappearing at the end of the road in an instant. He looked at it several times and finally determined that the car was probably going at 400 miles per hour. Sun Yin did not dare to delay. He hurriedly pushed open the door of Lei Jun's office and said excitedly, "Boss, we found a solution." Then he handed the video to Lei Jun. After watching the video, Lei Jun's eyes became hot. Contact the owner of this car. Get this car no matter what. At this time, in the Changxing Group in Yangqing, Li Yuang was sitting with lawyer Zhao Tianhua and said confidently, "Lawyer Zhao, this case is up to you. I want to make that kid lose everything." Zhao Tianhua is Yangqing's leading commercial dispute lawyer, known for his iron mouth and steel teeth. After listening to Li Yuang's statement, he sneered and said, "Boss Li, don't worry. This kid will definitely lose everything." Li Yuang slapped the table and smiled with satisfaction. He knew that Chen Hanqing was just an orphan who had just taken over a shabby toy factory. He had no power or influence at all, so he was just the right person to be used as a warning to others. Sure enough, the court summons was delivered to me in the afternoon. I held the subpoena and sneered, "Okay, Li Yuang, you think you can bully people just because you have so much power, right? It seems that it's time for me, the director of the Little Duck Toy Factory, to teach you what toys beyond the scope are." Holding the court summons, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Isn't Li Yuang's move too fast? But I'm not worried. I have already told you that car, no, to be exact, the car model, is not drivable at all. Just in case, I also attached the product manual and explained that it is for display purposes only. The chat records are also saved. When the time comes, these will be my most powerful evidence. Besides, even if something goes wrong, the worst that can happen is that my toy factory will be closed down, which is no big deal. Anyway, any of the technologies I master can shock the world. Closing down the Little Duck Toy Factory? It will only make a bunch of big bosses line up to poach me. I opened the system panel with a thought, and a lot of information appeared in my mind. Technologies that have been mastered: super doubled version of microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapons technology, aerospace mothership technology, and Dyson sphere technology. Since the first microelectric car was manufactured and sold and the mission was completed, the growth rate of science and technology value has increased to 2 points per second. Although I can no longer accept orders for the same car, the thought of being able to unlock more high-tech makes me eager to try it out. The Li Jiangguo incident caused a stir on the internet, with all kinds of headlines everywhere. Uncle Li, the driving god on the national highway, a 65-year-old man speeding on the national highway, a microelectric car driving at 400 miles per hour, using the old man's oil? All these topics have caused my Douyin follower count to soar to 800,000, and I estimate it will exceed 1 million tonight. As for those comments that scolded me, I didn't take them seriously at all, because I knew that no matter how much they scolded me, sooner or later these people would rush to place orders. At this moment, I had an idea and set up my personal information, ready to take orders again. The comments were instantly boiling. How dare you accept the order? Are you crazy? The old man is still unconscious, and you can't wait to accept the order? This guy really has an ugly way of eating. On the other side, Xiaomi Auto headquarters. Boss Lei, I found the information. Sun Yin reported carefully. This car was made by a factory called Little Duck Toy Factory in Yangqing City and sold to a local namely Jiangguo. Lei Jun frowned. You mean, this toy factory can make this kind of car? He looked at Sun Yin in disbelief. His heart was shocked. They invested billions in the research and development of this project, but it was actually realized by a toy factory? Lei Jun came back to his senses and asked hurriedly, how much did Li Jiangguo spend on this car? Sun Yin hesitated for a moment. 8,000 yuan. 80 million? It's a bit expensive, but still reasonable. Lei Jun nodded. No, Mr. Lei, it's 8,000 yuan. Sun Yin said in a low voice. Lei Bushi's pupils slightly dilated. $8,000? This price exploded in his mind like thunder, and he was completely stunned. After a long while, Lei Jun came to his senses and asked through gritted teeth, have you contacted the factory owner? Sun Yin said, I didn't find the exact contact information, but the boss just posted a message that he could take orders. Lei Jun slammed the table and said, contact them immediately. Give them 100 million to buy a car like this. Hearing this, Sun Yin was shocked. Boss Lei, is it really worth spending 100 million to buy a microelectric car? Lei Jun sneered. The technical value of this car is priceless. When he accepts the order and announces the order amount, the influence will far exceed 100 million. At the same time, I was leisurely scrolling through my private messages when suddenly a message jumped into my eyes. Hello, I am the head of the technical department of Xiaomi company. I would like to order a mini electric car of the same type from your factory. The price is 100 million. When I saw the private message with the 100 million, I couldn't help but sneer in my heart. What a clumsy trick. Do you think that you can get me to admit that I am making cars by using a sky-high order? Please, if anyone is willing to pay 100 million for my microelectric car, he must be crazy. I still prefer to believe that this is a trap set by Li Yuang. However, since he is so eager to make a move, I might as well just watch and see what other tricks he comes up with. Time passed quickly, and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. I refreshed the private message interface but couldn't find a suitable order. I simply quit Douyin and prepared to take a shower and go to bed. I have a court appearance tomorrow, and I don't want these little shenanigans to affect my condition. At the same time, in the imperial capital, at Xiaomi's headquarters, Lei Jun and Sun Yin were staring at my read but not replied private message with complicated expressions. At first, Sun Yin thought I was just scared by the 100 million and didn't know how to respond, but after a few hours, there was still no movement. He couldn't help wondering, thinking that no matter how cautious he was, he should at least ask, right? This was 100 million. Lei Bushi sighed. It seems that the owner of this small duck factory is different from what we imagined. If he really loves money, he would not have stayed in this small factory long ago. He paused and made up his mind. Sun Yin, get ready. Let's go to Yangqing in person. Sun Yin was stunned. The man in front of him was Lei Jun, one of the top business tycoons in China. How many people would want to meet him on a normal day? But now he was going to a remote town in person to visit an unknown toy factory? But when he thought of that terrifying microelectric car, he was no longer surprised and quickly arranged a private plane. Half an hour later, Lei Bushi, Sun Yin, and his secretary set off from the imperial capital airport and rushed to Yangqing, Sayre province overnight. Although they tried their best to keep a low profile, they were still discovered by someone, who even took blurry photos and uploaded them to the internet, which quickly caused heated discussion. Netizens said, Lei Jun appeared in Yangqing? This time there must be a big project. Who would have thought that a big shot like Lei Jun would come to a small place in person? He didn't even bring bodyguards with him. It seems that he is going to act secretly. However, outside speculation did not affect the itinerary of Lei Jun and his entourage. In order to show his sincerity, he did not hesitate to travel to Yangqing at night, even if it was just to meet the owner of a toy factory. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the Yangqing municipal government had already received the news. The mayor, The municipal party committee secretary and a group of dignitaries boarded the official car and hurried to greet them, feeling extremely excited. This was a huge opportunity that Yangqing had been longing for. Zheng Weimin, the municipal party secretary, looked serious and ordered as he walked. This time Lei Jun comes to Yangqing. We must seize the opportunity and let him stay and invest at all costs. This is related to our development in the next 20 years. On the other side, after more than an hour's drive, Lei Jun and Sun Yin finally arrived at the little duck toy factory. As soon as they got off the car, they looked at each other in surprise. Behind the rusty gate was a dilapidated yard, about half the size of a football field, with several color-coded steel factory buildings leaning to one side and looking like they would collapse at any time. Sun Yin couldn't help but whispered, "Boss Lei, did we go the wrong way?" Looking at the simple factory in front of him, he found it difficult to connect it with the microelectric car with a top speed of 400 kilometers. Even Lei Jun was a little confused. Standing outside the factory, Lei Jun looked at the dilapidated yard in front of him and frowned. He couldn't help but doubt. The process of new energy vehicles is extremely complex, and the core components involved require extremely high precision. In order to break through the technological barriers, Xiaomi spent billions but failed to see any obvious results. So, he originally thought that this so-called little duck toy factory would be a highly sophisticated technology company. But the scene before him? It looked like a shady factory no matter how he looked at it. Moreover, the factory gate was locked and no one was in sight. Lei Jun was wondering whether he should leave when suddenly a middle-aged man came over. "Are you here to look for Xiaoxing?" he asked. I was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at this person. He seemed to be a veteran employee of the factory, so I nodded and replied, "Yes. Do you know where the person in charge of this factory has gone?" He sighed, his tone somewhat helpless. "You don't know yet?" Xiaoxing almost got into an accident because he built an illegal car. He was taken to the police for questioning yesterday. The trial started today, and he should have gone to court. He shook his head and sighed. Xiaoxing usually looks quite stable. I never thought he would do something like this. Lei Jun's heart moved and he was shocked. Relying on such shabby production conditions, Chen Hanqing actually built a car that even the top RD team couldn't make. How terrifying is this technical level? Although the worker was still nagging, Lei Jun didn't bother to listen carefully. He just responded casually, got in the car, and drove straight to the court. When Lei Jun's car disappeared on the road, the middle-aged man stared at his back, suddenly slapped his head, his eyes widened. That guy just now was Lei Bushi? He was so surprised that his voice changed. He had watched the news for many years and never thought that he would run into this top boss in this place. He murmured, "Libis came to see Xiaoxing in person? Did I stumble upon some shocking secret?" Just as he was about to recover from the shock, the sound of a car horn suddenly interrupted his thoughts. There were more than a dozen black Passats parked at the factory gate, with red flags inside. This time, Lei Jun was completely stunned. Could these people also be looking for Chen Hanqing? In the back seat of the Passat, Zheng Weimin, the municipal party secretary, frowned as he looked at the abandoned factory. He couldn't help but ask his secretary, "Are you sure you didn't find the wrong place?" The secretary nodded and said, "Secretary, the comrades from the transportation department saw that Lei Bushi was indeed here." Zheng Weimin looked at the desolate scene around him and finally fixed his eyes on the middle-aged man. He walked up to him and asked, "Comrade, did you see a car passing by here just now?" "Hello, Secretary Zheng," the middle-aged man responded hurriedly, saying excitedly, "Are you here to see Xiaoxing or Lei Bushi?" Zheng Weimin was stunned by the question. He didn't understand why he put himself and Lei Bush together, but he didn't ask further. He just asked, "I'm looking for Lei Bush. Have you seen him?" "He just left. He must have gone to court." The middle-aged man answered truthfully. "Court?" Zheng Weimin frowned. Lei Jun's company had a dedicated legal team, and normally he didn't need to show up in person for such matters. So why did he go to court? Although he was full of doubts, Zheng Weimin did not continue to ask questions. He hurriedly left the factory and went straight to the court with his men. Watching the secretary and his party go away, the middle-aged man still felt like he was dreaming. These people were all because of Chen Hanqing. This kind of situation today was the first time he had seen it in his lifetime. In a blink of an eye, it was 7:30. I rode my bicycle to the entrance of the court. Just as I found a place to lock my bicycle, I saw Li Yuang and his lawyer Zhao Tianhua coming over. Li Yuang looked smug and sneered at me. "Boy, are you scared now? As long as you kneel down and apologize to me now, I can consider letting you go." I snorted coldly and retorted without any courtesy, "I'm going to kneel down before you. Are you mentally ill, or did you take the wrong medicine? If you really want to kneel down, I'm afraid you will kneel to death. Li Youwang's face turned pale with ruthlessness in his eyes, but he didn't dare to do anything in front of everyone, so he could only swear fiercely, "You little bastard, just keep talking tough. I'll see how you cry later. If I make you pay for everything, I'll be your son." "You?" I sneered. "You still want to be my son? Forget it." He was so angry that his lips trembled, but before he could refute, he was stopped by Zhao Tianhua. "Mr. Li, don't pay attention to him. He will understand what it means to ask for trouble in a moment." Li Yuwang snorted coldly and walked into the court gate with Zhao Tianhua. As they walked, he whispered to confirm, "Lawyer Zhao, is everything arranged?" Zhao Tianhua nodded confidently. "Boss Li, don't worry, the relationship has been taken care of." Before he finished speaking, I stood behind him and curled my lips. Building relationships? Haha, the deeper he goes in this game, the more interesting it will be when he makes a comeback. Outside the court, due to the explosive attention paid to the Microelectric car incident, Yangqing TV sent a team of reporters to follow up the entire process. Zhong Zhijing stood in front of the camera, holding a microphone and reporting live. "Dear viewers, you have just seen that the parties involved in this case, Qian and Li, have just entered the court. Yangqing TV reporters will continue to bring you the latest developments of the incident." In the live broadcast room, the number of people online exceeded 100,000 in just a few minutes, and the barrage of comments kept scrolling. Netizens said, "Yangqing TV station actually has such a beautiful host. Please give me her contact information. This is the factory manager's problem. It's really outrageous that a microelectric car can produce such an effect." Various comments flooded the screen, some supporting and some questioning, but most people still believe that Chen Hanqing, would not escape legal sanctions. At this time, Lei Jun and his team arrived at the door of the court. Sun Yin looked around and realized that he was a step too late. "Mr. Lei, what should we do now?" he asked in a low voice. "Wait." Lei Bushi waved his hand with a firm look. Although this journey was full of twists and turns, Lei Bushi had made up his mind that as long as he could get this technology, all the trouble would be worth it. The live broadcast screen suddenly captured the figure of Lei Jun, which instantly ignited the live broadcast room. Netizens said, "Fuck, is that Lei Jun?" Rumor has it that Lei Jun came to Yangqing. I didn't believe it, but it turned out to be true. This matter actually alarmed Lei Jun. Something is wrong. The live broadcast room was boiling instantly, and even the host Zhongji was shocked. She knew that getting an interview with Lei Jun would be a leap forward for her. Just as she was about to step forward, she saw several black Passats coming in one after another. The car doors opened, and the municipal party secretary Zhang Weimin led a group of Yangqing senior officials and walked straight towards Lei Jun. People said, "Oh my god, the top leaders of Yangqing are here. What's going on? Is it necessary to build a microelectric car in this scene? They must be here for Lei Jun. But why did Lei Jun come to Yangqing?" Netizens were speculating endlessly, and Zhong Ji's heart was already in turmoil. After a brief moment of distraction, she quickly gave up the idea of going forward to interview. With Lei Jun present, she might have dared to try, but now the situation has become complicated, and these big guys are not something she can easily offend. At the same time, Zhang Weimin walked up to Lei Jun and shook his hand warmly. "Mr. Lei, welcome to Yangqing. I apologize for not welcoming you in person." Lei Jun nodded and exchanged a few words. Zhang Weimin asked tentatively, "Mr. Lei, what are you doing in Yangqing this time?" Lei Jun was excited and responded simply and clearly, "Looking for a talent who can change the new energy vehicle industry." Zhang Weimin was stunned when he heard this. How could there be such a talent in Yangqing? How come he, the secretary of the municipal party committee, had never heard of it? At this time in the court, after an hour of trial, the verdict was finally announced. The transaction was invalid. Chen Hanqing had to return 8,000 yuan to Li Jiangguo and recall the defective products. At the same time, the Little Duck Toy Factory was ordered to suspend business for rectification and compensate Li Jiangguo 500,000 yuan. When I heard the verdict, my face turned black. This was clearly the result of Li Youwang's manipulation. As soon as I walked out of the court, I started to think, should I just use some shocking technology to slap these people in the face? With the technologies I have mastered, as long as I disclose a little bit of them, the relevant departments will definitely take them seriously, and by then their methods will not be worth mentioning at all. Just as I was thinking about it, Li Yuwang walked up to me and sneered smugly, "Boy, you are still a little naive to fight with me." I was too lazy to pay attention to him and replied coldly, "Get out." Without waiting for him to continue provoking me, I walked straight out of the court. The moment I stepped out of the door, the live camera immediately captured me. Zhongji excitedly said to the camera, Dear viewers, the verdict is now over. Xiao Zhong will take you to approach the defendant factory director. After that, she walked towards me. However, before she got close, she saw a figure quickly get ahead of her. I looked closely and it was Lei Bushi. He walked up to me quickly, held my hand tightly, and looked so excited that he seemed to be crying, "Director Chen, I finally see you. I have been looking for you for so long." I was a little stunned, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were even more shocked, and the barrage of comments exploded instantly. Netizens said, "What's going on? Lei Jun actually came to find the factory director who was ordered to pay compensation?" Lei Jun looked excited. Am I dazzled? This is too outrageous. Did Lei Jun really come here for him? I smiled slightly, looking at the big man in front of me who was holding my hand tightly, and thought to myself, it seems that this scene is finally going to be interesting. I looked at the extremely excited middle-aged man in front of me in a daze. He was wearing a blue shirt and jeans, and his outfit gradually overlapped with that of someone in my memory. Are you Mr. Lei from Xiaomi Group? I asked tentatively. Lei Bushi immediately waved his hand and said, "It's too polite to call me Mr. Lei. If Director Chen doesn't mind, you can call me Xiao Lei." He looked excited, with excitement shining in his eyes, just like a fan meeting his idol, and I didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Zhongji from the TV station came over with a photographer. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard the words, "Call me Xiao Lei," they immediately went wild. Fuck, this Lei Bushi is probably fake, right? Xiao Lei? Is there anything wrong with my ears? What's going on? Is Lei Bushi recognizing me as his godfather? Suddenly, exclamations were overwhelming and the live broadcast room exploded. Zhongji stood there in astonishment, with the interview lines she had prepared stuck in her throat. She never expected that Lei Jun would be so humble to a toy factory director. I was stunned for a few seconds before I came to my senses and asked tentatively, "Mr. Lei, what do you want from me?" Lei Jun said without hesitation, "Director Chun, I want to order a car you make, the one you see online." His face was full of anticipation, and he seemed sincere. After hearing what he said, I finally understood. However, although the court's decision has been made, I have no intention of admitting defeat. I have even planned to appeal. Naturally, it is impossible for me to admit that I built a car. "Mr. Lei, you may have misunderstood," I replied calmly. "I run a serious toy factory, and that car is just a one-on-one toy model. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you." Unexpectedly, Rebus did not give up. Although he was a little confused, he still said sincerely, "Director Chun, think about it again. As long as you are willing to make such a toy, Xiaomi is willing to pay 100 million. Me? 100 million? I even wondered if I heard it wrong. Is this mini electric car really worth 100 million? I only sold 8,000 before. This contrast made me wonder if I had refused too simply. Rebus came all the way here, so he couldn't just refuse, right? Seeing that I fell silent, Lei Jun struck while the iron was hot. "Director Chen, your technology is the future of China's new energy vehicles. We need your help." The netizens in the live broadcast room were all stunned by this series of surprises, and the comments section exploded. Netizens said, "Oh my god, is Lei Jun really going to spend 100 million to buy that mini electric car? It was sold for 8,000 yuan, but it turned out to be worth 100 million. Director Chen is the last conscience of China. Quick, give me 100 cars." On the other hand, Li Yuang was already dumbfounded. Lei Jun offered 100 million? The compensation of 500,000 yuan suddenly became unattractive. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Boss Lei, I have a car of the same model, the one in the video. If you want it, I can sell it to you." Lei Bushi glanced at him coldly, and he had already made up his mind. He had just learned the general situation, and this Li Yuang was not trustworthy at all. Furthermore, the reason why he was willing to pay a high price was not only because of the car and the technology, but because of Chen haunching himself. Li Yuang was unwilling to give up and was still bargaining. "Boss Lei, 100 million is not enough. 80 million will do." "No, 50 million is also fine." I couldn't bear to watch it, so I said coldly, "The car belongs to me now. What does it have to do with you?" Li Yuang's face turned pale, and he felt regretful. He realized how big a mistake he had made. 100 million for 500,000? This was not a loss. This was a huge loss. He threatened me in a low voice in frustration. "Boy, don't be complacent. I can cancel this deal and make it effective. To get by, you need power and background. What qualifications do you have to fight me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a cold voice coming from the side. "Oh, you are very powerful and have a strong background? Li Yuang turned around impatiently and was about to curse back, but when he saw who it was, all the dirty words were instantly stuck in his throat and his face turned pale. The person who spoke was actually Zheng Weimin, the secretary of the Yangqing Municipal Party Committee. He immediately looked like he had seen a ghost and tremblingly put on a flattering smile. Secretary Zheng, why did you come here in person? Zheng Weimin frowned, fearing that Lei Bushi would misunderstand Yangqing's environment, and said coldly, although I don't know you, I will investigate your affairs in detail. If there is a problem, I will also investigate your so-called background and power. Li Yuang's face turned pale instantly. He certainly knew Zheng Weimin's methods. Secretary Zheng turned his eyes to me and said softly, my young comrade, you are a talent in Yangqing. Don't worry, I will never let you suffer any injustice. If there is anything, I will take care of it for you. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, which made Li Yuang completely desperate. It's over. It's over. He looked at me again, and his eyes changed completely. Who said this is an orphan with no background? If there is such a relationship, why didn't he tell me earlier? Li Yuang saw that the situation was not good, so he dared not stay any longer, and fled in disgrace without even caring about the 100 million yuan. I was also ready to leave, and this farce was temporarily over. Director Chun, come in the car with me. Lei Jun invited eagerly, obviously not wanting to miss the opportunity to be alone with me. I pointed to the old bicycle parked nearby and said, what about my bicycle? Lei Jun was stunned for a moment. After discussing a billion-level cooperation, he was still worried about a bicycle? He recalled the dilapidated factory building he had seen before, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Director Qian was surprisingly simple. At this time, Zheng Weimin smiled and said, don't worry, Director Chun, I will send someone to return your bicycle. After hearing what he said, I nodded in agreement. After we left, the live broadcast room of Yangqing TV station completely exploded. Netizens said, no way. Isn't the microelectric car made by that black-hearted anchor a 3-no product? Lei Jun is not a fool. He spent 100 million. It must be worth it. Hurry up and place an order. You will make a profit if you pick it up. I was blind. It turns out that the Little Duck factory manager is really a god. An hour later, Reeves took me back to the Little Duck toy factory. Mr. Lei, just send it here. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. I smiled at him and stopped there. In fact, Lei Jun wanted to go in for a visit, but seeing that I had no intention of doing so, he had to give up. Director Chun, I look forward to seeing you next time. Lei Jun said goodbye politely. I nodded, then walked straight into the factory and closed the rusty door. Lei Jun looked at me as I left, his face still full of excitement. Sun Yin next to me couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lei, is this car really worth all your money? Indeed, Lei Jun just reached a cooperation with me and was willing to pay 100 million to buy the microelectric car and to use an additional 1% of the shares of Xiaomi in exchange for the right to use all the technology. You know, Xiaomi's market value is close to 400 billion, and this 1% of the shares is worth nearly 4 billion. Lei Jun smiled calmly and patted Sun Yin on the shoulder. Xiao Sun, you should have a long-term vision. It is worth it to be able to bind with such talents. Moreover, I always feel that the performance exposed on the internet may only be part of this car. Although Sun Yin still had his doubts, he could only nod and said, I understand, Mr. Lei. I will announce this online. The more hype it gets, the better. Lei Jun nodded, intending to make the most of this popularity and gain enough attention for Xiaomi. But he also knew that there were risks in doing so. If Qin Hanqing's skills are as powerful as the rumors say, then everything will be fine. If the effect is not good, Xiaomi may be put in an embarrassing situation. However, since Lei Jun has made up his mind, Sun Yin can only do as he is told. Afterwards, Lei Jun and Zheng Weimin went to the municipal building together, and I returned to the room in the factory. On a whim, I called up my personal attribute panel. I opened the system, Technology Mastered, Super Doubled Microelectric Car Technology, Light Speed Spacecraft Technology, Star Destroyer Technology, Space-Based Weapons Technology, Aerospace Mothership Technology, Dyson Sphere Technology. The technology value has accumulated to 1.2 million. But although these resources seem to be a lot, they are still not enough when facing the astonishing technologies I have. I feel like I'm guarding a huge gold mountain, but I don't have enough resources to develop it. It's really frustrating. Right now, my most urgent task is to find suitable orders and increase the growth rate of scientific and technological value. I opened the background of TikTok and saw that since Lei Jun appeared in the live broadcast, no one doubted the value of the microelectric car anymore, and private messages for orders came in explosively. Some netizens said, Brother Anchor, I want a mini electric car. I'll give you 1 million. Please, Dad, please let me order one. I'm a college student. Let me buy one first. Build one for me, no matter how much it costs. There are tens of thousands of private messages, and the number is still increasing. Some netizens even took videos to ask for the purchase, and the trend continues. Manufacturers specializing in making microelectric cars were dumbfounded. They were criticized as black-hearted businessmen for selling them for 10,000, but any random model of mine could make people scramble for it. However, I am not interested in making microelectric cars anymore. According to the system rules, the same product can only trigger a reward once. It has no technical content and I am tired of it. What's so good about making a microelectric car? There is no innovation at all. Won't you consider other customizations? I had an idea and prepared to start a live broadcast to see if I could get a new task. As soon as I started the live broadcast, the number of viewers instantly exceeded 100,000, and the comments were refreshed very quickly. Finally, I've waited for you. Little Duck Factory Manager. That's him. Even Lei Jun is chasing after the man who calls him daddy. Please, build another microelectric car. I couldn't help but smile bitterly and said helplessly, brothers, all the ones I made are custom versions, and there is only one. If anyone wants to order something else, please leave me a message. The audience obviously didn't buy it, and all of them wanted to buy mini electric cars, which made me sigh helplessly. At this time, a comment caught my attention. Brother Anchor, my bestie is getting married in a week. Can you help me order a Mecha? Mecha? My eyes lit up. This is a good thing. I remember that there is Mecha technology in the system mall, and it only costs 600,000 technology points. Dai Xiaomi, right? I'll take your order. When netizens in the live broadcast room heard that I had really accepted the Mecha order, they were stunned and the tone of the comment section changed instantly. Although the appearance of Dai Xiaomi surprised everyone, the matter of this single Mecha did not cause much sensation. After all, even Lei Bushi calls himself Xiao Lei in front of me, so a silly little girl is nothing. However, my operation of taking orders to build mechas shocked many netizens. No matter how powerful new energy vehicles are, they are still objects within reach in life. But mechas? This is something from science fiction movies. I glanced at the comments, completely ignoring the netizens' doubts, and smiled to myself. Mecha? What's that? As long as I have enough materials, I can even build a Star Destroyer. Secretary Zhang had already told me before he left that the little duck toy factory could continue to operate. After all, he now regarded me as Yangqing's cash cow, and he wanted me to make some more noise to attract other capital bosses. In this case, I was happy to start working. I initiated a connection with Dai Xiaomi. Since I had accepted the order, I always had to ask the customer clearly about their needs. At the same time, Dai Xiaomi's live broadcast room also exploded. Netizens said, "Fuck, the old woman is really you. You actually ordered a Mecha?" Ordering a Mecha as a wedding gift, this operation is really amazing. One dares to order, and the other dares to accept it. These two people are going to heaven, right? Dai Xiaomi was also a little confused at first. After all, she was just joking when she posted this comment. I didn't expect that I would take it seriously, but she quickly reacted and said in a domineering tone, "What's wrong with ordering a Mecha? I'm happy to do it. I really admire you guys." As she was talking, she saw my connection request. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately chose to accept it. The next second, my screen appeared in her live broadcast room. Seeing me appear on the screen, the netizens were completely excited. It's really connected. I want to ask, are you serious? It's him, the factory director who built the magic car. I glanced at the screen calmly, ignoring the reactions of netizens, and asked, "Hello, is this the Mecha you ordered?" Dai Xiaomi was stunned for 2 seconds, staring at me in a daze, and it took her a long time to react. Oh, yes, that's right." As she spoke, a slight blush appeared on her face. This scene caused netizens to go crazy. Oh my god, the old woman is shy? Am I seeing this right? I've seen Dai Xiaomi for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen her like this. Is this the legendary horny? Seeing the comments teasing her, Dai Xiaomi simply responded, "What's wrong with being shy? I'm a girl. Is it normal to be shy when seeing a handsome guy?" But I didn't care about her shyness at all, and got straight to the point. "Do you have any specific requirements for the Mecha?" Dai Xiaomi blinked. Obviously, she hadn't thought about it too much. After thinking for a moment, she said, "It should be nice looking, preferably a style that girls like. A little bigger, preferably like the Transformers." After listening to her description, I already had a general idea in my mind. "Okay, I'll calculate a quote for you." Dai Xiaomi nodded happily, with an expression that said, "Beauty is justice," and she didn't care about the price at all. A few minutes later, I listed the various costs and said, the total cost this time is 8 million. Because it is custom-made, you need to pay a deposit of 4 million first. Once the order is effective, it cannot be cancelled. Is there any problem? Dai Xiaomei didn't even think about it and blurted out, no problem. She stared at the screen, obviously not hearing what I said at all. I nodded. I will send you the bank card number later, and the product will be delivered within a week. As a reminder, our factory produces one-to-one toy models, and it is not recommended to use them for other purposes. After that, I went offline. After I disappeared, Dai Xiaomei gradually came back to her senses. The live broadcast room was already boiling. The price of 8 million is indeed staggering, and many netizens advised her to cancel the order. But Dai Xiaomei responded arrogantly, it's just 8 million. I can afford it. I just want to see what this mecha model can look like, to broaden my horizons. Netizens' comments were completely out of control. Is this old woman crazy? Is it worth it to fight so hard for a handsome guy? 8 million to buy a model. Isn't this too much money to burn? After the live broadcast, I sent the card number to Dai Xiaomei, and soon I received a deposit reminder of 4 million, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Open the system, Mall. I said. Mall opening. The system prompt sounded, and the information instantly spread in my mind. Soon, I found the target. Entry-level mecha technology can be exchanged for 600,000 technology points. Do you want to exchange? Yes. I answered without hesitation. This mission only required entry-level mecha technology. After confirming the exchange, the system prompt sounded immediately. 600,000 technology points have been deducted. Mecha technology exchange successful. In an instant, my mind seemed to be filled with a vast amount of knowledge. The complex details about the design, assembly, and operation of the core systems of the mecha unfolded in my mind one by one. I absorbed this information quickly and gradually felt that I was ready to put the theory into practice. Thinking of the requirements that Dai Xiaomei had put forward before, girlish feel, big, and cool like a transformer, I couldn't help but smile, and I already had the outline of the design in my mind. I walked into the super lab, opened my personal information panel, and took a quick look. The technological skills I had mastered: entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapons technology, aerospace mothership technology, and Dyson sphere technology. The design of this entry-level mecha looks high-end, but the actual material requirements are not particularly strict. I decided to use the technology points again to exchange for all the required materials. After spending 500,000 points, I plunged into the intense manufacturing process without any hesitation. After all, 7 days is a big challenge for me. At the same time, in the Yangqing Municipal Building, the meeting between Lei Jun and Zheng Weimin was coming to an end. When Lei Jun finally gave in and agreed to the proposal to build a Xiaomi automobile factory in Yangqing, Zheng Weimin's eyes flashed with excitement that was hard to conceal. Lei Jun's decision far exceeded his expectations, and it turned from a small project into a major investment that could revitalize Yangqing's economy. After bidding farewell to Lei Jun, the leaders of Yangqing were very excited and discussed the future development prospects of the factory. This is great. Yangqing is finally going to be revived. However, Zheng Weimin knew that Lei Jun's willingness to agree was due to my influence on Lei Jun. Notify the industrial and commercial department to help Comrade Chen Hanxing complete the factory's qualification procedures as soon as possible, he urged, his tone particularly serious. Also, we must thoroughly investigate Li Yuwang. Now, Comrade Chen Hanxing is the future of Yangqing, and no one can hinder him. At the same time, Lei Jun has released the news on the social platform. He spent 100 million plus 1% of Xiaomi's shares to buy the microelectric car. As soon as the news came out, it quickly ignited the internet. Netizens were stunned. What an outrageous operation. 100 million is just the beginning, and shares are also involved. The shares of Xiaomi's company are simply priceless. The black-hearted manufacturer has transformed into a big boss. Major manufacturers also mocked Lei Jun on social platforms, expressing disdain for Lei Jun's decision in their words. That night, Xiaomi's company's stock price fell 5 percentage points, and its market value evaporated by 20 billion. As the news of my mecha orders spread, they gradually became popular on the internet. Chapter 13: Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Building a mecha? Is it the mecha I imagined? Are you kidding, host? I heard that the person who ordered it spent 8 million. What a ripoff. Only a fool would believe him. This is obviously a money-making scam. I now suspect that the mini electric car is not as magical as the legend says. Could it be that Lei Bushi was deceived? The internet is full of skeptical voices. Chen Hanxing has been immersed in the super laboratory. Apart from sleeping and eating, he builds mechas. I have no idea what is happening in the outside world. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Inside the hospital, the unconscious Li Jiangguo suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to take a deep breath. It's so fucking exciting. Li Jiangguo sighed. Doctor. Although I don't understand why Li Jiangguo is like this, but the doctor reacted quickly and gave Li Jiangguo a comprehensive examination. Yangcheng television station. After receiving the news that Li Jiangguo had woken up, the TV station management made a decision immediately. Let Zhongji interview Li Jiangguo. This time, it will still be in the form of live broadcast. After seeing the introduction of the live broadcast room, netizens flocked into the live broadcast room. Want to see this man who is now being hyped up as a god on the internet? Make a microelectric car drive like a supercar. How could the old man who destroyed 3 police cars exist? The TV station had contacted Li Jiangguo in advance. With permission from Li Jiangguo. Wait until they walk into the ward. Li Jiangguo was browsing on his cell phone. Clean the glass, clean the glass. See Zhongji and others come in. Li Jiangguo was stunned for a few seconds. Then, he turned off his phone and pretended nothing happened. However, netizens still found something wrong from the music just now. If I heard correctly, this old man should be watching a video of beautiful women dancing. I know this music. As expected of the national highway driver, he may be old but his heart is still young. The national highway driving god likes to watch videos of beautiful women. I also like to watch videos of beautiful women. My national highway driving god. Netizens expressed their feelings. Zhongji did not let this atmosphere continue. Uncle Li, we are from the TV station. I have already contacted you in advance. Come over and do an interview with you. Li Jiangguo nodded. Good. He didn't mention anything about watching the beauty video just now. As long as he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. Zhongji had prepared the interview script in advance. I first politely asked about Li Jiangguo's health. After confirming that everything is fine, let's get to the point. Uncle Li, do you know everything that is happening on the internet now? Li Jiangguo nodded. What do you think about this matter? Do you also think, like your son, that the manufacturer of that microelectric car should be held fully responsible for this matter? Zhongji asked again. This is also an issue that netizens are concerned about. They all pricked up their ears, waiting for the person's evaluation. Son? What son? I don't have a son. Li Jiangguo said. Everyone was stunned. This was beyond everyone's expectations. This is starting to get interesting. No son? Then who is the person who sued the Little Duck factory director? Zhongji had the same doubts. Under her questioning, Li Jiangguo finally told the truth. It turned out that due to some special reasons, he and Li Yuwang had long since severed their father-son relationship. Even when Li Yuwang was mentioned, Li Jiangguo gnashed his teeth in anger. That bastard! It's not a good thing. How could such a poisonous weed grow in our Li family? Zhongji. Netizen. This old man is also a ruthless person. When he gets ruthless, he even scolds himself. Zhongji didn't want to get involved in such family affairs. She asked again, that means you don't approve of Li Yuwang's behavior? Li Jiangguo nodded. Director Little Duck, tell me everything in advance. Explain that it is just a toy and it is not recommended to drive it. I just wanted to try it myself. What does it have to do with people? Now netizens can't hold it in anymore. Finally, I understand the truth of the matter. It turns out that what the Little Duck factory manager said was true. I misunderstood him. I don't know if it's too late to apologize to the Little Duck factory manager now. Zhongji nodded. She also didn't want to believe that Chen Hanxing was really a black-hearted manufacturer. After all, he is so handsome. How could he be a bad guy? Uncle Li, although your driving skills are very good, but don't you know that speeding is illegal? A full 400 miles. That's very dangerous. Zhongji said. Li Jiangguo was confused. What's 400 miles? I don't know. Zhongji was also puzzled. You drove your microelectric car at 400 miles per hour. In order to chase you, the 3 police cars behind us were all wrecked. Li Jiangguo's expression became strange. After hesitating for a moment, he said, in fact, not long after I sat down, I fainted. Those are all operated by the car itself. Zhongji was stunned at first. Then, the pupils dilated. His face was full of shock. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Netizens were also gobsmacked. What? Did I hear it wrong? That car was operating all by itself? How is that possible? In the video, the mini electric car overtook the other car smoothly. Even an experienced driver couldn't do that. You're telling me that the car was operating on its own? Fuck. Is this the legendary driverless car? If it's true, the research value of this car is simply immeasurable. I originally thought that 400 miles was the best, but I didn't expect that there was more to come. This live broadcast was recorded by netizens and posted online. Suddenly, the whole network was shocked. The national highway driving god Su Xing said that this matter had nothing to do with him. After reaching a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, the microelectric car now has driverless technology. This kind of entry quickly became a hot search. Not long after, it directly topped the charts. All netizens who saw this news were shocked. It seemed that Xiaomi's stock price began to pick up. Those car companies that were originally mocking Lei Jun can no longer sit still. If this is true, it will be disruptive to the entire automotive industry. Future. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This level of driverless technology will not appear in the next 20 years at least. Xiaopeng. This must be Lei Jun's hype. Marketing to death. Lei Jun's usual method. Bayati. I hope netizens will open their eyes and surf the internet rationally. We have studied the video in detail, and experts unanimously agree that it is impossible, absolutely impossible for the car to be unmanned. Tesla. Our driverless technology is the best in the world, and we also have the world's best scientific research team. We haven't mastered this level of driverless technology, let alone others. Chapter 14. True driverless technology? Are you sure that Li Jiangguo said this? After listening to Sun Yan's report, Lei Jun spoke in surprise. Sun Yan nodded. Mr. Lei, you can't be wrong. Li Jiangguo did say that he fainted shortly after getting on the bus. And he didn't do anything during the whole process. That car was driving everything autonomously. Lei Bushi's pupils dilated. This news was too shocking for him. Although, he had already overestimated the microelectric car as much as possible. Otherwise, they would not have made such a decision and risked a drop in Xiaomi's stock price. But now, Lei Jun found that he had underestimated the car after all. If it is true what Li Jiangguo said, that's real unmanned technology. Although, today's new energy vehicles are also advertised as having unmanned driving. But Lei Jun knew that the function was not mature at all. It's totally useless. There is no way to compare it with real fully automatic driverless technology. Go tell Secretary Zhang. Ask if you can get that car into our hands as soon as possible. I have a hunch. That car means more to us, Xiaomi Automobile, than we imagined. Rebus said. He has already paid Chen Hanxing. Theoretically, the car now belongs to Xiaomi. Clear. Sun Yan agreed and went to do it quickly. A few minutes later, Sun Yan came back in. Boss Lei, Secretary Zhang said so. The car's procedure has been completed. Arrange for it to be sent to us immediately. Hearing this, Lei Bushi was excited. Very good. He can't wait. Go downstairs and wait immediately. At the same time, Lei Jun did not forget to explain. Go notify Yangqing TV station. Tell them to send reporters over. I want to test the performance of our Xiaomi concept car on site. Sun Yan was stunned. Xiaomi concept car? But soon, he reacted. I understand what Lei Jun was referring to is the microelectric car made by Chen Hanxing. Sun Yan was no longer surprised by Lei Jun's actions. Follow instructions and make arrangements immediately. As for whether Yangqing TV station would agree, Lei Jun was not worried at all. This is a rare opportunity. If it were to be announced, there would be no doubt that all major media outlets across the country would be present. That is to say, Yangqing TV station is close to the water. Otherwise, there would be no such opportunity at all. Sure enough, the director of Yangqing TV station was very excited after receiving the news. He immediately stated that he would arrange for the best reporters to be present. Then he called Zhong Ji. At this time, Zhong Ji had just finished interviewing Li Jiangguo. Zhong Ji was still a little confused. This interview was completely different from what she had imagined. It actually exploded and caught a big fish. True driverless technology. Because of this news, countless people flocked to the live broadcast room of Yangqing TV station. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 2 million. This is data that even Yangqing News has never achieved. Is this the end? We should have continued the interview a little longer. Maybe we can dig out even more explosive news. Is this the live broadcast room that released the driverless technology? We want to see the national highway driver. Netizens were all very excited. very unhappy with the end of the interview. The number of people online in the live broadcast room is declining. This is also something that is difficult to avoid. Although Zhongji is also very beautiful. However, compared to that kind of news, it's still a little lacking. Looking at the rapidly decreasing number of people online. Although Zhongji had already prepared herself mentally in advance. But I'm still a little disappointed. At this moment, Zhongji heard the phone ringing. I saw it was the director calling. Zhongji answered the call without hesitation. The director's voice came from the other end of the phone. Reporter Zhong, go to the hotel quickly. Libes invited us over for an interview. Zhongji was stunned. My heart is pounding. Lei Bush? Is it really possible to interview such a big shot? Then, the master explained the matter in detail. Zhongji became even more excited. After hanging up the phone, she immediately said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, Dear audience, now we are going to conduct a live interview with Lei Bushi. Libes wants to test Xiaomi's new concept car. Lei Jun, plus a new concept car. These two words really hit the nerves of netizens. The live broadcast room, which had originally calmed down, suddenly became boiling again. When did Xiaomi have a new concept car? Isn't that the mini electric car that Lei Jun was talking about? Shit. A word of wisdom awakens the dreamer. It's not impossible. Boss Lei thinks too highly of that mini electric car, doesn't he? He doesn't really expect that mini electric car to work a miracle, does he? Unmanned driving and 400 kilometers per hour. I think it's all hype. Tesla has debunked the rumor. There is no such thing as autonomous driving. Although, many netizens are questioning it. But this does not hinder the popularity of this matter. Lei Jun tests the performance of microelectric vehicles on site. Such topics quickly spread on the internet. The popularity of Yangqing TV's live broadcast room has soared again. At the same time, Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room. Old woman, it's not too late to refund now. Dai Xiaomei is so stupid that she actually spent 8 million to order a Mecha model. 8 million is enough to buy my life. I can't walk when I see a handsome guy. I've been cheated. Black-hearted manufacturer. What I sell is not a Mecha, but my beauty. Since yesterday, Dai Xiaomei decided to spend 8 million to buy a Mecha model. This kind of remarks were heard everywhere in the live broadcast room. This made Dai Xiaomei feel unsure. However, even so, she still didn't want to admit it. What are you barking about? It's just spending 8 million to buy a model. I am happy with it. Besides, whoever said that I must have been deceived? Maybe that little duck factory manager will really build me a transformer. Netizens still don't buy it. Even at this point, the old woman still doesn't repent. The only thing you're tough with is your mouth. It's just 8 million. The old woman is getting carried away. Brothers, go and see. Lei Jun is going to conduct a live test of that microelectric car. As soon as the news came out, it quickly attracted the attention of many netizens. Netizens clicked on the link one after another. Dai Xiaomei was also very curious and clicked on it. I want to see whether that microelectric car is as amazing as it is said to be. By the way, let's roughly estimate Chen Hanqing's skills. See how badly you've been cheated. Hotel. The microelectric car has been delivered to your door. Zhongji and others have also arrived. That mini electric car appeared so clearly in the camera for the first time. Netizens all excited. Chapter 15. It's really released this time. This car seems different from what I imagined. This is worth 100 million? It's just a pile of junk. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is called wasteland style. Originally, I was looking forward to this car, but now I don't dare to do it anymore. If they can reach 400 kilometers per hour, why can't they make the exterior look better? Do you think it's possible that the little duck factory manager built this car according to the standard of 8,000 yuan? See the last comment. Netizens suddenly realized. It seems to be true. If a microelectric car worth 100 million yuan is like this, then the manufacturer must be a black marketeer. But 8,000 yuan, suddenly it doesn't seem unacceptable. It costs 8,000 yuan, has a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, and is said to have an unmanned driving function. What more bicycles do you need? But it will be hard for Lei Jun. When Dai Xiaomei saw this scene, her heart skipped a beat. Can't help thinking. Finished. That little duck factory manager. I wonder if he will also damage the mecha she ordered like this? If it's true, she would rather not have it. For the first time, Dai Xiaomei felt so worried. I wasn't really being cheated, was I? However, Lei Jun didn't mind at all. He knew that the most important thing about this car was its internal technology. Appearance is not worth mentioning at all. The appearance of the car body does not have much technical content at all. Facing the camera, Lei Bush said, "Welcome everyone to attend the meet and greet for Xiaomi's new concept car. I guess netizens are very curious about what this car is like. Now, I will take everyone into this new energy light." Seeing Lei Jun's frank introduction, many people couldn't help but twitch their lips. Saying such words to such a shabby mini electric car. How is this done? As expected of a big boss, his mental quality is extremely strong. Now, many car companies and other large Chinese companies have also come into the Yangqing Live broadcast room. They're all waiting for Lei Bush to screw up and be embarrassed. The camera follows Lei Jun as he opens the car door. See the interior inside. Netizens can't bear it anymore. I take back what I said before. This is not wasteland style. This is clearly trash style. It can't be said to be cheap. It can only be said to be worthless. Libas is such a big bastard. What the hell was I expecting? Can this car really be driven? At this point, even Lei Jun couldn't hold it anymore. He coughed to hide his embarrassment and tried to explain. Don't worry about the details. What we care about is the technology of this car. Because the space in the car is really limited. After Lei Bushi went up, plus Zhongji and another cameraman. It's all filled. The cameraman was still huddled in the cramped back seat. Next, let's test the performance of this car, Rebus said. Hearing this, netizens were very surprised. Is Lei Jun planning to test drive the car himself? Don't you want to live? Zhongji was also a little worried. This is a minimalist carriage. Even if it's a collision with a bicycle, I'm afraid they will all disintegrate. Will this really work? However, seeing how excited Lei Bushi was, Zhongji didn't say much. Let's do it. I can only go ahead with it. Rebus wasted no time. Ignite directly. Amidst a crackling sound of electric current, the car finally started. The next second, a voice suddenly sounded. Welcome to the Little Duck Mini Electric Car. Warm reminder, this product is only a 1:1 toy model. Driving is not recommended. If the owner insists on driving, all consequences will be at his own risk. Do you want to continue driving? Lei Bush was stunned. There is absolutely no awkwardness in this sound. It's like someone is really talking to you. Yes. Lei Bush wrote. Receive the order. Again, all actions of the car owner are personal and have nothing to do with our company. Lei Bush. He couldn't help muttering. How afraid is Director Chun to take responsibility? Please select driving mode. Manual driving without a driver. Unmanned. Receive. Please select driverless mode. Normal mode, veteran driver mode, Akina mountain driving god mode. Lei Bush was stunned. He hadn't expected that there was such an option. After thinking for a moment, Lei Bush decided to start from the first one and try slowly. Normal mode. After Rebus answered, the voice immediately sounded. Normal mode is on. Please fasten your seatbelts. Please select your destination. Pay attention to all actions of the car owner. Lei Jun had already communicated with Zheng Weimin. We chose a nearby road with few people to block it. For testing purposes. Then, the microelectric car started. Start driving at your normal speed. On the way, Lei Bus deliberately set up obstacles. This car passed all of them safely and smoothly. Shit, it's unmanned. Are you dazzled? This is real driverless driving. A magical car. This is definitely a magical car. How is this possible? Isn't this technology something that only exists in science fiction movies? You can't judge a person by appearance. You can't judge a car by appearance either. The skills of the Little Duck factory manager are truly astounding. In Yangqing Live broadcast room, netizens couldn't help but comment. Even through the screen, I can feel the excitement from their comments. The smile on Lei Bushi's face could no longer be suppressed. Nothing else to say. It's just this unmanned driving technology. It far exceeds the cost he paid to Chen Hanqing. Sent. This time it's really posted. With this technology, in the near future, Xiaomi Auto will surely become the world's #1 new energy brand. What is by Yadite Sila? They are all younger brothers. Driving for a while. Lei Bushdao. Switch to veteran driver mode. Switching to veteran driver mode was successful. Hearing the prompt tone, Lei Jun began to look forward to it. However, after driving for a while, Lei Jun couldn't help but feel puzzled. This car doesn't seem to have changed at all. Still passing through roadblocks at the same speed as before. Could it be that this veteran driver mode is just a decoration and has no effect at all? Reeves didn't believe it. Since Chen Hanqing designed this function, it definitely works. While Lei Jun was thinking, this microelectric car surpassed a maintenance and guard car. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A sound appeared in the originally quiet carriage. Can you drive? How do you see the road? Hurry up and reincarnate. I can drive better than you with my feet. Chapter 16. Horrible continuation. Everyone was shocked. It turns out that the old driver is such an old driver. He is definitely a veteran driver. Ha 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 ha. Director Little Duck knows how to make things happen. I like this mode. I don't have to worry about road rage anymore. After Lei Bushi reacted, he immediately spoke. Switch to Akina Mountain Car God mode. Inside the carriage, a voice was heard immediately. Successfully switched to Akina Mountain's God of Cars mode. The next moment, this microelectric car began to accelerate. In an instant, it exceeded 100 miles. Moreover, it is still soaring. 103, 106, 200. The whole car, like a ray of light, sprinted down the lane. And every time it passes an obstacle, there is no sign of slowing down. It whizzed past in an almost unbelievable way. It only takes a few seconds. The car speed has exceeded 200 miles per hour. Although Lei Jun, Zhongji, and the photographer were all wearing seatbelts. However, under this terrifying acceleration, the extremely strong pushing feeling on the back pressed their bodies hard against the seats. Lei Bushi feels his scalp tingling now. As for Zhongji, she was already screaming. This feeling is more exciting than a roller coaster. The netizens in the live broadcast room were not in the car. However, you can also feel this terrifying acceleration through the rapidly receding trees outside the window. When people reacted, the photographer even gave a close-up of the dashboard. It's only been a few seconds, and you're already at 200 miles per hour? Fuck, is this a mini electric car? Even top sports cars can't accelerate this fast. I suddenly felt that driving a Lamborghini was no longer attractive. He didn't slow down when passing an obstacle. He's really the driving god of Akina Mountain. Give me 10 of these mini electric cars. Netizens exclaimed. The other car dealers in the live broadcast room were all silent. Now, they finally realized what they had been missing. I am full of jealousy towards Lei Jun. How could they not know what this car represents? Just like Rebus said, this car may be able to subvert the entire new energy vehicle industry. The bosses of various car companies can no longer sit still. They all went to Chin Hanqing's account and sent private messages asking to buy it. The price of this microelectric car has been raised again. Since Lei Jun offered 100 million, then they will offer 200 million. You give equity. We also give shares. No matter what, I must get a car like this. Not for this car, because of the technology it contains. This is the foundation of a car company. Otherwise, you are doomed to be eliminated. This is an issue that cannot be avoided. If a company wants to survive, it must adapt to the times. Back to the microelectric car compartment. When the vehicle speed reaches 200 miles per hour, acceleration stops automatically. The electronic reminder sounded. The car owner can choose to speed up or slow down, or driving at a constant speed. Notice, Lei Jun said without hesitation. Accelerate. He just wanted to test out the maximum speed of these two microelectric cars. The car speed soared again. 250, 300, 350, 400. This car speed is extremely terrifying. The whole car seemed like it was about to take off. In the car, Lei Jun, Zhongji, and the photographer. The three of them didn't even dare to breathe. The whole person is in a tense state. Stare at the front with your eyes. It feels like there is an electric current running through my whole body. They have never experienced such a situation. Every time the car passed an obstacle, their hearts beat wildly. I'm afraid that in the next second, the car will be destroyed and people will die. The photographer's lens is always facing the dashboard. Oh my God, it's already 400 miles. With this speed, even the king of hell would praise the expert. As long as you run fast enough, the god of death can't catch up. That's terrible. If he got hit, wouldn't he be covered in bruises? No, this car is still accelerating. Only then did everyone notice. It's true. That is to say, 400 miles per hour is not the limit of this car. Everyone's breathing was held. There was fear in his eyes. They could hardly imagine where the limit of this car was. I can only watch quietly. The speed starts to increase again. 401, 402, 403, 404, 450. When the car speed reaches 450, everyone was dumbfounded. This speed has already surpassed the world's top sports cars. Because of this incident, The number of viewers in Yangqing TV's live broadcast room skyrocketed again. Countless people are paying attention to this matter. But it's different from before. In the comments section, few people have spoken. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even they would sweat every time they overcame an obstacle. Even so, the car speed did not stop. 460, 407, 408, 409. Finally, the car stopped accelerating, frozen at 490 miles per hour, although it didn't break through 500 in the end. But it's still amazing enough. At this time, the car is driving on the road. It's almost an afterimage. The prompt sounded. The vehicle has reached maximum speed. Can't speed up any further. Lei Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. Slow down, he said quickly. He was also nervous about this test. If an accident really happens, there's no way he could survive. Fortunately, the accident did not happen. Lei Bushi felt that both of his legs were trembling slightly. Wait until the vehicle speed drops to normal. Lei Jun finally spoke. All netizens have seen it. The test was a complete success. Xiaomi Auto headquarters will release specific data soon. Please look forward to it, netizens. After saying this, netizens became even more excited. Mr. Lei, please make it. I must buy it. What Mercedes-Benz or BMW? From now on I will recognize Xiaomi. Director Little Duck is awesome. He can actually make such a terrifying mini electric car. I suggest that Mr. Lei Jun change the appearance of the car. After all, it is a bit too. Libus, what is the range of this car? Gradually, more and more people are paying attention to the battery life issue. On the way back to the hotel, Zhongji couldn't help but ask this question. Only then did Lei Bushi react. Endurance is also an important factor for new energy electric vehicles. However, there is only a speed display on the dashboard of this car. It looks like it was taken down and installed from somewhere unknown. The numbers at the back were handwritten and then taped on. The main point is to do whatever you want. There is no way it can display battery life. Lei Jun tried to ask, what's the range of this car? The next second, a voice sounded in the carriage. The total range of this vehicle is 2,000 kilometers, and the remaining range is 1,900 kilometers. As soon as the words fell, in the carriage and live broadcast room, suddenly there was silence. There are only two words left in everyone's mind. Oh shit. Chapter 17. A Little Conscience. 2,000 kilometers? How is that possible? Are you kidding? It's fast, has a long range, and is driverless. If that's true, this car has absolutely no flaws. I just want to ask, if this mini electric car is sold for 8,000 yuan, how much money will the Little Duck factory manager lose? Did Li Jiangguo save the life of the Little Duck factory director? After a few seconds of silence, all netizens couldn't help but sigh. This result is really amazing. If any other new energy electric car claimed to have a range of 2,000 kilometers, no one would believe it. But now, this microelectric car has exceeded everyone's cognition time and time again. They had to wonder if this was true. Lei Jun was also shocked. When he looked at the car again, there is a burning look in his eyes. This is not a car. It's clearly Xiaomi's future. Lei Jun was not surprised by the doubts of netizens. He immediately said, Dear netizens, we, Xiaomi, will conduct a comprehensive test on this car. Please give us some time. It will definitely give everyone a satisfactory result. Also, although the last car gave everyone a bad experience, this time, we will definitely make a new energy vehicle that everyone will be satisfied with. Please trust Xiaomi. Of course, Lei Jun would not let go of such a good opportunity. After hearing this, netizens said, Come on Lei Bushi, support Xiaomi. With this kind of technology, it will be impossible for Xiaomi not to build the next car. This test was a complete success. Not only did it allow everyone to see the terrifying performance of this microelectric car, the Xiaomi concept car, it also restored Xiaomi's declining reputation. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Zhongji is the most direct witness to the terrifying performance of this microelectric car. At this moment, her heart was filled with amazement. The figure of Chun Hanxing appeared in her mind. So young. Looks harmless. How on earth was such a horrible car made? At the same time, Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room. At this time, the wind direction in the comments section has changed. I'm sorry, my voice was too loud just now. I shouldn't have questioned the duck factory manager. I now doubt whether Director Duckling will really create a transformer. This 8 million doesn't seem to be a bad investment. I didn't expect that this time I was really caught by the old woman. Seeing these comments, Dai Xiaomei was very happy. She planned to send a message to Chen Hanqing to inquire about the progress of the mecha. At this time, Chen Hanqing was immersed in the super laboratory. I haven't seen any news about Dai Xiaomei at all. Wait until he finishes his work for the day. It's already past 11 at night. I opened my phone and saw the message from Dai Xiaomei. However, Chen Hanqing was too lazy to say so much. His fingers tapped the screen, typing only 2 words. Dai Xiaomei has been waiting since daytime until now. She was a little desperate. This guy really has no sense of service at all. Dai Xiaomei grumbled in dissatisfaction. However, just as she finished speaking, she saw the message from Chen Hanqing. Dai Xiaomei became happy. However, after seeing the content of the message, her expression froze. Wait. Chen Hanqing only replied with these 2 words. No emotions at all. Dai Xiaomei even doubted why a person with a body temperature of 36 degrees could say such cold words. The mecha you build better satisfy me. Otherwise, I will. After hesitating for a long time, Dai Xiaomei still couldn't think of a suitable way of punishment. I could only turn off my phone angrily. Time flies. Chen Hanqing continued with the boring work of making mechas. The day after getting the microelectric car, Lei Jun left Yangqing. Now, there is still a lot of work waiting for him. Before leaving, Lei Jun wanted to meet with Chen Hanqing again. However, Chen Hanqing refused on the grounds that he did not have time. It was the 5th day since Chen Hanqing started building the mecha. After receiving the court notice, Chen Hanqing had to appear in court. At Zheng Weiman's request, the investigation into Li Youwang's Changxing group produced results. A lot of criminal evidence was found. Li Youwang ultimately could not escape the judgment of the law. Even Zhao Tianhua and all his relationships were implicated. The court also changed the verdict on Chen Hanqing. The only request was that Chen Hanqing return the 8,000 yuan to Li Jiangguo and be responsible for the cost of Li Jiangguo's hospital treatment. Although Li Jiangguo repeatedly declined, Chen Hanqing still made the compensation. It was the 6th day. According to the agreement, Chen Hanqing will deliver the mecha to Dai Xiaomei tomorrow. However, until now, Chen Hanqing has not made any movement. This made many people suspicious. The duck factory manager challenges to build a mecha, but may fail. Will the glory continue, or will it fall from the altar? This kind of topic has dominated the charts of multiple media softwares. The news of Chen Hanqing building a mecha has become popular all over the internet. Imperial capital, Huawei University of Science and Technology. As the top university in China, many of the world's top scientific and technological talents gather here. Bai Hanyu woke up in her single dormitory. She walked out of the bed with a pair of snow-white thighs. She is 1.7 meters tall, and her body proportions are very exaggerated. With those proud curves, it's hard to imagine that this is a doctoral student majoring in mechanical engineering. After a quick wash, Bai Hanyu turned on the computer and logged into his Douyin account. Usually, Bai Hanyu creates an account for sharing mechanical knowledge in his spare time. With her outstanding appearance, she quickly attracted millions of fans online. Today is the weekend, and Bai Hanyu is preparing to live broadcast a meeting. Before long, there were already thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Bai is finally live streaming. I've been waiting for a long time. Good morning, goddess. She's so beautiful even without makeup. The comment section is full of praise for Bai Hanyu. This made Bai Hanyu a little distressed. She would rather see others recognize her skills. The purpose of creating this account is purely for popular science. So, Bai Hanyu asked, "My friends, do you have any questions about mechanics?" However, even so, it still cannot change the status quo. Those old perverts in the live broadcast room are obviously more interested in beautiful women. Bai Hanyu felt bored. Just when she was about to turn off the show, one comment caught her attention. "Hello, Miss Anchor. I would like to ask, with the current level of technology, is it possible to build a mecha like the ones in science fiction movies?" When Bai Hanyu saw this question, he knew that this person must be a newbie. Anyone with a little mechanical knowledge would not ask this question. However, despite this, Bai Hanyu still patiently answered, "Theoretically, it's impossible. Although, our human technology has been growing explosively in the past 100 years. But the mechas in science fiction movies are too far away from us." She denied it outright. But that netizen did not give up. "So what do you think about the recent internet sensation of little duck factory manager building a mecha?" Bai Hanyu knew about this. She thought for a moment and said, "First of all, I know that the factory director had previously built a new energy electric car. I have to admit that the tram is excellent, and many of its technologies are very advanced. But there is no necessary connection between making cars and making mechas. If that factory director built the mecha in an attempt to break through technological limitations, then I would admire his actions very much. Humanity needs such pioneers. But he charges people money to build mechas, which is a bit. When he said this, Bai Hanyu hesitated. After organizing his words, he continued. It's unconscionable. Chapter 18 Pink Optimus Prime? As soon as these words were spoken, netizens in the live broadcast room started talking about it. Finally, I saw a reliable anchor. All the previous anchors were just brainless hype just to get attention. It's a shame to highlight this. This will be tested. Mecha? How is that possible? There are actually people who believe this. Bai Bai is a PhD in mechanical engineering from Huawei University of Science and Technology. Her words are valuable. I heard that the person who spent 8 million to order the mecha was Dai Xiaomi. That old woman is going to be badly cheated this time. Not just in this live broadcast room. At this time, there were a lot of questioning comments on the internet. As the heat of the microelectric vehicle incident gradually fades, many people calm down. For Chen Hanqing, the previous halo is no longer there. Therefore, the voices of doubt gradually increased. This is not strange. After all, building mechas sounds outrageous. At the same time, Dai Xiaomi's live broadcast room. In recent days, Dai Xiaomi has been absent-minded during live broadcasts. And, as the week gets closer, this feeling becomes more and more obvious. The old woman will lose at least 7 million of the 8 million this time. The Little Duck factory manager made 7.95 million with tears and blood. It's really heartbreaking to see an old woman like this, but I don't know why. I always find it a little funny. Don't worry, maybe a miracle will happen, and the mecha will fly to the old woman tomorrow. Ha ha ha, you know how to comfort people. The live broadcast room was filled with teasing towards Dai Xiaomi. Dai Xiaomi can't hold it anymore. I'm really fed up with you old bastards. Who said I would be deceived? Not broadcasting anymore. Offline. After saying this, he didn't even give netizens a chance to react. Dai Xiaomi really ended the live broadcast at the speed of light. Although she said it tough, Dai Xiaomi actually knew the answer in her heart. This time, there is a high probability that you have been cheated. She is in Shenzhen. It is more than 1,600 kilometers away from Yangqing. No express delivery can be delivered within one day, unless it is the east wind. Besides, until now, she hasn't received any news except for the word, wait. This made Dai Xiaomi very uncomfortable. It doesn't matter if I lose 8 million. But that Little Duck factory manager was unwilling to even give her a perfunctory response. This was a huge blow to Dai Xiaomi. She no longer counted on the mecha. Get ready to pick out other gifts. At this time, an interview with Lei Jun went viral on the internet. During the interview, the host asked Lei Jun, "What do you think of Director Chen's plan to build a mecha?" Rebus replied, "Before that car came out, I can't believe that there really is a fully automatic driverless function, a tram that can run nearly 500 miles per hour, and a battery that can really last 2,000 kilometers. But Director Chen did it. This reminds me of a saying, the world is round, and nothing is impossible. I believe that Director Chen will be able to build a mecha." Lei Jun stood firmly on Chen Hanqing's side. Lei Jun's words caused a great reaction among netizens. I'm also impressed. You actually mixed up the train and the mecha. They are totally different things. Electric car technology, no matter how advanced it is, can only be said to be an upgrade, with the experience of predecessors as a reference, but mecha is the first of its kind, created completely out of thin air. Leiboz's words are obviously mostly out of friendship. Even a PhD student from a University of Science and Technology has debunked the rumor, but there are still people who believe that mechas can be built. Time passes. Come the next day. Today is the day when Dai Xiaomi's best friend gets married. Now Dai Xiaomi's hopes are completely shattered. She didn't sleep all night last night. Keep sending messages to Chen Hanqing. As a result, there was not a single reply. Dai Xiaomi has completely given up. Son of a bitch. How could he do this? Dai Xiaomi cursed angrily and threw her phone hard on the bed. Then, he got up and started to clean up. Dai Xiaomi had promised netizens that she would take them to watch the wedding live today. Although nowadays, Dai Xiaomi has no mood for live streaming at all. However, since she had already agreed, she was not going to break the promise. After getting in the car, Dai Xiaomi started the live broadcast. Before long, there were tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Fuck, this old woman is actually in the mood to do a live broadcast? Interview. How does it feel to be defrauded of 8 million? I suggest the anchor call the police directly. The behavior of Little Duck factory manager is a serious breach of contract. We can testify for you. Dai Xiaomei was already in a bad mood. Seeing these comments makes me even more angry. She simply placed her phone on the portable live broadcast device. No more looking. At the same time, Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. As the last part was installed, Chun Hanxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, he stayed up all night to complete this mecha. Looking at the mecha in front of him, which is more than 8 meters tall, Chun Hanxing murmured, "She should be satisfied, right?" Then, Chun Hanxing looked at his watch. There should still be enough time. Then, Chun Hanxing said directly to the mecha, "Turn on smart operation mode." A sound of electric current was heard. A few seconds later, a voice came from the mecha. "Smart operation mode is on. Please issue the order." Chun Hanxing immediately said, "Come with me." After saying this, Chun Hanxing turned around and walked out of the super laboratory. The mecha followed him too. Every time the mecha moves, there is a sound of metal friction. There is also the sound of hydraulic devices working. However, this mecha does not feel bulky at all. Very flexible to walk. Only when he got outside did Chun Hanxing's cell phone regain signal. Seeing the dozens of messages sent by Dai Xiaomei, Chun Hanxing suddenly felt something was wrong. After just flipping through it, Chun Hanxing got a general idea. Chun Hanxing felt speechless. It seemed like he was treated as a liar. Chun Hanxing immediately sent a message to Dai Xiaomei. After a brief explanation, I asked Dai Xiaomei for the address. However, now Dai Xiaomei is not looking at her phone at all. Naturally, Chun Hanxing did not receive a reply. Chun Hanxing was a little anxious. If this continues and the time limit is exceeded, his order will not be completed. Isn't this mecha built in vain? Woman, it's such a hassle. Chun Hanxing sighed. Suddenly, Chun Hanxing had an idea. He turned on the live broadcast. In an instant, countless netizens flocked into his live broadcast room. After 7 days of waiting, the anchor finally started broadcasting again. If you don't start broadcasting again, I will think that the anchor has run away with the money. What on earth have you been doing during this time, anchor? Do you know how I've been spending the past few days? Call the old woman. The person who is trying to cheat you out of money has appeared. In the comments section, netizens are talking about it. However, gradually some netizens discovered that something was wrong. No. Why is there an Optimus Prime standing behind Chun Hanxing? Still pink. Chapter 19. Oh shit, it actually took off. Chun Hanxing indeed built this mecha according to the image of Optimus Prime. It's just that a cockpit was added on the original basis. Moreover, in order to meet Dai Xiaomei's request, Chun Hanxing specially set the main color of the mecha to pink, the kind that girls like. Seeing this scene, all netizens were shocked, staring at the screen blankly. For a moment, there was almost no sound in the comments section of the live broadcast room. Everyone's attention was focused on the mecha behind Chun Hanxing. After a few seconds of silence, netizens are all excited. Fuck. The anchor is actually serious. Pink Optimus Prime. Which hunk can resist? Wasn't it supposed to be a mecha model? This doesn't look like a model at all. Even if it's just a figurine, it's amazing enough to be able to create this. Little sister, come and see. Old woman, the Little Duck factory manager really made it. Do you think this mecha can fly? The person above is probably overthinking it. This mecha may look intimidating, but in reality, it's just a facade. It's already amazing that it can move on its own. Many netizens are praising the Little Duck factory manager for being awesome. Looking at these comments, Chun Hanxing's eyelids twitched wildly. What happened? How did he become a duck? Chun Hanxing doesn't like this title. However, Chun Hanxing couldn't care less now. He said to the screen, "Brothers, does anyone know where my client Dai Xiaomei will be attending her wedding?" What did netizens think? Does the host want to mail the mecha directly to the wedding? Director Little Duck, is he mistaken? Dai Xiaomei is not in Yangcheng. It's too late to send the express now. Many netizens have the same idea. However, some netizens told Chun Hanxing the location of Dai Xiaomei. Shenzhen Hotel. Although, Dai Xiaomei did not take the initiative to reveal the information. However, clues can still be found from her live broadcast. Chun Hanxing didn't waste any more time. Immediately said to the mecha, "Auto navigation, Shenzhen Hotel. Start automatic cruising." Seeing Chun Hanxing's appearance, everyone felt puzzled. What is the Little Duck factory manager doing? He actually spoke to the mecha. Did he expect the mecha to fly over by itself? I really don't understand it anymore. Has the anchor made himself stupid? Is he hallucinating? If this mecha can really fly by itself, I'd like to recognize the host as my godfather. No one believed the performance of this mecha. After all, if only you could fly by yourself. That's really too terrifying. It was completely beyond their understanding, even though I think so. But their eyes never left the live broadcast room. His eyes were fixed on the mecha. My heart can't help but pound. It seems that something terrible will happen in the next second. Location locked. Auto cruise on. An electronic sound came from the mecha. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine start. The electronic sound ends. The next moment, a sound of metal collision suddenly came from the mecha. It's like a precision instrument starting up quickly. Bang. A muffled sound. Blue flames suddenly spurted out from the back of the mecha. As a result, a gust of air was stirred up. Boom. Under everyone's gaze, the mecha took off directly, soaring into the sky at an incredible speed, disappeared from the sight of the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone was shocked. They stared at the screen in disbelief. My mind is blank. There is only one thought left in my mind. Who I am? Where am I? What exactly happened? A moment later, netizens finally reacted. Suddenly, exclamations filled the entire live broadcast room. Fuck. Am I dazzled? That mecha really took off? No, the anchor is actually serious? I must be dreaming. Is this definitely just a one-to-one model? Director Little Duck is awesome. This is like a movie coming true. It's totally worth the $8 million. Some netizens recorded Chen Hanqing's live broadcast and posted it online. The popularity is skyrocketing. All the netizens who saw it were stunned. The same reaction as netizens in the live broadcast room. Huawei University of Science and Technology. Bai Hanyu was watching Douyin. Suddenly, the private messages in the background started jumping like crazy. Bai Hanyu frowned. Click on the private message interface. Countless fans sent her messages. Bye-bye. Go check it out quickly. Something big has happened. The unscrupulous manufacturer you mentioned actually built a mecha. This PhD in mechanical engineering doesn't seem that great, does he? I am the adopted son of the Little Duck factory director, and you are the only one who speaks ill of my adopted father? After seeing this information, Bai Hanyu thought of something. It should be the anchor she mentioned yesterday. Bai Hanyu didn't take it seriously. Everything she said yesterday was analyzed from a scientific perspective and was not mixed with any personal grudges. Even now, Bai Hanyu still firmly believes that it is impossible for that anchor to build a real mecha. It is the knowledge she has mastered that gives her confidence. Many fans also sent her video links. Bai Hanyu clicked it curiously. It was exactly the live broadcast clip of Chen Hanqing. After seeing the mecha behind Chen Hanqing, Bai Hanyu was stunned for a few seconds. However, she quickly recovered. Now, there are such mecha models on the market, but they are all iron shells. It can't even be considered a mecha, although the mecha behind Chen Hanqing looks much more advanced than the ordinary ones on the market. But this was not enough to change Bai Hanyu's opinion. If this can be considered a mecha, that mecha is too worthless. Bai Hanyu found it a bit funny when he saw Chen Hanqing pretending to give orders to the mecha. This anchor is really hard-working. Bai Hanyu sighed. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. Bai Hanyu saw it. Mecha in the video. He actually answered Chen Hanqing's words. This, Bai Hanyu was shocked. It should be a set procedure. It's likely that you will only say these few words. Bai Hanyu forced herself to stay calm. After all, that's the only way it makes sense. Rather than believing that Chen Hanqing really built the mecha, she still prefers to believe this statement. The next moment, mecha, take off, the kind with blue flames. Bai Hanyu is feeling unwell. She stared at the screen. I want to find some clues from it. But she was disappointed after all. The mecha in the video really flew like that, and it flies so fast. Bai Hanyu felt like being struck by lightning. It felt like an electric current was running through my body. The shock in my heart was like a tsunami. She watched the video over and over again, even if you don't want to believe it. But I have to admit it. That's the truth. The anchor named Little Duck. A mecha was really built. Finally, Bai Hanyu uttered two words. Oh shit. Chapter 20. Enable the highest air defense level. Bai Hanyu felt like her worldview had collapsed. She had never thought about it before. There are actually people who can build mechas. It took a long time for Bai Hanyu to finally come to his senses. No. I must tell the instructor about this. This incident will definitely cause a major earthquake in China's mechanical engineering community. Bai Hanyu didn't hesitate at all. Just stand up. Go out. Shenzhen City. Hotel. Dai Xiaomi was sitting there in a daze. From time to time, a look of grievance flashed in his eyes. I trusted him so much. How could he do this to me? What a bastard! The stupid little girl cursed in a low voice. As he spoke, he tore the tissue in his hand into pieces. This is to vent the anger in my heart. She didn't know that at this moment, the mecha ordered from Chen Hanxing had actually taken off. At the same time, Zhongzhou Military Base. This is one of the largest military bases in China. There are the most advanced military equipment, responsible for all military tasks in the province of Sale. Inside the radar monitoring room, many soldiers are staring at the screens. As long as any suspicious flying objects enter the control range, they will not escape their eyes. In the entire monitoring room, only the sound of machine prompts continued to echo. Although, with China's current military strength and the fact that Sale province is located in central China, there are basically no UFOs that can come here. However, they still dare not take it lightly. Suddenly, at this moment, a red dot appeared and kept flashing on one of the screens. This red dot is particularly eye-catching. The soldier in charge of watching this area immediately spoke seriously. Report. Report. A UFO appeared in the sky above Yangcheng. Repeat. A UFO appeared in the sky above Yangcheng. Please give me instructions. Please give me instructions. Because of this news, everyone became nervous. This is no trivial matter. If it was a military action by the enemy, the consequences would be disastrous. The entire military base immediately took action. This news was immediately reported to Chu Goen, the highest commander of the Zhongzhou military base. Chu Goen gave the order immediately. Notify the Air Force. Rush to Yangcheng as quickly as possible. We must nip the danger in the bud. We must ensure the safety of the people. Moment. Air Force troops are dispatched. 5J fighter jets took off. Go to the designated location as quickly as possible. J. China's most advanced fifth-generation fighter. Similarly, it is also at the world's advanced level. Its performance is terrifying. Stealth, supersonic cruise, radar, and attack systems are all top-notch. The fastest speed can reach Mach 2. That is 3,427 kilometers. In the Zhongzhou military base, everybody be on your guard. At this time, a J-1 pilot reported. The J-2 has taken off successfully, heading to the target point. At the current speed, it will take about 6 minutes to reach the target point. However, just after he finished speaking, the pilot suddenly said in surprise, "It will take 5 minutes, 4 minutes to reach the destination." He found something wrong. At their speed, it shouldn't be that fast. There's something obviously wrong with this time change. There is only one possibility that could cause this situation. Call the radar monitoring room. Call the radar monitoring room. Please report the current target situation. The pilot shouted immediately. There was an immediate response from the radar monitoring room. The target is moving at high speed, heading towards us. Repeat again. The target is moving at high speed. Estimated speed, around Mach 5. It is expected to arrive above the military base in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The generals of the military base rushed to the conference room as soon as they received the news that a UFO appeared in the sky over Yangcheng, including Chu Goen and others. All the top executives are here. When they heard the news, they were also shocked. It feels incredible though, but radar monitoring can't be wrong. However, despite this, no one panicked. Their eyes were all turned to Chu Goen, waiting for Chu Goen to make a decision. Chu Goen also knew that now was not the time to hesitate. The safety of the military base is entirely in his hands. Chu Goen is unusually calm. He said in a deep voice, "Activate the highest air defense level. All anti-aircraft missiles, lock onto the target. If it enters the airspace above the military base, fire immediately." Yes. A general will make the arrangements. Notify all soldiers that those who can enter the air raid shelter should enter the air raid shelter immediately. If it's too late, evacuate the central area of the military base. Yes. Another general stood up and left to make arrangements. Chu Goen did this to minimize casualties. He doesn't take any chances. Such a fast-moving speed. No report. There's no way they can be friends. It must be an enemy. Although, the arrangement for the soldiers to evacuate did not actually play much of a role. The remaining time is not enough for them to complete the evacuation or enter the air raid shelter. However, Chu Goen still has to do this. But Chu Goen couldn't figure out what kind of new weapon it was. Why did it suddenly appear in the sky above Yangqing when passing through other areas? Wasn't it detected? Chapter 21. Why does it feel like a dream? After Chu Goen issued these orders, the entire conference room fell into complete silence. The speed of that UFO is really too fast. He didn't have any time to react. Right now, there's only so much that can be done. At this time, a young general said, "Commander, please go into the air raid shelter as well." Chu Goen refused without hesitation. "Need not. I'm still needed here. I want to live and die with my warriors." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They looked at Chu Goen in disbelief. "Commander, this is inappropriate. We are here to stabilize the situation. Commander, you must enter the air raid shelter. China can live without us, but not without you." Chu Goen remained indifferent to everyone's persuasion. He spoke directly, interrupting everyone. "That's enough. I have made up my mind." After finishing speaking, Chu Goen immediately asked someone to turn on the communication broadcast. At this moment, all the soldiers in the entire military base were nervous because of the UFO incident. However, most people are still in the dark, but they could still sense something from the orders given by their superiors. How could I make such a decision if I hadn't encountered an irresistible enemy? No matter how well trained you are. But these soldiers are living people. It is not a machine that eliminates all emotions. However, even so, they still carried out orders in an orderly manner. Amidst the buzzing sound, one anti-aircraft missile launcher after another adjusted its angle and was ready to go. Even the air raid silos deep underground had their heavy lids opened. Missiles are like sharp blades, ready to rush into the sky at any time. Fighter planes also took off quickly. It looks like a powerful enemy is approaching. At this time, voices rang out from communicators and loudspeakers. "Warriors, I am Chu Goen. Now, we are facing a great crisis. Everyone might die. But don't worry. I am with you." Chu Goen did not hide it. He must prepare for the worst. After hearing the news, the soldiers calmed down. He's not even afraid of a big shot like Chu Goen. What do they have to be afraid of? Chu Goen finished speaking. "Just sit quietly. Look determined." Just over 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A report from the radar monitoring room came through the communicator. The UFO will enter the military base's airspace in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The countdown keeps ringing. Everyone's hearts and minds were beating nonstop. This countdown is also synchronized in the ears of every Air Force pilot and Air Defense Command soldier. 7, 6, 5. Air Force pilots, as well as soldiers from the Air Defense Command, had their fingers on the launchers. As long as the countdown is over, they will attack without hesitation. At this time, the pilot could already see that the UFO was approaching them rapidly. At first, just sesame-sized dots. In an instant, that point quickly enlarged. "Huh." A pilot noticed something was wrong. Let out an exclamation. More and more people are noticing something unusual. There were constant exclamations. The original appearance of the UFO was completely displayed to everyone. Everyone felt incredible. It turned out to be a huge mecha. Pilots who have seen Transformers recognized it. That turned out to be Pink Optimus Prime. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that they could see such a thing in real life. This feeling, it's really hard to describe. Everyone's heart is beating wildly. At this time, the countdown ends. Although, the shape of this UFO is really unexpected. However, no one took it lightly. In an instant, fighter planes began to spit out flames. The air-to-air missiles on board were also launched at the same time. The ground-based air defense system begins operation. One anti-aircraft missile after another was fired into the sky. The target is that Mecha. The missile, with a long tail flame, rushed towards the Mecha at an extremely fast speed, according to the target it locked onto. The densely packed missiles almost formed a big net in the air. However, at this time, the Mecha actually accelerated again. The speed is so fast that it brings out layers of sound barriers. Before anyone could react, just disappear completely into the sky. This moment, everyone was dumbfounded. All is silent, quietly digesting the horrifying scene just now. Emerge from the Mecha, until the Mecha disappears again. This all took no more than a dozen seconds in total. But these 10 seconds are destined to be unforgettable for countless people. After a moment, the pilots reacted first. They are the most intuitive witnesses. Originally, They all thought that they would definitely be sacrificed this time. I didn't expect it to end so abruptly. Their minds gradually relaxed. But the shock on his face did not disappear for a long time. Finally, one person spoke first. What the hell is that? More and more people are beginning to express their feelings. Are they really Transformers? There is such a thing in the world? Just now, in a trance, I seem to really see Optimus Prime. No, it's just similar to Optimus Prime. I think it looks more like a mecha. Damn, this is so exciting. Where on earth did this thing come from? At this time, the missiles lost lock on the target. When the kinetic energy is exhausted, it starts to explode continuously in the air. The roar continues. The raging flames turned the entire sky into a sea of fire. Fortunately, these missiles were already far away from the fighter jets. Otherwise, it will cause immeasurable losses. In the conference room, Chu Goen is also a little confused now. When we found out that the UFO was not targeting this military base, he felt fortunate. However, when I heard that it was actually a huge mecha, Chu Goen is in a terrible state. What the hell? What kind of mecha? At that moment, Chu Goen even doubted his own ears. When he reacted, he immediately ordered, begin to restore order within the military base immediately. Let the radar monitoring center analyze all the information about the mecha. Once you have any news, report to me immediately. Notify Shinong military base. The mecha should be heading towards them. All the generals took orders and left. When Chu Goen was the only one left in the conference room, he could no longer hold back his emotions and muttered, Mecha? Why does it feel like a dream? Then, Chu Goen made a phone call. This matter is no longer something he can handle. Must report to higher authorities. Chapter 22 Mecha delivered. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. After sending the mecha out, Chun Hanxing fell asleep. After a night of intense work, his body was already exhausted. Chen Hanxing could never have imagined it. The mecha he built actually caused such a big misunderstanding. According to the performance of the mecha, the normal cruising speed can be maintained at Mach 5. If it is the maximum speed, it can reach Mach 9. It's just that the materials are limited. The mecha cannot maintain its maximum speed for a long time. According to Chun Hanxing's estimation, he was located more than 1,600 kilometers away from Shenzhen Hotel. Even at normal cruising speed, we should be able to arrive within 15 minutes. This business deal should not be delayed. If Chu Goen knew what Chen Hanxing was thinking, maybe he'll be so angry that he'll spit out blood. All this excitement, just for a business deal worth 8 million? One of his missiles costs more than 8 million. Now, 7 minutes have passed since the mecha started sailing. Half of the time has passed. The mecha has completely left the Sire province and entered the territory of Shenong province, because Chu Goen had informed us in advance. In the Shenong military base, the reactions of the people were not as intense as those in the Zhongzhou military base just now. However, Tianjin, the highest commander of Shenong military base, still made appropriate arrangements. Air defense system fully activated. Let the soldiers enter the air raid shelter in advance. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be prepared for the worst. They have much more time than the Zhongzhou military base. At this time, including Tianjin, a group of senior generals were all in a meeting room in the underground air raid shelter. No one speaks. Only the sound of everyone's heartbeats is echoing. Tianjin's eyes would occasionally look at the communicator on the table. About 3 minutes later, a voice came from the communicator. Report to the chief. Report to the chief. According to the Air Force report, that is indeed a mecha. It's really too fast. It has now passed over our military base. Upon hearing the news, Tianjin felt relieved but was also deeply shocked. Originally, when he heard the news about the Zhongzhou military base, he was a little skeptical. After all, the news of the appearance of mechas was too unbelievable. But now, he no longer has this idea at all. After a moment's silence, Tianjin spoke. Mecha. That's good stuff. I just don't know where it came from. It would be nice if I could get a few of them to play with. Everyone present was speechless. This guy is even crazier than Chu Goen. A true hot-blooded warmonger. Just get a few of them for fun. Just this one thing caused a huge sensation throughout China. If only Tianjin could do a few of these, it will definitely shock the world. At the same time, China's highest military command post. After listening to the secretary's report, Rong Haobo was stunned at first. Are you sure that Chu Goen is talking about mecha? Can you fly? The maximum speed can reach Mach 9? Rong Haobo has great power in China. He thinks he knows all the advanced weapons in the world. But the sudden appearance of this mecha made Rong Haobo confused. Is there really such a thing in the world? The secretary nodded. He did say that, Chief. Rong Haobo was silent. His expression became serious. Although it felt unbelievable, Rong Haobo knew that Chu Goen would definitely not dare to lie about such a thing. He also knew very well what this mecha represented. This is the first time this has happened in human history. It will definitely have a terrifying impact. Perhaps, the existing weapons industry will be subverted. This is definitely a terrifying killing weapon that transcends the times. Although I don't know why the mecha appeared in China, I don't know where it came from, but based on the analysis of existing information, it is highly likely that the mecha has no ill intentions towards China. It can also be said that the manufacturer of the mecha has no ill will towards China. Otherwise, China would have been attacked long ago. Soon, Rong Haobo made a decision. Notify the satellite monitoring center. Locate that mecha immediately. As soon as it lands, send troops over immediately. Be sure to bring that mecha back to me. No room for error. The secretary stood straight. Look solemn. Immediate response. Yes. Rong Haobo continued. Also, let the satellite monitoring center find out where the mecha appeared from. Focus on investigating the area around Yangcheng. The secretary responded again. Yes. At this time, just now, so many missiles exploded at the same time above the Zhengzhou military base, causing quite a commotion. Many people witnessed this scene. Someone took a picture of it and posted it online. It immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Netizens began to speculate. From the looks of it, it should be a missile explosion, right? Fuck. How many missiles are needed to make this noise? Could it be the bald eagle doing something again? It's so terrible. They would never have thought of it anyway. The one who caused this commotion. It turned out to be the mecha made by Chen Hanqing. Shenzhen City. Hotel. Just when Dai Xiaomei was already in despair. Right at this moment, a loud noise came from outside. The noise caused the entire hotel to shake slightly. There was a commotion at the scene. Everyone stood up and walked towards the door. I want to find out what is going on. Dai Xiaomei was also attracted by the noise. Unwilling to continue sitting there and worrying alone, she calmed herself down, stood up, picked up the live broadcast stand on the table, and walked towards the door. Before she even got there, she heard bursts of exclamations. It seems like something extraordinary has appeared. Dai Xiaomei was even more curious. She took a few quick steps. When I got to the door and saw the scene in front of me, Dai Xiaomei's pupils suddenly dilated. His face was full of disbelief. She actually saw it at the hotel entrance. There was actually a mecha that was over 8 meters tall. Chapter 23 Technology Value and Production Capacity Improvement. What did Dai Xiaomei think of? The shock in her eyes became more and more intense. Could this be the mecha I ordered? Dai Xiaomei felt unbelievable. She clearly didn't tell Chen Hanqing the address. Logically speaking, mechas shouldn't appear. Judging from various signs at the scene, this mecha must have fallen from the sky. Not only Dai Xiaomei, but everyone else at the scene was also shocked to the extreme. Am I dazzled? This is a mecha? Holy shit. Could it be that this thing flew over here? How is this possible? It's totally unscientific. Are you watching a movie? But who can tell me what happened? Exclamations rang out. Everything that is happening before our eyes has completely exceeded everyone's cognition. At this time, accompanied by a buzzing sound, the mecha's head began to turn. A burst of blue light also emanated from the eyes. Sweep over everyone. Everyone was suddenly horrified, afraid of something unexpected happening. They all chose to retreat. Finally, the beam of light stopped on Dai Xiaomei. Then, the mecha moves forward, walking towards Dai Xiaomei. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Dai Xiaomei. Dai Xiaomei didn't move. It seems like he was frightened. Just watch as the mecha approaches step by step. Every time the mecha lands, there will be a sound of mechanical device operating, full of science fiction. Wait for the mecha to arrive in front of Dai Xiaomei. A voice sounded. Little Duck Toy Factory, at your service. The mecha has been completed. Please check it. Solemn reminder. All products produced by this factory are one-to-one toy models and can only be used for viewing. If the customer uses it improperly, the factory will not be responsible for any problems caused by it. Everyone was stunned, standing there stupidly. Look at this incredible scene. Dai Xiaomei was the most shocked. At this moment, there was only a blank in her mind. All this happened too suddenly. Just now, She was still scolding Chen Hanqing for being an unscrupulous businessman. Now the mecha has really been delivered. Moreover, this performance and appearance far exceeded her expectations. Everyone finally reacted. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This is a real mecha. The kind from the movies. Is this the thing Xiaomi spent 8 million to order? My God, is this really the technology that should appear now? Before, I laughed at my little sister for being stupid. Now I understand. I'm the one with the problem in my brain. Not just them. The audience in Xiaomi's live broadcast room also saw this scene. Their reaction was even more intense. Why the hell? It feels like a dream. Director Little Duck is awesome. He really did it. The distance from Yangqing to Shanxing is more than 1,600 kilometers. They just flew here like this? How fast is that? Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. I was so blind that I actually said that the Little Duck factory manager was a liar. If we had hundreds of these mechas, we could conquer the world. Everyone was excited. I can't control my excitement at all. Some netizens captured clips from the live broadcast and posted them online. Suddenly, it attracted the attention of countless people. The popularity continues to soar. Emotions of shock swept across the entire internet. Yangqing, Little Duck Toy Factory. Congratulations to the host for completing the mecha order. Obtain 1 million points of science and technology and increase the science and technology value generated per second to 5 points. The system prompt sounded in Chen Hanqing's mind. Chen Hanqing, who was lying on the bed, was awakened and all sleepiness disappeared instantly. A look of joy appeared on his face. Although, there is no bonus chest this time. But even so, Chen Hanqing was satisfied to be able to complete the order successfully. He breathed a sigh of relief and sighed to himself. It's finally done. Tongzi, open the personal information panel. Immediately, a large amount of illusory information appeared before Chen Hanqing's eyes. Name, Chen Hanqing. Age, 18. Mission, none. Technology value, 2337600. Technology mastered, entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft, star destroyer technology, space-based weapons technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. Before, after exchanging the materials needed to manufacture the mecha, Chen Hanqing only had more than 120,000 technology points left. And now, after a week of accumulation, plus the 1 million technology points just awarded, Chen Hanqing's technology value has reached more than 2.3 million, reaching an all-time high. If it was before, Chen Hanqing will definitely feel better. But now, the technologies of light-speed spacecraft are like several mountains pressing down on Chen Hanqing's head. Exchange the terrifying technological value needed to manufacture materials. Even now, Chen Hanqing still hesitates. The materials in the system mall are priced according to their rarity. For example, most of the materials needed to manufacture mechas are steel. The technological value will naturally not be too much. But if the volume is the same, it is replaced with gold, or materials more precious than gold. The technological value required is naturally a completely different concept. Chen Hanqing sighed. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Tongzi still needs to work hard. We have to find a way, and then take on the mission. Chen Hanqing made a decision. He didn't know yet because of that mecha. What kind of commotion did it cause? At the same time, China's highest military command post. Commander, there is news from the Satellite Detection Center. They have successfully located the mecha in a hotel in Shenzhen. Please give me instructions. Rong Haobo frowned slightly. Deep City? Landing in a hotel? He couldn't figure out what was going on. Then, Rong Haobo stopped thinking about this question. Once you get the mecha, find out its maker. All problems will naturally become clear. He ordered. Notify the Shunxing military. Send troops immediately to the designated location. We must not take it lightly. This mecha cannot have any accidents. Remember, let them treat it like a war. This matter is of vital importance to the entire Chinese nation. Chapter 24. There is actually a tank. Yes. The secretary agreed, then prepared to leave. At this time, Rong Haobo spoke again. How's the investigation into the origin of the mecha going? A strange look flashed across the secretary's face. We are still investigating. Wait for definite news. I will report to the chief. Rong Haobo nodded and asked no more questions. Wait until the secretary leaves. Rong Haobo picked up the encrypted phone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, Ronghaobua said. I am Ronghaobua. Commander, what do you want? There was a quiet voice on the other end of the phone. Ronghaobua said, contact China's top scientists in various fields immediately. As long as they are in the imperial capital, have them go to the highest military command post immediately and secretly. This is an order. After getting the Mecha, he must immediately find out its detailed performance. It would be best if you could master this technology firsthand. And all of these require scientists. Yes. After the person on the other end of the phone responded. Then he hung up the phone and went to make arrangements. Inside Huawei University of Science and Technology. Teacher, is there really such technology in this world? Bai Hanyu asked. This question has been weighing on her mind. Sitting in front of Bai Hanyu was an old woman. He looks to be in his 60s. He has a thin face and graying hair, which is cut very short. Gives a very neat feeling. This person's name is Sun Xueping. He is a true leader in the field of mechanical science in China. A founder-like existence. Even if you look at the entire Blue Star, he is definitely a big shot. At the same time, Sun Xueping is also an academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It can be said that he has received almost all the honors that can be received. Sun Xueping did not directly answer Bai Hanyu's question. Her eyes were fixed on the phone screen. What was being played was the scene of Chen Hanxing ordering the Mecha to take off. She has watched it dozens of times. Sun Xueping's eyes were full of seriousness. Seeing this, Bai Hanyu didn't say much. Just stand aside, waiting quietly. Finally, Sun Xueping put down her phone. He rubbed his already sore eyes and said, that Mecha did take off according to the command. There are no other clues. As for what technology was used, I don't understand. The person who built this Mecha has a much better understanding of mechanical science than I can. It can even be said that he is better than any other expert in this field in the world. Bai Hanyu's heart suddenly trembled. Originally, she had some doubts about this matter. She thought it was the anchor who used some means that she couldn't see. But now, after listening to Sun Xueping's words, Bai Hanyu completely dismissed this idea. In this matter, Sun Xueping is the authority. At this time, Sun Xueping was also a little excited. This Mecha was really built by this guy? Even she found it unbelievable. Bai Hanyu nodded. Sun Xueping immediately said, let's buy our tickets now. Go to Yangcheng. The young are to be feared. The young are to be feared. This is the future of our China. I have to visit him in person. I have a lot of questions to ask him. Bai Hanyu just stood there in a daze. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Yesterday, she also said that Chen Hanxing was unscrupulous. Today this happened. This made Bai Hanyu feel very embarrassed. What's wrong? Sun Xueping asked. Bai Hanyu was about to speak. At this time, the phone in Sun Xueping's office rang. Sun Xueping signaled Bai Hanyu to be quiet first. After answering the phone, Sun Xueping said, I'm Sun Xueping. Listen to the sound coming from over there. Sun Xueping's expression became solemn. After a few seconds of silence, Sun Xueping responded, okay. I obey the arrangement. After hanging up the phone, seeing the instructor was so serious, Bai Hanyu asked, teacher, what's the matter? Sun Xueping said, I received a task that I couldn't shirk. Yangcheng, I can't go there for the time being. Bai Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's just right that I can't go. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face Chen Hanxing. But before she could be happy for long, she heard Sun Xueping say, please go for me first. Shenzhen City. Hotel. Everyone has recovered from their shock. Dai Xiaomei was standing under the Mecha. Now, Dai Xiaomei's previous worries have completely disappeared. All that is left is a heart full of shock. However, Dai Xiaomei is reluctant to give this Mecha to her best friend now. This is a good thing. I must keep it for myself. Next, Dai Xiaomei denied the Mecha's driving instructions. The wedding continues. Dai Xiaomei doesn't know. At this time, a number of large military off-road vehicles were rushing on the road. There are hundreds of them. On the road, like a long dragon. There are 30 soldiers armed with live ammunition sitting in each off-road vehicle. Behind the SUV, there are 5 more tank transporters. Seeing such a big scene, passers-by were stunned. Get out of the way. As they watched the military vehicles go away, the drivers couldn't help but speak up. Fuck, are we going to have a war? Even the tanks are being used. What mission is so important? It's so awesome. It makes my blood boil. I'm afraid someone is going to get hurt. I am so proud of my country's strength. Hotel. An hour later. The wedding ceremony is over. Next, It's time to eat the meal. In Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room, because of the appearance of the Mecha, the number of viewers has reached 1 million. Netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing the topic. What feast? We want to see the Mecha. I'm really impressed that the old woman can still eat. I just calculated that it took about 15 minutes from the time the Mecha took off from the live broadcast room of the Little Duck Factory director to the time it landed in the live broadcast room of the old woman. Shenzhen is 1,650 kilometers away from Yangcheng, which means that the speed of this Mecha reached 110 kilometers per minute. Mach 5, brothers, faster than the J-27. Fuck, is it so scary? Director Little Duck, the eternal god. But at this moment, there was a noise outside the hotel. After a burst of dense and orderly footsteps, everyone was stunned. Look out from the door and window. You can see soldiers holding guns and aiming at the hotel. They must be surrounded. Moreover, someone actually saw a tank. They had never seen such a scene before. Suddenly, everyone was trembling. No one knows what is going on. Chapter 25, Anti-Theft System activated. Everyone fell silent, even though they were all shocked. But now, no one dares to make a sound. This is not a movie. What if a tank fires a shell? Everybody has to finish the game. Everyone was very confused. Such a large military operation. It can't be for this wedding. Dai Xiaomei also stood there in a daze. Dare not move. Now, her live broadcast has been forced to shut down. From the moment the army showed up, the signal is blocked. For some reason, Dai Xiaomei felt something in her heart. Could it be related to that Mecha? Dai Xiaomei murmured in her heart. The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. This is the only reasonable explanation. Dai Xiaomei is in mixed mood. A Mecha caused such a big commotion. Is it too exaggerated? Although, the live broadcast has been closed. However, before it was closed, someone discovered the clues. For a time, netizens were talking about it. Was my eyes dazzled? I seemed to see a tank vaguely. Shit, I saw that too. No way. The army has taken action? Is it possible that he came here for that Mecha? It must be. A Mecha with a flying speed exceeding Mach 5. This is simply a killer weapon. This news quickly spread on the internet, attracting more and more people's attention. The popularity of Mechas has soared again. It has almost reached the point where the entire internet knows about it. At this time, at the hotel entrance, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the Mecha. Everyone stared in amazement at the huge monster in front of them. In front of it, even the bravest warriors seem insignificant. Song Chao is the person in charge of this operation. His eyes were fixed on the Mecha. There is vigilance in his eyes. Others don't know what this Mecha is, but he knows. This is a terrifying thing that caused a sensation in the Zhongzhou military base. What if the Mecha suddenly loses control? Even if there are so many of them, no one can stop it. Calm down the people in the hotel first. Avoid creating a commotion. Song Chao said. Yes. The soldier responded immediately. Then, Song Chao turned his gaze to the Mecha again, waved his hand. The warrior then moved forward carefully. Seeing that the distance to the Mecha is getting closer and closer, Song Chao felt his heart pounding. After a moment, it was confirmed that the Mecha posed no threat. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Bring the crane here. Load this Mecha onto the tank transporter." Hear the order. Soldiers will be sent to make arrangements immediately. After a while, a crane truck and a tank transporter arrived at the same time. They tied the steel cables to the Mecha and prepared to exert force. Seeing this, Song Chao was a little confused. Is this a mistake? There doesn't seem to be anything surprising about this Mecha. Can this fly at Mach 5? However, this idea just came into Song Chao's mind. Suddenly, the Mecha moved. An electronic sound came from the Mecha. Danger detected from outside. It's suspected that there was a theft. Please give me your instructions. Danger detected from outside. This sound keeps repeating. The location of the Mecha's eyes. There is also a red beam shooting out. Move back and forth between soldiers, cranes, and tank transporters. It gives people a dangerous feeling. Everyone was shocked. Song Chao's pupils continued to dilate. My heart suddenly lifted up, but I remembered the order I received. No matter what, we must bring this Mecha back. Song Chao could only grit his teeth. Make a decision quickly. Use the cable. Tie it up. Quick. Get the order. One by one, the warriors began to take action. Before coming, to prevent this from happening, there are enough steel cables ready on the crane. Hundreds of people collaborating. plus the huge role played by the crane. Just a few minutes. The mecha was tied up tightly. The mecha continued to sound warning sounds. In the hotel, after realizing that it was not directed at them, everyone calmed down. After seeing this situation, they finally understood. These warriors are actually the mechas ordered for Dai Xiaomei. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes turned to Dai Xiaomei. Complex look. At this moment, Dai Xiaomei's entire attention was on the mecha. Although, I was mentally prepared in advance. But Dai Xiaomei was still shocked. She knew that the mecha's warning sound was to remind her. However, now Dai Xiaomei doesn't dare to make any move at all. She was also very helpless. Theft? The tanks are coming. You call this theft? This mecha seems to have a bit of a brain problem. Suddenly, the original warning sound changed. Prompt not responded. Automatic anti-theft function will be activated soon. Attention! The following actions are somewhat dangerous. Please evacuate immediately. The red light emitted by the mecha began to flash frequently. Song Chao was shocked, but he didn't dare to gamble. Let everyone retreat immediately. Everyone stared at the mecha. A moment later, automatic anti-theft system is on. All I saw was the steel cables that were originally wrapped around the mecha. It was actually broken directly. It didn't work at all. This moment, Song Chao finally witnessed the horror of this mecha. Then, in the body of the mecha, extending out a bunch of sharp thorns that entwine like tentacles. There are hundreds of them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a sound, it pierced directly into the ground dozens of meters deep. The mecha seems to have taken root. It's difficult to move an inch. Song Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this anti-theft system did not hurt anyone. Just now, when I saw those tentacle-like spikes, Song Chao broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, it only pierced into the ground. If it stabs the soldiers, I'm sure he'll be stabbed without making a sound. At the same time, Song Chao was also in trouble. Now, I want to move this mecha. They simply can't do it. Could it be that? Is the mission going to fail? Song Chao was unwilling to accept this. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the hotel. Can I try it? This sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. Follow the sound. Dai Xiaomei is standing up. She raised her hands above her head, imitating what she saw on TV, to show that she was not a threat. Song Chao frowned and looked at Dai Xiaomei. There was confusion in his eyes. He didn't think that so many soldiers, including armored vehicles, would be helpless. A little girl who can solve problems. Do you have a solution? Song Chao asked. Dai Xiaomei answered carefully. I think so. Song Chao was silent for a moment and finally made a decision. There is no other way now anyway. There's nothing wrong with trying. What if it works? Then, Song Chao ordered. Let her come. Chapter 26 1 billion to order a photolithography machine. After getting permission from Song Chao, Dai Xiaomei walked towards the mecha. Watch her getting closer. Song Chao's frown deepened. Danger. He couldn't help but remind. However, Dai Xiaomei didn't care. Wait until you get to the right position. Dai Xiaomei stood still. The eyes of all the warriors, all focused on Dai Xiaomei. They couldn't understand what the girl could do. I don't have any expectations. Disable the anti-theft function. At this time, Dai Xiaomei said. Song Chao. He was completely speechless. Originally, he was curious about what Dai Xiaomei would do. I really didn't expect that she would want to operate it by voice. Is it funny? If this succeeds, he will eat the mecha. Not only Song Chao. Other people also have the same idea. But, the next second, something incredible happened. A voice rang out from the mecha. Receive the order. Anti-theft is off. Tentacle hooks reaching deep into the ground. Pull them out by the roots. The mecha returned to normal and faced Dai Xiaomei. You can start driving mode. Do you want to turn it on? Dai Xiaomei shook her head. Not on. Quiet. Everybody be quiet. Watching this scene in amazement, Song Chao felt his head buzzing. No, it's resolved now? Is it that simple? You can also drive. Why was this link missing when we were facing them just now? After a long time, Song Chao finally came to his senses. Of course he could sense it. This mecha must have some unknown connection with Dai Xiaomei. Song Chao walked up to Dai Xiaomei. First a salute. This lesbian. Maybe we have to trouble you to come with us. Imperial capital. China's highest military command post. Mr. Rong, there is news about the origin of the mechas from the satellite monitoring center. After hearing the secretary's words, a gleam of light flashed in Rong Haobu's eyes. He suppressed his excitement and said, Hurry up and tell me. The secretary did not waste any time and said immediately. It flew out from a toy factory called Little Duck in Yangqing. Hearing this, Rong Haobo was stunned. Little Duck Toy Factory? He thought of countless possibilities. I even wondered if it was some alien product. Just didn't expect this. Is this toy factory the toy factory I understand? Rong Haobo asked. This incident was really too unexpected. For a moment, he felt a little unbelievable. The secretary nodded and reported in detail all the information he had found. Start with microelectric cars. I received an order for a Mecha from the internet anchor Xiaomi. The manufacturing was completed this morning, and the Mecha is flying into space. Rong Haobo already knew what happened next. Rong Haobo was completely shocked. His face was full of disbelief, eyes wide open. The secretary was not surprised to see Rong Haobo's reaction. This news is really shocking. It took a long time for Rong Haobo to come to his senses. He spoke tremblingly. This is really so fucking amazing. Secretary. He lowered his head and pretended not to hear. Is this really something he can listen to? It was the first time he heard Rong Haobo say such words. Immediately afterwards, Rong Haobo began to issue orders. Prepare a special plane for me. I'm going to bring an expert with me. Go meet this director, Chun. The secretary was stunned. He didn't expect that Rong Haobo would make such a decision. With Rong Haobo's status in China, every move affects the hearts of countless people. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he should not leave the imperial capital. But now, Chief, the secretary couldn't help but say. Rong Haobo could guess what he was going to say. Before the secretary could finish, he interrupted in a deep voice. Go and arrange it. This matter is worth my trip. Perhaps, Director Chun will open up a different world for China in the future. Seeing this, the secretary could only nod. Yes. Now, Rong Haobo already knows all the information about Chun Hanqing. He didn't dare to think about it. An 18-year-old college student. How on earth did they do that? If this mecha can be mass-produced, what is going on again? This is of milestone significance to the history of world weapons. Shenzhen City. Huawei headquarters. Although the Shenzhen military has already blocked information about the military operations in the hotel, those who witnessed the whole process in the hotel even signed a confidentiality agreement. However, Huawei was still able to receive relevant information. After knowing the news, Huawei chairman Ren Hongfei convened a meeting immediately. At this time, Huawei and other bigwigs all gathered in the conference room. Everyone was looking at Ren Hongfei, who was sitting in the front row. Everyone. I guess you all know about the factory manager on the internet who built a mecha? What do you think about this matter? Ren Hongfei said. Hearing this, everyone present was very confused. They didn't understand why Ren Hongfei asked this question. Despite this, everyone still spoke up. Although I don't know the specific parameters of the mecha, it must be something extraordinary to be valued so highly by the military. The factory manager's skills are truly admirable. In my opinion, this mecha is not as magical as imagined. Although it can fly, now, someone has already developed a single-person flying machine. The principle of this mecha's flying should be similar to this one. It's impossible to get from Yangcheng to Shanxing in 15 minutes. I doubt the truth of this story. Everyone has their own opinion. They only knew about the actions of the Shenzhen military. It is not clear what this mecha did. Their suspicion is not without reason. After all, mechas are really too incredible. In their perception, current human technology simply cannot do this. Ren Hongfei just listened quietly. Wait until the crowd's voices fade away. He spoke again. I want this factory director to help us build a photolithography machine. Bid, 1 billion. Plus 1% of Huawei's shares. Hear this. Everyone looked at Ren Hongfei in disbelief. After a few seconds of silence, the conference room is getting noisy. Mr. Run, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. I think that breakthroughs in lithography technology still depend on Tianyi Microelectronics. Huawei has already reached a cooperation agreement with Tianyi Microelectronics. It is inappropriate to do this now. That's a toy factory. Even if they have the skills, they definitely don't have much. I think we can order a new energy vehicle like Laybus from him, which will definitely be of great help to our Huawei's automobile project. As for the lithography machine, forget it. Chapter 27 this time, we will make something for civilian use. Most people at the scene were opposed to Ren Hongfei's proposal to ask Chen Hanqing to build a lithography machine. Even those who didn't speak. Just silence. Ren Hongfei was not surprised by this. Before making this decision, he had already anticipated that this situation would occur. At present, China still lags behind the world's most advanced level in photolithography machines. Among them, the problem of 5's lithography machine is the most prominent. China has never mastered this technology. The photolithography machine is an indispensable tool for chip manufacturing. In order to solve the current situation where China is being strangled in terms of chips, Huawei has reached a cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics, jointly develop a 5-inch lithography machine. Tianyi Microelectronics, in the field of lithography machines in China, definitely a leader. But even so, it costs tens of billions of dollars. There is still no breakthrough in this technology. But now, Ren Hongfei actually has to pin his hopes on the owner of a toy factory whose name sounds unreliable. How could they accept this? All right. At this moment, Ren Hongfei's voice rang out, interrupting everyone's discussion. He glanced over everyone's faces. He said in a deep voice, "This matter. I'm here to inform you. I didn't ask you to discuss it." There was a hint of anger in Ren Hongfei's voice. Seeing this, although everyone was dissatisfied, they could only shut up. Then, Ren Hongfei began to make arrangements. Originally, if conditions permit, Ren Hongfei wanted to go to Qin Hanqing in person to discuss this matter. But now, because of some things, he really can't leave. The only option is to appoint Yang Wanshan, the head of the technical department, to go. This person is Ren Hongfei's confidant. Very reassuring. After finishing the explanation, Ren Hongfei said, "All right, this matter ends here. Everyone get busy." After saying that, Ren Hongfei left first. After he left, the originally quiet conference room became noisy. Everyone couldn't help but whisper, "What's wrong with Mr. Ren? You're willing to trust the director of a toy factory? What a mess." Although the factory director is really good at making new energy vehicles, can the lithography machine be the same as the car? I really don't understand how Mr. Ren, who has been so smart all his life, could do such an unreliable thing. Yangcheng. When Qin Hanqing woke up, it was already afternoon. He turned on his phone and entered the Douyin background. Suddenly, Qin Hanqing's eyes widened. Originally, it was because of the Microelectric car issue. Qin Hanqing's account, Little Duck Toy Factory, has accumulated more than 2 million followers. But now, Qin Hanqing's fans have directly reached more than 20 million. It has increased more than 10 times. Qin Hanqing was not happy. Instead, it feels wrong. According to the normal routine, after the harvest, there will be a crisis. Qin Hanqing opened the private message. The more I looked at him, the deeper his frown became. "Director Little Duck, was the missile explosion caused by your mecha? Go check it out. Your mecha has even alarmed the military." Many netizens revealed that they saw a mecha flying overhead. "Anchor, I heard that the mecha you built can fire laser cannons. Is that true?" "Little Duck brother, I want a pink mecha too." This information is very complicated. True and false. Some netizens even posted videos and pictures. Qin Hanqing exited the private message and opened the recommendation interface. A video appeared before my eyes. The boss of a toy factory built a flying mecha? I heard that the military was also involved. Today I will take everyone to discuss it. This anchor is a well-known internet celebrity on TikTok. Now it's actually getting hot. This made Qin Hanqing feel even worse. He was in no mood to look any further. Fingers flipping. Has everyone heard about this? Someone actually created a mecha. Next. With the current technology of mankind, can we really build a mecha? Next one. Mecha? Is it a hidden secret weapon? Or is it from an alien civilization? Qin Hanqing swiped more than a dozen in a row. More than half of them are topics related to mechas. Finished. It seems that this time, things have gone a bit too far. He wasn't sure. Besides, would anyone believe it if it was a toy? Qin Hanqing felt a little dazed. He clearly only slept for half a day. Why does it feel like half a century has passed? Think for a moment. Qin Hanqing decided to start the live broadcast. On the one hand, no matter whether others believe it or not, he must clarify this matter. Just be sure that what you make is a toy. A big flying toy should, probably, or perhaps is reasonable. On the other hand, Qin Hanqing is also ready to take on the next task. Qin Hanqing had already thought about it in advance. This time, we can't build things like mechas anymore. The risk is too great. He wants to take some orders for civilian toys. After making a decision, Qin Hanqing did not waste time. Start live streaming soon. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in Qin Hanqing's live broadcast room, it reached more than 2 million. Moreover, this number is still increasing rapidly. Looking at Qin Hanqing on the screen, netizens are all excited. It really is Director Little Duck. I finally saw his live broadcast. Fuck, the anchor still dares to show up? Aren't you afraid of being caught? It has to be said that the anchor can build a mecha. This technology is really unparalleled. Awesome. What bald eagle? Director Little Duck's technology is much more advanced than theirs. Mr. Anchor, give me 100 mechas and I will help you wipe out the Chicken Kingdom. Fuck, that's not something you can say. Looking at these comments, Chun Hanqing's face became solemn. Without hesitation, Chun Hanqing said, "Brothers, I am here to solemnly declare again. All the products produced by our factory are toy models. It can only be used for viewing and is not recommended for any other purpose. Otherwise, all consequences will be the responsibility of the buyer, and our factory will not be responsible." However, what Chen Hanqing said now has no persuasive power at all. Netizens didn't believe it at all, and instead made fun of it. I understand. They are all toys. A mini electric car that can drive 400 miles per hour is a toy, and a flying mecha is still a toy. I'm really looking forward to what toy the Little Duck factory manager will make next. Seeing this, Chun Hanqing could only sigh helplessly and stop explaining. In order to distract netizens, Chen Hanqing said, "Dear netizens, if you have anything else you want to order, please let me know. If it's suitable, I'll take the order. This time, I want to make some toys for civilian use." Sure enough, netizens became excited when they heard this. "Name your price. I want a moving Catwoman robot. Can you build an 80-meter-long mecha, like Pacific Rim? I want a gun. A laser gun. The kind that can hit tanks. Is there any device that can control people?" This time, netizens are no longer just focusing on cars or mechas like last time. However, Chen Hanqing couldn't be happy at all. Look at these comments. Chen Hanqing felt that his life was becoming more and more promising. After a moment, a comment caught Chen Hanqing's attention. "Host, I'm a farmer. Can I order a multifunctional agricultural drone?" Chen Hanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally met someone reliable. It's him. Chapter 28. What functions are available? This little grass netizen. "I've taken your order," Chen Hanqing said. As soon as these words came out, suddenly, all the netizens in the live broadcast room were excited. Chow. Let me see who this lucky guy is. Whose head has been struck by the sky-breaking wealth? Is my Catgirl robot unworthy? Fuck, if I'm not mistaken, the anchor accepted an order this time for an agricultural drone. Last time it was a mecha, this time it's a drone. The anchor is really a multidisciplinary expert. I can't think of anything that the anchor can't create. Everyone is looking forward to what the drone made by Chen Hanqing will look like. Although agricultural drones are not uncommon nowadays, it has already been invented. However, with the experience of the previous 2 times, no one thought that Chen Hanqing would build that kind of ordinary drone. Regardless of everyone's reaction, Chen Hanqing continued. "Little grass netizen, is it convenient for you now? I would like to contact you via video to confirm the details of the drone order." At this time, in a rural area of Harbin, Heilongjiang Province, Meng Qing was staring at his phone blankly. His online name is Xiao. Now, he is in the live broadcast room of the Little Duck Toy Factory. Just now, he just tried to place an order. Unexpectedly, I was actually selected. Hearing what Chen Hanqing said, Meng Qing quickly tidied up her hair. After checking in the mirror to make sure there was nothing unusual, he commented, "Can." A moment later, he received a reminder. "The Little Duck Toy Factory invites you to connect. Do you agree?" Meng Qing took a deep breath. Then click yes. Next second, originally, there was only Chen Hanqing in the picture, but a figure appeared again. "Hello, host." Meng Qing greeted first. Faced with so many people in the live broadcast room, he felt a little embarrassed. Chen Hanqing said, "Hello. Excuse me, what are your requirements for agricultural drones?" Without wasting any time, Chen Hanqing went straight to the point. Meng Qing was stunned. He hadn't had time to think about this question carefully. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Don't make it too big. Being able to spray pesticides. The more weight, the better. This is the mainstream function of agricultural drones on the market. Carrying a lot of weight is his main demand. This saves you the trouble of frequently replenishing the medicine." Chen Hanqing's expression was calm. Seeing that Meng Qing stopped talking, he asked doubtfully, "That's it? If it were just like this, there would be no room for Chen Hanqing to perform. Isn't it just an ordinary drone? What's there to build? Moreover, the system will most likely judge this task as not meeting the requirements. It would be fine if it was just any task, Why would Chen Hanqing go through so much trouble? Seeing Ming Qing nodded, Chen Hanqing was speechless. He said again, my netizen, you can actually use your imagination. Any function is possible. This time it was Ming Qing who was confused. In his opinion, isn't this the only use of drones? What else can I do? But after hearing what Chen Hanqing said, Ming Qing thought for a moment. Finally speaking again, he asked tentatively, weeding? Chen Hanqing nodded immediately. Can. Anything else? Loose soil? Okay, go ahead. Harvesting wheat? Okay. Chopping down trees? No problem. Anything else? Ming Qing was completely stunned. He really couldn't imagine what a drone with these functions would look like. Seeing that Chen Hanqing still refused to give up, he could only say, how about you, host? Just watch and do whatever you want? Chen Hanqing nodded. Can. Now, Chen Hanqing is like an emotionless order-taking robot. Then I'll calculate the price for you first. Chen Hanqing said. After hearing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room became excited. Attention, the host is about to start quoting prices. Director Little Duck stuff may be expensive, but it's definitely worth it. Now, everyone feels this way. Chen Hanqing calculated for a moment and finally spoke. 10 million in total. You need to pay a deposit of 5 million in advance. Do you think there's a problem? Even if everyone was mentally prepared. But, hear this quote. I was still shocked. 10 million drones. It's unimaginable. Nowadays, the drones on the market only cost around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. By the time it came to Chen Hanqing, it had increased hundreds of times. Ming Qing was also shocked by the price. However, hesitate for a moment. He still gritted his teeth and made the decision. Good. I've decided. Chen Hanqing said. I'll send you the card number in private message. It will take about a week to manufacture this drone. I'll contact you again in a week. After saying this, Chen Hanqing did not forget to add. Warm reminder, all products produced by this factory are toy models. It is not recommended for any other use except viewing. Whatever happens afterwards is the responsibility of the buyer, and the factory is not responsible at all. Netizens in the live broadcast room are already very familiar with these words. After hearing what Chen Hanqing said, they couldn't help but tease. That's what the anchor said when we built the Mecha last time, and I actually believed it. How afraid is the anchor to take responsibility? Yes, they are all models. With a drone model worth 10 million, Director Little Duck won't just build a fighter jet. Given the style of the Little Duck factory manager, this is not impossible. After accepting the order, Chen Hanqing's goal had been achieved. He didn't hesitate and ended the broadcast at the speed of light. That's so fast. After the live broadcast, Chen Hanqing contacted Xiao privately. City. Ming Qing hesitated for a moment and finally made a phone call. When the call was connected, he said, Dad, I need another 10 million. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Then, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. This is the last time. If you still lose money, give up as soon as possible. Also, your mother's birthday is in 6 days, so come on time. Ming Qing hesitated and nodded. Good. After saying that, hang up the phone. Wait for the remittance to arrive. He transferred 5 million to Chen Hanqing. In fact, Ming Qing is not a farmer. He is a top student at Tsinghua University in the imperial capital. I majored in philosophy. However, after graduating last year, he returned to Harbin despite everyone's opposition and spent millions to contract an agricultural base. No one knows why he made this decision. But Ming Qing, who had no experience, soon realized that agricultural cultivation was not as simple as he had imagined. In the first season, it was a complete loss. His father runs a real estate company in the imperial capital. I have talked to Ming Qing about this more than once. This time, it's an ultimatum. Yangcheng received news that 5 million has arrived. Chen Hanqing immediately spoke. Open the system mall. Chapter 29 is a bit too low-key. The system mall has been opened. In an instant, a large amount of illusory information appeared in Chen Hanqing's mind. Soon, he identified his target. Upgraded drone technology can be exchanged for 700,000 technology points. Do you want to exchange? Chen Hanqing did not hesitate and responded directly. Exchange. Then, Chen Hanqing spent another 500,000 technology points to exchange for the materials needed to manufacture drones. No time wasted. Enter the super lab and start working now. At the same time, China's highest combat command post, Rong Haobua shifted his attention away from the live broadcast room that had been closed. Rubbed his temple. Just now, He had been watching Chun Hanqing's live broadcast. Building drones again? I don't know what kind of trouble will come out this time. Rong Haobo sighed, but his eyes were clearly sparkling. I wish Chen Hanqing could come up with some terrifying technology. At this time, the secretary came in. Chief, the experts have arrived. The special plane to Yangqing has also been arranged. Shall we set off now? Although they are all in the imperial capital, but it will take time for those experts to come. Otherwise, Rong Haobo would have set off long ago. Rong Haobo nodded. Set off. After saying that, he got up and went out. He couldn't wait to meet Chen Hanqing. In fact, it's not just Rong Haobo. There are many big guys hiding in the live broadcast room just now. Entrepreneurs like Lei Jun are just small players. Chu Goen from Zhongzhou military base. Tianjin at Shinong military base. And the senior Chinese politicians who received the news. It's the kind that can scare people when you say the name. Everyone is paying attention to Chen Hanqing. Shenzhen City. Huawei headquarters. Ren Hongfei was also watching Chen Hanqing's live broadcast just now. That director Chen actually accepted an order for drones. He said to himself, this is not good news for Ren Hongfei, since I have accepted other orders. Then Chen Hanqing naturally could no longer accept orders for lithography machines. Fortunately, this cycle is only 7 days. They still have a chance. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Ren Hongfei sighed. At this time, Yang Wenshan was on a plane to Zhongqing. Next to him, there was a person sitting who shouldn't be there. Ren Xuanfang, the person in charge of Huawei automobile project. Yang Wenshan had a complicated expression. He glanced at Ren Xuanfang from time to time. Finally, I couldn't help but say, it's not a good idea to do this, right? Boss Ren has told us to be polite to Director Chen. We must make him agree to build a photolithography machine. You do this. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ren Xuanfang. Stop talking. I will take full responsibility for any accidents that occur. I've given him 1 billion yuan and asked him to help build a car. What's the big deal? Besides, it's not like we won't pay. Along the way, Yang Wenshan had said what he just said several times. Ren Xuanfang was extremely annoyed by what he heard. The reason why he followed. He wanted to take this opportunity to order another new energy vehicle from Chen Hanqing, like the one Xiaomi bought. With Ren Xuanfang's vision, he could naturally see that the technology of that car must be the future of new energy. As the person in charge of Huawei's automobile project, he naturally wanted to get a research car. As for whether Chen Hanqing would agree, he wasn't worried at all. Whatever Xiaomi can give, they can also give. And give more. 1% of Huawei shares is much more than Xiaomi's. Ren Xuanfang didn't believe that Chen Hanqing would remain indifferent. Yangqing. Bai Hanyu came out of the high-speed rail station with an unhappy look on her face. If she had a choice, she really didn't want to take this trip. However, Sun Xueping repeatedly requested. Bai Hanyu had no choice but to obey. I hope that little duck factory manager won't be so petty. Don't hold on to what I said about her before. Bai Hanyu is looking forward to it. No time was wasted. She immediately rushed to the address she had inquired about in advance. More than an hour later, Bai Hanyu finally arrived at the door of the little duck toy factory. Looking at the dilapidated gate, she was very suspicious, wondering if she had come to the wrong place. Is it possible to build a flying mecha with just this? However, she still walked to the door with her long legs. Seeing that the door was locked from the inside, she shouted, anyone there? Bai Hanyu's voice is very loud, can spread throughout the factory. However, there was no response from inside. Bai Hanyu said again, anyone there? I'm looking for Director Chen. Still the same situation. Bai Hanyu became more and more suspicious. Did I really find the wrong place? Just when Bai Hanyu was thinking about leaving, a middle-aged man named Zhou Zhong was walking towards us from a distance. After reaching a certain distance, Zhou Zhong asked, this girl, are you here to see Xiaoxing too? Xiaoxing? Hear this name. Bai Hanyu was stunned at first. Then, she said, I'm here to see Director Chen. Excuse me, are the mechas built here? Just in case, Bai Hanyu still asked a question. Zhou Zhong was stunned. Mecha? What mecha? Girl, you've watched too many movies, haven't you? Bai Hanyu. Just when she thought she had come to the wrong place, Zhou Zhong continued. Before, Xiaoxing did build a microelectric car. But because of this incident, he was taken away by the police. Later, Lei Jun and Secretary Zhang came in person. As for the mecha you mentioned, I don't know. Bai Hanyu immediately gave up the idea of leaving. This is what she is looking for. As for this middle-aged man, he doesn't know about mechas. She was not surprised. Nowadays, although there are not many people who do not go online, there are some. Then do you know if the person inside is there? Bai Hanyu asked immediately. Zhou Zhong said, probably at work. Xiaoxing is a workaholic. When I start working, I often don't get off work until after 10 o'clock. It's quite noisy in the workshop. He can't hear you even if you shout here. Bai Hanyu was speechless. Now, it's just past 5 in the afternoon. We have to wait until after 10 o'clock. There are still more than 5 hours. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Hanyu decided to continue waiting. Time flies. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Wanshan and Rin Chuanfang got off the high-speed train. Originally, they wanted to take a special car. But in order to save time, I chose the high-speed rail from Zhengqi. Small cities are just not good. Even planes can't fly directly. Rin Chuanfang couldn't help but complain. Yang Wanshan did not respond, but looked at Rin Chuanfang and said, this time I'm here with a mission from President Ron. Everything must be based on my mission. Rin Chuanfang nodded impatiently. New. At this moment, more than 20 black Passats appeared in their sight. With Rin Chuanfang's vision, he could naturally tell at a glance that this was the car of the Yangqing government. I didn't expect them to be so well informed, Rin Chuanfang said. He naturally thought that these people were here to find them. After all, they are considered high-level executives of Huawei. Coming to Yangqing, it is worth such a reception. However, this scene seemed a bit too grand. It's a bit too low-key. However, what Rin Chuanfang did not expect was, these cars were actually driving directly past him. Chapter 30 Develop a photolithography machine. Rin Chuanfang was stunned. I kind of don't understand what's going on. What's going on? Aren't you here to pick us up? However, the matter is already very clear. However, Rin Chuanfang couldn't help but ask. There must be someone more important. Yang Wenshan didn't care. Let's go. It's more important to find Director Chen first. Wait until they leave. Zheng Weimin and others arrived at the exit and got off the bus. This time, it is much more grand than when Reeves came. Zheng Weimin and others were waiting at the door. There was also irrepressible excitement in his serious expression. Have all the security measures been arranged? Zheng Weimin confirmed. The chief of the Yangqing Police Department replied. Don't worry, Secretary Zheng. The area is under martial law. We have plainclothes officers all around. If we spot any suspicious people, we will arrest them immediately. Zheng Weimin nodded. Even so, I still dare not relax at all. Others may not know, but he knows exactly who the visitor is. If an accident happens in Yangqing, all of them will be held responsible. Everyone else was very confused. They were notified at short notice. It is said that an important person is coming to Yangqing. As to who it was not specified. Who on earth deserves such careful treatment? An hour later, Rong Haobua and a dozen experts finally arrived at the station. There were also more than 20 plainclothes bodyguards accompanying him. People like Rong Haobua are all important figures in China. If an accident happens, it will be a huge loss. Not only Yangqing. In Zhengqing, arrangements were immediately made after receiving the news. From the moment Rong Haobua and others got off the plane, they were escorted all the way by special police. To ensure safety, all high-speed trains running an hour before and after their train were suspended. The exit that was originally crowded was now filled with only them. Seeing this, Zheng Weimin and others immediately moved forward. Walking up to Rong Haobua, Zheng Weimin said, Hello, Mr. Rong. I am Zheng Weimin, the party secretary of Yangqing City. Welcome to Yangqing. His expression and actions were very respectful. Rong Haobua nodded and said kindly, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Zheng Weimin said quickly, Mr. Rong, you are too kind. It is our honor to have you come to Yangqing. A group of Yangqing senior officials accompanied them. Only then did I know who was coming. All pupils contracted. My heart is pounding. I dare not even breathe. Even though they had tried their best to overestimate the identity of the visitor. But I never expected that it was this person. This is Rong Haobua. Why did such a big shot come to Yangqing? Rong Haobua did not waste time. Let's go. Go to the duck toy factory. Only then did everyone react. It turns out that it was because of Chen Hanqing. Zheng Weimin could hardly suppress the shock in his heart. Before, he was thinking about letting Chen Hanqing attract more people to Yangqing and promote the development of Yangqing. I never thought that Chen Hanqing would actually attract this real big boss. Okay. Please. Zheng Weimin tried hard to suppress his excitement. Take everyone to the little duck toy factory. At this time, it was already past 9 o'clock. Chen Hanqing came out of the super laboratory. He plans to rest early today. Returning to the room, Chen Hanqing said, "Open your personal information panel." Immediately, a large amount of illusory information emerged in his mind. Name, Chen Hanqing. Age, 18. Mission, build a drone. Technology value, 1610000. Technologies already mastered. Upgraded drone technology, intra-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapons technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. Now, Chen Hanqing can obtain 430,200 Tianji points every day. Chen Hanqing is already looking forward to how much the technological value production capacity will reach after completing this task. At this time, Bai Hanyu had been waiting at the gate of the Little Duck toy factory for more than 4 hours. In Yangqing in winter, the temperature is very low at night. Although Bai Hanyu was wearing a down jacket, she was still shivering from the cold. Finally, she saw the lights in the room come on. Bai Hanyu didn't hesitate at all. Get ready to call someone immediately. However, before she could say anything, suddenly, a bright headlight shone on her. I feel so dazed that I can hardly open my eyes. Then the car stopped at the Little Duck toy factory. Under Bai Hanyu's gaze, 2 men got out of the car. It was Yang Wanshan and Ren Chuanfang. Are you sure you're in the right place? What kind of legitimate company can there be in such a shabby place? As soon as he came down, Ren Chuanfang couldn't help complaining. Yang Wanshan was too lazy to pay attention. Walked straight to the door. He noticed Bai Hanyu standing in the corner. Hello? Excuse me, are you the doorman here? Yang Wanshan asked. Bai Hanyu was stunned. Gatekeeper? This is too discouraging. She looked at Yang Wanshan angrily. But gradually, Bai Hanyu's expression changed. The anger disappeared, and what replaced it was shock. Are you Mr. Yang from Huawei? Previously, Bai Hanyu had met Yang Wanshan when she attended an event with her mentor Sun Xueping. As the head of Huawei's technology department, Yang Wanshan is considered a big shot in the outside world. Yang Wanshan looked at Bai Hanyu in confusion. Who are you? If Sun Xueping were here, he would definitely recognize her. But Bai Hanyu is still a little bit inferior after all. After Bai Hanyu explained, Yang Wanshan nodded. Did not continue with this issue. Then he asked, are you here to see Director Chen too? He had realized that he had spoken out of turn. Right. Bai Hanyu nodded. Yang Wanshan had no intention of digging deeper into the matter. Then he started knocking on the door. Anyone there? Director Chen? The sound pierced the night sky. It reached the ears of Chen Hanqing in the room. Originally, Chen Hanqing was preparing to wash up and rest. Hearing the voice, he frowned slightly. Why are there still people coming here at this time? Don't you guys need to sleep? Chen Hanqing complained, helpless to go to the door. After confirming their identities, Chen Hanqing let the 3 people in. After arriving at the room, Chen Hanqing did not waste any time and immediately asked, what are you doing here? Yang Wanshan said, Director Chen, this is it. We watched videos of you making things before. I want to cooperate with you. Development of 5-meter lithography machine. As long as the research and development is successful, we at Huawei are willing to pay a reward of 1 billion and 1% of Huawei's shares. Hear this. Bai Hanyu's pupils suddenly dilated. Just now, she was confused. Why did the general manager of Huawei's technical department come to find Chen Hanqing? Now, she finally understood. It turns out it was for the lithography machine. This result is really too unbelievable. Lithography machine. This is a difficult problem that China has been trying to solve, but has not been able to overcome. Now, Huawei is offering 1 billion yuan and 1% of the shares to ask Director Chen to order lithography machines. This feeling is so dreamy. Do Huawei's people think that Chen Hanqing can make it? Bai Hanyu turned his gaze to Chen Hanqing. See how Director Chen will answer. Originally, Bai Hanyu thought that Chen Hanqing would definitely think about it. After all, photolithography machine is no trivial matter. But what surprised her was, Chen Hanqing answered without any hesitation. Good. Just this one word. It feels as simple as eating and drinking. The 3 of them were stunned. Chapter 31. Is this a scam? Director Chen, you may not have heard it clearly. What I'm saying is that I want you to develop a 5G lithography machine. Yang Wanshan confirmed it again. Just now, Chen Hanqing's reaction was too calm. It made him wonder if Chen Hanqing had heard it wrong. Chen Hanqing looked at Yang Wanshan with a strange look and answered again. Good. But wait until I finish this order. Still so peaceful. Yang Wanshan was completely upset. Originally, he thought that this matter would definitely require lengthy discussions and detailed planning before a consensus could be reached. I never thought it would be so simple. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Bai Hanyu also looked at Chen Hanqing in disbelief. She couldn't figure it out. Where does Chen Hanqing get his confidence from? That's a photolithography machine. Although Chen Hanqing has created new energy vehicles and mechas with very high technological content. But this does not mean that Chen Hanqing has the technology to build a photolithography machine. At this time, Ren Xuanfang frowned. He already had some doubts about Chen Hanqing. Now, I don't believe it even more. This reaction doesn't look professional. Could it be a scam? Ren Xuanfang pondered, and he couldn't help but say, Director Chen, right? Before we build the lithography machine, we at Huawei have another request. Chen Hanqing frowned and asked in a deep voice, What do you want? Chen Hanqing could clearly feel the contempt in Ren Xuanfang's tone. Ren Xuanfang ignored Chen Hanqing's reaction and continued. You have to build us a new energy vehicle like the one we sell to Xiaomi? That's an additional condition. He seemed to be giving orders. In Ren Xuanfang's opinion, this condition was not excessive. Since Chen Hanqing can make it for Xiaomi, he can naturally make it for them as well. It's just a matter of willingness. Today, there is the temptation of billions of funds and 1% of Huawei shares. He didn't believe that Chen Hanqing would refuse. Ren Xuanfang stared at Chen Hanqing with full confidence. I don't agree to that, Chen Hanqing said without any hesitation. Ren Xuanfang was stunned. He didn't expect that Chen Hanqing would refuse so straightforwardly. I can pay for it. 100 million, the same price as Lei Jun? Ren Xuanfang said. Chen Hanqing was very unhappy with his feeling that he seemed to be in control of everything. This is not the attitude of asking for help. Chen Hanqing spoke again. Not for sale. Just these two words. But it can fully explain Chen Hanqing's attitude. Ren Xuanfang almost couldn't control the anger in his heart. As the general manager of the Huawei automobile project, Ren Xuanfang is definitely a business tycoon. It is no exaggeration to say that even Zheng Weimin had to be polite when meeting him. But now, he was looked down upon by the director of a shabby toy factory. He couldn't accept it. Yang Wenshan was a little panicked at this time. Unwilling to see the situation continue to develop, Yang Wenshan said, Director Chen, it's okay. We came here mainly for the lithography machine. It's okay if we can't make new energy vehicles. This is his mission. Chen Hanqing said unceremoniously. I'll give you a card number. If you want to order a photolithography machine, pay half of the deposit first. Once I finish this order for agricultural drones, I will build them for you. Now, please go back. Chen Hanqing didn't want to waste time talking to them. These 10 billion are not important to him. With the 100 million given by Lei Jun and Xiaomi's 1% equity, Chen Hanqing's money is more than enough. The reason why he agreed to build the lithography machine was that, on the one hand, he could take on a task and increase the production capacity of the technological value, and on the other hand, he had a good impression of Huawei and Chen Hanqing. However, Ren Xuanfang's behavior had already made Chen Hanqing very impatient. It's good enough that they didn't kick us out directly. Yang Wenshan also felt that this request was somewhat inappropriate. But he did not argue with Chen Hanqing and nodded directly. Okay. Then I'll trouble Director Chen. What he was thinking was that he would report to Ren Hongfei after returning. As for whether to transfer money in advance, let Ren Hongfei decide. But Ren Xuanfang doesn't think so. He snorted coldly. If you are not sure whether it can be built, just pay half of the deposit first. Director Chen's appetite is a bit too big. How can I be sure that you are not a liar? Yang Wenshan's heart skipped a beat. Finished. This basically means the talks have completely broken down. Director Chen? He immediately wanted to explain. However, Chen Hanqing didn't even give him the chance to finish his words. Are you crazy? You are the ones who came here to ask me to build the photolithography machine. If you're afraid I'm a liar, don't come. The atmosphere is completely tense. Tit for tat. Ren Xuanfang sneered disdainfully. You really think you're a big shot? Can you be better than those experts from Huazhong University of Science and Technology? I just don't believe it. Without you, we still can't build a photolithography machine? After saying this, Ren Xuanfang left directly. Yang Wenshan was in a dilemma. At this point, no matter what he said, Chen Hanqing would not be able to listen in his current state. There was no point in him staying here any longer. Director Chen, please don't be angry. He can't make the decision. I will definitely report the matter to President Ren and give you a satisfactory explanation. Yang Wenshan tried to persuade Chen Hanqing for a few words, but when he saw that Chen Hanqing had no reaction, he turned and left. Chen Hanqing turned his gaze to Bai Hanyu. who had been motionless. Why don't you go with them? Chen Hanqing said. Bai Hanyu shook his head. I'm not in the same group with them. Chen Hanqing was puzzled. After listening to Bai Hanyu's explanation, he finally understood. The Mecha is not with me now, and I have nothing to communicate with you. Please go back. Chen Hanqing ordered them to leave. His tone was stiff and without any emotion. Bai Hanyu naturally didn't want to leave like this. She hesitated and said, Actually, I came here for another thing. I've said before online that you're dishonest. I apologize. Originally, Bai Hanyu thought that Chen Hanqing must know about this. However, what she didn't expect was that Chen Hanqing looked puzzled. I'm not what you said. Bai Hanyu finally realized that things were not as she had imagined. She couldn't believe that Chen Hanqing didn't know about this. How could Chen Hanqing not know? This made Bai Hanyu feel very embarrassed. Seeing that she was silent for a long time, Chen Hanqing continued. Now, I'm going to sleep, please leave. Bai Hanyu felt very aggrieved. She waited at the door for more than 4 hours. Come and apologize with all your heart. This is the result I waited for. You. Waves of sadness welled up in Bai Hanyu's eyes, and tears welled up unconsciously. Chen Hanqing couldn't hold it anymore. No, don't cry. I didn't do anything to you. If someone sees you like this, they'll misunderstand you. But Bai Hanyu seemed not to hear it. Tears still fell uncontrollably. Helpless, Chen Hanqing could only say, Good. You go back now. Tomorrow, we'll communicate again tomorrow. If you have any questions, I will try my best to answer them. Only after hearing this did Bai Hanyu feel satisfied. Yang Wanshan and Rin Xuanfang were walking towards the door. Mr. Ren is really a fool. He actually believed that such a person could build a 5-photo lithography machine. Rin Xuanfang is still complaining. Yang Wanshan just remained silent. There is nothing much to talk about between him and Rin Xuanfang. I just want to report this matter when I get back. At this moment, a row of black Passats were seen parked in front of the little duck toy factory. They had seen these cars. They were exactly the Yangqing executives that we met at the high-speed rail station before. Chapter 32 The Real Big Shot. Rin Xuanfang was stunned at first. Why are they here? He murmured, feeling something was wrong. Judging from the situation at the high-speed rail station before, these high-level officials in Yangqing should be waiting for the important person. Could it be that their target is also this little duck toy factory? Thinking of Chen Hanqing's performance just now, Rin Xuanfang felt very angry. I'm not leaving yet. I want to see who is looking for that guy, Rin Xuanfang said. He had already decided that if it was an entrepreneur, he would have to get involved. It's best to just mess things up right away. Yang Wanshan hesitated, finally nodded. Good. His purpose is different from Rin Xuanfang's. This is to better understand Chen Hanqing's situation, so that I can explain to Ren Hongfei when the time comes. The car stopped at the entrance of the little duck toy factory. Then the car door opened. Zhang Weimin came down from one side first. He did not stop and walked towards the other door. Bend over. Open the car door. After seeing this scene, Ren Xuanfang felt sick. He knows Zhang Weimin's identity. I really can't understand who on earth is worthy of being treated like this by a municipal party secretary. At this time, Zhang Weimin opened the car door carefully and said respectfully, Mr. Rong, we're here. The journey just now was extremely painful for Zhang Weimin. As the municipal party secretary, he is not worth mentioning at all in front of Rong Haobua. Zhang Weimin would turn every word he said over in his mind 3 times, for fear of saying something he shouldn't. Rong Haobua nodded. Thanks. He got off the car and turned his eyes to the little duck toy factory. Although, I had already learned about the situation of this toy factory in advance. But after seeing the truth, Rong Haobua was still a little stunned. This place is really shabby. This feeling did not last long. Rong Haobua reacted quickly and said with emotion, It is truly admirable that Director Chun was able to devote himself to research under such conditions and achieve such results. He said this very seriously and meant it from the bottom of his heart. Then, Rong Haobua walked into the toy factory without hesitation. At this time, both Rin Xuanfang and Yang Wanshan were shocked. Rong Haobua, how could they not know? The two felt dazed. I never thought that I would be able to see Rong Haobua in this shabby place. Is this really normal? Why does it seem like a dream? Not only Rong Haobua, even the experts behind him, any one of them has a very high status. They are all academicians of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, a leader in every field. Rin Xuanfang looked dazed. My mind is blank. The two of them were soon noticed by the bodyguards accompanying them. Those who can accompany you are the elite among the elite. Immediately 5 people came forward. Block all directions of Ren Xuanfang and Yang Wanshan. The people behind are also on guard. Many people put their hands on their waists. That action clearly shows that he is about to draw his gun at any time. Ren Xuanfang and the other man were completely terrified. They could sense from the expressions of these bodyguards that if anything went wrong with them, these people would really kill them. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. We mean no harm. Yang Wanshan spoke with trembling voice. As he spoke, he raised his hand. Then, he began to explain his identity. We are representatives of Huawei Company. Come and discuss cooperation with Director Chun. The bodyguards were relieved only after confirming their identities. This time Rong Haobua came to Yangqing secretly. In order to prevent the news from leaking, Yang Wanshan and Ren Xuanfang were asked not to leave for the time being. Naturally, they did not dare to have any objection to this. Being alive is a blessing. The movement outside caught Chen Hanqing's attention. Wipe your tears. I'll go see what's going on. After saying that, Chen Hanqing went out directly. When he saw the scene outside, also stunned. In the yard, there were Rong Haobua and his accompanying experts, bodyguards, and a group of Yangqing's senior executives, a total of 70 or 80 people. This toy factory never had so many employees even at its most glorious time. Chen Hanqing looked at everyone carefully. When I saw Zheng Weimin, Chen Hanqing relaxed a little. Secretary Zheng, what's the matter? Chen Hanqing asked. Zheng Weimin glanced at Rong Haobua first, then said, Director Chen, Mr. Rong wants to see you. Mr. Rong? Chen Hanqing was stunned. For this name, he was very unfamiliar. Just as Chen Hanqing was thinking, Rong Haobua moved forward, although he already has silver hair. But Rong Haobua took every step very firmly. Very impressive. Chen Hanqing looked at him. The expression changed from confusion at the beginning, gradually turned into disbelief and shock. This old man, how could he not know? This is definitely a big shot. Chen Hanqing didn't understand. Why is this person here? While Chen Hanqing was thinking, Rong Haobua had already arrived in front of him. Director Chen, I am Rong Haobua. Finally, I see you. Rong Haobua said with a smile. In front of this person, Chen Hanqing did not dare to be arrogant and responded immediately. Mr. Rong, just call me Chen Hanqing. What's the matter with you coming to see me? He couldn't understand why Rong Haobua came all the way here. What exactly is it for? Rong Haobua did not answer, but teased. How about inviting an old man like me into the house to talk? Chen Hanqing finally reacted. Please. Rong Haobua nodded. He said to the people behind him, You guys wait outside first. Naturally, no one dared to have any objection to this. After saying that, Rong Haobua stepped into the house. Chen Hanqing glanced at the people outside. There are other rooms in the toy factory. However, most of them are in disrepair and have not been cleaned for a long time, so people cannot enter at all. Helpless, we can only let them suffer outside. The room where Chen Hanqing lives is not big, just a single room. After Rong Haobua entered, the first thing he saw was Bai Hanyu sitting on the single bed. Rong Haobua was stunned. Suddenly I felt like I came at the wrong time. Bai Hanyu also noticed Rong Haobua. However, she was in complete shock. His eyes were fixed on Rong Haobua. Check if you saw it wrong. At this moment, she seemed to have lost the ability to speak. Just the chest kept rising and falling. I can't say a word. Wait for Chen Hanqing to come in. Rong Haobua smiled and said, Girlfriend? Chen Hanqing shook his head. No. We just met tonight. Rong Haobua. This young man. Is this how you play? Chapter 33. The ultimate weapon that threatens the world. Chen Hanqing explained for a long time before Rong Haobua understood what was going on. Bai Hanyu was not able to hear the conversation between the two. Rong Haobua said to Bai Hanyu, Could you please go out for a moment? Of course Bai Hanyu would not refuse. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice, then got up and went out. Bai Hanyu hadn't reacted until he came out. I just met Huawei's people, who were looking for Chen Hanqing to order a lithography machine. Now I see Rong Haobua again. Bai Hanyu was very shocked. She couldn't help but wonder, who exactly was this Chen Hanqing? Why can it attract so many big names? At this time, a voice pulled Bai Hanyu back to his senses. Hanyu? Bai Hanyu looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was her mentor, Sun Xueping. Teacher, you're here like this. Bai Hanyu exclaimed. I really didn't expect to meet Sun Xueping here. Didn't you say that we were going to participate in a secret mission? Is this a secret mission? Sun Xueping was much calmer. After knowing that this time we were going to Yangqing Little Duck Toy Factory, she thought that she might meet Bai Hanyu. However, She didn't expect it to be in this way. Now, traces of tears can still be vaguely seen on by Hanyu's face. This made Sun Shuiping doubt. What on earth happened in the room just now? Thinking of this, Sun Shuiping frowned. I feel like my own cabbages are being eaten away. Now, Rin Xuanfang and Yang Wenshan don't know what to do. The repeated shocks even made them numb. Especially Ren Xuanfang. I saw that Rong Haobo was actually looking for Chen Hanqing, who had just had a conflict with him. Moreover, he was so polite when speaking to Chen Hanqing. Rin Xuanfang has realized how stupid his behavior just now was. At this moment, Rin Xuanfang regretted it very much. But it's of no avail. In the room, asking Rong Haobo to sit down, Chen Hanqing said, Mr. Rong, can you tell me what's going on now? Rong Haobo no longer hesitated. Director Chen, you built that mecha, didn't you? Chen Hanqing nodded. He was not surprised that Rong Haobo brought this up. Based on what happened during this period, Chen Hanqing has already figured out that Rong Haobo came this time probably because of the mecha. Then you should also know the performance of that mecha. Rong Haobo's expression turned serious. Chen Hanqing said directly, at normal speed, it should be able to reach Mach 5. The instantaneous burst speed can reach Mach 9. It's just okay. Rong Haobo. He was completely shocked. The normal speed is Mach 5. Top speed of Mach 9. Even China's most advanced fighter jets are not this fast. But in Chen Hanqing's words, it was just okay. It seems that this mecha is not worth showing off. In fact, there is nothing wrong with what Chen Hanqing said. When making the mecha, he had castrated many functions. In terms of speed, compromises were also made in order to save materials. There is no other way, just save as much as possible. After a long period of calm, Rong Haobo reluctantly accepted it. He coughed dryly, stared at Chen Hanqing, and said, then do you know what this means? Now Chen Hanqing was silent. What does it mean? He had never really thought about this question. The main purpose of Chen Hanqing building mechas is to complete tasks and increase the production capacity of scientific and technological value. Didn't think that much. Seeing this, Rong Haobo continued. I'll tell you. Based on the world's most advanced 5th-generation aircraft, its speed is around Mach 2.5. Although I don't know how far this mecha can travel, but based on its current performance, it should be at least over 2,000 kilometers. Compared to fighter jets, this mecha is more concealed. No specific venue is required, you can take off anywhere. If it is equipped with weapons, it will be an absolute killer. It can even intimidate the entire world. If only this mecha could be mass-produced. No need for mass production. As long as we can have 30 of these mechas, China's air force will be unmatched. Rong Haobo became more and more excited as he spoke. This is the reason why he insisted on coming to Yangqing in person, even though he was taking great risks and facing pressure from all sides. This trip, he must come. It's worth coming. Chen Hanqing was silent. His expression also became solemn. If it weren't for Rong Haobo's analysis, he really wouldn't have thought so much. After saying this, Rong Haobo stopped talking. But the excitement in his eyes still did not fade. In the quiet room, one could hear his breathing becoming slightly heavy due to excitement. Finally, Chen Hanqing said, Mr. Rong, what do you want me to do? Rong Haobo spoke each word with great solemnity. Comrade Chen Hanqing, the country needs you. The people need you. I formally invite you to join China's highest military command post. I can guarantee that I will give you the best treatment, the best laboratory, and everything you need. I will do my best to satisfy you. Chen Hanqing was silent again. He didn't dare to look into Rong Haobo's burning gaze. After hearing what Rong Haobo said, Chen Hanqing's heart skipped a beat. Nation? People? These two words are too heavy for Chen Hanqing. He didn't expect that he would have to bear all this. Think again and again. Chen Hanqing finally spoke. Mr. Rong, I can't promise that. He was really not prepared. These are too far away from him. Chen Hanqing always felt that he was just a small citizen. Not long ago, I was still worrying about money. How come it has become so important in the blink of an eye? Besides, the super lab is still here. He really can't leave. Seeing this, Rong Haobo was a little disappointed. But he nodded. I know you have concerns. It's okay. I'm willing to wait. My invitation is valid at any time. I only have one condition. These technologies must not fall into the hands of foreigners. Chen Hanqing agreed directly. Don't worry. Definitely not. Then, the room fell silent again. After a moment, Chen Hanqing said, Mr. Rong, you came here this time to take away the mecha technology, right? See so many experts. Chen Hanqing already understood. It's nothing. Cannot join China's highest combat command post. Chen Hanqing would feel better if he could do something. After all, every Chinese person has a love for his country and family engraved in his bones. Rich history, brave ancestors. They all speak of passion. Rong Haobua did not deny. That's right. May I? Chen Hanqing nodded.
Can.
Rong Haobua smiled. Then I'll let these experts stay and learn from you. However, after hearing this, Chen Hanqing was in a dilemma. I'm afraid that won't work. I can draw the blueprints of the Mecha. The core technical data can also be handed over to you. But those people can't stay. Chapter 34 Ren Hongfei's explanation. Since Chen Hanqing is willing to bring out all these technologies, it is enough to show his sincerity. But in this case, Rong Haobua didn't understand why Chen Hanqing refused to let these experts stay. However, seeing Chen Hanqing so determined, Rong Haobua didn't ask any more questions. After all, who doesn't have some secrets? Rong Haobua nodded. The two talked for a long time. When preparing to leave, Rong Haobua said solemnly, Comrade Chen Hanqing, don't worry. The country will not treat you unfairly. After saying that, Rong Haobua got up and went out. Chen Hanqing didn't take Rong Haobua's words seriously. The reason why he is willing to hand over the technology, it's not for reward, just because he wanted to. Also, what Rong Haobua said just now sounded a bit like empty promises. At this time, the experts outside had been waiting for nearly an hour. Seeing Rong Haobua coming out, their eyes all turned to Rong Haobua. Rong Haobua did not explain, but just said, let's go. He planned to go back overnight. The matter has been settled. There is no need to stay in Yangqing. Given Rong Haobua's identity, it is not suitable for him to leave the imperial capital for a long time. As for the Mecha's technical data and drawings, he and Chen Hanqing agreed that they should be completed within a week. Upon hearing the news, the dozen or so experts were stunned. No, you're going back now? They seem to have done nothing. Run with me? The development of things is different from what they imagined. I can see what everyone is thinking. Rong Haobua said, after we return to the imperial capital, you will be busy. Although I don't know if it was perfunctory. Everyone could only obey. After sending Rong Haobua to the door and before getting in the car, Rong Haobua said to Chen Hanqing, I hope we can meet next time. It's in the imperial capital. Chen Hanqing pretended not to understand and just nodded. Bai Hanyu also left with Sun Shueping. After they left, the originally bustling toy factory became quiet again. Ren Chuan, Fang Yu, and Yang Wenshan did not leave. They signed a confidentiality agreement. Now, they no longer have any doubts about Chen Hanqing. Although I don't know what Rong Haobua talked about with Chen Hanqing, but the appearance of Rong Haobua is enough to prove everything. Perhaps, Chen Hanqing can really build a photolithography machine. While Chen Hanqing was about to return to his room, Yang Wenshan came up to him and said respectfully, Director Chen, we were blind before. Please don't be offended. So, our transaction continues. Just the lithography machine, no additional conditions? Although the one who had a conflict with Chen Hanqing was Ren Chuanfang. But in that situation, in the eyes of others, Ren Chuanfang represented Huawei. However, Chen Hanqing seemed not to hear what he said. Still walking towards the room, Ren Chuanfang also reacted. Without caring about face, he smiled and said, Director Chen, it was all my fault just now. You are a great man, and you don't bear grudges against me. Forgive me just once. Chen Hanqing still ignored it. Walk into the room and close the door immediately. Yang Wenshan and the other person were left standing there in a daze, with a confused look on their faces. Just when they were almost in despair, the door suddenly opened again. Chen Hanqing poked his head out. The two of them immediately rekindled their hope. Director Chen? Ren Chuanfang was just about to speak. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Hanqing. When you leave, remember to close the door for me. After saying that, the door of the room closed again. This time, there was no more movement. Yang Wenshan, Ren Chuanfang. They didn't expect that Chen Hanqing opened the door just to remind them of this matter. It seems there is no hope if I continue to stay here. The two had no choice but to leave. Silence all the way. After arriving at the booked hotel room, Yang Wenshan immediately called Ren Hongfei and reported the matter in detail. Of course, he concealed the relevant information about Rong Haobua and others. There was silence on the other end of the line. Yang Wenshan could feel the anger that Ren Hongfei was suppressing. A moment later, Ren Hongfei's heavy sigh came from the other end of the phone. I see. This matter is no longer something you can handle. Come back tomorrow. Before Yang Wanshan could reply, Ren Hongfei hung up the phone. Shenzhen City. Ren Hongfei's residence. Ren Hongfei sat on the sofa with his brows tightly furrowed. From his eyes, you can see the anger surging in his heart. Not enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to cause trouble. It seems that I need to go there myself for this matter. Ren Hongfei will not give up on lithography machines. He felt that Chen Hanxing was his only hope. Then, Ren Hongfei called the company's human resources manager. When the call was connected, he immediately ordered, "Go to the company tomorrow and immediately handle Ren Xuanfang's dismissal procedures. Demote Yang Wanshan to deputy manager of the technical department as well." The HR manager on the other end of the phone was shocked. Ren Xuanfang and Yang Wanshan are both senior executives of Huawei, and both of them have a very close relationship with Ren Hongfei. Now, Ren Hongfei actually made such a decision. Yang Wanshan was demoted. Ren Xuanfang was even fired directly. He couldn't figure out what the two had done to offend both humans and gods. However, the HR manager quickly responded, "Okay, Mr. Ron. I'll deal with it right away when I get to the company tomorrow." Ren Hongfei didn't say much and hung up the phone. Ren Hongfei did this just to give Chen Hanxing an explanation. Only in this way can Chen Hanxing's anger be eliminated. This makes it possible for him to continue to receive orders for lithography machines. Yangcheng, municipal building. Although Rong Haobo has left, but Zheng Weimin and others did not dare to relax. Although they didn't know what Rong Haobo said to Chen Hanxing in the room, but one can still feel that Rong Haobo attaches great importance to this matter. Things that can be valued by Rong Haobo. If it were in Yangcheng, it would be enough to break the sky. Starting today, we must ensure the absolute safety of Director Chen Hanxing in the toy factory. No matter what difficulties Director Chen has, we will do our best to solve them. Everyone, do you have any objections? Zheng Weimin didn't waste any words and spoke directly. All the Yangcheng senior executives present have not yet completely recovered from the shock of Rong Haobo's arrival. Naturally, no one had any objections and they all nodded. At this moment, a phone call came in. After Zheng Weimin answered the call, he said, "I'm Zheng Weimin." A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Comrade Zheng Weimin. I'm Su Xiao." Zheng Weimin was stunned. Su Xiao? He was not unfamiliar with this name. This person is the director of the Public Security Department of Sayre Province. Zheng Weimin did not dare to waste time and responded immediately. "Hello, Director Su." Su Xiao didn't waste any words and said directly, "An order has been issued from above. It is required that the safety of Chen Hanxing, the director of the Little Duck Toy Factory, must be guaranteed. Tomorrow, the provincial department will send a group of special police officers to take charge of this matter. Please cooperate with us from Yangcheng." Hearing this, Zheng Weimin's heart trembled violently. Chen Hanxing's safety actually alarmed the provincial department. Chapter 35. Huaka Institute Intervention. But soon, Zheng Weimin accepted it. After all, even someone like Rong Haobo would make a special trip to Yangcheng just for Chen Hanxing. It seems that it is not unacceptable for the provincial government of Sayre Province to do such a thing. "Okay, Director Su. We will definitely cooperate fully." After hanging up the phone, Zheng Weimin informed the senior officials in Yangcheng about the incident and finally handed it over to the chief of police, Ren Wanhan. In a residential area on Renmin Road, Yangcheng, Officer Zhang Xia has already gone home from get-off work. She had also heard about Chen Hanxing's affairs. In Zhang Xia's understanding, Chen Hanxing had just built a new energy vehicle, which impressed Xiaomi and made Lei Jun decide to build Xiaomi's automobile factory in Yangcheng. The subsequent Mechas are still in doubt. As for Rong Haobo's affairs, she had no access to them. But even so, Zhang Xia was still shocked. That's Xiaomi's car factory. I don't know how many cities are competing for this opportunity. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Chen Hanxing, Lei Bush would not even consider Yangcheng. I didn't expect that such a big thing was facilitated by him. Zhang Xia murmured in a low voice. At that time, in the police station, it was she who interrogated Chen Hanxing. At that time, Zhang Xia only thought that Chen Hanxing was a college student. I never thought that Chen Hanxing could do such a thing. Just as Zhang Xia was thinking, a phone call came. Seeing that the contact person turned out to be Police Chief Ren Wanhan, Zhang Xia immediately answered the call. "Director Ren, what's the matter?" Zhang Xia asked directly. At this time, Ren Wanhan called her. It certainly couldn't be just for casual chat. On the other end of the phone, Ren Wanhan said, "Officer Zhang, it's like this." Ren Wanhan briefly explained that the provincial department was going to send special police to protect Chen Hanxing. Zhang Xia was even more surprised. She didn't quite understand. even if Qin Hanqing built a technologically advanced new energy vehicle. But it shouldn't be necessary for the provincial department to take it so seriously. This really doesn't make sense. Could it be that Qin Hanqing did something even more shocking? Is it because of that mecha? Just as Zhang Xia was thinking about it, Ren Wenhan continued, I want you to bring people to cooperate with the provincial department and assist them. Any questions? When Ren Wenhan talked about this, Zhang Xia thought that this would be the case. She did not hesitate and said immediately, no problem. Make sure the mission is accomplished. Ren Wenhan explained further. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xia fell into deep thought. After sitting on the sofa for a long time, I finally came to my senses. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xia murmured, it's really hard to figure out. In her heart, she was already looking forward to meeting Qin Hanqing. Time flies. The next day came in a flash. Qin Hanqing got up early. Continue working on manufacturing drones. At the same time, Sun Xueping and other experts were excitedly surrounding the Mecha. Yesterday, Rong Haobo and the experts returned to the capital from Yangqing at around 2 in the morning. By then, the Mecha had already been delivered. Originally, according to Rong Haobo, he wanted to rest for a night and continue his research until dawn. But this proposal was rejected by everyone. For scientific researchers, nothing is more attractive than cutting-edge technology. They requested that the Mecha be studied overnight. Helpless, Rong Haobo could only agree. But he was already old and in poor health, and after a day of running around, he was already exhausted. These experts were not accompanied. At this time, Rong Haobo had already arrived at China's highest military command post. Seeing the condition of the experts, I don't know whether I should be happy or worried. The average age of these experts is over 60 years old. Some of them are even almost the same as Rong Haobo. Judging from their current appearance, they are planning to work day and night and forget about eating. It would not be worth it if we didn't understand the Mech as well and sent a few away. Rong Haobo instructed the secretary behind him. Let's ask these experts to have dinner. The secretary hesitated and said, Commander, I've called you several times. They don't go at all. He also said that if one has already had enough spiritual food, physical hunger is nothing at all. Rong Haobo sighed. Their spirit is truly worthy of admiration. However, no matter how high quality the spiritual food is, after a long time, one can still starve to death. I'll go, Rong Haobo said. He walked up to the experts. Without directly expressing his thoughts, he asked, Everyone, what have you learned? Rong Haobo's voice attracted the attention of experts. Seeing that it was Rong Haobo, they were even more excited and couldn't help but speak. It's amazing. It's really amazing. I didn't expect that there is such technology in the world. This Mecha is full of treasures. Just the power system, if it can be studied thoroughly, will have a huge impact on human energy applications. Mr. Chin's skills are amazing. Compared to him, I feel as small as dust. It's hard to imagine that Mr. Chun could build such a terrifying Mecha under such production conditions. His technology makes me ashamed. It seems like he has been researching for decades in vain. They were all sighing. It can be clearly felt that their respect for Qin Hanqing has reached its peak. Even the way Qin Hanqing was addressed had changed. Looking at the whole of China, and even the whole world, there are only a handful of people who can be treated like this by them. Although Rong Haobo has made some mental preparations, but he still felt shocked. It seems that I have underestimated this Mecha, Rong Haobo murmured, but he didn't show it. He showed a thoughtful expression and waited until the voices of the crowd died down before he said, In your opinion, how long will it take to thoroughly study these technologies and master their application? After these words were spoken, all the experts fell silent. You look at me and I look at you. His expression became complicated. Thorough research? Mastery of application? They are not sure at all. Most of the technologies in this Mecha are ahead of this era. With the knowledge they currently possess, many of them are even incomprehensible. I saw their embarrassment. Rong Haobo continued. Then do you think your bodies can hold on until then? Only then did the experts understand what Rong Haobo meant. Without waiting for them to speak, Rong Haobo continued. So, listen to me and go eat. Director Chun has promised me that he will give me the Mecha's data and drawings within a week. Only then can we conduct better research. Here data information and drawings. There was a fire in the expert's eyes. I didn't insist and left reluctantly. Rong Haobo took a few steps closer. The Mecha, which was more than 8 meters high, was right in front of him. A feeling of oppression comes over me. Unlike those experts, Rong Haobo doesn't understand technology. He was simply thinking, This mecha would be perfect if it were equipped with missiles, artillery, and other weapons. The thoughts of an old general are so simple. After looking for a long time, Rong Haobo finally looked away. He instructed his secretary, "Please ask Dean Yo from Huawei University to come over. Director Chun has made such a great contribution, so he cannot go unappreciated. He must be given the honor he deserves." I think the old guy must be very anxious now. Chapter 36 Agricultural drones are about to be successfully manufactured. Imperial Capital, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. That old fellow Rong Haobo, he didn't even inform us at Huaka Institute about such a big thing as the Mecha. Niozwa kept pacing in the office, cursing under his breath. He didn't think that Rong Haobo had forgotten. Based on his understanding of Rong Haobo must have done it on purpose. This is to prevent Huazhong University of Science and Technology from competing with the highest military command. Huazhong University of Science and Technology and the Supreme Military Command are two departments with different divisions of labor and have no subordinate relationship. Although, according to the functions of the highest military command, if anything happens, HUSD should cooperate. In addition to Rong Haobo's status, those experts will obey his orders. However, Niozwa is not included in this. This person is a true leader in the world's scientific community, one of the greatest living physicists. Even Rong Haobo couldn't order him around. There is no doubt that Niozwa was very angry about Rong Haobo's behavior. That's a mecha. Mechas that represent future technology. The assistant at the side couldn't help but say, "Old Nyo, maybe old Rong has other plans." But Niozwa does not accept this statement at all. He has no plans. The mecha should be handed over to our Huaka Institute so that it can play its greatest value. What does a soldier like Rong Haobo know? He had the idea of using our people from Huazhong University of Science and Technology to conduct research under him. Niozwa said it bluntly. These words silenced the assistant, who didn't dare to respond. Niozwa may ignore Rong Haobo, but he can't. The fight between two big guys is not something he can get involved in at all. In fact, looking at the whole of China, only Niozwa dares to say this. At this moment, the phone in Niozwa's office rang. After the call was connected, Niozwa said, "Who is it?" He was angry, so his tone was naturally bad. "Dean Yo, why are you so angry?" Rong Haobo's voice was heard from the other end of the phone. Although he knew clearly that Niozwa would definitely not give him a good look at this time. But Rong Haobo still decided to make the call himself. Nothing else, just a game. Rong Haobo felt happy when he saw Niozwa being humiliated. As expected, upon hearing Rong Haobo's voice, Niozwa became extremely angry. Okay, how dare you call me? You really think I have no temper, don't you? You old boy." Niozwa started cursing directly. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Rong Haobo. "I want to discuss this with you." The Huazhong University of Science and Technology awards Comrade Chun Hanqing the title of academician. Since you don't agree, forget it. After saying that, Rong Haobo hung up the phone without any further ado. Niozwa was stunned. He could hardly believe his ears. Chen Hanqing was awarded an honor by Huazhong University of Science and Technology? In other words, let Chen Hanqing become an academician of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This is definitely a great thing for Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This means that from now on, Chen Hanqing is a member of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, at least in name only. Niozwa didn't understand why Rong Haobo would be so kind. But without much thought, Niozwa made the decision. No matter what that old guy Rong Haobo is up to, he has decided on Chen Hanqing. Without any hesitation, Niozwa said to his assistant, "Arrange a car for me immediately. I'm going to the highest military command post." The assistant immediately agreed. Yes, the highest military command post is a very mysterious place. You can't go just because you want to. But for Niozwa, there is no such restriction. At the same time, Yangcheng, a large number of military vehicles stopped in front of the Little Duck toy factory. Hundreds of special police officers, armed with live ammunition, stood around. This scene is full of solemnity. When Zhou Zhong saw this scene, he was immediately shocked. What did Xiaoxing do wrong? He whispered. Zhou Zhong felt that he seemed to recognize Chen Hanqing less and less. Some time ago, it was Lei Jun and Zheng Weimin. Yesterday, it was a young beauty. And today it attracted so many special police again. How come this is just like being in a movie? He wondered if Chen Hanqing had some unknown identity. However, Zhou Zhong also understood that this was not something he could get involved in, and he had no intention of watching the fun. Not daring to stay any longer, he just turned around and left. At this time, Zhang Xia was standing in front of the factory gate. After waiting for a long time, I finally saw Chen Hanqing. Zhang Xia smiled and shouted, "Director Chen." Chen Hanqing was also stunned when he saw the scene at the door. What's going on? Even if we want to catch him, we won't need so many people. How could he have such virtue? Chen Hanqing approached, looked at Zhang Xia in confusion through the door and asked, "Officer Zhang, what do you want?" Zhang Xia saw Chen Hanqing's uneasiness. Without keeping anyone in suspense, he explained everything to Chen Hanqing. Only then did Chen Hanqing understand what was going on. Open the door and let everyone in. However, Zhang Xia refused and said, "Director Chen, Director Ren gave instructions before we came. We're just here to keep you safe. I can't disturb your work." Then, all the special police dispersed, hidden around the duck toy factory. With these people around, any suspicious person entering within a 2-kilometer radius of the little duck toy factory will be discovered. Chen Hanqing wanted to say something. Seeing them like this, I could only hold my words back. Return to the super laboratory again and start manufacturing civilian drones. China's highest military command post. Not long after, Niu Zhuo and Rong Haobo discussed the result. It is decided to award Chen Hanqing the Medal of Academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Because there are still some procedures to go through, the time is set for a week later. Time flies. 5 days have passed since Chen Hanqing received the order to build civilian drones. During these 5 days, Chen Hanqing has been immersed in the super laboratory. Even Zhang Xia, who has been in charge of the little duck toy factory, has only met Chen Hanqing a few times. After completing a day's work, Chen Hanqing returned to his single room in the toy factory. Although, agricultural drones are much smaller than mechas. But in fact, the engineering workload of agricultural drones is no less than that of building mechas. In order to achieve functions such as spraying pesticides, weeding, and cutting trees, many precision parts are needed. The whole process, although not difficult for Chen Hanqing, who has fully mastered the upgraded drone technology, is very cumbersome. After a simple wash, Chen Hanqing lay down on the bed. If nothing goes wrong, we'll add the infrared detector tomorrow and it will be complete. It's 1 day earlier than expected. Chen Hanqing was still thinking about the progress of the project. This is how he spent this period of time. For Chen Hanqing, these 10 million are just hard-earned money. Tongzi, open the personal information panel, Chen Hanqing said secretly. Immediately, a large amount of illusory information emerged in his mind. Chapter 37. Is there anything wrong with your brain? Name, Chen Hanqing. Age, 18. Mission, build a drone. Technology value, 3328000. Technologies already mastered. Upgraded drone technology, entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, Star Destroyer technology, space-based weapons technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. Now, Chen Hanqing's technology value has reached more than 3.3 million. According to Chen Hanqing's estimation, once this task is completed, the production capacity of scientific and technological value will at least exceed 8 points per second. By that time, Chen Hanqing would no longer dare to even think about things like light-speed spaceships and star destroyers. While thinking, Chen Hanqing gradually fell asleep. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Ha City. Meng Qing is waiting for the flight at the airport. 6 days ago, he had to ask his father for 10 million yuan because he wanted to order agricultural drones. At that time, his father told him that today was his mother's birthday and asked him to go back. In fact, if he had a choice, Meng Qing would not want to go back to that home at all. The so-called mother was not Meng Qing's biological mother, but her stepmother. His biological mother died of illness the year he went to college. Later, his father Meng Zhixiang married his stepmother Fang Bai. Moreover, they have a son who is now over 4 years old. Ever since his mother passed away, Meng Qing has not felt any warmth in that so-called home. I hope my father doesn't know that I ordered an agricultural drone. Meng Qing sighed slightly and murmured to himself. Meng Qing knew his father very well. If he knew about this, he would definitely not give up. I don't know what kind of trouble is going to happen. A moment later, Meng Qing boarded a plane to the imperial capital. It takes about 2 hours to get from Harbin to the capital. Nowadays, the news that Chen Hanqing accepted orders to manufacture agricultural drones has become a hot topic on the internet. Because of the previous incidents with microelectric cars and mechas, Chen Hanqing was already very popular. Now, the name of Little Duck Factory Manager has become the object of worship for countless people. Some people even set up a forum specifically for Chen Hanqing. It's called Little Duck. I wonder what Chen Hanqing would think if he knew. Even It is hard to understand how this forum passed the review. Wouldn't anyone suspect that this is a den for illegal activities? Countless bloggers are trying to take advantage of the popularity of this incident. As long as you post a video about the little duck factory manager making drones, the traffic will skyrocket. Countless netizens rushed to Chen Hanqing's private message and left messages. I'm really looking forward to Director Duck's drone. The anchor is the eternal god. Once the drone is built, it will definitely shock the entire internet. I haven't received any news in so many days. Are you really building a fighter jet? Brother Anchor, I'm 36, and I want a Mecha too. In addition to this, there is more information about purchasing. The previous Microelectric cars and Mechas are enough to prove the value of what Chen Hanqing created. Definitely buy it and earn it. Winning the lottery isn't that fast. Although, the official has now denied the rumor. The rumors that the Mecha built by Chen Hanqing can fly, the army was dispatched to take the Mecha away, and the missile exploded because of the Mecha are all false. But netizens don't believe it at all. There are many different opinions about Chen Hanqing. Some people even say that Chen Hanqing is not a normal person at all, but a lizard man. He also took out the video and analyzed it in a very professional manner. If Chen Hanqing knew about this, he would definitely burst into curses. You are the lizard man. Your whole family is lizard men. 2 hours later, Meng Qing landed at the imperial capital airport. His father Meng Zhixiang did not come, but asked the driver to pick him up. Meng Qing had no complaints about this. After so many years, he has long been accustomed to it. When they arrived at a luxurious villa, Meng Qing knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a young woman in gorgeous clothes. Judging from his age, he is only a few years older than Meng Qing, only about 30 years old. This is Meng Qing's stepmother, Fang Bai. The moment he saw Meng Qing, a trace of disgust flashed in Fang Bai's eyes. She had never had any good feelings towards Meng Qing. However, Fang Bai quickly concealed this emotion and showed a warm smile on his face. Xiaoqing is back. Come in quickly. I've been waiting for you. Meng Qing just nodded. He was sensitive and was naturally able to sense Fang Bai's emotions just now. But Meng Qing did not expose it. Walk into the room. Meng Qing prepared to change into slippers. But there were no slippers of his in the shoe cabinet. Meng Qing frowned, but still didn't get angry. He's already used to it. Aunt Qing, please get me a pair of slippers. Meng Qing said. Aunt Qing is his family's nanny and has been working there for many years. He has been living in the Meng family since Meng Qing's mother was alive. Why? Xiaoqing, it's all my fault. Madam asked me to prepare it a long time ago, but I forgot. I'll get it for you right away. Aunt Qing agreed. Meng Qing naturally knew that Aunt Qing said this just to make him feel better. After changing into slippers, Meng Qing walked into the hall. From beginning to end, only Aunt Qing was busy because of his return. Meng Zhixiang is a slightly plump, middle-aged man wearing glasses. Unlike those nouveau riche, he looks more like a Confucian businessman. This is also because Meng Zhixiang went to college. At this time, Meng Zhixiang was sitting on the sofa, watching cartoons with Meng Qing's nominally 4-year-old brother Meng Yang. You can still see their laughter from time to time. Dad! Meng Qing cried out. Meng Zhixiang then turned around and said calmly, I'm back. Meng Qing nodded. Come and sit down. We can eat in a moment. Meng Zhixiang said again. Meng Qing also sat on the sofa. However, it is the farthest location from Meng Zhixiang and Meng Yang. Until the end of the meal, Meng Qing basically spent the whole time in silence. He would not speak unless he had to. Now, he just wants to leave quickly. Even the rural areas in Harbin are warmer than this place. After dinner, Meng Zhixiang finally said to Meng Qing, How's it going on the farm? Meng Qing responded, Fortunately, I have already hired a technician. We will definitely be able to turn a profit next year. However, upon hearing this, Meng Zhixiang frowned. I just can't figure it out. What's so good about farming? You are a top student from Tsinghua University. Why don't you do something else? Listen to me. Sell the farm right away and go back to the capital. I'll arrange for you to work in the company. This is a topic that cannot be avoided every time. Meng Qing changed his previous weak attitude and said firmly, No, I'm going to keep going. Meng Zhixiang was furious. You. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fang Bai. Okay, your heart is not good. You can't breathe. Xiaoqing is willing to plant, so just let him plant. Besides, I heard that Xiaoqing spent 10 million to order a multifunctional agricultural drone online some time ago. Who knows, maybe he can really make a name for himself. Meng Qing was not happy because Fang Bai spoke for him. Instead, he frowned. It seems that it couldn't be hidden after all. Chapter 38, Agricultural Drone Testing. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Meng Zhixiang immediately frowned. He turned his gaze towards Fang Bai and asked in a deep voice, "Spending 10 million to order agricultural drones? What drone?" Fang Bai did not answer directly. She glanced at Meng Qing first and said apologetically, "Sorry, Xiaoqing. I didn't know you didn't tell your father about this." Meng Qing didn't care. It doesn't matter. He didn't believe a word Fang Bai said. This woman obviously said this on purpose in order to sow discord between him and Meng Zhixiang. This kind of thing happened frequently before. Now Meng Zhixiang became even more impatient. What on earth is going on? Meng Qing knew he could no longer hide it. Without Fang Bai saying anything, he took the initiative to explain everything. After listening to this, Meng Zhixiang widened his eyes, looked at Meng Qing in disbelief and said, "You asked me for the 10 million just to do this kind of thing?" Meng Qing nodded. Meng Zhixiang could no longer suppress his anger. "I think you've lost your mind. 10 million to order an agricultural drone. How could you do that?" He cursed directly. That's 10 million. Although Meng Zhixiang is a real estate developer, the size of his company cannot be compared with those truly large real estate companies. It was a bit painful for him to spend 10 million just like that. Meng Qing just remained silent. Before he decided to tell Meng Zhixiang about this, he had already thought that this would be the result. But Meng Zhixiang did not calm down. "I think I have been too indulgent towards you over the years. What a crap piece of land. Don't even plant it. You just stay in the imperial capital. There are also agricultural drones. Return them immediately." After Meng Zhixiang finished speaking, Meng Qing shook his head. "No. I have already transferred 5 million to the factory manager. That drone can't retreat." Although he didn't speak loudly, he spoke these words with extraordinary firmness. "You still have the nerve to defend that liar even now. Why did I give birth to a thing like you?" As he spoke, Meng Zhixiang was about to take action. Fang Bai was watching from the side. There is no intention to stop it at all. She wished it were so. Fang Bai was still thinking in his heart. It would be best if the two of them could just fight each other. Another severing of the father-son relationship. By then, all the family property will belong to my son. Her eyes were full of smiles. However, before Meng Zhixiang could make a move, he was stopped by Aunt Qin. "Mr. Meng, let's talk nicely." Meng Zhixiang gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Fang Bai felt it was a pity. She glanced at Aunt Qin, her eyes full of resentment. But despite this, Meng Zhixiang was no longer planning to let it go. He said to Meng Qing in a cold voice, "You better reflect on this. I'll take care of this matter. It's not that easy to cheat me out of my money." Meng Qing didn't say much. Under the guidance of Aunt Qin, we returned to a guest room. At the same time, Yangcheng, inside the little duck toy factory, Qin Hanqing has completed the manufacture of agricultural drones. This time, Qin Hanqing learned from the lesson of not being able to find anyone last time. Leave the customer's phone number in advance. Come out of the laboratory. Qin Hanqing immediately contacted Xiao Xiao Qiao. When the call was connected, Qin Hanqing immediately said, "Is it Xiao Xiao Qiao?" At this time, Meng Qing was in the guest room. Looking at this strange number and hearing this online name, he frowned in confusion. "Right. Who are you?" A voice came from the other end of the phone. "I am the director of the Little Duck Toy Factory. The agricultural drone you ordered has been manufactured. Give me an address and I'll mail it to you. Don't forget to pay the remaining balance." Meng Qing was stunned. Unexpectedly, agricultural drones were built at this time. If you ask Qin Hanqing to mail it to your current address. After his father Meng Zhixiang saw this, there was no telling what he would do. Moreover, the current situation is that he doesn't know when he can go back. It is impossible to inspect and accept the drone at all. After a moment of silence, Meng Qing suddenly thought of something and said in a deep voice, "Hey, Director Little Duck, hello? It's like this. Can you please test the performance of this drone live? As long as it's confirmed that there is no problem, I will pay immediately." In the toy factory, hearing this request, Qin Hanqing frowned instinctively. Live test performance? He never expected that the little grass would actually make this request. If it is really an ordinary toy, there will be no problem with live broadcast testing. But the key point is that his toy is not ordinary. Taking a look at the high-tech drone that was over 1 meter tall and beside him, Qin Hanqing hesitated, wondering if this drone could stand the test. After thinking for a moment, Qin Hanqing finally nodded. "All right. To complete the mission, I can only go ahead with it. Besides, there are countless people on the internet who are paying attention to this matter. It can also be regarded as an explanation to netizens. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hanqing did not hesitate. Start streaming now. As things continued to ferment. Now, Chun Hanqing has 80 million fans. Moreover, this number is still rising. If he continues to develop at this rate, Chun Hanqing is expected to become the number one in terms of the number of fans on Douyin. Even CCTV has to be suppressed. As soon as Chun Hanqing started the live broadcast, countless netizens entered the live broadcast room. It only takes a few minutes. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has reached 1 million. Looking at Chun Hanqing on the live broadcast screen, netizens were all excited. The little duck factory manager finally shows up again. Brother Anchor, do you know how I spent the time you were gone? Anchor, what on earth is going on with that Mecha? Please explain. I heard that Xiaomi was taken away because of the Mecha and has not returned until now. Could she have been secretly executed? Is the little duck factory manager doing this live broadcast to take orders again? This time, can you consider my catgirl robot? The comment section of the live broadcast room is constantly refreshed. New netizens keep coming to hear the news, just to catch a glimpse of the style of the little duck factory manager. At the same time, the news that Chun Hanqing will start broadcasting again has caused a sensation in China. The leaders of China's highest military command post, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Zhongzhou Military Base, Shinong Military Base, Shenzhen Military Region, Yangqing Municipal Building, as well as Xiaomi, Huawei, and other companies have flocked into the live broadcast room. Always pay attention to Chun Hanqing's every move. Regardless of the reactions of netizens in the live broadcast room, Chun Hanqing directly said, "My brothers, the agricultural drone toy is ready. According to the request of Xiaoxiaocon netizens, this time, I will take you to test the performance of this agricultural drone." After hearing this, netizens were still excited. That 10 million agricultural drone? I've personally tested it. The Anchor is really stubborn. Even at this point, he still insists that it's a toy. Hurry up and test it. I'm looking forward to what kind of surprises the Anchor will bring us this time. What kind of agricultural drone? It's more likely a combat drone. Chapter 39. The test turned into an auction? Looking at the comments from netizens, Chun Hanqing had a bad feeling. He felt a little regretful and agreed to the live test of Xiao Xiao Xiao. What those netizens said makes sense. This drone simply cannot stand up to scrutiny. It doesn't make sense to call it a combat drone. But now that things have happened, Chun Hanqing can only continue. Chun Hanqing pointed the camera at the drone. This is the first appearance of the drone made by Chun Hanqing. On both sides, there are 3 wing-like wings, staggered up and down. There is also a turbojet at the rear. The overall color is gray, made of an unknown alloy, full of technology. When netizens saw this scene, they were shocked. Be quiet for a few seconds. The live broadcast room was boiling with excitement. Fuck, why is this drone different from the ones I've seen before? Isn't this the flying machine I saw in science fiction movies? Could the little duck factory manager accidentally create something from the movie again? Netizens are even more looking forward to the next test. At this time, Chun Hanqing said, "Xiao Xiao Xiao netizen, are you there?" At this time, Meng Qing was watching the live broadcast in the room. The moment he saw the drone made by Chun Hanqing, he was also stunned. This is completely different from his understanding of agricultural drones. Use this thing to spray pesticides? Meng Qing really couldn't imagine that scene. It's almost like dropping a bomb. At this moment, Meng Qing felt that the 10 million he spent was not a loss. After hearing what Chun Hanqing said, Meng Qing did not hesitate and responded directly in the comment section. "Hello, Director Little Duck. I'm here." Seeing this, Chun Hanqing on the screen said, "Are you available to connect now? If you have any questions during the test, you can communicate with me better." Hearing this, Meng Qing hesitated. Finally, I agreed. The next moment, Chun Hanqing sent an invitation for a connection. Meng Qing appeared in the live broadcast room. At this time, netizens can't wait any longer. They urged us to test it quickly. Chun Hanqing did not waste any time. Taking the drone, I came to the yard. At the same time, Imperial Capital, Meng Family Villa. In the hall, Meng Zhixiang had calmed down. He lowered his head and frowned, looking very unhappy. At this time, Fang Bai suddenly said, "Old Meng, look. The blogger who takes orders to build agricultural drones has started broadcasting." Still connected to Shaoqing, Meng Zhixiang's eyes suddenly froze. Just now, he was thinking about how to deal with the blogger. Without any hesitation, Meng Zhixiang turned his gaze to the screen of the mobile phone he had just handed over. Sure enough, I saw Meng Qing and a host. Meng Zhixiang was immediately furious. He stood up suddenly and walked towards the room where Meng Qing was. When you get to the place, just go in without knocking. This sudden movement scared Meng Qing. Turning around and seeing Meng Zhixiang, Meng Qing knew something was wrong. Dad, what are you doing here? Meng Qing still wanted to struggle. He put away his phone and asked. Meng Zhixiang was too lazy to beat around the bush and said directly, "If I don't come again, you will ruin this family. Give me your phone so I can talk to that liar anchor. It's not that easy to cheat me out of my money." The connection was not cancelled. All the netizens in the live broadcast room heard the noise. Chun Hanqing's face looked a little ugly. Is he being treated as a liar again? What is this? At this time, netizens in the live broadcast room started to make fun of it. I am also impressed. I don't know how many people want to order things from the little duck factory manager, but they don't value it at all. Even if I give you a chance, you can't do anything about it. I suggest the anchor show their battle record. It will definitely scare them. If he knew that the anchor could sell a mini electric car for 100 million, he would definitely regret it and slap himself in the face. In the highest military command post, Rong Haobua and other senior command post officials, as well as experts who stayed here to study mechas, were also watching Chen Hanqing's live broadcast. Seeing this situation, everyone fell silent. Everyone looked confused, and their emotions were very complicated. A person who was personally invited by Rong Haobua is now regarded as a liar? How can I seek justice for this? At this time, Rong Haobua said, from the beginning to now, Comrade Chen Hanqing has endured countless misunderstandings. But even so, he did not give up. He chose to endure silently and move forward with the burden. This spirit is really worth learning from. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Can it be understood this way? As expected of an old comrade. I have to admit it. After reacting, everyone echoed. Mr. Rong really woke me up with his words. It's really admirable. Just when everyone was talking about it. In the live broadcast room, shots of Xiao Xiao Qiao appeared again. However, this time, the person who appeared on the screen was not Meng Qing, but Meng Zhixiang. Meng Zhixiang frowned and looked at Chen Hanqing, saying bluntly, "That's the 10 million you cheated me of." Chen Hanqing's expression turned unfriendly. However, since he was a customer after all, he did not explode directly, but chose to explain. He did it voluntarily. There is no deception. But Meng Zhixiang did not give up. Stop making excuses here. I've seen a lot of people like you. If you have no morals, you are a cancer of society and a complete scumbag. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You are committing commercial fraud. I can totally sue you. Return the 5 million deposit as soon as possible, and I won't hold you responsible. Otherwise, I'll make you bankrupt and put you in jail. This time, Chen Hanqing was unwilling. If you endure for a moment, you will get angrier. If you take a step back, you will feel more at a loss. He said directly, "What the hell are you barking about here? I told you, I won't return a single cent of the 5 million deposit to you, even if it goes down the drain. Sue me. Go ahead. Anyone who doesn't sue is a grandson." Without giving Meng Zhixiang another chance to speak, Chen Hanqing directly closed the connection. Although Chen Hanqing's behavior just now was a bit impulsive, he did not regret it. Judging from Meng Zhixiang's condition, even if he continues to give in, the order cannot be completed. As for Meng Zhixiang suing him for fraud, Chen Hanqing was even more disdainful. That's just normal business behavior. It's all our own. Where is the fraud? Refund? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this time, netizens in the live broadcast room began to comment crazily. The duck factory manager scolded well. He even cheated. How interesting. Who is that person? Is there something wrong with his brain? This is like the god of wealth coming, but he was turned away. What an idiot. Since he doesn't want it, can you sell me this drone? I'll give you 10 million. I'll pay 100 million, plus 1% of Bayati's shares. Fuck, this is really the official account of Bayati. You are a car maker. Why are you joining in the fun? We, Lianxiang, will contribute 200 million, plus 1% of the shares. Not only Bayati and Lianxiang, many manufacturers have responded. They started sending messages asking to buy. Moreover, the bids are getting more outrageous. A test live broadcast that captured the immediacy of an auction. Chapter 40. Carrying 600 kilograms? This is unscientific. China's highest military command post. Everyone's expressions became very strange. Their eyes would glance towards Rong Haobua from time to time. Just now, Rong Haobua was praising Chen Hanqing solemnly. It is said that he faced doubts, endured silently, never gave up, and moved forward with a heavy burden. But Chun Hanqing's performance just now? It doesn't look like you're just enduring it silently. He curses more happily than anyone else. Rong Haobua could naturally feel that something was wrong. He also felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting worse, Rong Haobua started to make amends. In the face of humiliation, never give in and fight to the end. This is also excellent quality. Comrade Chun Hanqing is worthy of our learning. Everyone. They all looked at Rong Haobua in disbelief. Can this be explained by force? It has to be Mr. Rong. Although there were a lot of things that wanted to happen in their hearts, no one dared to speak out at this moment, and they all nodded in approval. Ah, yes, yes. It's worth learning, very worth learning. Mr. Rong is also worthy of our learning. The corner of Rong Haobua's mouth twitched. In the end, nothing was said. He really didn't expect Chun Hanqing to do this. The other side. Meng Zhixiang was also stunned by the scolding. It was obvious that he was cheated of his money. What's going on? It's like I owe you money. Are all the scammers nowadays so arrogant? After coming to his senses, Meng Zhixiang became angrier the more he thought about it. That's what you did, Meng Zhixiang said to Meng Qinghan. Then, head out the door. He didn't believe it, and he couldn't deal with the liar. When he arrived in the lobby, Meng Zhixiang took out his mobile phone and dialed a number impatiently. After the call was connected, Meng Zhixiang first said, Hey Lao Zhang. Yangcheng. Municipal Building. Zhang Weimin listened to Meng Zhixiang's voice on the phone with a complicated expression. He and Meng Zhixiang were college classmates. We have been in touch frequently over the years. Just now, when he saw Meng Zhixiang in the live broadcast room, he felt sick. I really didn't expect that this matter would be related to this old classmate. The world is too small. Now that Meng Zhixiang called, Zhang Weimin could guess why. Meng, what's the matter? Zhang Weimin pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. The fact that Chen Hanqing's factory is in Yangcheng has almost become public knowledge on the internet. Meng Zhixiang knew Zhang Weimin's status in Yangcheng, so he made this call. Without wasting any time, Meng Zhixiang stated his purpose. After finishing speaking, he did not forget to add, Old Zhang, don't worry, I will never make things difficult for you. You just need to handle the case impartially and bring the liar to justice. Zhang Weimin was silent for a moment, then said, Old Meng, things are not what you think. I suggest you read the reviews of that drone before making a decision. After hanging up the phone, Meng Zhixiang fell into deep thought. He sensed something was wrong from what Zhang Weimin said just now. Zhang Weimin seems to be very familiar with that liar. Could it be that he was involved in this matter? Meng Zhixiang muttered. Thinking of this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. If that's true, then he probably won't get his money back. While thinking about it, Meng Zhixiang sat back on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, searched for Chen Hanqing's live broadcast, wanting to see what was going on. What kind of person is this that Zhang Weimin is determined to protect despite their relationship of so many years? Originally, Meng Zhixiang thought that it would not be easy to find Chen Hanqing's live broadcast room. After all, these scammers are usually not big anchors. But what Meng Zhixiang didn't expect was, Chen Hanqing's live broadcast room is easy to find. In fact, you don't even have to look for it. It's #1 on the popularity ranking. Just now, Meng Zhixiang was only busy arguing with Chen Hanqing. I didn't even look carefully at the situation in the live broadcast room. Now, he was dumbfounded. The number of people online in the live broadcast room exceeds 100,000. This is just the limit displayed in the Douyin live broadcast room, not the limit of the number of people in the live broadcast room. Maybe 110,000. It could also be 5 million. Just because this live broadcast room could reach the top of the popularity list, Meng Zhixiang knew that the number of viewers must be no less than 1 million. Meng Zhixiang suddenly felt something was wrong. This situation is not what he imagined. After seeing the comments below, Meng Zhixiang's heart was beating wildly. He actually saw that someone was willing to spend 500 million to buy this drone. This is fake, right? Meng Zhixiang couldn't believe it. Swallowed hard. At this time, in the live broadcast room, Chen Hanqing did not terminate the test because of what happened just now. The first test item is the load-bearing capacity of this drone. According to theoretical data, the load capacity of this agricultural drone is about 600 kilograms. If the endurance issue is not taken into consideration, the maximum load capacity can reach 800 kilograms. These words came out of Chen Hanqing's mouth lightly. It seems nothing special. However, after hearing this, the netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned. Did I hear it wrong? The maximum load is 800 kilograms? Is that a mistake? Did you say an extra zero? The drone built by Little Duck factory director looks about the same size as the one built by Dajiang. Their maximum load-bearing capacity is 60 kilograms, but this one has increased by more than 10 times. Dajiang, we admit that Director Xiaoya's technology is admirable, but we have experience in making drones. Based on the size of Director Xiaoya's drone, the maximum load is no more than 100 kilograms. As for the 600 kilograms or 800 kilograms mentioned, it is simply impossible. Although I support the anchor very much, I still prefer to believe in science. The live broadcast room was filled with questioning voices. Chen Hanqing didn't care about this at all. He began looking for suitable test items. Be prepared to speak with facts. China's highest combat command post. Everyone, how true do you think this data is? Rong Haobua asked the experts. Compared with those netizens, they obviously have more say. There are more than a dozen experts, all of whom are bigwigs in various industries. They stared at each other in silence first. Finally, an expert named Ding Gang said, a drone of this size, with a load of 600 kilograms, would require extremely high levels of power, balance, and materials. With today's scientific level, it is simply unimaginable. I think Mr. Chun has little chance of success this time. He had already said this very tactfully. According to Real Thoughts, more than the chance of success is low. He doesn't see any hope at all. Not only him, but other experts also nodded. But at this time, Rong Haobua said, I believe him. This drone must be able to reach the load-bearing data. Everyone turned their eyes to Rong Haobua, looked at him puzzledly. They couldn't understand why Rong Haobua was so confident. Rong Haobua didn't explain either. Keep your eyes on the screen in the live broadcast room. Chapter 41. Stop pretending. What you built is a combat drone. The other side. When Meng Zhixiang heard Chen Hanqing's words, he felt much more relaxed. Although, he doesn't know much about drones. But I don't believe that the drone that Chen Hanqing took out can carry a load of 600 kilograms. It's totally unrealistic. I thought I had really met some tech giant. He's still a liar. I really can't understand why so many people watch his live broadcast. Are those netizens all idiots? And he said he spent 500 million to buy it. He's either a shill or he has a mental problem. Meng Zhixiang said secretly. At this time, in the live broadcast screen, Chen Hanqing finally set his sights on a stone. This stone is very big. Definitely 600 kilograms. That's it, Chen Hanqing said. Netizens in the anchor room exclaimed. No, is the anchor serious? I suggest that Director Little Duck reconsider this. It would be terrible if something goes wrong. Although Chen Hanqing has a record of building cars and mechas, but netizens are still questioning. Chen Hanqing ignored everyone's reaction. Take out the remote control and start operating. Under his control, the 6 wings of the drone began to vibrate and made a buzzing sound. Under everyone's gaze, the drone rose above the stone. Chen Hanqing tied the stone with the rope that came with the drone. Millions of netizens in the live broadcast room were watching intently. Even though the chances of success seem slim, but they are still looking forward to it. If only it succeeded, then this drone can definitely break the world record. Then, Chen Hanqing controlled the drone and started to exert force. 6 wings, high-frequency oscillation. It almost became an afterimage in the air. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room became quiet. Everyone is looking forward to a miracle happening. Finally, that stone, it actually moved. As the drone rises into the air, the drone, which is more than 1 meter long, looks very small compared to this stone. Everyone couldn't help but have their pupils dilated. His expression was full of shock. Fuck, it really flew. This stone must weigh 600 kilograms. Director Little Duck is awesome. I actually questioned the Little Duck factory manager just now. What a fool I am. Is this a drone? It's more like a crane. I have an idea. What would it look like if this drone carried 600 kilograms? Isn't this idea a bit too bold? All netizens are sighing. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. At this time, China's highest military command post. Compared to those ordinary netizens, Rong Haobua and others were even more shocked. Standing in their position, the role that this drone can play is absolutely beyond imagination, especially in the military. This is simply a killer weapon. There was excitement in their eyes. The look towards the drone is full of eagerness. Testing continues. Chen Hanqing controlled the drone and turned it around in the air. Only after making sure that it can run normally will you put the stone down. Weight-bearing test successful. Next, start the weight control function test. Chen Hanqing said. His tone was still very calm. It seems like carrying 600 kilograms is just an ordinary thing. In fact, this is indeed the case. Chen Hanqing had tested this drone countless times before. Moreover, if the material cost is not taken into consideration, the load capacity of this drone can definitely be taken to the next level. Looking at the excited netizens in the comments section, Chen Hanqing felt more and more guilty. Finished. As it stands, he will insist that this is a toy model of a drone. No one will believe it. Whether the order can be completed is a problem. And you still take the blame. It's such a huge loss. However, things have developed to this point. Chen Hanqing had no choice but to continue. Chen Hanqing gathered his thoughts and introduced himself first. The weeding function of this agricultural drone model is locked using an ultra-high-definition camera system. The data analysis module in the drone identifies the weeds and then emits a high-frequency heat beam to achieve the weed removal effect. Netizens simply don't understand these professional terms. That sounds awesome. Although I don't know what these functions are, why do I feel that they are more like war weapons? Is this what director Little Duck built, an agricultural drone? Netizens in the live broadcast room can't wait any longer. They began to urge. Without wasting any time, Chen Hanqing began to control the drone to rise higher. He also explained, in order to achieve more efficient weeding, this drone can perform weeding operations at an altitude of up to 2,000 meters. It can fire 10 high-frequency heat beams simultaneously. Netizens were shocked. Working at an altitude of 2,000 meters? Did I hear it wrongly? It feels like a dream. No. Are you sure what director Little Duck said is correct? 2,000 meters. Something's wrong. This is very wrong. Is it necessary to fly so high just to weed? Stop pretending, Anchor. What you built is a combat drone. Not only these netizens. In China's highest military command post, Huawei and others, as well as a group of experts, all had the same sentiment. Logically speaking, the flying height of a drone is only a few hundred meters. Fire heat beams from a distance of 2 kilometers and accurately lock onto the weeds. This technology is completely beyond their understanding. It's totally unrealistic. However, based on the previous analyses, something made by Chen Hanqing, it doesn't make sense at all. If someone else told these experts that such technology existed, they would definitely sneer at them. But since these words came from Chen Hanqing's mouth, they had to think about it. It seems, maybe possible. What if it is true? Everyone, do you think this function can be successful? Huawei said. When he said this, he was no longer as calm as before. Keep your eyes fixed on the live broadcast screen. Even his voice was trembling with excitement. This time, no one answered. Everyone just watched quietly. I dare not draw any conclusion at all. The entire highest military command post fell into absolute silence. Everyone's expression was exactly the same as Huawei's. Testing continues. When the drone rose to 2,000 meters, Chen Hanqing controlled it to hover. To facilitate the test, Chen Hanqing found 10 stones to simulate weeds. Before weeding, you need to enter the weed picture first. Although this process is somewhat cumbersome, the drone system has a storage function, so each type of grass only needs to be entered once. As he spoke, Chen Hanqing used the camera setup on the remote control device to take a picture of the stone. After completing the preparation work, Chen Hanqing gave instructions to the remote control device. Turn on weeding mode. An electronic voice sounded from the remote control. Weeding mode is on. Please select the weed control intensity level. Chen Hanqing said without hesitation. The lowest level. The beam intensity has been adjusted to the lowest level. The assignment is about to begin. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start your homework. Next second, 10 extremely thin rays of light red gushed out from the light port under the drone. Very fast. The distance of 2,000 meters is reached in a flash. Squeak. The beam of light fell on the stone, making a clear sound. Everyone in the live broadcast room is waiting for the result. When the camera falls on those stones, everyone's heart was pounding. I can't stop the fear in my heart. There were actually thumb-thick through holes on those stones. Chapter 42 can't test anymore. Quiet. Everyone fell into absolute silence. Look at the scene in front of you. They are like idiots. I just felt my heart pounding. It even seemed as if he had forgotten to breathe. The live broadcast room, which was originally filled with flying comments, suddenly became quiet. Finally, after a long time, everyone came to their senses. Suddenly, the live broadcast room was boiling. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? That's not a beam of light. Ordinary bullets don't have this much power at 2,000 meters. Director Little Duck is awesome. If this thing can take a picture and lock onto the enemy, then it can just shoot them all without making a sound. If I heard correctly, the anchor just used the lowest intensity beam. The lowest intensity beam has this much power. What would the highest intensity beam be like? One tank at a time. From the comments, you can feel the excitement of netizens. Although in advance, they had already overestimated the power of this drone. But I was still almost blinded by the light. China's highest military command post. At this time, Rong Haobo couldn't remain calm at all. What the hell? It's too scary. He couldn't help but sigh. If it were in the past, everyone would definitely be very surprised to hear Rong Haobo say this. The Rong Haobo they knew was a dignified man who would never say such things. However, no one cares about this now. Everyone was immersed in deep shock. Quick! Notify Yangcheng. Stop Comrade Chen Hanqing. This drone can no longer be tested. Rong Haobo was the first to react, and he immediately gave orders. After hearing this, everyone gradually came to their senses. The secretary responded immediately. Yes. After saying that, he went to make arrangements. Everyone knows the seriousness of this matter. This is not an agricultural drone test. This is clearly China's most powerful weapon. Anyone can see that this drone is not just for agricultural use. It is a strategic weapon for air combat with terrifying destructive power. Suddenly, Rong Haobo thought of something. He walked quickly to the office. Pick up the phone and dial a number. When the call was connected, Rong Haobo said first, "I'm Rong Haobo." Let Niozwa answer the phone. The person on the other end of the phone was Niozwa's secretary. He was shocked when he heard this. One can clearly feel that Rong Haobo's tone is full of hostility. Not daring to waste time, the secretary immediately responded. Mr. Rong. Excuse me. Dinyo is not here. Rong Haobo frowned even deeper. He was not surprised by this result. Although he already had a guess, Rong Haobo couldn't help but ask, where did he go? The secretary responded, I don't know about that. But before Dinyo left, he told me to tell you something if you called me. What are you talking about? Rong Haobo said in a deep voice. The secretary hesitated for a moment before finally mustering up the courage to speak. Dinyo said, he said, Old man, I knew you wanted to go back on your word, but I won't give you this chance. That baby is mine. After he finished speaking, fearing that Rong Haobo would blame him, he immediately explained. Mr. Rong, these are Dinyo's original words. That's definitely not what I meant to say. Please don't take it as an offense. Rong Haobo couldn't help but his eyelids twitching. He was so angry. The anger in my heart is almost uncontrollable. But Rong Haobo would not vent his anger on a secretary. He took a deep breath and then spoke. Don't worry, it's none of your business. I'll settle accounts with Niozwa when he comes back. Over there, Niozwa's secretary had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. It's so scary. He actually called Mr. Rong old guy. Although he was just relaying these words, it was exciting enough. Look at the whole of China. How dare you say such things? Very few. China's highest command post. Rong Haobo slammed the encrypted phone onto the table. Niozwa, I'm not done with you. Rong Haobo cursed. The reason why he made this call. Of course it's because of Chen Hanqing. Rong Haobo's goal is to stabilize Niozwa first. He regretted it. I regret my decision to let Huazhong University of Science and Technology award Chen Hanqing the title of academician. Talents like this should be firmly controlled by the highest military command. Even if Chen Hanqing doesn't want to join, he can ask again. If it doesn't work, go a third time. Until Chen Hanqing agrees to join. If we can stabilize Niozwa, there will still be room for maneuver. But now, it's too late. It seems that such a good seedling will belong to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. How could Rong Haobo accept this? Silence for a moment. Rong Haobo suddenly became angry. I just don't believe it. I can't beat you. You can go to Yangcheng. I can go too. After making the decision, Rong Haobo went out. At this time, the secretary had finished the call and arranged for someone to stop Chen Hanqing from continuing the test. Seeing Rong Haobo's anxious look, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Rong, what's wrong with you? Rong Haobo responded calmly. I'm going to Yangcheng. Secretary, didn't you just go there a while ago? How come I'm still addicted? Without any hesitation, the secretary stopped him directly. Mr. Rong, no. You can't go this time. He said it very firmly. The last time Rong Haobo went to Yangcheng, He was under tremendous pressure. If I go again this time, it would be hard to explain. Maybe it will cause dissatisfaction to some people. Seeing that Rong Haobo was unmoved, the secretary continued. Mr. Rong, please consider the overall situation. This time, his voice was full of solemnity. His body also blocked Rong Haobo. Although, this behavior may be suspected of offending Rong Haobo. But, he has to do it. Rong Haobo finally calmed down. Even though I'm unwilling, I have no choice but to give up. He sighed and said, this time, it will only benefit that old man Niuzhua. The tone was full of regret. At this time, Niuzhua was on the special plane, talking to his secretary on a satellite phone. He really said that? After getting a confirmed reply, Niuzhua was so happy. Ha 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 ha. That old fellow Rong Haobo will also have this day. Settle accounts with me? By then, Chun Hanqing, this precious child, will belong to our Huaka Institute. Even if old man Rong tries to curry favor with me, he won't dare to settle accounts with me even if he has 100 guts. Niuzhua was very happy to see Rong Haobo suffer a setback, especially because of myself. After hanging up the phone, Niuzhua is in a good mood. He is looking forward to arriving in Yangqing soon. Imperial capital, Meng family villa. Meng Zhixiang now really has the urge to slap himself twice. After witnessing the horror of the drone, he realized how stupid his previous behavior was. That drone only costs 10 million. It's a bargain. No, it's absolutely free. With such terrifying technology, it is not impossible that the value can be increased dozens or even hundreds of times after reselling it. Meng Zhixiang finally understood what he had missed. The next second, Meng Zhixiang thought of something. He stood up immediately, run towards the room where Meng Qing is. Because he was too excited, Meng Zhixiang fell down while going up the stairs. However, he couldn't care less about these things now. I just want to find Meng Qing as soon as possible. After entering the door, Meng Zhixiang said nothing. Just hug Meng Qing. Son. Good son. You are such a genius. Chapter 43. You may make a small profit, but I will definitely not lose money. Meng Qing was completely stunned by Meng Zhixiang's actions. It has been many years since Meng Qing last felt the feeling of being hugged by his father. What's more, what surprised Meng Qing even more was Meng Zhixiang actually praised him so much. For a moment, Meng Qing was at a loss. Dad, what's wrong with you? Meng Qing asked. Meng Zhixiang said excitedly. The drone you ordered. It was a great buy. As long as we can get that drone, sell it and we'll be rich. Hearing this, Meng Qing understood what was going on. His eyes, which had been lit up, became dim again. The warmth in my heart quickly dissipated. Breaking free from Meng Zhixiang's embrace, Meng Qing said, You just spoke to someone like that. You're just a scumbag and a liar. Cancel this deal. That drone has nothing to do with us anymore. His tone was calm, as if he had no emotion. But Meng Zhixiang doesn't care. Don't you have the anchor's phone number? Call him. I'll tell him. Meng Qing hesitated. Because of what happened just now, Meng Qing already felt very sorry for Chen Hanqing. Now seeing the terrifying power of the drone, he immediately changed his attitude and got close to it. Meng Qing really couldn't do such a thing. His values do not allow him to do this. Seeing this, Meng Zhixiang immediately urged, What else do you want? Call now. As long as you have that drone, all your wishes will come true. Not only do agricultural plantations not have to be abandoned, they can be expanded. The last sentence made Meng Qing feel a little moved. Moreover, it was only Meng Zhixiang who made the decision before. He didn't say he wanted to give up the deal. After pondering for a moment, Meng Qing made a decision. He took out his cell phone and called Chen Hanqing. Yangqing, Little Duck Toy Factory. At this time, netizens in the live broadcast room suggested that Chen Hanqing test the weed removal function at the highest intensity level. Of course, Chen Hanqing couldn't agree. He knows the drones he built best. If we really use the highest intensity test, it will be completely unclear. Although now, almost all netizens have also determined that Chen Hanqing built a combat drone. But he still has to struggle. Just as Chen Hanqing was about to start the next test, the phone alert sounded. Chen Hanqing took out his phone and saw the caller ID was Xiao Xiao Xiao. After answering the call, he asked first, What's the matter? The tone is cold. On the other end of the phone, Meng Zhixiang's voice came. Hello, host. It's like this, I was blind just now. Before Meng Zhixiang could finish, he was interrupted by Chen Hanqing. Let Xiao 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 answer the phone. I have nothing to say to you. Chen Hanqing said this bluntly. He really didn't have a good impression of Meng Zhixiang. It's pretty good that he didn't hang up the phone immediately. On the phone, when Meng Zhixiang heard this, his expression suddenly darkened. However, he now needs help from Chen Hanqing. I didn't dare to refute at all and immediately responded with a smile. Okay, I'll put him on the phone right away. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Meng Zhixiang handed the phone to Meng Qing. He did not forget to wink at Meng Qing. Meng Qing took it reluctantly. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke. Hello, Director Duck. Chen Hanqing. This guy is really bad at talking. Does he think that the little duck factory manager sounds nice? However, Chen Hanqing was too lazy to correct him and just repeated. What's the matter? Meng Qing organized his words and said, That's right. I want to continue with my previous order. May I? In fact, Meng Qing didn't hold out much hope at all. After all, anyone can now see the value of this drone. As long as Chen Hanqing is willing, it can be sold at a price much higher than 10 million. Not only Meng Qing, but netizens in the live broadcast room also thought so. What good things are you thinking? You took the initiative to cancel the order just now, and now you want to restore it. I heard everything you were planning. I have never seen such a shameless person. But what no one expected was that after Meng Qing finished speaking, Chen Hanqing responded directly. Good. Transfer the remaining 5 million. Give me another address. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Chen Hanqing would agree so readily. Are you so easy to talk to? Netizens have advised against it. No, Director Little Duck is confused. Such a person is not worthy at all. Godfather, please think twice. I'll give you 100 million. Sell the anchor to me. This is all possible. Director Little Duck is definitely China's last conscience. Chen Hanqing was not moved at all. The reason why he agreed to Meng Qing's request was actually to complete the order. Comparing money and technological value, Chen Hanqing would choose the latter without hesitation. Once he builds the Star Destroyer, will he still be short of money? Meng Qing was stunned for a moment. After recovering from his shock, he immediately said excitedly, Okay. Thank you, Director Duck. I'll give you the money right away. After hanging up the phone, before I received Meng Qing's transfer reminder, the system prompt sounded in Chen Hanqing's mind first. Congratulations to the host for completing the drone manufacturing mission. Reward 1 million science and technology points and increase the science and technology output per second to 10 points. Chen Hanqing was immediately delighted. He originally thought that after completing this mission, the technology value per second could be increased to 8 points. Unexpectedly, it increased to 10 points. What a pleasant surprise. In the eyes of netizens, Chen Hanqing suffered a huge loss in this transaction. But in fact, Chen Hanqing is the real beneficiary. Meng Qing might make a small profit, but Chen Hanqing definitely won't lose money. Chen Hanqing was also a little confused. Until now, he still couldn't figure out how this system determined whether the task was completed. The first time, Chen Hanqing directly collected 8,000 yuan from Grandpa Ali. After the microelectric car was successfully manufactured and sent out, it prompted that the task was completed. The second time, Chen Hanqing took half of Dai Xiaomei's deposit and sent the Mecha to Dai Xiaomei's side. Even though the mission was completed, Dai Xiaomei has not paid the balance until now. This time, he also received half of the deposit, but the goods had not been shipped yet. He just promised Meng Qing to continue the transaction and completed the task. Each method is different. Chen Hanqing was confused. There was really no clue, so Chen Hanqing stopped thinking about this problem. This time of thinking was not completely without results. At least Chen Hanqing learned a lesson. He decided to have someone pay the full amount directly from now on, to avoid a situation like Dai Xiaomei's, the highest military command post. Everyone was confused by Chen Hanqing's actions. Now, they have determined that this drone must be under the control of the highest military command. Originally, one could directly request that the special police guarding Chen Hanqing be sent to the imperial capital. Chen Hanqing's behavior undoubtedly increased uncontrollable risks. Mr. Rong, do you want someone to stop this transaction? The secretary asked. But Rong Haobua shook his head. No need. Comrade Chen Hanqing must have his reasons for doing this. In any case, the drone will eventually be delivered to our highest military command. If the buyer cooperates, we can negotiate to buy it back at the original price. If you don't cooperate. When he said this, Rong Haobua's eyes became firm. Just collect it by force. This is China. It is illegal to privately possess weapons of mass destruction. Everyone present finally understood. Everyone sighed that Mr. Rong's thoughts were comprehensive. As for Meng Zhixiang's dream of getting rich, it is simply impossible to achieve. In the live broadcast room, Chun Hanqing prepares to test the next function of the agricultural drone. However, before he could start, an accident happened. Chapter 44. Accepting Orders. Electromagnetic Pulse Gun. Zhang Xia came to Chun Hanqing and said, Director Chun, this drone can no longer be tested. She has received the message from Ren Wanhan. Request to terminate the test. Originally, Chun Hanqing was still a little confused. But after hearing the reason, he nodded and agreed. In fact, Chun Hanqing has the same idea now. It was just a weed control test, but it caused such a big commotion. If the subsequent functions are released again, I wonder how netizens will react. Without hesitation, Chun Hanqing said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, Brothers, because of some irresistible factors, this test ends here. Now, let's start taking orders. If you have anything you want to order, please tell me. If it's suitable, I will consider taking the order. Originally, netizens were quite dissatisfied with the sudden termination of the test. After seeing the horror of the so-called weeding function, they are all looking forward to the extent of the next function. However, when he heard that Chun Hanqing was planning to take another order, netizens no longer care about anything else, rushing to start commenting. I don't know who can catch this overwhelming wealth this time. Anchor Dad, look at me. Catwoman Robot. Director Little Duck, I want to order a mobile phone that can summon silly girls. Godfather, my real father. It's my turn now. Can you make me a spider suit? Now, no one has any doubts about Chun Hanqing anymore. Produced by the Little Duck Toy Factory, it must be a high-quality product. Shinnong Military Base. Director Chun still hasn't responded? Looking at the live broadcast room, Tianjin asked. The guard beside him shook his head. No. Tianjin frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said to the guard, Please comment in another way. Let's say that there is an old man who is dying and his last wish is to have a laser gun. I hope the host can fulfill his wish. Guard. He was really speechless about leader Tianjin. An old man in his twilight years? Your last wish before death is a laser gun? Whose old man is so cyberpunk? Are you planning to take him to the underworld to rebel against the king of hell? Is this an old man or a terrorist? Tianjin had already asked him to post dozens of remarks like this. Their identities include pregnant women, orphans, beggars. Anyway, in the end, everyone wants a laser gun. The guard could see that Tianjin really had a special liking for laser guns. Tianjin did not notice that the guard was in a bad mood. Seeing that the guard was slow to act, he said impatiently, What are you still standing there for? Send it quickly. Helpless, the guards could only do as they were told. The result is self-evident. Which link went wrong? Why doesn't factory director Chun accept the order? Tianjin couldn't help but mutter. The guard is now so angry that he wants to vomit. Unless Chun Hanqing has something wrong with his brain. Otherwise, it would be strange if we could receive orders. After hesitating for a moment, the guard couldn't help but say, Chief, you might as well go to Yangsheng and order it directly. That's a bit more hopeful. Tianjin nodded. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to go to Yangsheng. Originally, the guard was relieved when he heard this. I thought these torturous comments were finally coming to an end. But the next second, he heard Tianjin say, Just keep sending it. This time, my identity has changed to that of a fallen girl. Guard. Imperial capital, Meng family villa. At this time, Meng Zhixiang's excitement has not completely subsided. He has already imagined a wonderful life in the future. That drone's technology must be worth a lot of money. I want to sell it for 1 billion. No, sell it for 5 billion. Meng Zhixiang didn't know. He has been arranged clearly. At the same time, some netizens captured the footage of Chun Hanqing's live broadcast of testing the drone and posted it online. There is no doubt that the video went viral. Now, Chun Hanqing's reputation is very famous on the internet. All netizens who saw the video were shocked. What the hell? What did I miss? Director Little Duck has no moral principles. What kind of drone can carry 600 kilograms? High-frequency heat beam weeding? You're so lucky to say that. If this falls on your head, you'll definitely get hurt. Are you sure this is a toy factory? Even military factories aren't this scary, right? Anchor Dad, give me 100 drones like this. Everyone, go check it out. Little Duck Factory Manager is live streaming again to take orders. More and more people are pouring into Chun Hanqing's live broadcast room. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has reached a terrifying 9 million. It's about to break through the 10 million mark. However, Chun Hanqing was not happy about this. He looked at the comments that kept refreshing, and his expression became more and more complicated. Chen Hanqing wanted to make some civilian things. But now, what kind of things are netizens in the comments section ordering? Especially a mentally retarded netizen named Tian Yi. Why do you keep posting about buying laser guns? Do you think that if you change the comment, Chen Hanqing won't be recognized? If you don't change your account name, are you just deceiving yourself? Chen Hanqing almost kicked that mentally retarded netizen out. Helplessly, Chen Hanqing had to say, "Brothers, this is a real toy factory, only accepting orders for civilian toys. Netizens who have this need can place an order." However, netizens obviously did not care about Chen Hanqing's words. Director Little Duck knows what is for civilian use. My Catgirl robot is very civilian. Absolutely civilian. Why doesn't the anchor accept the order? At this time, a comment from a netizen named Goen attracted Chen Hanqing's attention. "Hello, host. I am an outdoor adventurer who often works in the jungle and grassland. In the summer, I am most worried about mosquitoes. I would like to ask you to build an electromagnetic pulse gun to kill mosquitoes." Chen Hanqing thought for a moment, finally decided to take this order. There's nothing we can do. It's all the fault of those netizens. They are too unreliable. This one alone is acceptable. Electromagnetic pulse guns are used to kill mosquitoes? This should make sense, right? Chen Hanqing murmured. It took a lot of effort to convince myself. Anyway, what he built was an electromagnetic pulse gun, a model. At least in name only. As for how the buyer uses it, it has nothing to do with him. And he will write it very clearly in the instructions. It's just a toy model, not recommended for other uses. The manufacturer is not responsible for any subsequent matters. After making the decision, Chen Hanqing no longer hesitated and said directly, "My friend Goen, I've accepted your order." Chapter 45, Why does it feel like it's developing into an arsenal? After Chen Hanqing said this, netizens became even more excited. The wind direction in the live broadcast room changed suddenly. All of them directed their criticism at the netizen named Goen. Electromagnetic pulse gun? Mosquito extermination? Did I hear it wrong? That's not right. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Do you think this netizen is a member of the military in disguise? Fuck, it's not impossible. Combining the comments of the Goen netizen and this name, many netizens have had this suspicion. But I am different from these netizens. But Tianjin knew the truth. Inside the Shenong military base, Tianjin looked at the account of the national security netizen and fell into deep thought. Although this account does not contain any videos, all information is kept confidential. But Tianjin was still convinced. What the hell? It must be Chu Goen. What about exploring the jungle grassland? The mission is almost done. Tianjin was somewhat indignant. He sent so many messages but received no response. Why was Chu Goen selected even though he only posted one message? This is not fair at all. The guard stood aside and didn't dare to speak. He could sense the anger in Tianjin's heart at this moment. But I dare not bring bad luck. Finally, after a while, Tianjin finally calmed down a little. Why is Chu Goen so lucky? What he said was obviously fake. Can't Director Chun see that? Guard. After hearing Tianjin's words, he really didn't know what to say. What Chu Goen said may not seem true. But what Tianjin asked to publish was so fake. The guard was a little confused. How could Tianjin have the nerve to say such a thing? Zhongzhou military base. Chu Goen looked a little dazed. It was indeed he who sent the message about ordering electromagnetic pulse guns. Originally, Chu Goen only saw the guy named Tian Yi constantly wielding the laser gun. He naturally knew that it was Tianjin. The avatar is a photo of Tianjin's daily life. So Chu Goen also tried to send a message. Unexpectedly, I was actually selected. This sudden surprise made Chu Goen a little dazed. After coming to his senses, Chu Goen couldn't help but think, what kind of request will be made later? It's not easy to come across this opportunity. Must make good use of. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. After confirming the order, Chen Hanqing began to handle the follow-up matters. This Goen netizen, are you available to connect now? I need to discuss with you the specifics of this electromagnetic pulse gun. As soon as Chen Hanqing finished speaking, a reply from Goen appeared in the comment section. Convenient. It's always convenient. Chen Hanqing didn't feel anything was wrong. He immediately clicked on the connection invitation. However, unlike before, this time, the connected screen was just pitch black, with no human figure at all. Just when everyone was confused, a voice sounded. Hello, Director Chen. It's not convenient for me to show my face right now. Is this okay? Chun Hanxing nodded directly. Can. The reason he asked for a connection was to communicate better. As for whether he knew what the customer looked like, he didn't care at all. Then, Chun Hanxing said, if you have any requirements for the electromagnetic pulse gun model, please let me know. After finishing speaking, Chun Hanxing was worried that the request made by this netizen was too conventional and couldn't help but continue. You can be bolder and let your imagination run wild. Chu Goen had already prepared his words. He responded without any hesitation. Okay, host. My request is actually very simple. The pulse intensity must be high. The bigger the better. It would be best if it could penetrate a mountain. You know, as an outdoor adventurer, sometimes you have to go to some tropical countries. The mosquitoes there are much more powerful than those in China. Also, the range must be wide. The range must be far, preferably more than 2,000 meters. It's like this. When I go on an outdoor adventure, I can't go alone. Sometimes my teammates' camping places are far away, and I hope I can take care of both. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although, what this national security netizen said is reasonable and well-founded. But his request sounded wrong. How strong should the pulse be? Or the kind that penetrates the mountain? Which mosquito can be so resistant? The attack range must be more than 2,000 meters. This isn't like trying to swat a mosquito. It's more like masturbating. After recovering from the shock, netizens couldn't help but comment. No, this is wrong. I am increasingly suspicious whether this netizen named Goen is some military leader. Isn't the mosquito repellent function a bit redundant? Stop pretending. You're the one who ordered the weapons. Shinong military base. Looking at the demands made by Chu Goen, Tianjun felt more and more annoyed. This guy, he actually thought of this. If this is a mosquito-killing gun, then the tanks in the military district are mosquito-killing cannons. Fighter jets are mosquito-killing machines. Director Chun requested civilian use. Even a fool can see that this is not for civilian use. In my opinion, this deal is going to be messed up by this idiot. Tianjun said dissatisfiedly. He and Chu Goen have completely different tempers. Normally, we don't get along well. Seeing Chu Goen taking such a big advantage, one can't help but feel envious and jealous. The guards could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. The grudges and disputes between the big guys are not something he can get involved in at all. Even the guards felt nervous after hearing this. Fortunately, this is Xinhua country. If it were in the past, he would have been murdered to silence him. Zhongzhou military base. Chu Goen was also a little nervous. Those requirements are indeed somewhat self-deceptive, but he had to remind him. Otherwise, if Chun Hanxing really made him an electromagnetic pulse gun that could only kill mosquitoes, how would he be able to seek justice? Although based on Chun Hanxing's past performance, this possibility is unlikely. But we have to be prepared just in case. In the live broadcast room, just when Chu Goen was worried, Chun Hanxing actually nodded and said, anything else you want? Chu Goen was stunned. This is... Agreed? You agreed so readily? For a moment, he couldn't believe it. He thought that it would take a lot of persuasion to get Chun Hanxing to accept it. I didn't expect it to be so simple. However, thinking about Chun Hanxing taking orders to build mechas, he didn't even ask. Chu Goen suddenly felt that it was not so difficult to accept. Not only him, netizens were also confused. You agree now? Director Little Duck, do you want to reconsider it? Director Little Duck is so confused. Making weapons privately is too suspicious. This request, one is really daring to make, and the other is really daring to accept. It was supposed to be a toy factory, but I feel like the anchor is developing it into a military factory. Chapter 46. Exchange for electromagnetic pulse gun technology. Inside the Shinong military base, Tianjun was also confused. That's not right. Do you agree now? The development of things was completely different from what he had imagined. Tianjun even felt like she was being acted out. Chun Hanxing could naturally see the comments from netizens. It is impossible to say that he didn't feel that there was something wrong with the electromagnetic pulse gun. However, there is no choice but to accept the mission. Otherwise, how to improve the technological value and production capacity? On the other side, Chu Goen quickly recovered. Without any hesitation, he responded directly. There is none left. That's all. Chun Hanxing said. Okay, now, I'll give you a quote. Hearing this, netizens became excited. Finally, my favorite part. The Little Duck factory manager knows how to quote. A moment later, Chun Hanxing has made a decision. He spoke directly. According to your requirements, it will cost a total of 15 million to order this electromagnetic pulse gun. 15 million. If it only has the function of killing mosquitoes, it is definitely not worth the price. However, if Chan Hanxing can really meet those requirements, it would only cost 15 million, which is too cheap. Chu Goen said without any hesitation. Good. Chan Hanxing continued. I'll send you the card number after the broadcast. You need to transfer all the money. The production process takes 7 days. Warm reminder, all products produced by our factory are only one-to-one toy models, which are only for viewing and are not recommended for other purposes. If any impact is caused by improper operation by the buyer will bear all the responsibilities. Once the product is ordered, it cannot be returned or exchanged. At this time, netizens realized something was wrong. No, didn't Director Little Duck ask for half of the deposit before? Why is it that now it's a direct payment of the full amount? Spending 15 million to order a pulse gun is still a bit risky after all. Chen Hanxing doesn't care about these comments at all. His rules are rules. Chu Goen naturally had no objection to this. Seeing this, Chen Hanxing was satisfied. The order has been completed. Chen Hanxing naturally didn't want to continue wasting time. Without saying anything, he ended the broadcast immediately. After returning to the room, Chen Hanxing immediately murmured, "Open your personal information panel." As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of illusory information appeared in Chen Hanxing's mind. Name, Chen Hanxing. Age, 18. Mission, build an electromagnetic pulse gun. Technology value, 4360000. Technologies already mastered. Upgraded drone technology, entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapons technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. This was the first time Chen Hanxing opened his personal information panel after completing the drone mission. Looking at the constantly jumping prompts, he was genuinely delighted. Nowadays, the system can generate more than 860,000 technological values per day. It's really scary. Life is finally starting to get better. Chen Hanxing is looking forward to the extent to which the science and technology value per second can be increased after completing this task. Chen Hanxing sent the card number, and a few minutes later, he received a notification that 15 million had arrived. Open the system mall. After Chen Hanxing finished speaking, various technical information appeared in his mind. Chen Hanxing quickly locked onto the target. Electromagnetic pulse gun technology can be exchanged for 900,000 technology points. Do you want to exchange? Chen Hanxing said without any hesitation. Exchange. With the deduction of 900,000 technology points, a huge amount of complex information automatically flooded into Chen Hanxing's mind. After a moment, Chen Hanxing completely digested this information. The technology of the pulse gun is already well understood. Then, Chen Hanxing spent another 500,000 technology points to exchange for the materials needed to manufacture the pulse gun. Compared to mechas and drones, although the pulse gun technology is more expensive and the materials are more scarce, however, it has a single function, is small in size, requires materials of the same total value as a drone, and is not very difficult to manufacture. Now, the drone has been sent to the location of the Ming family villa in the imperial capital by the special police guarding the Little Duck toy factory. The reason why it was sent by the special police is for the subsequent recovery work. In order to deliver it as soon as possible, Rong Haobua specifically instructed that a special plane be prepared for him in Zhengxing. Only if it is delivered as soon as possible can we send someone to check it. It's full of tricks. At the same time, Shenzhen, Huawei headquarters. Ren Hongfei watched Chen Hanxing's live broadcast in its entirety. He became more and more certain that if they wanted to develop a photolithography machine, Chen Hanxing was the only one who could do it. Seeing that Chen Hanxing actually accepted another order, Ren Hongfei couldn't hold it anymore. No, we must go to Yangqing immediately. Ren Hongfei made the decision. No time was wasted. He immediately asked his secretary to arrange it. The other side. After more than 2 hours of running around, Niozwa finally reached Yangqing. The purpose of his trip was simple, which was to find Chen Hanxing and present him with the Medal of Academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Niozwa came here in secret. He only brought an entourage and a few bodyguards. No one knew that such a big shot had come to Yangqing. On the way to the Little Duck toy factory, everyone was very confused. They didn't know why Niozwa suddenly came to Yangqing. However, look at Niozwa's excited expression. They all felt that something big might have happened. An hour later, Niozwa and others arrived near the Little Duck toy factory. However, before they could get close, They were discovered by special police guarding near the toy factory. We found 2 unidentified commercial vehicles coming this way. The estimated number of people is about 10. Please give me instructions. Zhang Xia was just sent from Yangcheng to assist, not the real person in charge. The real person in charge is named Song Zhou. He came from the most powerful special forces in China, possesses strong individual combat and command capabilities. Hearing this news, Song Zhou remained calm and said, "Continue monitoring. Once you discover their target is the Little Duck Toy Factory, intercept them immediately." A soldier responded on the communicator.
Yes.
Niozwa didn't know that they were being monitored. In the carriage, Niozwa was already looking forward to meeting Chen Hanqing for the first time. In fact, he was already thinking about what to say and how to make Chen Hanqing more receptive. This time, Niozwa made up his mind. No matter what, we must bring Chen Hanqing to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. However, just as the car was about to arrive at the entrance of the Little Duck Toy Factory, suddenly, dozens of armed police officers in plain clothes rushed over, surround their 2 cars. Chapter 47, Getting Out of Control. Niozwa, who was sitting in the car, frowned immediately. Several bodyguards are on high alert. His expression suddenly became serious. Although, they are all well-trained special forces. But in this situation, being surrounded by so many people, there is nothing you can do. Moreover, looking at those dozens of people, one by one, putting their hands on their waists, it looks like they want to pull out their guns. Old Nyo, we'll try to hold those people back for a while. You. When he said this, the bodyguard hesitated. Then he continued, "You leave when you can." He really has no confidence. But Niozwa was not afraid at all. He waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. This is China. No criminal would dare to commit such a crime. There must be some misunderstanding." Niozwa said these words very firmly. The bodyguards also reacted. What Niozwa said is not without reason. Immediately, they got out of the car without hesitation. Those dozens of armed police were also on high alert at this time. After several bodyguards got out of the car, raise your hands immediately to show that you mean no harm. Everyone, don't be impulsive. We are from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Hearing this, the armed police were stunned. Huazhong University of Science and Technology? How could they not have heard of it? But if the person sitting in this car is really a big shot from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, they should have received the news in advance. With a skeptical attitude, the 2 sides began negotiations. When I heard this, the person in the car turned out to be Niozwa, the president of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Dozens of armed police officers all changed their expressions. Their first reaction was disbelief. How could such a big shot come here? However, wait until Niozwa shows up. They have to accept this reality. As the president of Huazhong University of Science and Technology and China's most prestigious technology tycoon, Niozwa often appears on television. How could they not have seen it? Wang Ning, the leader of these armed police, felt his heart pounding. Just now, he was holding a gun, ready to point it at the big boss. This is so fucking exciting. Wang Ning knew it very well. This matter is no longer something they can handle. So he said to Niozwa, "Mr. Nyo, I'm sorry. Please wait a moment. I'll go report." Wait until Niozwa's consent. Only Wang Ning dared to take action. He didn't hesitate at all. He took out the communicator and informed Song Zhou about this. Song Zhou listened. "I was also deeply shocked. Are you sure it's Dean Yo from Huaka University?" Song Zhou asked. Wang Ning responded immediately. "Yes, Captain. I saw it with my own eyes." Song Zhou was completely upset. He immediately said, "Wait. Make sure to ensure Mr. Nyo's safety. I'll be right there." After the communication ends, the shock on his face didn't have time to fade away. Song Zhou ran directly to the place where Wang Ning reported. Song Zhou really couldn't understand. Why did Niozwa come to this toy factory? Could it be because of Director Chin? Thinking of this, Song Zhou found it unbelievable. But there is no better explanation than this. Song Zhou and his men only received orders to protect Chen Hanqing. As to why, they don't know. What Chen Hanqing did is currently only circulated among the top leaders of China. Although there are rumors online about the terrifying functions of the mecha built by Chen Hanqing. But most of them are just rumors, and it is difficult to tell whether they are true or not. Song Zhou and others have always been very confused as to why they should protect Chen Hanqing so much. It can even be said that there are some complaints. They are the most elite group of people in the police force of Sale Province. They should be on the front line of fighting crime. instead of protecting a small toy factory in Yangqing that has no idea what's so special about it. However, they absolutely obey the orders given by their superiors. But this kind of emotion is hard to contain. Now, Song Zhou suddenly had a feeling. Their previous ideas might be extremely wrong. The director of the duck toy factory is more important than they thought. After having this idea, Song Zhou quickened his pace. A few minutes later, Song Zhou arrived. The weight of the name Niu Zhua is worthy of them doing this. Although, I have been mentally prepared in advance. However, the moment he actually saw Niu Zhua, Song Zhou was still shocked. When Song Zhou and the others came up to Niu Zhua, they saluted solemnly and then said, "Dean Niu, what brings you here?" Niu Zhua is quite impatient now. He was reluctant to say more, but simply explained, "I'm looking for Director Chun." Hearing this, Song Zhou felt his heart tremble. It is indeed so, he said to himself. At the same time, I became more curious about Chen Hanqing. What is so special about Director Chen that he could attract a big shot like Niu Zhua to make a personal visit? Niu Zhua didn't want to waste time, so seeing Song Zhou was silent, he said directly, "Can I go in now?" At this point, Song Zhou naturally didn't dare to stop it. Niu Zhua walked to the entrance of the toy factory. Song Zhou wanted to knock on the door. However, before he could open his mouth, Niu Zhua stopped him. "I'll do it. Although it's just a small matter." But Niu Zhua still needs to be careful. At this time, in the room, Chen Hanqing did not start manufacturing the electromagnetic pulse gun immediately. He watched TikTok. Now, there is a lot of information about Chen Hanqing on the internet. Alien technology discovered during drone testing. Director Little Duck has received another order to make electromagnetic pulse guns. Topics like these are very popular. Among the top 10 on the popularity list, 8 are about Chen Hanqing. Netizens also commented, "No, electromagnetic pulse gun? Is this the electromagnetic pulse gun I understand? I originally thought that building a 400-mile mini electric car was the limit for the Little Duck factory manager, but I didn't expect that this was just the beginning. From mecha to drones, and then to electromagnetic pulse guns, isn't this a bit too big a leap? Director Little Duck is awesome. I really can't think of anything he can't make. It's getting outrageous." More and more people are paying attention to it. Naturally, there are some questioning voices among them. However, these voices were drowned out by the overwhelming comments of the Little Duck factory manager and did not cause any waves at all. Chen Hanqing was not happy about this. He wanted to say, "This is really just a toy factory. They are all toy models. The customer hurt me." However, Chen Hanqing also knew, if I say these things now, no one will believe me. I can only silently dismiss this idea. At this moment, Chen Hanqing suddenly heard someone outside shouting, "Director Chen, open the door." Helplessly, he put away his phone and walked towards the door. From a distance, Chen Hanqing saw the figure of an old man surrounded by a group of armed police officers and soldiers. At first, Chen Hanqing didn't recognize him. There was doubt in his eyes. Suddenly, Chen Hanqing realized something. His pupils suddenly contracted. He had seen this old man on TV. The president of Huazhong University of Science and Technology is awesome. Chapter 48 Awarding of Honor, Academician of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Chen Hanqing was very surprised. However, he soon came to his senses. After meeting Rong Haobua, Chen Hanqing has become somewhat immune to big guys of this level and is not too out of control. Without hesitation, Chen Hanqing took a few quick steps and arrived at the door. He quickly opened the door and said, "Hello, Mr. Niu." Chen Hanqing's tone was full of respect. Ever since Chen Hanqing appeared, Niu Zhua had been looking at him constantly, although he already knew Chen Hanqing's information in advance. But when he saw Chen Hanqing, Niu Zhua was still surprised. Chen Hanqing is really too young. The more Niu Zhua looked at it, the more satisfied he became. I can't help but sigh. It's really a great bargain. I'm afraid old man Rong will cry to death this time. Then Niu Zhua said, "Director Chen, hello. I've heard that Yangqing has a genius, and I finally see him." Niu Zhua complimented him. As he spoke, he stepped forward. Shake hands firmly with Chen Hanqing. The action is very vigorous. There was a smile on Niu Zhua's face. There seemed to be a hint of flattery in his smile. Song Zhou and others were stunned. Why is this Dean Niu Zhuanyo different from the one we see on TV? Aren't these big guys full of majesty? But now, why are you laughing like a fool? Chen Hanqing was also confused. I can only smile mechanically. Finally, Niu Zhua let go of Chen Hanqing's hand. "Director Chen, I'm here for something important." The smile on Niu's was face faded. His expression also became serious. Chen Hanqing nodded. You say. He was not surprised. A big shot like Niu's certainly wouldn't make a trip for no reason. Niu's stared at Chen Hanqing and spoke almost word by word. Comrade Chen Hanqing, I represent Huaka College. Officially award you the Medal of Honor for Academician. Thank you for your contribution to the development of China. Hear this. Everyone present was stunned. His expression was full of disbelief. They couldn't even believe their ears. Award Chen Hanqing the Academician Medal? There has never been such a young academician in China. This is definitely an unprecedented first. No one expected that Niuzwa came here for this kind of thing. The scene became quiet. Complete silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Hanqing. There is only a blank in my brain. Chen Hanqing was also very surprised. After a moment's silence, Chen Hanqing looked embarrassed and said, Mr. Niu, this is inappropriate. I don't think I'm worthy of this honor now. This was not Chen Hanqing's deliberate refusal. He is really a bit square. He just built some cars, mechas, drones, and so on. How did he become an academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology? It happened quite suddenly. Chen Hanqing found it hard to accept for a moment. At this time, Song Zhou and others were even more shocked. He is an academician of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It represents the highest honor in China's scientific community. But Director Chen actually refused. Why does it feel like a dream? But Niuzwa was not surprised. Knowing that Chen Hanqing had rejected Rong Haobu's invitation, he had long thought that this situation might happen. Niuzwa had already made some preparations in advance. He said, Comrade Chen Hanqing, your achievements are fully worthy of the Medal of Academician. This is only the highest honor I can give you within my ability, but it is not your limit. I believe that your achievements in the future will be limitless. Huagua, because you will become even more powerful. One day, you will become the backbone of China. Please don't refuse. Niuzwa said these words very seriously. Everyone present, totally dumbfounded. At this moment, they felt as if something was strangling their throats. Even breathing has become difficult. Song Zhou finally understood how wrong his previous thoughts were. Niuzwa was able to come in person and take the initiative to request that Chen Hanqing be awarded the Academician Medal. What an honor! It is absolutely necessary to let these armed police officers and soldiers protect Chen Hanqing. In fact, it is even worse than before. After listening to Niuzwa's words, Chen Hanqing fell into deep thought. Finally, he could only agree. All right, I agree. Niuzwa's operation is more sophisticated than Rong Haobu's. Rong Haobu only invited Chen Hanqing to join the highest military command post. But Niuzwa came directly with the Academician Medal. The reason why Chen Hanqing agreed. There is another important reason. Compared with the highest military command post, HUSD does not have that many constraints. There is no need to take on such a big responsibility. Niuzwa smiled. Then, he seemed afraid that Chen Hanqing would regret it. Niuzwa took out the Academician Medal he brought and put it on Chen Hanqing's chest. Comrade Chen Hanqing, congratulations. Niuzwa said. All the armed police officers and soldiers cooperated in the salute. No complicated awarding ceremony. The only witnesses were Song Zhou, Zhang Xia and others. China's youngest academician is born. Chen Hanqing looked down at the medal on his chest with mixed feelings. It's impossible not to be excited. This is an academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Comrade Chen Hanqing, because your identity is really special. Your status as an academician cannot be made public for the time being. Excuse me. Niuzwa said. Chen Hanqing nodded. This is exactly what he had in mind. Niuzwa came here this time just for this matter. Now that his goal has been achieved, there is naturally no need for him to stay here any longer. Then, he prepared to say goodbye and leave. Before leaving, Chen Hanqing thought of something. He took out a pile of documents from the room, handed them to Niuzwa and said, Dean Niu, this is the core data and manufacturing drawings of the Mecha. Please give it to Elder Rong. Hear this. Niuzwa's heart was suddenly shocked. Mecha core data and blueprints? Without any hesitation, he quickly took it. No trouble, no trouble. Niuzwa's eyes were fixed on these documents. There seems to be light in the eyes. With Niuzwa's level, although he had no knowledge of mecha technology before, he was still able to tell the real from the fake. You can clearly feel Niuzwa's excitement. This is absolutely good stuff. Before, he was very indignant that Rong Haobu transported the Mecha to the highest military command post. Because of this, he was ridiculed and bullied by Rong Haobu. But now, He has the blueprint in his hands. The situation is completely different. Offense and defense have changed. This time, I really came to the right place. With these things, old man Rong Haobo will have to kneel down and beg me. Qin Hanqing. His mind is full of question marks. The development of things seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Qin Hanqing suddenly felt that letting Niuzhou bring these documents to the imperial capital was a wrong decision. Seem. Rong Haobo was stabbed in the back. Chapter 49. Mr. Rong, you don't even treat me as a human being. Looking at Niuzhou's performance, Qin Hanqing became more and more certain of this idea. However, even if you understand it, it will be of no use. Judging from Niuzhou's expression, if this document gets into his hands, it would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. If we try to snatch it away at this time, Niuzhou will probably fight to the death. Qin Hanqing doesn't want to take this risk. I can only feel wronged and old. After confirming that Qin Hanqing had taken out all the documents, Niuzhou did not linger any longer. Send Niuzhou away. I thought about how I had become an academician for some unknown reason. Qin Hanqing was still a little dazed. Although, Qin Hanqing doesn't care much about this identity. But in the eyes of others, the current Qin Hanqing is very different from before. Song Zhou and others no longer had any contempt for Qin Hanqing. His eyes are full of respect. An 18-year-old academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This amount. It's unimaginable. When Qin Hanqing turned around and prepared to go back to his room, he passed by them. Led by Song Zhou, dozens of armed police officers. The body is stretched straight. Salute to Qin Hanqing. His expression is full of solemnity. Seeing this scene, Qin Hanqing felt very complicated. For some reason, it seemed as if there was something else in his heart at this moment. Captain Song, there's no need to do this. Are you guys still getting along like before? Qin Hanqing struggled. However, Song Zhou was not moved at all. Academician Qin, I apologize for my previous disrespect for you. Don't worry, we will definitely ensure your safety. As long as we are still here, no enemy can hurt you at all. Song Zhou has no doubt at all about the value of being an academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Although he didn't know why Niuzhou made such a decision, but Song Zhou was sure. Qin Hanqing must have made outstanding contributions to China. This is enough for him. Qin Hanqing's lips moved. But in the end, no words were spoken. He knew very well that no matter what he said now, he could not change the minds of Song Zhou and others. He could only sigh quietly, nodded, and walked into the factory helplessly. He didn't want to waste any more time. Go directly into the super laboratory and start the research and development of the electromagnetic pulse gun. Only in this way did Qin Hanqing feel that the academician medal was not so hot to hold. Compared with Song Zhou and others, Zhang Xia's emotions are more complicated. She was even more shocked when Niuzhou awarded Qin Hanqing the academician medal. Obviously not long ago. Qin Hanqing was just a college student being interrogated by her in the interrogation room. When facing Li Yuwang, she is still needed to help. But now, how long has it been? Qin Hanqing had actually become someone she could only look up to. She really had no way to make Qin Hanqing's current image overlap with his previous one. There is a strong sense of separation. Her eyes were fixed on Qin Hanqing's back. It was not taken back until Qin Hanqing entered the room. It took a long time for Zhang Xia to come back to his senses. She murmured, "This is too depressing." However, although that is what I said, but Zhang Xia was not discouraged. There was a blazing fighting spirit flickering in her eyes. China's highest military command post. Mr. Rong, I have something to report to you. The secretary said hesitantly. His expression was full of weirdness. Seeing the secretary in this state, Rong Haobo was a little confused. This secretary's name is Qi Liang. I have followed Rong Haobo for many years. To be able to become the secretary of a figure like Rong Haobo and to be highly valued by him, Qi Liang is certainly not an ordinary person. He would only act like this in front of Rong Haobo. In the outside world, Qi Liang's identity makes him a big shot. Rong Haobo smiled and said, "What's up?" The secretary did not respond directly, but he felt it necessary to remind. "Mr. Rong, you need to be mentally prepared." Now Rong Haobo became even more curious. "I have seen all kinds of storms over the years. Just say it. No matter what it is, I won't frown." Rong Haobo said this with great confidence. But Qi Liang was even more speechless. He really wanted to remind Rong Haobo, or take back the last sentence. Save yourself the embarrassment. However, Qi Liang could only think about these words in his heart. I dare not say it at all. He no longer hesitated. Organize your language and say. Just now, news came from Yangcheng. Director Chun has agreed to accept the academician medal, and the awarding ceremony has been completed. Although Rong Haobua felt very sad after hearing the news, but I have already said it. He could only pretend to be calm. The Huazhong University of Science and Technology is also an important part of our country. Comrade Chen Hanqing agrees, which is also a good thing. Where is it not contributing to China? Qiliang. Rong Haobua is pretending to be more ruthless now. The slaps on the face get louder and louder. This is just an appetizer. The main event is coming next. Qiliang hoped that Rong Haobua would remain so calm after hearing the next news. Besides, after Rong Haobua finished speaking, Qiliang began to turn around. According to the news from Yangcheng, Dean Yo also took away the Mecha's core data and design drawings. After saying that, Qiliang just shut up. The whole office became quiet in an instant. Rong Haobua's expression began to change, from being calm at the beginning to being confused, and then to being unwilling to believe. Finally, I was furious. This change in expression happened in a moment. Even the most talented actor is far inferior to Rong Haobua. Bang! Rong Haobua slammed his hand hard on the table. Make a loud noise. It seemed as if the entire office was shaking. Rong Haobua stood up. Knock. That old bastard Nyozhua. This is simply too much. Comrade Chen Hanqing has joined their Huaka Institute. He didn't even let go of the blueprint. You don't even treat me as a human being. No. Arrange a car for me. I want to go to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Today, only one of Nyozhua and the blueprint can stay. Qiliang. Chapter 50. Even if you didn't touch it, is that considered hiding a dangerous weapon? Qizhua had anticipated that Rong Haobua would definitely not remain calm. But I didn't expect that his reaction would be so big. It doesn't mean that I have seen all kinds of storms. Don't you ever frown? That's it? As he spoke, Rong Haobua wanted to go out. Qiliang immediately stopped Rong Haobua. Mr. Rong, don't get excited. Calm down first. Force can't solve any problem. But even now, Rong Haobua is still stubborn. How can I be excited? I am very calm. His voice was like thunder. Qiliang. He couldn't understand why Rong Haobua didn't feel any psychological burden after saying this. Can this be considered peaceful? Imperial capital. Meng family villa. Meng Zhixiang is still excited now. Just now, he had contacted a businessman from the Bald Eagle country through various channels. After hearing about the functions of drones, the Bald Eagle businessman said that if what he said was true, he was willing to spend 6 billion Chinese yuan to buy it. 6 billion. That's more than what Meng Zhixiang has accumulated after all these years of hard work. Soon, the doorbell rang. Meng Zhixiang immediately became more excited. Now, to him, this is the sound of the god of wealth coming to his door. Without any hesitation, Meng Zhixiang stood up and walked towards the door. But, after opening the door, Meng Zhixiang was stunned. Standing at the door were 2 armed police officers in camouflage uniforms. Comrade police, what can I do for you? Meng Zhixiang calmed down and asked. He tried his best to calm himself so as not to be noticed. These 2 armed police officers naturally came from Yangcheng and were responsible for delivering the drone. After taking a look, one of them asked indifferently, "Is it Xiao Xiao Qiao?" Chen Hanqing didn't know Meng Qing's real name. So, the note on the address is still Xiao Xiao Qiao. Meng Zhixiang was stunned. Little grass? What is that? However, before he could do anything, Meng Qing in the hall came over and said, I am. Meng Zhixiang looked at Meng Qing with confusion. Look at the armed police officers again. The armed police officers and soldiers did not waste time. After receiving a positive response, immediately say, Hello. You are at the Little Duck Toy Factory. The drone you ordered has arrived. Please check. As they spoke, they handed the package drone to Meng Qing. Seeing this, Meng Zhixiang was stunned. Armed police delivering express? What is this operation? Role-playing? Is the express delivery industry so complicated nowadays? Although, at this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Meng Zhixiang's mind. But he quickly restrained them all. Nothing is more important than this drone. Meng Zhixiang's gaze suddenly became scorching. He stared at the drone, wanting to reach out and take it. But before he could make any move, he was stopped by one of the armed police officers. It must be signed for in person. Hearing this, Meng Zhixiang was a little dissatisfied. But facing the 2 aggressive couriers, he didn't dare to say anything. I can only urge Meng Qing. What are you still standing there for? Sign for it now. Meng Qing came to his senses. Take the pin and sign for the express delivery. It should be okay now, Meng Zhixiang said. At the same time, he reached out again, trying to take the drone. He still didn't succeed. Wait a moment. It should be here soon, a paramilitary police officer said. Meng Zhixiang was stunned. Almost there? What's coming soon? He was confused and didn't understand what was being said. Meng Zhixiang was really impatient and couldn't help but say, "What are you doing? Believe it or not, I will sue you." He mistook these two armed police officers for real couriers. Two armed police officers looked at Meng Zhixiang. That look is as if he is looking at a fool. Complaint? Please call 110 to make a complaint. Otherwise, going somewhere else is pointless. Time flies. 5 minutes later, more than a dozen police cars roared over. Even from a long distance, you can hear the sound of the alarm. Meng Zhixiang's eyes lit up and he threatened. If you don't hand over the express to me, I'll call the police. In fact, Meng Zhixiang was just threatening. I don't dare to really do that. He knows it too. This drone is controversial. If it falls into the hands of the police, there's no telling what might happen. Originally, Meng Zhixiang thought that even if he couldn't make the two couriers compromise after hearing the words, "call the police," at least they would be more restrained. But what Meng Zhixiang didn't expect was, those two didn't react at all. Still very peaceful. After looking at him, one of them spoke up. Don't worry. The police will come." Meng Zhixiang felt unwell. What the hell is going on? Is there something wrong with their brains? Meng Zhixiang said in his heart. However, just as he was thinking about it, suddenly I saw the whistling police car. It actually stopped at the door of his house. Meng Zhixiang didn't understand what was going on. He was just talking and didn't really call the police. Are today's police officers responsible to this extent? Just thinking about it, can it matter? Of course, Meng Zhixiang also knew that this was simply unrealistic. Look at the two couriers at the door. Look at the police car not far away. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. There was no time at all for Meng Zhixiang to react. After the police car stopped, 50 or 60 armed police officers got out directly. Everybody's holding a gun. I have an impression of the leader, Meng Zhixiang. It was the head of the police station in their district. His name is Yu Jingwei. Meng Zhixiang suddenly felt his heart pounding. The ominous premonition in my heart became stronger. Yu Jingwei walked up to the two armed police officers who came from Yangqing. Raise your hand and salute. The two of them responded in kind. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Leave it to us next, Yu Jingwei said. The two men nodded and handed the drone to Yu Jingwei, then they breathed a sigh of relief. They were very nervous along the way. If any accident happens, they will be guilty of a serious crime. Yu Jingwei also had a serious look on his face. At this time, Meng Zhixiang finally understood. Those two are not couriers at all. It's clearly the armed police. Such a big move is just for that drone. Meng Zhixiang couldn't figure it out. Why do these armed police make such trouble? Anyway, the drones are already in their hands. Is it necessary to send it here again and sign for it? Go through a process? You can't play with people like this. Meng Zhixiang felt a little overwhelmed. The 6 billion that was about to be in hand just flew away like that. He was in so much pain. At this moment, Yu Jingwei walked up to Meng Zhixiang and said, "Hello. You are suspected of hiding dangerous weapons and leaking state secrets. Please come with us." There was no way they could hide the fact that Meng Zhixiang was in contact with the merchants from the Bald Eagle country. Hearing this, Meng Zhixiang was completely stunned. He couldn't believe it. Secretly concealing dangerous weapons? Are you referring to the drone? Let's not talk about whether the drone is a dangerous weapon or not. Even if it was, he didn't even touch it. Not to mention hiding. And there is also the issue of leaking state secrets. How can this be justified? It's unfair, Meng Zhixiang said. However, before he could struggle, he was handcuffed with silver bracelets. Take away. Yu Jingwei issued the order. This Meng Zhixiang is not innocent at all. More than a dozen police cars left one after another. The two couriers also left with him. Only Meng Qing was left, standing at the door in amazement. Yangqing. After more than 3 hours of running around, Ren Hongfei finally arrived at Yangqing High-Speed Railway Station from Shenzhen. To make the journey smoother, he also brought Yang Wanshan, who had come once and was demoted to deputy manager of the technical department. The two wasted no time. Hurry to the Little Duck toy factory immediately. This time, a 5mm lithography machine. Ren Hongfei is determined to win. Chapter 51 Drone, Highest Power Test. Along the way, Ren Hongfei looked solemn. He remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking about. Facing such a Ren Hongfei, Yang Wenshan didn't even dare to breathe. At the same time, he prayed silently in his heart. I hope that Director Chun will agree this time. Otherwise, he might be finished. Last time, he was dealt with by the company because of this incident. If he fails again this time, who knows whether Ren Hongfei will fire him to vent his anger. Thinking of this, Yang Wenshan stole a glance at Ren Hongfei. He was a little confused. Why did Ren Hongfei determine that Chen Hanxing could build a 5G lithography machine? An hour later, they arrived near the little duck toy factory. Not surprisingly, he was blocked as well. Looking at the dozens of armed police officers who suddenly surrounded us, Yang Wenshan was shocked. The last time he came here, there was no such configuration. If it was like this before, even if Ren Xuanfang had 100 guts, he would not dare to conflict with Chen Hanxing. Compared to Yang Wenshan, Ren Hongfei is much calmer. Ren Hongfei got off the car and said to Song Zhou, who was in the lead, "Hello, comrade. I'm Ren Hongfei from Huawei. I want to talk to Director Chun about something." Song Zhou could naturally recognize this Chairman Huawei, but he didn't care. Just respond calmly. Director Chun is busy. When he comes out, I will tell him the news of your arrival. Now, please wait where you are. Just now, Song Zhou saw Chen Hanxing walk into the workshop. After such a long time, he naturally already knew Chen Hanxing's working status. As long as Chen Hanxing starts working, he devotes himself to it wholeheartedly and doesn't want to be disturbed. Hearing this, Ren Hongfei did not refute. He nodded. Then I'll wait here. Thank you for your help, comrade. Song Zhou just nodded slightly without responding. 5 people were arranged to watch Ren Hongfei, and no one else was paying attention to him. At this moment, Ren Hongfei was very shocked. He could feel that Song Zhou and others respected Chen Hanxing from the bottom of their hearts. Ren Hongfei has a 14-year military career. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to convince these soldiers, especially facing a toy factory director who is only 18 years old. However, Chen Hanxing did it. In Ren Hongfei's heart, he attaches more importance to Chen Hanxing. It seems that Director Chun is more mysterious than I thought. Time flies. Hua Guogao Military Command Post. Rong Haobo looked very ugly. When he knew that Niozwa took away the Mecha blueprints, if his secretary Qi Liang hadn't tried his best to stop him, he might really have fought with Niozwa. Even now, he couldn't recover. That's a Mecha blueprint. He ran to Yangqing on purpose. A big part of the reason is because of this. Unexpectedly, that bastard Niozwa took advantage of the situation. How could Rong Haobo accept this? Qi Liang, the secretary beside Rong Haobo, could sense that something was wrong with his mood. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Liang couldn't help but say, "Mr. Rong, Dean Niu will be here soon. You must restrain yourself and don't be impulsive." He was really worried that these 2 big guys would fight in China's highest command post. At this time, the drone had been sent to the highest military command post. Get ready to start testing its performance in detail. If it were in the past, Rong Haobo would definitely not invite Niozwa. But now, the mecha drawings are Rong Haobo's biggest weakness. He had to compromise. Rong Haobo nodded calmly. Don't worry. I know my limits. Qi Liang. If Rong Haobo had said this in the past, he would naturally not question it. Calm, majestic, and rigorous. This is the most intuitive impression Rong Haobo has always given to Qi Liang. However, after Chen Hanxing appeared, Qi Liang felt more and more that his previous impression of Rong Haobo seemed to be greatly biased. As a result, he didn't dare to believe what Rong Haobo said now. While they were talking, Niozwa has arrived at the door of the highest military command post. What if Rong Haobo attacks me later? Remember to stop him. Niozwa explained to the secretary. His secretary is named Yiping. Hearing this, Yiping was speechless. Rong Haobo and Niozwa are both absolutely well-known figures even internationally. They are considered giants in their respective fields. If their current behavior were to get out, it would definitely shock people. But in the end, Yiping nodded in agreement. Niozwa no longer hesitated and walked into the highest command post. He tried to look calm. Inside the supreme command post, when Rong Haobo saw Niozwa appear, his eyes suddenly focused. "Dean Niu, you're here," Rong Haobo said. Although it was just a polite greeting, his voice was very cold. Niozwa felt a little guilty. Take a step back without leaving a trace. Then he spoke. "Don't waste time. Let's start testing the drone." He really didn't want to say more to Rong Haobo. Rong Haobo did not refuse and nodded in agreement. The 2 of them, along with a group of senior officials from the highest military command, rushed to the testing point. The highest military command post was originally located in a remote location in the imperial capital. There is a large open area at the back. When Ronghaobua, Niuzhua, and others arrived, all the links were ready. This time to test. Not just drones. There are also mechas. Dai Xiaomei hasn't shown up for some time. It was not executed in secret as rumored online. She has been at the highest military command post. According to Chen Hanqing's settings, only Dai Xiaomei can control this mecha. Although those experts have been researching the mecha for more than a week, but there wasn't much progress. There is simply no way to change the mecha binder. There is no other way but to temporarily place my hopes on Dai Xiaomei. After getting familiar with the task for a period of time, Dai Xiaomei can basically control the mecha. At this time, Dai Xiaomei was waiting at the testing point. During this period of time, the continuous shocks have made her a little numb. Dai Xiaomei never expected this, because the mecha ordered from Chen Hanqing caused so many problems. She is obviously just an internet anchor. Why go through this? Is this really reasonable? The first to be tested was the drone. Compared to Mecha, the control of this drone is much simpler. As long as you have the password, you can unlock it. According to the instruction manual provided by Chen Hanqing, I quickly mastered it. The first item to be tested is the so-called weed removal function. In the live broadcast room, we saw Chen Hanqing easily penetrate the stone using the lowest power. Ronghaobua has been looking forward to it. Maximum power, how high can it reach? For testing purposes, he directly asked someone to find an armored tank. Soon, the tester began to operate. He first used the remote control device to take pictures of the tank to enter data, making it easier for the drone to compare and lock onto the target. Turn on weeding mode, the tester said. After finishing speaking, an electronic voice sounded. Weeding mode is on. Please select the intensity of weed control. Superlative, the tester said without hesitation. The weed control intensity has been adjusted to the highest level. The assignment is about to begin. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start your homework. Chapter 52 is simply unheard of. At this time, the drone was already at an altitude of 2,000 meters. Everyone was concentrating on looking at the drone that looked like a black dot hovering in the air. The scene was very quiet. After the electronic beep of the remote control device ends, the next second, a beam of light gushed out from the drone's light mouth. Can detect. This beam of light is much thicker than when Chen Hanqing tested it in the live broadcast room and is almost as thick as a finger. The color also becomes more solid. It looks like a dark red rope. The light beam rushed through the air at an extremely fast speed. 2,000 meters, arrived in an instant. Boom. The beam made contact with the armored tank, making a loud bang. Under this power, a hole as big as a head was blasted through the armored tank. The high-strength steel, like ice and snow, was melted directly by the heat in the beam. See this scene. Everyone's pupils dilated. Even my breathing became rapid. Ronghaobua tried his best to keep calm. However, his trembling eyes and clenched fists revealed his true feelings. However, Ronghaobua had already made some mental preparations in advance. But I was still deeply shocked. With such terrifying destructive power, this drone can be called an army battlefield artifact. Targets can be enemy tanks, transport vehicles, artillery. It could even be the enemy itself. 12 and 1 silent. Comrade Chen Hanqing, you always give us surprises. After calming down a little, Ronghaobua sighed. The more he did this, the more he regretted it. I should have known this earlier. No matter what, he would never hand over Chen Hanqing to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It is really a single misstep that will lead to eternal regret. Niuzhua was also feeling excited, but he thought differently. Niuzhua was also feeling regretful. Comrade Chen Hanqing should also draw the blueprint of this drone and bring it over. While thinking, Niuzhua glanced at Ronghaobua. Seeing Ronghaobua's angry expression, Niuzhua suddenly felt that this was acceptable. What if he really took the drone drawings for himself? Ronghaobua might really fight him to the death. Next, the drone's soil loosening, wheat harvesting, and tree felling functions were tested respectively. The soil loosening function allows the drone to fly at low altitude, emits a continuous beam of light to loosen the soil. It must be said that this function is really not very good for loosening the soil. But if used to carry out large-scale strikes against enemies on the ground, it is absolutely the best. As for the functions of harvesting wheat and chopping trees, they can actually be considered the same. Chen Hanqing also designed an optical port on the front of the drone. Can emit parallel light beams. By adjusting the intensity of the light beam, it can distinguish whether it is harvesting wheat or chopping trees. According to the test, This parallel beam is not as intense as the incident beam because of the dispersion. But if the power is turned on at full power, cutting a 3 centimeter steel plate is no problem. Test these functions. The soldiers present were extremely excited. With their hearts surging, they couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Great! With this drone, China's army will be able to crush any country in the future. What about the chicken with a foot basin? What about the bald eagle? Every one of them is garbage. Let them all come at me. Automatically lock on to precise strikes, indiscriminate strikes, parallel obstacle sweeps. It's hard to imagine that a drone can have so many functions, and each one is so perfect. The expert who designed this drone is definitely a weapons genius. This is a strategic weapon. All soldiers think the same way. If they knew that the company that made this drone was just a toy factory, the so-called weapons genius is nothing more than an 18-year-old college student. The strategic weapon mentioned is actually an agricultural drone. Precision strikes are used to weed. The indiscriminate attack is intended to loosen the soil. Parallel sweeps are to cut down trees. I don't know how he will feel, whether he can accept this kind of blow. The truth is so cruel. Next, there is another important function. That's the speed of this drone. This is also what Ronghao is most worried about. A war drone must not only have powerful combat capabilities, but speed is equally important. Ronghao couldn't help but frowning slightly. As long as the top speed can reach 200 miles per hour, no, 150 miles per hour, this drone will be invincible. He secretly hoped for it in his heart. Such as the small military drone made by Chen Hanqing. The general speed is between 100 and 240. If it is 150 kilometers per hour, it is only average. However, the drone's terrifying combat capabilities can completely offset its speed shortcomings. Ronghao was afraid that the speed of this drone was too slow. After all, Chen Hanqing positioned this drone for agricultural and civilian use. The speed of small civilian drones is generally around 40 kilometers per hour. If this is true, then there will be a big problem. This speed is like a turtle crawling in front of those war weapons. It's easy to lock on and shoot down. No matter how terrifying the weapon's functions are, it's useless. Just as Ronghao was thinking, the tester came to him and reported, "Mr. Rong, everything is ready. Do you want to start the speed test?" Ronghao's face was solemn. Without any hesitation, he said, "Begin the test." Then, under the control of the tester, the drone's 6 wing-like wings began to vibrate, compared to the propeller drive of other small drones. This method makes less noise, is easier to hide, and is also easier to control. The speed of the drone begins to increase. 30, 50, 70, 100. It was just a moment, and everyone didn't have time to recover. The speed of the drone increased to 100 kilometers per hour. Moreover, the speed is increasing rapidly. 104, 180, 200. Testers, get excited already, he reported in a trembling voice. "Mr. Rong, the drone's flight speed has reached 200 kilometers per hour. Still accelerating. The drone is still accelerating." Hearing this, Ronghao's worries disappeared completely. Can reach 200 kilometers per hour. This drone is superior to most military drones in the world. If all functions are integrated, this drone was made by Chen Hanqing. It is absolutely unique. There is no other drone in the world that can compare to it. Even comparing other drones with this drone is a blasphemy. At this time, the drone continues to accelerate. 200, 203, 300, 400. The testers were all a little panicked. A small drone can actually reach a speed of 400 kilometers per hour? This is simply unheard of. Chapter 53, Mass Production, must be mass-produced immediately. Looking at the number 400 on the remote control, and the rapidly flashing images transmitted back by the drone camera, the tester was shocked. For a moment, there was no sound. Everyone's eyes are focused on him. Seeing this, Ronghao couldn't help but frown and asked, "How's it going? What's the speed now?" After hearing this, the tester gradually came to his senses. He took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Then he said, "Mr. Rong, the current speed of the drone is 400 kilometers per hour." Despite his best efforts to restrain himself, there was still a tremor in his voice. Ronghao's pupils dilated. Originally, he just expected that the speed of this drone could reach 150 kilometers per hour. For 100 kilometers, I can't even think about it. For Ronghao, this is definitely a huge surprise. Such a terrifying speed, plus that terrifying attack ability. If this drone is put into battlefield, It's simply an unsolvable existence. Unless there is a missile lock. Otherwise, even anti-aircraft guns will be useless. Not only Ronghaobua, all the high-ranking officers in the Combat Command Center present were like this. At this time, Niuzhua really regretted it. As the president of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, although not a weapons expert, but he also understood the value of this drone. If only I could choose. Even if he had to beg Chen Hanxing, he had to get the blueprint of the drone. Even if Ronghaobua fights him to the death, he has to do this. The research value of this drone is simply immeasurable. Originally, the drone stopped accelerating after reaching 400 kilometers per hour. Just when the testers thought this was the limit, a prompt suddenly came from the control device. Conventional speed limit reached. Do you want to start the turbojet propulsion? This voice fell into the ears of everyone. Everyone was stunned. Turbojet propulsion? An idea was dancing in their minds uncontrollably. Could it be that? Can it be accelerated? Thinking of this, everyone's heart was pounding. The drone designed by Chen Hanxing does have 2 thrusters at the tail in addition to 6 wings. However, everyone thought that it was just decoration. Now, I finally understand. Decorate? It doesn't exist at all. Something designed by Director Chen. Nothing is superfluous. Late, but here we are. For a moment, the tester couldn't make up his mind. He could only turn his eyes to Ronghaobua. Ronghaobua nodded and said in a deep voice, "Continue testing. Get the order." Testers no longer hesitate. Let's get started. After he confirmed that the turbojet propulsion was turned on, the tail of the drone had long been out of everyone's sight. The propeller, which was originally calm, began to spin rapidly. A crisp, buzzing sound came from it. An invisible airflow began to vibrate and spray. The drone, which was originally flying at 400 kilometers per hour, accelerated again, like a stream of light, constantly cutting through the sky. It's like a sharp arrow. Stab into the enemy's heart without hesitation. At the same time, in the tester's hand, the speed displayed on the remote control device began to rise again. 402, 404, 460, 408, 500. Just a moment. The speed of the drone exceeded 500 kilometers per hour. Mr. Rong. Speed. Over 500. Still accelerating. The tester said. He was so shocked that he was almost numb. Ronghaobua's eyes were solemn. In the deepest part of my eyes, there was shock. This speed, no doubt, far exceeds all small drones known so far. At this moment, no one made any sound. Just heavy breathing and a pounding heart, constantly echoing throughout the space. 505, 600, 605, 700, 705, 800. Finally, the speed stopped at 800 kilometers per hour. A voice came from the remote control. The drone has reached its speed limit. This sound reached everyone's ears. The next second, the quiet atmosphere was broken. The scene immediately became boiling. The shock in their hearts. Can't hold it back anymore. Next, take this opportunity. The drone was also tested for its maximum combat range and endurance. It was concluded that the maximum combat range was 100 kilometers. The maximum battery life is expected to be around 10 hours. Such a result once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Oh my God, 800 kilometers per hour. This speed is really terrifying. It's comparable to an ordinary medium-sized drone. The maximum combat range is 100 kilometers. It's incredible. The flight time is 10 hours, plus the load is 600 kilograms. Who can withstand this? An army weapon. This is definitely an army weapon. Mass production is required immediately. This drone is at least 30 years ahead of the world. Everyone was very excited. They could all foresee it. This drone will definitely become a nightmare for China's enemies. The combat system, combat range, combat duration, and the terrifying normal load-bearing capacity of 600 kilograms and maximum load-bearing capacity of 800 kilograms. As long as you can think of the function, these drones are all top-notch. No disadvantages at all. It's simply a hexagonal warrior. I am China. Another weapon for the country. Ronghaobua couldn't help but sigh. He has made his decision. After the test is over, I will call Chen Hanxing and, even at the cost of my reputation, ask for the data and drawings of the drone. This time, we must not let Niuzhua take the lead again. While thinking, Ronghaobua glanced in the direction of Niuzhua. Suddenly, Ronghaobua was stunned. At some point, Niuzhua turned around and hurriedly walked out of the highest military command post. Ronghaobua suddenly thought of something. His expression turned ugly, and he said in a cold voice, Dino, what are you in such a hurry to do? Nyozwa kept walking. Just a light response. There are still things waiting for me to deal with at Huaca Institute. I'm sorry, but I can't keep you company. Rong Haobua snorted coldly. He didn't believe a word Nyozwa said. Huazhong University of Science and Technology? I see. You want to go to Yangqing? Rong Haobua said again. This time, Nyozwa finally reacted. The forward step stopped, turned around and looked at Rong Haobua. As his expression changed, Nyozwa became angry. I'm just going to Yangqing. So what? Don't think I don't know what you are planning. To tell you the truth, Comrade Chen Hanxing is now a member of our Huaca Academy. If he is willing to provide the drone technology, it should belong to our Huaca Institute. What does it have to do with you and your highest combat command post? Chapter 54. I feel honored to have protected Director Chen. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They looked at Nyozwa in disbelief. I couldn't help but secretly said in my heart, Dino, when did you become so brave? Rong Haobua also found it unexpected. After realizing what was happening, Rong Haobua suddenly became furious. But before Rong Haobua could speak, then I heard the secretary Qi Liang beside me whisper, Mr. Rong, restraint. The blueprints for the Mecha are still in the hands of Dino. If he gets pushed too far and turns against us, Huaca Institute can do the research on its own. By then, if we want to acquire Mecha technology, we will definitely have to pay a heavy price. Rong Haobua was not blinded by anger. He also knew that what Qi Liang said was exactly the truth. Although Huazhong University of Science and Technology and the Supreme Operations Command are both Chinese departments, but both are relatively independent. Basically, you can handle all matters by yourself. As long as nothing goes wrong, the state will not interfere at all. Therefore, Rong Haobua also knew that it would not be a good choice to completely annoy Nyozwa now. This is also the reason why Nyozwa dares to be so arrogant. Rong Haobua took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, Dino, don't worry. Wait until the Mecha is tested. It's not too late to make a decision. I guess you don't want to miss the Mecha test. Rong Haobua planned to delay Nyozwa first. Qi Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly I feel that without him, this family will break up sooner or later. After listening to Rong Haobua's words, Nyozwa pondered for a moment and made a decision. Then I'll go after the Mecha test is finished. I don't think you dare to play tricks. Now Rong Haobua was even more annoyed. He has never been treated like this before. In the past, in the contest with Nyozwa, he had always been the one with the upper hand. There is no way. After all, there is force suppression. But now, things are different. Nyozwa seemed to be getting better, but Rong Haobua really couldn't do anything to him. All this is because Nyozwa got the Mecha blueprints from Chen Hanxing. At this moment, Rong Haobua's heart was filled with pain. Director Chen is confused. I don't want to see Nyozwa's ugly face. Rong Haobua ordered. Send the Mecha over here. A soldier immediately responded. Yes. Then he turned and left to make arrangements. At this time, everyone is looking forward to it. This Mecha is a secret of the highest military command, although it has been transported from Shenzhen for many days. However, only Rong Haobua and other senior military command officials, as well as a group of experts, were fortunate enough to witness it with their own eyes. As for the others, they only heard about it, never seen it at all. I think the Mecha will be unveiled soon. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. The drone test just now lasted about 2 hours. At the same time, Yangqing, Little Duck Toy Factory. Ren Hongfei was still waiting at the door, standing upright next to the car. No action. Just wait with all your heart. Ren Hongfei is the same. The rest of the people who were accompanying them could only follow, especially Yang Wanshan. If he and Ren Xuanfang hadn't messed things up back then, things wouldn't have developed to the point they are today. The longer he stood, the more worried Yang Wanshan became. If Ren Hongfei gets angry and starts attacking him first, where can he seek justice? It's not impossible. Director Chen, just be kind. Come out quickly. Yang Wanshan prayed in his heart. At this time, the secretary came up to Ren Hongfei and whispered, Mr. Ren, you should get back in the car. There was some worry in her tone. Even during the day, Yangqing in winter is still a bit cold. Ren Hongfei, who is already in his 70s, was only wearing a black coat. The secretary was worried that he couldn't bear it. It would be troublesome if Chen Hanxing didn't wait and sent Ren Hongfei to the hospital first. However, Ren Hongfei rejected the secretary's proposal without hesitation. Need not. Just these 2 words. Nothing else. extremely firm. In response, the secretary sighed slightly and said no more. Given Ren Hongfei's personality, since he has already made his decision, no matter how much you persuade him, it will be of no use. At the entrance of the little duck toy factory, Zhang Xia was looking at Ren Hongfei and others. She was a little surprised at Ren Hongfei's behavior. Ren Hongfei is the most famous business tycoon in China. Even provincial politicians have to be polite when they meet him. Even if Chen Hanqing is an academician, he wouldn't be treated like this by Ren Hongfei. What's more, Chen Hanqing's identity as an academician is still kept confidential. Only a small group of people like them know about it, and it has not been made public. This means that the reason why Ren Hongfei did this was not because of Chen Hanqing's identity, but because of this person. This makes it even more valuable. Zhang Xia thought for a long time, and finally, he sighed and walked into the factory. At this time, Chen Hanqing was in the super laboratory. He stopped what he was doing when he vaguely heard someone calling out. I walked out the door and saw Zhang Xia. Just now, it was Zhang Xia who called him. Chen Hanqing frowned and asked, Officer Zhang, what's going on? Although, after spending some time together, Chen Hanqing and Zhang Xia have become familiar with each other. In addition, he also explained that except for the workshops and rooms, Zhang Xia and others could enter the factory to rest at any time. But I was disturbed at work like this. Chen Hanqing was still a little upset. Although Zhang Xia has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs, even the winter uniform still hides her proud figure. But Chen Hanqing didn't care. Women will only slow down the speed at which he draws his sword. I noticed that Chen Hanqing's tone was wrong. Zhang Xia said quickly, I'm sorry, Director Chen. It's like this. Next, Zhang Xia informed him of Ren Hongfei's situation in detail. Ren Hongfei came in person. Chen Hanqing was not surprised. He had long thought that Ren Hongfei would not give up the lithography machine. Since I failed last time, I will definitely do it myself. Given the importance of the lithography machine, it is worth it for him to do so. But what Chen Hanqing didn't expect was, Ren Hongfei actually stood straight under the car and waited for more than 2 hours. For this behavior, although Chen Hanqing didn't quite understand, but I was still deeply touched. Please come in, Mr. Ren. Chen Hanqing said. Zhang Xia nodded and turned to leave. When he got to Ren Hongfei's side, Zhang Xia said, Mr. Ren. Director Chen, please come in. Ren Hongfei glanced at Zhang Xia. Just now, he naturally heard the noise in the little duck toy factory. He realized that it was the female police officer in front of him who helped him. Thank you, Ren Hongfei said. Without further ado, he walked towards the toy factory. But because of standing for a long time, Ren Hongfei's legs were already a little numb. This sudden movement almost made him stumble and fall to the ground. Fortunately, Yang Wanshan behind him reacted in time and supported him. This avoids close contact with the ground. Mr. Ren, are you okay? How about we take a rest first? You are in this state to see Director Chen. Before Yang Wanshan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ren Hongfei. I'm fine. Wait until the numbness in your legs subsides. Ren Hongfei broke free from Yang Wanshan's support, step by step towards the little duck toy factory. At this time, Chen Hanqing was waiting in the yard. When he saw Ren Hongfei come in, he took a few steps forward. The two approached each other, and before Chen Hanqing could say anything, Ren Hongfei said, Hello, Director Chen. I'm Ren Hongfei from Huawei. I apologize to you for what happened last time. While speaking, Ren Hongfei even bowed to Chen Hanqing to apologize. Chen Hanqing reacted immediately. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward to stop Ren Hongfei. Mr. Ren, there's no need to do this. He had some respect for Ren Hongfei. It's the old man in front of you. Let Huawei carry the banner of Chinese chips and move forward. Without waiting for Ren Hongfei to speak again, Chen Hanqing continued. Mr. Ren, I know why you are here. Let's go inside and talk. Ren Hongfei did not refuse. Follow Chen Hanqing and walk into his single room. Song Zhou and others at the door were all silent when they saw this scene. That's Ren Hongfei. With his identity, even if he is an academician of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, don't let him be like this. Everyone just felt that Chen Hanqing had refreshed their cognition once again. Chen Hanqing is more powerful than they imagined. At this time, an absurd idea emerged in Song Zhou's mind. Will there ever be such a day? We feel honored to have protected Director Chen. As soon as this idea came up, Song Zhou suddenly felt his heart tremble. Although it's a bit unrealistic, but he always felt that it was not impossible. Chapter 55 Director Chen has a noble character that makes people admire him. Wait until you get into the room. Chen Hanqing asked Ren Hongfei to sit down first. Ren Hongfei nodded. Thanks. As he spoke, he observed the furnishings in the room. Ren Hongfei's first impression was simplicity. The whole room is extremely simple. Even, it can be said to be simple. This surprised Ren Hongfei a little. Chen Hanqing is not short of money now. It's just Xiaomi's order. It is enough to ensure that he will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. You can live in a mansion, drive luxury cars, and have beautiful women, and spend money as much as you want. But Chen Hanqing was not like that. Director Chen's hardworking scientific research spirit is truly admirable. Ren Hongfei sighed in his heart. He respects Chen Hanqing even more. Chen Hanqing didn't know what Ren Hongfei was thinking. Without wasting any time, Chen Hanqing asked, Mr. Ren, you came here this time for the lithography machine, right? Hearing the voice, Ren Hongfei came to his senses and put away his thoughts. Right. Director Chen, I think you know the current situation in China. In the field of 5D lithography, there is still a blank, and we are being held back by foreign countries. We in China urgently need to break through this technology. Ren Hongfei said this very seriously. Chen Hanqing nodded. Of course he knew this situation. This is also the reason why, when Yang Wenshan and the other person came, Chen Hanqing agreed to take the order without saying a word. If it weren't for what happened afterwards. What Chen Hanqing is developing now is not an electromagnetic pulse gun, but a photolithography machine. Before Chen Hanqing could say anything, Ren Hongfei continued. I also know that with Director Chen's character, he would definitely look down on such vulgar things as money. Chen Hanqing. Hearing this, his mind was full of question marks. Character? What character? Chen Hanqing really couldn't understand. What exactly was the reason that made Ren Hongfei have such a wrong idea? Although, with the 100 million paid by Lei Jun and Xiaomi shares, Chen Hanqing has solved his life problems, and his desire for money is no longer as strong. But this doesn't mean he doesn't like money. He likes it very much. Now, Chen Hanqing really wants to remind Ren Hongfei. That was agreed upon at the beginning. To manufacture lithography machines, we will give you 1 billion yuan and 1% of Huawei shares. You don't want to change your mind. Before Chen Hanqing could say anything, Ren Hongfei continued. But now, apart from money, I really can't think of anything else that Huawei can show you. Chen Hanqing. Hearing this, Chen Hanqing breathed a sigh of relief, but his mood also became a little complicated. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Big dog owner. Ren Hongfei didn't know that Chen Hanqing had already labeled him like this. He continued, Director Chen, this is what I think. As long as you agree to develop photolithography machines, the conditions Huawei agreed to before remain the same. In addition, all the profits generated by the lithography machine belong to you. Huawei is responsible for free operation. Hear this. Chen Hanqing was stunned. He really didn't expect it. Ren Hongfei actually made such a decision. All the profits generated by the lithography machine belong to him. This means that this lithography machine was built by Chen Hanqing for himself. And Huawei, in addition to paying 1 billion and 1% of the shares, also has to bear the operating costs. This will result in huge losses. Chen Hanqing looked at Ren Hongfei with a puzzled look. Then why did you do this? Ren Hongfei smiled and said, China cannot maintain the status quo forever. Someone has to stand up. I'm honored to be that person. He said these words so lightly. It seems like a trivial matter not worth mentioning. But his words fell into Chen Hanqing's ears. But it has plenty of substance. It was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. Before, Chen Hanqing often saw people on the internet who were willing to sacrifice themselves for others. But in fact, he didn't feel much at that time. I've seen it so much that I'm almost numb. But now, this kind of thing is actually happening right in front of me. Chen Hanqing was truly shocked. It seems like there is an invisible force. Explode in front of him. For a moment, Chen Hanqing was speechless. I don't know how to express my inner emotions. The whole room, everything became quiet. Only the sound of two people's heartbeats echoed. There seemed to be something flowing in the air, connecting. After a moment, Chen Hanqing finally came to his senses. He took a deep breath and said, No need, Mr. Ren. Once the lithography machine is built, Huawei will be in charge of its operation. The proceeds will be used for public welfare. As for how to arrange it, it's up to you. Hearing this, Ren Hongfei was surprised. You know, the revenue from lithography machines is an astronomical figure. Chen Hanqing actually made such a decision. Director Chen doesn't care about fame or money. His noble character is admirable. Ren Hongfei said. Chen Hanqing nodded. Accept it calmly. Then, Chen Hanqing added, when doing charity work, remember to use my name. Also, that 1 billion and 1% of Huawei's shares. I still want it. Ren Hongfei. The development of things. It's not quite the same as he imagined. The image of Chen Hanqing in his mind began to change. Don't love fame and fortune? It's not that I don't love you at all. Half love? Chapter 56. What's the point of building at 5 nanometers? However, that is precisely why. The image of Chen Hanqing is even more vivid in Ren Hongfei's mind. This is more like a living person. Don't continue this matter anymore. Ren Hongfei said, Director Chen, in terms of manufacturing 5 photolithography machines, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me and I will do my best to help you. Chen Hanqing looked embarrassed and hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to start the conversation. Ren Hongfei noticed something strange and asked, Director Chen, what's the problem? After organizing his words, Chen Hanqing finally said, Mr. Ren, does the lithography machine have to be a 5-inch one? Hearing this, Ren Hongfei was stunned. From the beginning to the end, he never considered whether Chen Hanqing could manufacture a 5-meter lithography machine. I have already determined it in my heart. Chen Hanqing can definitely do it. But now, after hearing Chen Hanqing raise this question, he finally reacted. I didn't think it through. 5. Photolithography machines are indeed not that easy to develop. It takes a process. How about this, Director Chen? Do your best to make it. Whenever the 5 photolithography machine is developed, Ren Hongfei said. Although he appeared calm, he could not hide the loss deep in his eyes. Even Chen Hanqing is not sure. He really couldn't think of it. Who else in China can afford the task of developing 5D lithography machines? However, before Ren Hongfei could finish his words, Chen Hanqing interrupted him and said, Mr. Ren, it's not what you think. I mean, it doesn't have to be 5. That's too easy. Besides, foreign countries have already made them. What's the point of us producing them again? For example, if we can build a 3 or 2 lithography machine, is that possible? Listen to what Chen Hanqing said. Ren Hongfei's eyes widened. The feeling of loss just now completely disappeared. All that is left is shock. Ren Hongfei realized that he was wrong just now. He also thought that Chen Hanqing felt that the 5 photolithography machine was too difficult. I didn't expect it. I thought it was too simple. If the experts in China who develop lithography machines heard this, they would probably collapse. You know, the 5G lithography machine is already the most advanced in the world. Or 2's lithography machine. It seems to have only improved by a few nanometers. But the meaning is completely different. Technology is even more different. Soon, Ren Hongfei recovered and said excitedly, Director Chen, if you can build a photolithography machine of that level, you are the hero of the entire Chinese nation. We, Huawei, will give our full support. Chen Hanqing nodded. This matter was settled. Next, there was no delay. After finalizing the details, Ren Hongfei left the little duck toy factory and rushed back to Shenzhen. Chen Hanqing continued to work on the production of the electromagnetic pulse gun. China's highest military command post. A medium-sized transport truck drove up. It was dragging a huge object covered with a black tarpaulin behind it. Everyone's eyes. Everyone lock onto that transport truck. Everyone's eyes are fiery. Through the black tarpaulin, you can vaguely see a huge outline. Wait until Ron Halbwa agrees. Several soldiers stepped forward and lifted the black tarpaulin. The Mecha is completely exposed in front of everyone. Moment. Everyone's pupils dilated, although they thought they had prepared themselves mentally in advance. But the moment I actually saw the Mecha appear in front of me, still deeply shocked. At this time, the 8-meter-tall girlish pink giant Mecha, which looked like Optimus Prime, was lying quietly behind the transport vehicle. Even the transport vehicle can only barely accommodate the Mecha. There are many places that are suspended in the air. This scene gives people a strong visual impact. After a few seconds of silence, the atmosphere exploded. This really is a Mecha. It's amazing. This is something you can only see in movies. Pinch me. I can't believe it. This is real. Please take my knees. What bald eagle? Our country, China, is the most awesome. The soldiers couldn't help but sigh. Due to the nature of their work, they are relatively isolated from the news and are unaware of the little duck factory manager who has become an internet sensation now. Just proud of the explosive growth of Chinese technology. The drone just now and the Mecha now are far ahead of the world level. If they knew that the drone and the mecha were both made by the same person, I wonder what you will feel. At this time, facing everyone's gaze, Dai Xiaomei mustered up her courage. Take a step forward. Walk over to the mech. She is really nervous. Before, she had only faced perverted netizens and had never seen such a scene. The soldiers present did not know that Dai Xiaomei was the mecha operator. Seeing this, they were all very confused. Who is this person? I don't think I've seen him before. No. What is she doing in front of the mecha? No one could figure out what was going on. Meeting their gaze, Dai Xiaomei took a deep breath and said to the mecha, "Start up." Just these two words. Although Dai Xiaomei's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by many people. Now they were even more confused. Start up? What is this operation? Could it be that this woman wants to start the mecha? In their opinion, this is simply unrealistic. But, the next second, the mecha was originally silent. There was a buzzing sound as electronic components turned on. Next, at the eyes of the mecha, a blue light gushed out. Authentication passed. Startup successful. An electronic sound was heard from the mecha. Do you want to activate driving mode? During this period of time, Dai Xiaomei has experienced such situations countless times and is no longer as panicked as before. Without hesitation, she said calmly, "Yes. Driving mode has started." The electronic sound ends. The face of the mecha opened automatically, revealing a cockpit. Wait until Dai Xiaomei enters the cockpit. The mecha's face shrank and returned to its original appearance. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What just happened? It's too sci-fi. Even Hollywood's top special effects can't produce such a shocking effect. Awesome. This mecha is so smart. She is actually the operator of this mecha. I am so envious. Many people spoke in low voices. Then, under the control of Dai Xiaomei, the mech stood up. Very flexible. Get off the transport vehicle. In every movement, you can see the various parts and their precise fit. Under Dai Xiaomei's control, the mecha performed several more moves. After confirming that there is no abnormality, Dai Xiaomei said, "The mecha is running normally, and we can start testing." The mecha's communication equipment has been connected to the outside world. Rong Haobua solemnly responded, "Begin the test." Chapter 57 is about to enter the airspace of Chicken Foot Basin. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the mecha. After getting the order, Dai Xiaomei didn't waste any time. Get started right away. The first thing to be tested is the mecha's land running speed. Next second, the mecha seems like a mountain. This steel behemoth began to accelerate. Although the tonnage of the mecha is large, it does not affect it. It is moving forward quickly at this time. Every step you take, the earth trembled. When passing an obstacle, Dai Xiaomei directly controls the mecha and jumps high, like a big bird soaring in the sky. After landing, bringing up a cloud of flying dirt, everyone was stunned. This mecha has exceeded their understanding. It would be hard to imagine if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes. In reality, you can really see this kind of scene. Even Rong Haobua. At this moment, I couldn't suppress my excitement. It was also the first time for him to truly see this mecha fully exert its power. Eyes never blink, afraid of missing any frame. 10 minutes later, the mecha stopped moving. The voice of Dai Xiaomei came from the communicator. Land mode testing completed. Top speed, 500 kilometers per hour. Maximum jump height, 30 meters. Please give me instructions. As a result, Dai Xiaomei's voice also became solemn at this moment. The feeling of joy continues to surge in everyone's heart. It is already very impressive that this mecha can achieve such data. It can be called a land bulldozer. Besides, the most terrifying thing about this mecha is not its land combat capability, but in the air. Get ready. Begin air testing immediately. Rong Haobua said. Yes. Dai Xiaomei imitated what she had seen in the past few days and responded properly. A few minutes later, Dai Xiaomei was ready. Air testing begins. Behind the mecha, there was a red and purple flame. The terrifying propulsion force blew up dust on the ground. The mecha then took off. Like a shooting star, disappeared from sight in an instant. In the mecha, Dai Xiaomei had a very complicated expression. As a person with acrophobia, I am afraid of even riding a Ferris wheel. Dai Xiaomei never thought that there would be such a day for her. It's so horrible. If it weren't for the inexplicable red power supporting her heart, Dai Xiaomei might have given up long ago and might even have burst into tears. Even now, Dai Xiaomei's body is trembling slightly because of fear. Come on, little sister. You can do it. Dai Xiaomei kept encouraging herself in her heart. Finally, The Mecha rose to a height of 20,000 meters and reached its limit. Looking at the data on the holographic screen in front of her, Dai Xiaomei reported, "The Mecha has risen to 20,000 meters, reaching the limit of ascent. Please give me instructions." Ground. Rong Haobo heard this data. His eyes fixed. 20,000 meters. This altitude has exceeded the combat altitude of most fighter jets in the world today. Even China's most advanced fighter jet. The maximum combat altitude is just barely on par with it. Everyone clenched their fists tightly. They have feelings. We are about to witness the birth of a national treasure. This is a great honor. Descend to cruise at 10,000 meters. Testing maximum combat range. Rong Haobo ordered. Although, the maximum altitude is 20,000 meters. But most fighter jets only cruise at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Due to environmental factors, 20,000 meters is not suitable for long-term flight. As for the speed of this mecha, Rong Haobo had heard it from Qian Hanqing himself. Typical speed is Mach 5. Maximum speed is Mach 9. Rong Haobo firmly believes in this and is not worried. After receiving the order, Dai Xiaomei immediately replied, "Yes." Then, Dai Xiaomei controlled the mecha to descend first. When it reaches an altitude of 10,000 meters, it starts cruising at a speed of Mach 5. Mach 5 is about 6,000 kilometers per hour. At such a terrifying speed, the mecha quickly flew out of the imperial capital. In advance, Rong Haobo had already asked people to give notice to all the military regions. This time, it won't make as big a fuss as before. The mech is traveling at Mach 5. Everything is fine, Dai Xiaomei reports. At this moment, she managed to suppress her fear a little. It's not as bad as it was at the beginning, although not to the point of having no feeling at all, but it can ensure normal control of the mecha. The mecha keeps on going. 15 minutes later, at the mecha's terrifying speed, it is about to enter the airspace of Chicken Foot Basin. Dai Xiaomei didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Slightly reduce the speed. Ground. Inside the highest military command post. "Mr. Rong, we can't let the mecha move forward any further. If it causes international disputes, it's really not a good ending." Qiliang spoke up to remind him. Entering another country's airspace without permission, this behavior can be considered as aggression. But Rong Haobo did not make a direct decision. He pondered for a moment. His eyes gradually became firm. Rong Haobo said, "Keep going," including Qiliang. Everyone looked at Rong Haobo in disbelief. I really didn't expect that he would make such a decision. No one believed that Rong Haobo didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. "Mr. Rong, this?" Qiliang tried to persuade him immediately. However, before he could finish his words, Rong Haobo interrupted him. "It means entering the airspace of the Foot Basin chicken. He's a chicken in a basin. So what?" Chapter 58 Baka. How is this possible? After hearing this, everyone present was silent. Rong Haobo's behavior is indeed very satisfying, but it is indeed a bit irrational. Just as everyone was weighing the pros and cons, Rong Haobo changed the subject. Besides, the one that entered the chicken basin was the Transformers filmed by Bald Eagle guy. Even if the chicken really wants to be held responsible, it is the Bald Eagle's responsibility. What does this have to do with China? Everyone was stunned at first. Then, he came to his senses. Although it was a bit immoral for Rong Haobo to say this, but there is some truth in it. Plus, Rong Haobo is so determined. They could only nod and agree. So, Rong Haobo gave Dai Xiaomei an order. "Keep going." After finishing speaking, he did not forget to explain. "If you sense danger, return immediately. Make sure you keep yourself safe. This is the most important thing. If an accident happens because of entering the airspace of the chicken, it will be more trouble than gain." Rong Haobo's decision seemed casual, but in fact, it was made after some consideration. With the current military strength of Jia Benji, take their most advanced fighter jets for example, their maximum cruising speed is only Mach 2. This mecha has a terrifying regular speed of Mach 5 and a maximum speed of Mach 9. He's totally my younger brother. A total loser. Even if it is a chicken with a foot basin, it will use anti-aircraft missiles. The speed of surface-to-air missiles is generally Mach 2. Even if it is an air-to-air missile, it can only reach Mach 3. The mecha doesn't even need to reach its maximum cruising speed. It can be easily handled at normal sailing speed. This is also the reason why Rong Haobo dared to do this. The other side. Dai Xiaomei received the order. Also very exciting. Directly enter the airspace of the Foot Basin chicken? Really exciting. Does this count as resisted? The kind that can be on the first page of the family tree? However, Dai Xiaomi was also very worried. It's clear that not long ago, she was just an internet anchor. How come there have been such big changes in the blink of an eye? Is she really capable of taking on such an important task? I am a humble and stupid little sister, seeking comfort online. This emotion was quickly dispelled by Dai Xiaomi. Yes, she replied. After saying this, no more worries. Control the mecha to speed up. A moment later, enter the Chicken Foot Basin airspace. Keep cruising. At this time, the two fighter jets of Xiaomi were performing cruise missions. To them, it was just a routine matter. There will be basically no abnormalities. AMU Kuin, the fighter planes of my Bigfoot Chicken Empire, are truly the pinnacle of human technology. I feel this way every time I drive, said the pilot named Weno Taisuke. The AMU Kuin he mentioned was actually named AMU Ming, the same as the pilot of another fighter plane. Indeed, it's such a pleasure to fly this fighter. However, I heard that China has developed the J5th generation fighter. It is said to be the best in the world and can reach a speed of nearly Mach 3, Amina said, although his words seemed to express his emotion about China's technology. But there was no reverence in his tone. Instead, it's full of jokes. Weno Taisuke sneered. The arrogant liars from China. I don't believe what they say at all. I heard that China now has a so-called strategic propaganda bureau that specializes in spreading false information to intimidate the world. It can be clearly felt that Weno Taisuke disdains China. Im Yu Ming also laughed out loud. Stupid Chinese. They just love to do this kind of self-deceiving thing. It's not just the two of them. In China, especially in the military, many people think this way. Until now, their impression of China is still ignorance and backwardness. Speaking of what advanced technology China has, the first reaction was that it was impossible. Is China worthy of it? Right at this moment, on the fighter's radar detector, suddenly a flashing red dot appeared. Inside the fighter plane, a red light also began to flash. The expressions of Weno Taisuke and the other man suddenly became solemn. Report. Report. UFO spotted. 150 kilometers away from us. Please give me instructions. Taisuke Weno reports. 150 kilometers. This is the limit of what a fighter jet can explore. Soon, he received a reply from the Air Force Command. Close to the target. Find out which country's fighter jet it is. Expel them immediately. If necessary, attack is allowed. Weno Taisuke responded. Yes. But he just finished. Suddenly, the pupils suddenly dilated. Baka! How is this possible? Weno Taisuke couldn't help but exclaimed. He actually saw it. The red dot represents the target. Approaching him quickly. Speed. It has reached an incredible level. Without hesitation, Weno Taisuke reported the matter. And give analysis. That UFO speed. It may have reached Mach 5. In the Chicken Foot Basin Air Force Command. Hear the news. Everyone was shocked. Mach 5? How can there be such a terrifying speed? As for the fighter jets currently in service, even the most advanced fighter jet of the Bald Eagle, it is impossible to reach this speed. Unless it's a ballistic missile. But what if a ballistic missile really enters the Chicken Basin? Satellite system, there can't be no prompts. An uncontrollable thought came to everyone's mind. It's the fighter's radar. Something went wrong, right? For them. Compared to a Mach 5 UFO, this statement is easier to accept. Now, Weno Taisuke was completely dumbfounded. At the speed of that UFO, a distance of 150 kilometers, it only takes a little over a minute. His expression became extremely solemn. There is no longer the ease and comfort just now. A layer of sweat has already seeped out of the palms. Not just him. AMU Ming is in the same state. Although, there was only one UFO. But they have a sense of crisis, of being surrounded. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. But the order given to them by the Xiaomi Air Force Command was to continue the mission and investigate the situation. No matter how scared they were, they could only continue to control the fighter jets forward. 1 minute. It's gone in a flash. But this minute was extremely tormenting for them. It seems like a century has passed. Finally, that UFO appear in their sight. Weno Taisuke, Amina, all of them have dilated pupils. His expression was full of horror. At this moment, they even forgot to breathe. There is only a blank in my brain. In front of their eyes, an unforgettable scene appeared. Against the backdrop of blue sky and white clouds, a giant pink Optimus Prime, flying fast. That scene. Shocking is no longer enough to describe it. Both of them were stunned. Pink Optimus Prime? What is going on? Even if a spaceship appeared, it would be more acceptable than this. What the hell? Who can stand it? Chapter 59, Calling Headquarters. Calling Headquarters. What on earth is this? Taisuke Ueno said. He couldn't suppress the shock in his heart at all. Call headquarters. Call headquarters. That UFO was a pink transformer. It's less than 30 kilometers away from us now. Please give me instructions. Ueno Taisuke didn't dare to waste time. With the little remaining sanity, he reported the matter to the Air Force Command. Air Force Command. Hear the report. Yuta Emoto is in a bad state. Pink transformers? Are you kidding? Ieyasu Emoto is the head of the Air Force Command of the Foot Basin Chicken. Very familiar with the Air Force power in today's world. But he had never heard of it. Which country has developed transformers? And the flying speed can reach Mach 5. However, in this case, Ieyasu Emoto also understood. Ueno Taisuke can't possibly lie. He had to accept this fact. Bagyalu. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Yuta Emoto gritted his teeth. The shock and anger in my heart are intertwined. It made his expression look a little ferocious. This is totally unscientific. No one spoke in the command center. They are also very confused. But soon, Ieyasu Emoto came to his senses. He immediately gave the order. Keep monitoring. Issue a warning to the UFO and ask it to leave our airspace. If it doesn't work, attack immediately. After finishing speaking, he also asked the people at the Air Force Base to provide support immediately. More than a dozen fighter jets took off from a nearby Air Force Base. Head towards the target point. The entire Jayabinji Air Force Combat Command became nervous because of the news about the Mecha. At this time, Dai Xiaomi also discovered the fighter jet of the Foot Basin Chicken. She immediately reported to the highest military command. Although, Rong Haobo ordered Dai Xiaomi to enter the airspace of Jayabinji. But more than that, it's just to show off. I don't really want to have a conflict with the chicken. Although in terms of speed, this mecha can completely crush the fighter jet of the Foot Basin Chicken. But this mecha does not have the combat capabilities to match it. If there really is a conflict with a fighter jet, apart from running away, there seems to be no other more appropriate way to deal with it. Rong Haobo said without hesitation. Evacuate the fighter combat area immediately. Don't confront them head-on. The other side. Dai Xiaomi got the order. That's exactly what she thought. She's not a soldier either. If she were to drive a mecha and fight against Jayabinji's fighter jets, Dai Xiaomi wouldn't even dare to think about it. She immediately wanted to operate the mecha to turn around. However, the mecha was getting closer and closer to the chicken fighter. Dai Xiaomi was so nervous. She couldn't keep calm at all. After a flurry of activity by Dai Xiaomi, that mecha, not only did he not turn his head, it even started to speed up. From the normal cruising speed of Mach 5, directly increased to Mach 9. At this terrifying acceleration, the mecha is in the air, breaking through layers of sound barriers. Now Dai Xiaomi is even more nervous. Turn around. How do you turn your head? At this moment, her mind was in chaos. I'm not very skilled in operating mechas. Now I don't even know what is what. Pure behavior of a novice female driver. At this time, Taisuke Ueno and Imuna on the opposite side were more nervous than Dai Xiaomi. Wrong. Nervous is not enough to describe their current mood. Fear is more appropriate. Just imagine. A mecha that only exists on TV. At a terrifying speed. With layers of sound barriers. Rush towards this side. That scene gave me the feeling that Sadako was crawling out of the TV. Who can withstand this? It would be strange if I wasn't afraid. The enemy is coming towards us. Fire. Fire now. Ueno Taisuke and the other one start attacking immediately. The cannon on the fighter jet began to spit out flames. Bullets rained down like raindrops, pouring down. The air-to-air missiles on board also locked onto the pink Optimus Prime. With a long tail flame, it attacks the mecha at full speed. But, whether it's an aircraft gun or an air-to-air missile, at the mecha's terrifying Mach 9 speed, it's totally useless, only to fail. The missile cannot lock onto the target, can only explode in the air. And the mecha has arrived in front of the fighter. At this moment, Dai Xiaomi has given up. She closed her eyes, and Ueno Taisuke's pupils dilated. His eyes were illuminated by the fire from the missile explosion, making them bright red. Among them, the figure of the mecha continued to enlarge and enlarge. Finally, a collision with a fighter jet. Baka! Boom. A loud bang, resounding through the sky. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. Amu Ming was completely dumbfounded, looking at the mecha controlled by Winno Taisuke in the sky exploding into a ball of national light. He really couldn't believe it. The fighter jet that the Chicken Empire is proud of. It was unexpectedly attacked by someone of unknown origin. It doesn't look very serious. Pink Optimus Prime was smashed to pieces. However, before AMU could recover, then the mecha appeared again safe and sound. How is this possible? Amina exclaimed. That's a fighter jet. Although the speed cannot be compared with the mecha, but the protection strength is not simple, even if it's not as good as mecha. But this mecha should not be completely harmless. Amuna was shocked and even terrified. But the next second, he just put the matter behind him. That mecha, it actually attacked him again. Amina wants to escape, but it's too late. This time, death is certain. The last moment, Amuna used all his strength to scream into the communicator. Call headquarters. Call headquarters. That mecha is very hostile to us. It should be aimed at my foot Basin Chicken Empire. Its speed is far more than Mach 5. Be on guard. Be on guard. Foot Basin Chicken Empire 1. Foot Basin Chicken Air Force Command. The communicator was suddenly disconnected, leaving only the rustling sound of electricity. Everyone was deeply shocked. Now, no one doubts the authenticity of this news. Chicken Foot Basin Airspace. A pink mecha did appear. What shocked them even more was the speed of that mecha. Originally, it could reach Mach 5. It's already unbelievable. But now, they heard it. Much more than Mach 5. Which country developed this terrifying weapon? World Air Force Power. It's possible that the emergence of this thing will lead to a subversion. After a while, Zhangbei Xiongtai finally came to his senses. He couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Not just him. All the high-ranking officials of the Chicken Air Force Command present had the same idea. A strong sense of crisis. It looms over their minds. Zhangbei Xiongtai dare not waste time. Immediately order. Inform the military control headquarters immediately about this matter. This is a huge crisis for my Foot Basin Chicken Empire. Chapter 60 The Bald Eagle Can't Sleep. The Military Control Commission headquarters. After Zhangbei Xiongtai reported the news, it also caused a panic. Transformers? Speeds over Mach 5? Destroy 2 fighter jets in an instant? This news exploded like a bomb at the Military Control Commission headquarters. Everyone couldn't believe it. As the highest leader of the Military Control Commission, Yamamoto Taiha looked extremely solemn. He really couldn't understand it. Why would such a horrible thing suddenly appear in the airspace of Jiabaji? But now, there is not much time to think. Yamamoto Taiha must make a decision immediately. Notify all departments. Activate the first-level combat readiness. Keep a close eye on that UFO. As long as you are within attack range. Attack immediately, said Yamamoto Taiwa. The commander beside him immediately responded. Yes. Then, rush to prepare. In the office, Yamamoto Taiha fell into deep thought. Who is targeting me? The chicken with feet. The other side. Dai Xiaomei was also confused at this time. Originally, when encountering a chicken fighter and seeing that he could not control it correctly, he was about to encounter it. Dai Xiaomei has already given up struggling. That's a fighter jet. A sky overlord. Dai Xiaomei never thought about it at all. Able to compete with it. But the reality is, 2 fighter planes. Just gone like that? Under the collision of Mecha, there is no power to resist at all. It directly turned into a fire in the air. On the other hand, the Mecha was safe and sound. Dai Xiaomei was really shocked. It's like he was dreaming. At this time, Dai Xiaomei remembered what Chen Hanxing said at that time. Just a one-to-one toy model? Not recommended for other uses? Is this a toy model? Are you kidding me? A voice from China's highest military command came from the communicator. Please report the situation. Please report the situation. Dai Xiaomei finally came back to her senses. She hesitated for a moment before saying, it seems that something went wrong. Not concealed. It describes in detail how Dai Xiaomei encounters a fighter jet, makes nervous control errors, and the fighter jet explodes. China's highest military command post. Listen to what Dai Xiaomei said. Everyone was stunned. The expression on his face was very complicated. Is this really an accident caused by nervousness and operating errors? Why does it seem more like a deliberate retaliation? At the same time, they were also shocked by the terrifying strength of this mecha, just relying on protection. He was able to crash 2 fighter jets without getting hurt at all. What if we add the weapon system? How terrifying is it? It's simply unimaginable. After a moment, Rong Haobua took a deep breath. Speak. Do not continue in the airspace of the Foot Basin Chicken. Return immediately. The voice of Dai Xiaomei came from the communicator. Yes. There was no more sound at the scene. See Rong Haobua make this decision. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They are really a little worried. What if Rong Haobua gets impulsive? Order Dai Xiaomei to drive the mecha and destroy herself and the chicken together. That would be a big problem. No one expected it. It was agreed to test the combat range. Result: it almost caused a war. Except shock. Rong Haobua was full of surprises. This mecha is stronger. It means, the greater the effect. He hoped that this mecha could hit the target with one shot and take away the chicken in the basin directly. Rong Haobua turned his gaze to Niuzhua. Seeing this, Niuzhua immediately became alert. What do you want to do? If you dare to attack me, I promise, you won't get the mecha blueprints. Niuzhua said. He was really worried. After witnessing the true terror of the mecha, Rong Haobua could no longer control his emotions and used tough measures to take the blueprint back. Rong Haobua did not answer. He took a few steps forward. Walk in front of Niuzhua. Niuzhua couldn't help but step back, staring at Rong Haobua cautiously. Finally, Rong Haobua spoke. Dinyo, you have also seen the performance of this mecha? I believe you also know its importance to China. Now is not the time for us to continue arguing about personal gains and losses. My highest combat command center is willing to do our utmost to assist the Huawei Institute and complete the research on the mecha as soon as possible. It will take our Chinese Air Force to a higher level. Rong Haobua said these words very seriously. He stared at Niuzhua with sincere eyes. Everyone was infected by Rong Haobua's emotion. My already restless heart began to stir again. Niuzhua didn't expect that Rong Haobua would say such a thing. He was in a complicated mood. He was naturally happy that Rong Haobua could do this. Although Huazhong University of Science and Technology has the top scientific research team, it almost includes all the experts and bigwigs in China. But the military industry, relying solely on laboratories, is ultimately lacking in quality. The forces that the highest military command can mobilize are beyond the reach of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Cooperation between the two is indeed the best solution. However, Niuzhua also felt a little uncomfortable. Rong Haobua has already said all the words. What else can he say? It seems that everything is thanks to Rong Haobua. How could he accept this? Are you the only one who loves the country? Are you the only one who is righteous? You think you are aloof and great? But now, Niuzhua has no other choice at all. Facing everyone's gaze, Niuzhua nodded. Good. Everything is for China. Everyone present. They all nodded. Nobody knows. Qi Liang, who was standing behind him, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when he saw Rong Haobua walking towards Niuzhua, he thought he was going to take action. Be prepared to intervene at any time. Fortunately, that kind of thing did not happen. Qi Liang really cares about Rong Haobua. At the terrifying speed of the mecha, Dai Xiaomei quickly controlled the mecha to leave the airspace of Jia Binji. When the Air Force of Jia Binji arrived, the person was nowhere to be seen. The Military Control Commission headquarters was also very confused about this result. Yamamoto Taiwa was relieved, but also extremely angry. Baka, investigate it for me. We, the Bigfoot Basin Chicken Empire, cannot accept this insult for nothing. No matter who it is, they must pay the price. This matter is like a mystery. It shrouded the hearts of the people in the Military Control Commission headquarters. Although Dai Xiaomei left the airspace of Jia Binji, but the testing doesn't end there. It has always been carried out within the territory of China. Finally, the result is obtained. This mecha was made by Chun Hanqing. The maximum range is 28,000 kilometers. Maximum combat radius, 14,000 kilometers. This news once again shocked China's highest combat command post. A combat radius of 14,000 kilometers. What a concept! From the coastal cities of China to the Bald Eagle West Coast, the distance is only about 12,000 kilometers. This mecha can completely bring the west coast of Bald Eagle into its attack range. With its terrifying speed, even at the normal Mach 5, it only takes about 2 hours to reach the west coast of Bald Eagle. If the Bald Eagle knew this news, it would probably not be able to sleep. Chapter 61 Bald Eagle. This can't be real. It is necessary to make the research of Mecha the top priority of China at present. We must master this technology as soon as possible and start production. Rong Haobo ordered. Everyone responded in unison. Yes. They all think the same. I am very much looking forward to the scene of countless mechas taking off from China and terrorizing the entire world. It makes me excited just thinking about it. At the same time, Bald Eagle National Science and Technology Foundation. As the Bald Eagle National Department, the status of the Science and Technology Foundation in the Bald Eagle is equivalent to that of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology in China. Louis Simpson, as the top person in charge, was in his office at this time, pondering over various data. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Louis said in a deep voice, "Come in." The answer was granted, and the office door opened. Secretary Tyron walks in. "Mr. Simpson, I'm sorry to interrupt you at work, but there is something I must report to you." Louis Simpson nodded. "Please go ahead." Secretary Tyron pulled out a tablet device and handed it to him. "Click on a video to play it." This video, it was the clip of Chen Hanxing testing the drone. As an opponent, the people of Bald Eagle will naturally pay attention to what is happening in China. Previously, this video was very popular in China. It's not surprising that Tyron was able to obtain it. At first, Louis Simpson didn't understand why Tyron showed him this. A yellow monkey. What's so good about it? It's just a drone. They, Bald Eagle, are absolutely at the world's leading level in military drones. If it was a video released by Huawei University of Science and Technology, he would still be interested. But for this video, he just felt bored. As he thought about it, Louis couldn't help but frown. Just when he was getting impatient, suddenly, the drone in the video shot out 10 light red beams. Fall on the stone. Knock the rock out of the hole. "Oh, God. How is this possible?" exclaimed Louis Simpson. His face was full of disbelief. That look was as if he saw a monster. However, he soon realized, this video must be synthesized. It's impossible for China to have such drone technology. Louis Simpson has always been very disdainful of China. Tyron was not surprised that he said this. Tai Luan said seriously, "That's not true, Mr. Simpson. I have asked professionals to analyze this video, and there is no trace of synthesis at all." Louis Simpson mused. Is China's video production technology so advanced? Can it be hidden from our equipment? Tai Luan. He was speechless. This is not what he meant. Louis naturally knew what Tyron was thinking. But compared to the terrifying drones made by China, he is more willing to believe this statement. How could China possibly produce a drone more advanced than theirs? Tyron took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Simpson, not long ago, a man named Meng Zhixiang from China offered to sell this drone to us for 6 billion. But now, I can't contact him anymore. I suspect he was taken away by the Chinese military. This further proves the authenticity of this drone. I think we must pay attention to it. If you continue to underestimate China, you may be in big trouble." The Bald Eagle National Science and Technology Foundation has dedicated people who, as businessmen, are responsible for collecting new black technologies emerging around the world. The businessman that Meng Zhixiang contacted was Tai Luan's subordinate. Hearing this, Louis Simpson's expression became serious. His pride made it impossible for him to accept being taught a lesson by a secretary. "Mr. Tyron, please be aware of your identity," Louis Simpson said solemnly. Tyron responded, "I'm sorry, Mr. Simpson. I was just too anxious." Louis said, "I understand how you feel, but I'm going to tell you this. The Chinese are the most cunning people in the world. The method they are best at is deception. You have to learn to make your own rational judgments. Don't trust them easily." Tyron knew, given the current situation, no matter what he says, nothing could change Louis Simpson's mind. He could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He nodded and said, "I see." Tyron was ready to leave, but he was stopped by Louis Simpson. "Do many people in China believe this video?" Tyron nodded. "A lot. Almost all netizens know about it. Also, the scientists who built this drone are now developing an electromagnetic pulse gun. This information is not a secret." It's not surprising that he was able to find it. Originally, Tyron also captured the video of Chen Hanxing controlling the Mecha to take off, and wanted to show it to Louis Simpson. However, after witnessing Louis Simpson's attitude, Tyron gave up the idea. He couldn't believe it anyway. After listening to what Tyron said, Louis Simpson sneered. "Electromagnetic pulse gun? How ridiculous. This is simply not something that can be manufactured with current blue star technology. Mr. Tyron, I think it's more appropriate to call him a liar rather than a scientist. Tyron remained silent. Louis didn't care. He continued. Those yellow-skinned monkeys in China just like to deceive themselves. Go send a message to Watson City Daily. In my name, I demand that they expose the actions of this Chinese liar. Tyron had mixed feelings. He couldn't help wanting to say something, but hesitate. In the end, I gave up the idea. Yes. After Tai Luan finished speaking, he turned and left. Chapter 62, Deliberately Creating Military Intimidation. In a blink of an eye, it was dark. With the efforts of Chen Hanqing, there is already a rough model of the electromagnetic pulse gun. Continue to develop at this rate. Maybe less than a week. Chen Hanqing will be able to complete the research and development tasks. Open your personal information panel. Back in the room, Chen Hanqing said. Then, a large amount of illusory information emerged in his mind. Name, Chen Hanqing. Age, 18. Mission, build an electromagnetic pulse gun. Technology value, 3450000. Technologies already mastered. Electromagnetic pulse gun technology, upgraded drone technology, entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapons technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. Deduct the 1.3 million technology points needed to exchange for electromagnetic pulse gun technology and production materials, plus today's accumulation. Chen Hanqing's technology value reached 3.45 million. Before, Ren Hongfei watched Chen Hanqing's live broadcast. Know Chen Hanqing's rules. Afraid of another accident. Before Ren Hongfei went back, he had already asked for Chen Hanqing's card number. Now, the 1 billion yuan for the research and development of lithography machines has arrived. After closing the personal information panel, Chen Hanqing said, Open the system mall. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Hanqing saw various technological information emerge. No time was wasted. Chen Hanqing quickly found the target. 2 photolithography machine technology can be exchanged for 700,000 technology value. Do you want to exchange? Without hesitation, Chen Hanqing said directly, Yes. After technology value is deducted, immediately afterwards, a stream of information flooded into Chen Hanqing's mind. It didn't take long for Chen Hanqing to completely digest it. I am fully aware of the technology used to manufacture 2D photolithography machines. Chen Hanqing looked at the materials needed to exchange for the production of lithography machines. The total technology value is 600,000. With Chen Hanqing's current technological reserves, he can definitely afford it. However, Chen Hanqing was not in a hurry to exchange it. He planned to complete the manufacture of the electromagnetic pulse gun first before considering this matter. Just as Chen Hanqing was getting ready to wash up and go to bed, the phone rang suddenly. The call was connected before Chen Hanqing could speak. Then I heard a voice coming from the other side. Comrade Chen Hanqing, I am Rong Haobua. Rong Haobua's voice just fell. Another voice sounded impatiently. And me. Niuzhua. Director Chen, you are now an academician of our Huaka Academy. When you have time, come to the imperial capital and take a look at our laboratory. I'll arrange to leave you in office. Niuzhua did not forget to declare his sovereignty. Although, during the day, Rong Haobua and Niuzhua have reached a preliminary agreement. Work together to study the technology provided by Chen Hanqing. But technology is technology. People still need to fight. There is only one Chen Hanqing. This is the fundamental. Neither of them wanted to give in. Also, I heard that you were developing an electromagnetic pulse gun. If you have any difficulties, tell me. As long as it's not a technical issue, I can solve it for you. Niuzhua continued. He still has self-awareness. Niuzhua understood that this was a technology that even Chen Hanqing could not master. Even if it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Inside the highest military command post, Rong Haobua couldn't help but frown. Do you need to tell me that? Comrade Chen Hanqing will definitely call me if he has any difficulties. Rong Haobua said. Niuzhua was not happy about this. I say, you old man, you are really bad. Why did you call me? What do you know? Did I make myself clear to you? Niuzhua refuted bluntly. In the duck toy factory, listening to the two people arguing, Chen Hanqing was speechless. He sighed in his heart. No matter what, you two are important figures in China. Can't you pay more attention to your image? It's like quarreling with 2 old men in the village. Is this appropriate? However, Chen Hanqing would never say this out loud. Chen Hanqing could guess it. The reason why the two of them acted like this was probably largely related to the fact that he handed the mecha drawings to Niuzhua. He won't get into trouble at this time. Chun Hanqing just listened in silence. It felt like the two of them were really angry and about to fight, so he had to say, Mr. Rong, Dino, you guys start quarreling first. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Rong Haobua, Nyozwa. They were completely stunned by this sentence. Start quarreling first? Faced with the current situation, shouldn't you just give some advice? Why is it that Director Chen doesn't play by the rules at all? Now, Rong Haobua and Nyozwa both feel it. It seems that Chun Hanqing is not the same as they thought. Wait for the reaction. Rong Haobua and the other man stopped arguing and no longer had any interest in continuing the quarrel. Without wasting any more time, Rong Haobua got down to business. Comrade Chun Hanqing, we need the blueprints and core data of that drone. He didn't beat around the bush. Good. As soon as Rong Haobua finished speaking, Chun Hanqing responded directly. This surprised Rong Haobua very much. But with the experience of Chun Hanqing providing the mecha drawings and data information last time, Rong Haobua reacted quickly. Comrade Chun Hanqing, if you have any requests, just ask. Rong Haobua felt embarrassed to take it for free. The technology of this drone is invaluable. If Chun Hanqing really wanted to make a profit from this, it can definitely be sold at a sky-high price. But Chun Hanqing said, not for now. I haven't thought of any requests yet. I'll tell you when I do. When saying this, Chun Hanqing's voice was calm. But in this calmness, one can feel firmness. Rong Haobua wanted to say something else. Seeing this, I had no choice but to give up the idea. He then said, Comrade Chun Hanqing, China has you. What a blessing. Rong Haobua said it very seriously. Not just him. Nyozwa also nodded in agreement. Chun Hanqing was silent. I don't know how to respond. Could this kind of thing really escalate to this extent? Chun Hanqing feels so stressed. Then, Rong Haobua mentioned the electromagnetic pulse gun technology. Chun Hanqing also agreed. Once the manufacturing is completed, the technology can be handed over to them for research. Rong Haobua and the other man were finally satisfied. At this time, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. No further delay. The call was quickly hung up. Making an electromagnetic pulse gun is a very laborious task. Chun Hanqing felt a little tired. After washing up, take a rest immediately. At the same time, it was morning on the other side of the ocean. According to Lewis Simpson's instructions, Tai Rin contacted the Watson City Daily yesterday and informed it of Lewis Simpson's intentions. As head of the Bald Eagle National Science Foundation, Lewis Simpson has a lot of influence. In today's Watson City Daily, a front-page news headline appeared, Mecha? Electromagnetic pulse gun? A certain big country deliberately creates military intimidation. Chapter 63 This kind of wicked thing cannot be kept. In this news report, the big country is directly named, and that country is China. Experts from Bald Eagle analyzed the impracticability of manufacturing mechas and electromagnetic pulse guns from all aspects. Even, a conclusion was drawn. With the current technology on Blue Star, it is impossible to make these things. Finally, we denounce China's fraud. It is wishful thinking to claim that one wants to increase international influence in this way. We call on the people in all countries to open their eyes and not be deceived by China. As soon as this report came out, it quickly caused a sensation throughout the Bald Eagle. The internet is full of ridicule. Oh God, stupid Chinese people, how could they do such a thing? Don't they think that this can scare us bald eagles? Not surprising at all, this is very consistent with the style of the cunning Chinese. I really can't understand it. Do the Chinese really think that if they do this, no one will believe them? Anyone with a little common sense can know the truth. Not long after, the news in the Watson City Daily has spread to China. It also caused an uproar. Originally, because of what happened a few times before, netizens have basically no doubts about Chun Hanqing. Everyone is looking forward to what the electromagnetic pulse gun made by Chun Hanqing will look like. But because of this incident, the wind direction gradually began to change. No way, the Little Duck factory manager is a liar? Although I am willing to believe in the Little Duck factory director, I have to admit that the analysis of the experts from the Bald Eagle is not without reason. The things that the Little Duck factory director made are not scientific at all. More and more netizens are beginning to voice doubts. In a blink of an eye, dawn came. Chun Hanqing got up early. After a simple breakfast, it's time to start a new day's work. As for the news on the internet, he knew nothing about it. In fact, even if he knew, Chun Hanqing wouldn't care. Whether netizens believe it or not, what does it have to do with him? In fact, it's better not to believe it. He always emphasizes it. What you make yourself are just toys. After overnight fermentation, the news in Watson City Daily is becoming increasingly popular on China internet. Originally, even some netizens had doubts. But in the final analysis, more people still believe in Chen Hanqing. Only a small group of people raise questions. But gradually, some of the house slave experts are starting to come to an end. Overtly and covertly, I support the bald eagle statement. Among them, an expert named Huang Xi was the most famous and his words were the most fierce. In the video, Huang Xi said, "First, I watched the video of the director of the duck toy factory. My evaluation of this is that it is full of loopholes. I really can't understand why such a video could be circulated on the internet for so long without being exposed. This is truly the tragedy of the entire Chinese nation. Here, I solemnly declare my attitude. I strongly condemn that factory manager Chen and ask him to stop his fraud immediately. The Chinese people are not so easy to fool." There is a lot more to the video. Huang Xi conducted a detailed analysis of Chen Hanqing's behavior. Chen Hanqing is defined as an unscrupulous anchor who uses sky-high subscription fees and non-existent advanced technology as gimmicks to attract attention online and seek improper benefits. Huang Xi has always been very popular on the internet. Claims to be a graduate of MIT. Worked in the world's top laboratories. He often posts videos online about the international situation, the comprehensive strength of various countries, and analysis of advanced weapons. Gained more than 5 million fans. It was even said at one point that Huazhong University of Science and Technology had invited him to join, but he rejected it. The direction of public opinion began to be influenced by those so-called experts headed by Huang Xi. There are more and more voices questioning and even mocking Chen Hanqing. No, after all this time, it turns out he's a liar. I just feel like something is wrong. Any random item can be sold for millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Do you really think everyone is a fool? Unscrupulous anchor, I suggest you ban him immediately. That's not right. Lei Jun went to see the little duck factory manager in person before. We saw all of this with our own eyes. Could it be false? Didn't the news in Watson City Daily say that it was a military threat from a certain big country? A certain big country. It's easy to understand, right? If the country is involved, who dares not to cooperate? Some ignorant netizens even raised it to the national level. China's highest military command post. Dinyo, what's going on with Huang Xi? Have you ever invited such a person from Huaka Institute? Ronghaobo said. Nyo's expression changed, and he said disdainfully, "Invite him to join? Does he deserve it? Who knows what kind of stuff this is?" The two of them naturally knew the current situation on the internet. Ronghaobo also understood that Huang Xi's claim that he had rejected the many invitations from Huazhong University of Science and Technology was just nonsense. But with such a good opportunity, he naturally had to mock Nyo's a few times. Ronghaobo just smiled and didn't comment. At this time, seeing that the two were silent, Qiliang said, "Mr. Rong, do you want someone to block this information? This is very bad for Director Chen's reputation." They naturally all knew whether Chen Hanqing was a liar or not. But those netizens don't understand. Coupled with the instigation of those experts on the internet, it's easy to be affected by emotions. Ronghaobo shook his head. Need not. He rejected Qi Liang's proposal without hesitation. Qi Liang wanted to speak. But suddenly I thought of something. Stop the words that are on your lips. But Nyo's couldn't help it. He frowned and asked, "Why not?" Nyo's was obviously very dissatisfied with Ronghaobo's decision. Ronghaobo glanced at him. From that look, Nyo's actually felt some contempt. Nyo's was suddenly extremely angry. But before he could say anything, Ronghaobo said, "It's a good opportunity to take this opportunity. Find some borers. Some people are used to kneeling, and they just like to eat their own food and eat their own food. This kind of wicked thing cannot be kept." Although Ronghaobo said it calmly, but there was a hint of solemnity and chill in his expression. Chapter 64. I can't understand it. I can't understand it at all. Hearing this, Nyo's was stunned. He finally understood what Ronghaobo wanted to do. Originally, Nyo's thought that Ronghaobo was going to allow those fake experts on the internet to maliciously slander Chen Hanqing. But now it seems, Ronghaobo wants to buy at the bottom directly. I'm afraid that in the near future, people like Huang Xi will be able to receive silver bracelets. You are still so cruel. You look so handsome, but I didn't expect you to be so evil. Nyo's couldn't help but sigh. Ronghaobo. Now, he really wanted to deal with Nyo's as well. Of course, Ronghaobo could only think about it. I dismissed the idea instantly. Then, Rong Haobua instructed Qi Liang beside him. You ask the people from the Internet Monitoring Department to closely monitor those experts who publicly make statements to defame Comrade Chen Hanqing. Collect evidence that they are colluding with other countries. Wait for my order and carry out the arrest. Qi Liang nodded. Yes. There is no difficulty in this. With the cooperation of the Internet Monitoring Department, that would definitely be a case of one person being silent once checked. I didn't deal with them before, just because I didn't want to. Anyway, a few parasites cannot affect the overall situation. We can take action at any time when needed. Now, they are targeting Chen Hanqing, and Rong Haobua has decided not to tolerate it anymore. Now, Huangxi's experts are still enjoying this feast targeting Chen Hanqing. They don't know that they have actually been targeted. After finishing explaining this matter, Rong Haobua looked at Niu Zhua and asked, Technical information of the Mecha. How are the people from Huaka doing with their research? Niu Zhua responded, I have gathered the top experts from Huaka Institute last night. Now, there should be some clues. After testing the Mecha, Rong Haobua reluctantly gave up. In order to facilitate research, the Mecha was sent to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. He had to admit it. Let's talk about research equipment and research conditions. The highest military command post really cannot be compared with Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Rong Haobua nodded. Go and have a look. He can't wait. I am really looking forward to the day when China masters the technology and manufactures mechas. Although, Chen Hanqing was already able to build a mecha, but it is impossible for them to rely solely on Chen Hanqing to manufacture it. After all, a person's power is limited. Moreover, this is also in the plan of Rong Haobua and others. Chen Hanqing is positioned as an innovator and pioneer. The subsequent large-scale manufacturing tasks should not be undertaken by Chen Hanqing at all. This is like a terror machine. Chen Hanqing is the sophisticated core processor of that machine. Niu Zhua did not refuse. He nodded. The two of them headed towards Huazhong University of Science and Technology. The car drove for nearly 2 hours. Just arrived at the destination. After getting off the car, Rong Haobua and Niu Zhua went straight to the Mecha research workshop. Now, according to Niu Zhua's arrangement, Huazhong University of Science and Technology has made the research of Mecha its top priority. Best equipment, the best lab, the best team of experts. To this end, we even had to stop several important projects. Sun Xueping was the one who took the lead in the Mecha research project. As the most prestigious mechanical science expert in China, Sun Xueping is qualified. At this time, Sun Xueping and others were frowning as they looked at the drawings and core data provided by Chen Hanqing. Everyone in the entire lab is like this. The atmosphere is quiet, even a little depressing. At this moment, Niu Zhua and Rong Haobua, who had changed their clothes, walked in. When he got to Sun Xueping's side, Niu Zhuaxin asked, Professor Sun, how's the progress? Sun Xueping did not give a direct answer. She first looked at the other 20 or so experts. Everyone's expressions were a little strange. After a moment, Sun Xueping took a deep breath and replied, Dino, the blueprints and data of this mecha. There are many places that we just can't understand. Sun Xueping's tone was full of helplessness. She also felt deeply frustrated. When I first saw the drawings, I was totally confused. I don't understand. I simply don't understand. This even made Sun Xueping doubt her own knowledge for a time. Hearing this, Niu Zhua was stunned. He really didn't expect to get this kind of answer. Can't read? These are China's top scientists. Chen Hanqing provided the drawings and core data, which was equivalent to teaching them how to manufacture the mecha. But they couldn't even understand it. This is really unbelievable. Not only Niu Zhua, Rong Haobua was also shocked. At this moment, Rong Haobua's understanding of Chen Hanqing was refreshed again. I couldn't help but sigh silently. It seems that Comrade Chen Hanqing's skills are even more powerful than I thought. Rong Haobua was naturally delighted about this, but at the same time, he was in trouble. If these experts cannot understand mechas, he really couldn't think of anyone else in the entire China who could take on this important task. It can even be said that looking at the entire world, there should be no one who can fully study Chen Hanqing's drawings. While thinking, Rong Haobua frowned. At this time, Sun Xueping said, General Rong, Dino, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Take a look at this first. While speaking, Sun Xueping clicked on the computer in front of her. Then, turned the screen to Niu Zhua and Rong Haobua. Look at the picture on the screen. Rong Haobua and his partner. All pupils contracted. Displayed on the computer screen. It's a mecha model. It can be clearly seen that it was built according to the drawings provided by Chen Hanqing. But compared with the pink Optimus Prime made by Chen Hanqing, this mecha is much more terrifying. Pure metallic color. No rendering has been done. The body is majestic. It's like an upright steel monster. It gives a strong visual impact. The most eye-catching thing is the black muzzle on the back of the mecha. I don't know what technology it is, but you can tell it's extraordinary at a glance. It seemed as if it contained terrifying destructive power. Rong Haobo and Niuzhua were both stunned, although Niuzhua had seen Chen Hanqing's drawings before. But those are just parts. It is not a complete mecha model. Niuzhua also knew. This mecha must be very terrifying, but I didn't expect it to be so scary. Sun Shueping saw their reactions. Not surprised. Everything is reasonable. The experts present had the same reaction when they saw this mecha model for the first time. We hired dozens of designers to build the model, and it was made in secret according to the mecha drawings and components provided by Director Chen. Finally, Professor Li from the mecha team put it together. Sun Shueping said. She also understood the importance of this mecha. Therefore, operate with extreme caution. And to ensure that everything goes smoothly, every designer involved signed a confidentiality agreement. Rong Haobo and the other man finally came to their senses a little. In other words, the mecha designed by Comrade Chen Hanqing originally had an attack system? Rong Haobo couldn't help but confirm. Sun Shueping nodded. Yes. Moreover, this attack system surpasses all the weapons we know of. Its power is unimaginable. Rong Haobo's joyful expression was hard to contain. Good. That's really great. He couldn't help but sigh. In this way, this mecha will no longer have any shortcomings. Chapter 65. What do they know? Originally, Rong Haobo had been worried about the mecha's weapon system. As for the currently known combat weapons, they are basically unable to match the terrifying performance of that mecha. Now, look at this mecha model. Rong Haobo no longer has to worry. But after a moment, Rong Haobo reacted immediately. The key point is that this mecha cannot be replicated at all with the current level of experts. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? After seeing this mecha model, Rong Haobo felt even more uncomfortable. It feels like my heart is bleeding. What's the difference between this and having a mountain of gold but being unable to develop it? What a bunch of useless, smart guys. However, Rong Haobo was still uncomfortable. He also knew that this was helpless. Finally, I can only sigh silently. What a pity. See this? Sun Shueping said. General Rong, Director Chen's technical level is far above all of us. In fact, it far exceeds the highest level in the world today. Our idea is to ask Director Chen for advice. This is something that can be said by experts in the field of mechanical science in China. Chen Hanqing's skills are evident. Rong Haobo nodded. I will communicate with Comrade Chen Hanqing. He looked at the mecha on the screen again. His eyes are full of hope. If only China could produce a batch of such mechas. If any country dares to make such noise again, we will just do it. Only now, Rong Haobo suddenly had a feeling. Comrade Chen Hanqing's skills are too advanced, which doesn't seem to be entirely a good thing. Others simply can't keep up with his pace. Time passes. Yangcheng. Little Duck Toy Factory. Chen Hanqing came out of the super laboratory and prepared to have lunch. However, he saw Zhang Xia's figure first. Zhang Xia was deliberately waiting for Chen Hanqing. Seeing this, she immediately went over to meet him. Director Chen, there is something I think I need to tell you. Come to Chen Hanqing, Zhang Xia said. Chen Hanqing nodded. Officer Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Xia wasted no time in explaining to Chen Hanqing in detail the news published by the Watson City Daily and the negative public opinion about Chen Hanqing on the internet. Director Chen, your technology has been recognized by the Huawei Institute. We all believe in you. Finally, Zhang Xia added. After listening, Chen Hanqing didn't react much. Originally, seeing Zhang Xia's serious expression just now, Chen Hanqing thought that something big had happened. I didn't expect it, just this? Facing Zhang Xia's gaze, Chen Hanqing responded calmly. Fine. Whatever they say. This is just the usual bald eagle operation. Besides, when he said this, Chen Hanqing paused for a moment before continuing. Those so-called experts on the bald eagle, they don't know shit. As for those netizens who questioned him, Chen Hanqing didn't care even more. Don't even bother to comment. Again, it suits him exactly. Zhang Xia. She was stunned at first. What do experts on bald eagles know? This is really arrogant. Although I don't want to admit it. But it must be said that in terms of the current technological level of the blue planet, the bald eagle still has absolute dominance. Even China is much weaker in high-tech fields. What Chen Hanqing meant was that he didn't take the bald eagle seriously at all. But after a moment, Zhang Xia reacted. Like, considering Chen Hanqing's level, this is not unacceptable. For a moment, Zhang Xia didn't know how to respond. She could only nod. I realized that I was worrying about nothing. I couldn't help but blush. Chen Hanqing didn't notice anything unusual. A few more pleasantries. After expressing gratitude for Zhang Xia's behavior, I said nothing more. Now, Bald Eagle Watson City Daily News. It's totally popular on the internet. Plus those experts are leading the charge. More and more people are beginning to doubt Chen Hanqing. No way. Could it be that director Little Duck is really lying? If it's really a scam led by the top brass as they said, then this is a big problem. I don't believe it, Godfather. Please come out and explain. The Military Control Commission headquarters. Taiwa Yamamoto is in the office. He frowned, still worried about the inexplicable appearance of the Transformers yesterday. Although only 2 fighter jets were lost. It's much better than they expected. But as long as it exists, it is a hidden danger for the chicken. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Yamamoto Taiha frowned and said, "Come in." Got granted. Secretary Hayashima Yuta hurried in. As soon as he entered the door, he said, "Mr. Yamamoto, there's news about the UFO." Yamamoto Taiha suddenly became excited. "Hurry up and tell me." Hayashima Yuta did not hesitate. Tell Yamamoto Taikazu all the news on the Bald Eagle Internet, the Watson City Daily, and the news circulating in China. The more Yamamoto Taiwa listened, the more shocked he was. After Hayashima Yuta finished speaking, he couldn't help himself any longer. "You mean, that terrifying mecha was made in China? How could China have such advanced technology? Even though the facts are already in front of us." Taiha Yamamoto still feels unbelievable. Without waiting for Hayashima Yuta to say anything, after a moment, Yamamoto Taiwa came to his senses and had to accept this fact. His heart was instantly filled with anger. Baka! Damn Chinese! We must let them. Originally, Yamamoto Taiha wanted to make some harsh remarks and make China pay the price. But when the words came to his lips, he had to swallow them back. I recalled the fear I felt yesterday when I was dominated by that mecha. He didn't have the courage to say it. Pay the price? Do they deserve it? With China's current national strength, it has no advantage over China. Now, coupled with China's terrifying mecha, there is no comparison at all. However, Yamamoto Taiwa was unwilling to just swallow his anger. Ponder for a moment. He made a decision. He instructed his secretary, Hayashima Yuta, notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Let them condemn China's actions. Expose China's evil deeds. Yamamoto Taiwa said these words with gritted teeth. If it were any other country, he wouldn't be so angry. But that's China. This is really intolerable. After receiving the order, Hayashima Yuta immediately responded, "Yes." After saying that, he turned around and went out to make arrangements. Not long after, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foot Basin Chicken released a message. Yesterday, a pink transformer-like flying object made by China entered our airspace without our permission. In the face of our expulsion, they not only ignored it, but also destroyed 2 of our cruise fighters. China's behavior is really too bad. This is China's invasion of our country. We strongly condemn this. Huawei, you must give me an explanation for the Foot Basin Chicken. As soon as the news came out, directly detonate the entire blue planet. All countries were shocked by this. No one expected that something like this would happen. At the same time, all countries also find it difficult to accept. A pink, transformer-like, flying thing? Chicken in a basin? Are you serious? How do you feel? A bit inappropriate. Chapter 66 Comrade Chen Hanqing's safety must be guaranteed. Bald Eagle. National Science and Technology Foundation. Lewis is in the office. He didn't take seriously what Taryn told him about the so-called mecha. In Lewis's opinion, something that even a bald eagle couldn't create. It is impossible for China to produce it. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Lewis Simpson said. Then, the office door was pushed open. Tyron walks in. He looks very serious. Seeing this, Lewis Simpson asked, "What happened?" Tyron said directly, "Mr. Simpson, I must tell you this. The mecha from China is probably real, and its performance is even more terrifying than we imagined." Hearing this, Lewis Simpson frowned immediately. Without even thinking twice, he said, "Do you know what you are talking about? This is impossible." Tai Lewin did not refute. but just said, "Take a look at this." While speaking, Tyron handed the document in his hand to Lewis Simpson. Among them is the statement issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Xiaomi, and the details of what happened sent by Xiaomi. Lewis Simpson took it. "Turn your attention to the file." Originally, his expression was very calm, but gradually, Lewis Simpson was no longer calm. After seeing the document, it showed that the speed of that mecha might be able to reach the terrifying Mach 9. Lewis Simpson couldn't bear it anymore. He exclaimed directly, "God, this can't be true. Lewis Simpson is just unbelievable. China can actually create such a terrifying mecha." His face was full of horror. Top speed Mach 9. It's simply unheard of. Even the Bald Eagle, the most advanced fighter jet, has a speed of only Mach 2. There's no way it can be compared with that mecha. Moreover, this document also stated that the mecha destroyed the 2 fighter jets of Xiaomi in an instant, although I don't know what means were used. But presumably, that mecha must have a terrifying way of attacking. This is beyond Lewis Simpson's understanding. Tai Luen hesitated for a moment and finally spoke. "Mr. Simpson, it seems that China has produced a genius. This matter must be taken seriously." This time, Lewis Simpson didn't argue, although I don't want to accept it. But he also understood this matter. The chicken in the basin would definitely not dare to lie. After a moment's silence, Lewis Simpson nodded. "Damn Chinese. It's really infuriating." China, the highest military command post. At this time, Rong Halbwa looked solemn. He has seen the statement issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Xiaomi. This matter involves a lot of things. If it's just a chicken in a basin, there's nothing to be afraid of. With China's current comprehensive national strength, he doesn't even take the chicken in the basin seriously. The key point is that after this matter is exposed, Chen Hanqing will definitely be implicated. When Chen Hanqing took the order to build the Mecha, it has not yet attracted the attention of China's top leaders. Wait for them to react. The video of Chen Hanqing controlling the Mecha to take off has become popular on the internet. There is no way to block it anymore. Qi Liang was standing nearby. Remained silent. He also knew the seriousness of the whole thing. The whole office fell into extreme silence. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. Rong Halbwa could think of it. After other countries knew that China had a talent like Chen Hanqing, "I'm sure I won't be able to sit still. Those hostile forces. I will not stand by and watch China grow bigger and stronger. Something must be done." The person they are most likely to target is Chen Hanqing. As long as something unexpected happens to Chen Hanqing, it will be able to cut off China's hope from the source. In fact, the safest way is to bring Chen Hanqing to the imperial capital. As the political center of China, no accidents will ever happen as long as Chen Hanqing is here. Rong Halbwa has this confidence. But Rong Halbwa also understood. Chen Hanqing probably wouldn't agree. Finally, after a moment, Rong Halbwa made a decision. His eyes became firm, and he gave the order. "Contact me at the Zhongzhou military base." Qi Liang responded directly. "Yes." At this time, inside the Zhongzhou military base, Chu Goen frowned. On the side, the secretary was reporting to him. "Chief." Another message from Shinong military base. Expressed willingness to bear all the funds for purchasing the electromagnetic pulse gun. I hope that once the electromagnetic pulse gun is built, it can be shared by both of us. The secretary just finished speaking. Chu Goen didn't even think about it and responded impatiently. "Tell that to Tianjin. Stop sending messages like this. Want an EMP gun? No way. Damn it, they're targeting me." The secretary had a complicated expression, but still responded quickly. "Yes." Chu Goen is a famous positive character in the military. Usually, I am very strict with my words and actions, but now, he was forced to swear. There is no one else like him. This is not Chu Goen's fault. That Tianjin. It's so infuriating. After knowing that Chen Hanqing accepted Chu Goen's order for electromagnetic pulse gun, Tianjin couldn't sit still anymore. At the beginning, I called Chu Goen. Chu Goen is extremely annoyed. Just don't answer it. But this doesn't pose a problem for Tianjin. Use subpoena instead. The purpose is to get the electromagnetic pulse gun. Chu Goen was being harassed to the point of collapse. At this moment, the encrypted phone rang. After Chu Goen answered the call, he said impatiently, "Who is it?" A voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Rong Halbwa." Hear this. Chu Goen was shocked. My body jumped up from the chair as if it was a conditioned reflex. Stand up straight immediately. Their expressions all became serious. "General Rong." Chu Goen said in a deep voice. His tone was completely different from before, full of respect. Rong Haobua is the head of China's highest military command post. He has a high prestige in the military. Rong Haobua didn't waste any time and said directly, immediately dispatch a reinforced regiment to the vicinity of the Little Duck toy factory to protect Comrade Chen Hanqing's safety. Hearing this, Chu Goen was stunned. You know, a reinforced regiment has between 4,000 and 5,000 soldiers. This is also a big move for the Zhongzhou military base. But soon, Chu Goen reacted. He immediately said, yes. It is a soldier's duty to obey orders. This is the code that every Chinese soldier abides by. Even so, Rong Haobua was still a little worried. He continued solemnly. Chu Goen, remember this. Comrade Chen Hanqing, no accidents can happen. Otherwise, you will be a sinner of China. Although I don't know why Rong Haobua is like this, but Chu Goen could guess that something big must have happened. Don't worry, General Rong. I will definitely ensure Comrade Chen Hanqing's safety, Chu Goen said. Because of excitement, the voice unconsciously rose a few degrees, including the entire office. It seems to be full of solemnity. Chapter 67 The electromagnetic pulse gun is completed. See this? Rong Haobua said no more. Just hang up the phone. But Chu Goen's stern and solemn expression did not ease because of this. Put the phone down. Chu Goen didn't hesitate at all. Start deploying your troops right away. Moreover, the most capable generals in the Zhongzhou military base were dispatched. If it weren't for the fact that he was responsible for various matters within the military base and couldn't leave, Chu Goen would have wanted to go there in person. Not long. One after another, the armored vehicles set out from the Zhongzhou military base. Go straight to Yangcheng. With so many people, the number of military vehicles needed is naturally huge. A convoy of military vehicles was traveling on the road like a long dragon. There is no doubt that it attracted countless people's attention. What the hell? What is this for? Something's wrong. This is very wrong. Are we really going to have a war? 3 hours later, the reinforcement group arrived in Yangcheng. It immediately caused a sensation. After receiving the news, Zheng Weimin was stunned. He really couldn't understand it. Why do so many people come to Yangcheng? Zheng Weimin didn't dare to hesitate at all. Put down your work and go there immediately. Zheng Weimin was slightly relieved after knowing that the army came for Chen Hanqing. At the same time, he was also shocked. So many people, just to protect Director Chen? Is this action a bit too big? However, Zheng Weimin did not question the decision from above. He understands. Now Chen Hanqing is more important than he imagined. At the same time, according to Rong Hao's proposal, China's diplomatic office issued a statement. We solemnly warn the Foot Basin Chicken that you must not deliberately smear China without solid evidence. We reserve the right to hold Foot Basin Chicken responsible. Jaya Benji must compensate for the reputational damage caused to our country. If not, we won't rule out the possibility of using tough measures. Originally, many countries have not yet recovered from the news released by Jaya Benji. I really didn't expect that China would drop such a bombshell again. Originally, other countries thought so. According to China's previous style. Even if I don't admit it, this is impossible. But this time, China is too tough. Tough and somewhat unreasonable. Chicken in a basin. Military Control Commission headquarters. At this time, Yamamoto Taiha looked extremely ugly. He saw the news released by China. Naturally, they were very dissatisfied with China's response. Baka. Stupid Chinese. How dare you challenge our Big Foot Basin Chicken empire in this way? Yamamoto Taiha couldn't help but curse. Wait until you calm down a little. He immediately contacted the Bald Eagle. Not long after, Bald Eagle also issued an international statement. China's actions are simply shirking responsibility and a serious violation of international law. We strongly condemn China's actions. We demand that China face up to its mistakes and be held accountable for them. Not surprisingly, the Bald Eagle once again invoked international law and took on the role of world policeman. With the Bald Eagle taking the lead, other contracting countries have also made their comments. Gallic Rooster. China is trying to evade responsibility in this way, but it will never work. John Bull. China must be held accountable for its unjust actions. Hans Cat. China's actions are suspected of an arms race. The situation on Blue Planet is already turbulent. Because of this incident, things became even more turbulent. China ignores the overt and covert threats from these countries. Just an article was published in the Citizen Daily the next day. Years of hard work and progress make this great nation rise. Sweep away the humiliating history and fight to the bitter end. As soon as the news came out, other countries were even more shocked. No one expected that China would make such a decision. Is this a clarion call for war? Things continue to ferment. At the beginning, it was only circulated among high-level officials of various countries, but gradually spread to the internet. After seeing this news, bald eagle netizens all felt unbelievable. What on earth does China want to do? Are they really not afraid of causing World War III? So, that Mecha is real? It's really amazing. What kind of technology do those people in China have mastered? The person who created this Mecha is simply a devil. If it really causes a war, he will definitely go to hell. Everyone is sighing. The voices that originally questioned Chen Hanqing gradually disappeared. They have to accept this fact. Not long after, this news also spread to China. The public opinion on the internet has reversed 180 degrees. I knew it. There's no way the duck factory manager could be a liar. What kind of rubbish expert dares to question my godfather? The duck factory manager is awesome. We must wipe out the humiliating history and return to the battlefield. Well said. Destroying 2 fighter planes of Xiaomi? That's so satisfying. I suggest that you bomb the Foot Basin Chicken Dongqiong directly next time. China's 1.4 billion people are ready to respond at any time. Who can refuse to be on the first page of the family tree? In addition to being impressed by the powerful mecha built by Chen Hanqing, the most common ones are anti-war speeches. Moreover, each one is more outrageous than the last. It seems that everyone can't wait to drive their mechas tomorrow and severely punish the chicken foot basin. I can only say that this is very Chinese. Sure enough, the most fierce hawks are among the people. Huang Si and other experts. Now I am completely dumbfounded. They never expected it. Things turned around so quickly. Originally, they had successfully aroused the dissatisfaction of Chinese netizens towards Chen Hanqing. But because of the amazing operation contributed by Jaya Binji, it was completely ruined. It's simply a god's assist. Now, Huang Si truly felt what it meant to not be afraid of godlike opponents, but to be afraid of pig-like teammates. What the hell? Where can I go to seek justice? China's highest military command post. Rong Haobo knew everything about what was happening on the internet. Put down the documents in your hand. Rong Haobo looked at Qi Liang and said, "Notify them. Immediately arrest these Chinese parasites listed in the document." Qi Liang nodded immediately. Yes. After saying that, without any hesitation, Qi Liang turned around and went out to make arrangements. Originally, Rong Haobo wanted to wait a little longer, see if there are any other big fish jumping out. But things have come to this point. It seemed that Huang Si and his people could no longer make any waves. We can only close the net now. A few hours later, the official account of China News released a message. Today, we uncovered a major case of infiltration by enemy forces. A group of 13 fake experts, led by Huang, have long been spreading news on the internet that is detrimental to China's harmony and stability. After investigation, it was confirmed that he was a spy from the enemy country. The evidence is conclusive and the arrest has been made. At the end of this message, a list is also included. Huang Si is the first one. The rest of those people, they are also the people who have recently made the most fierce criticisms of Chen Hanqing online. After this news was announced, it quickly caused a sensation on the internet. Is this the state's intervention? Fuck, after all this time. It turns out he's a traitor. Traitors are what I hate the most. I almost got fooled by these bastards. People like them should be dragged out and shot. They just started fighting when they disagreed with each other. I have to say, the country really loves the Little Duck Factory director. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Time flies. At this time, 5 days had passed since Chen Hanqing started manufacturing the electromagnetic pulse gun. In the super laboratory, Chen Hanqing raised his head and let out a long sigh. There was excitement in his eyes. Electromagnetic pulse gun. Finally, it's finished. Chapter 68 is on air again, shocking the world. It's finally done. Chen Hanqing sighed. Naturally, he also knew about what had happened internationally during this period. On the evening of the day when the reinforced regiment arrived in Yangqing, Rong Haobo talked to Chen Hanqing on the phone. In addition to explaining to Chen Hanqing why this was the case, Rong Haobo also did not forget to convey Sun Shueping and others' request to communicate and seek advice from Chen Hanqing. Chen Hanqing did not refuse this. Plus, in these 5 days, Chen Hanqing also completed the compilation of drone drawings and core data. It also took some time. Otherwise, this electromagnetic pulse gun would definitely have been completed earlier. Step out of the super lab. Chen Hanqing returned to the room. Open your personal information panel. As soon as the words fell, then a large amount of virtual information appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Hanqing. Age, 18. Mission, build an electromagnetic pulse gun. Technology value, 62000000. Technologies already mastered: 2 photolithography machine technology, electromagnetic pulse gun technology, upgraded drone technology, entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapon technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. After deducting 700,000 technology points required to exchange for 2 lithography machine technologies. And after this period of accumulation, now, Chen Hanqing's technology value has reached a terrifying 6.2 million. Seeing this number, Chen Hanqing was delighted. I wonder how much the technology value production capacity per second can be increased after completing this mission. Chen Hanqing murmured. He is already looking forward to it. Now, the internet is full of information about Chen Hanqing. After the previous international events, Chen Hanqing's popularity has become even hotter. All netizens are looking forward to the electromagnetic pulse gun made by Chen Hanqing. Chen Hanqing knew all this. Think for a moment. Chen Hanqing decided to start the live broadcast. Today, Chen Hanqing's number of Douyin fans has reached a terrifying 150 million. Only the China Daily could barely surpass him. The live broadcast room just opened. Moment. Countless netizens flocked in. The number of viewers directly exceeded 1 million. Moreover, this data is still growing. I've finally been waiting for this. Director Little Duck is finally live again. I heard that the mecha built by the Little Duck factory director shot down 2 fighters of the Foot Basin Chicken. I want to order a few. Money is not a problem. I just want to say one thing. Director Little Duck is awesome. I was blind. I was deceived by those traitors and questioned the Little Duck anchor. According to my godfather's usual style, this time the show starts, the electromagnetic pulse gun should be built. Fuck. Where's the electromagnetic pulse gun? Everyone is in high spirits. Now, their views on Chen Hanqing have changed. In the past, although Chen Hanqing's creations refreshed netizens' cognition time and time again. But to netizens, even so, Chen Hanqing is just a scientist who masters terrifying technology. After knowing about the Mecha, the image of Chen Hanqing in the minds of netizens has changed. That's a true anti-hero. In China, these 4 words carry a lot of weight. It became great immediately. Not only these netizens, China's highest military command, China Academy of Science and Technology, and other top departments in China have also been paying close attention to Chen Hanqing during this period. After knowing that Chen Hanqing started broadcasting, enter the live broadcast room immediately. The most exciting. It's still Chu Goen, Zhongzhou military base. In the office, Chu Goen's eyes were fixed on the screen. Not even a moment. Afraid of missing out on any important information. Thinking about it, Chu Goen couldn't help but get excited that Chen Hanqing's live broadcast this time was most likely to announce the successful manufacture of the electromagnetic pulse gun. Even Chu Goen began to worry about gains and losses. Although we know that with Chen Hanqing's level, basically no accidents will occur. But I'm still a little worried. The whole office fell into absolute silence. Only Chu Goen's slightly heavy breathing continued to echo. The secretary was standing nearby. I dare not even breathe. He had no doubt. If I dare to make any noise, he will definitely be severely beaten. Bald Eagle. National Science and Technology Foundation. Lewis Simpson was deep in thought. After knowing that China has actually made mechas, he has been hit hard. This is completely contrary to what Lewis Simpson has always believed. How could China create such a horrible thing? How could Lewis Simpson, who had always looked down on China, accept this? The worldview has collapsed. What was even more difficult for Lewis Simpson to accept was the one who built this mecha. He turned out to be the director of a toy factory called Little Duck. Where the hell can I go to seek justice? During this time, Lewis Simpson has been trying to deconstruct the principles of the mecha. But no matter how he tried, there is no clue at all. He really couldn't understand it. How could that kind of mecha reach such a terrifying speed? Mach 9. It's simply unheard of. Right at this moment. Bang. With a noise. The office door was pushed open. Lewis Simpson was pulled out of his thoughts. He frowned and looked towards the door. Secretary Tyron was standing there. What are you doing? Louis Simpson yells. His heart was already filled with sorrow. Now, the anger is even greater. Tyron didn't answer. Just take a deep breath and say, Mr. Simpson, that little duck factory manager is on air. Hear this. Lewis Simpson was stunned. The expression on his face froze. The next second, it was like ice and snow melting. Then, it became exciting. Lewis Simpson responded immediately. Quick, enter the live broadcast room of the so-called Little Duck Factory Manager. I'd like to see. What kind of freak is this? He can't wait. Tyron nodded. Take out the specially treated equipment. What was being played was the content of Chun Hanxing's live broadcast. This situation, it's not exclusive to bald eagles. The same happens in many countries. Now, the reputation of the Little Duck Factory Manager already entered the high-level positions of various countries. Everyone wants to see it. What exactly is this so-called evil Chinese scientist like? Chun Hanxing didn't know. His show is on. It has already caused a huge sensation across the Blue Star. Watching the constantly refreshing and scrolling barrage, Chun Hanxing did not hesitate. Direct announcement. Brothers. After 5 days of hard work, the electromagnetic pulse mosquito repellent gun ordered by the national security netizen has been manufactured. Hear this. Although netizens have made certain mental preparations, but I still couldn't suppress my excitement. I know that director Little Duck will not disappoint us. Godfather. Next, can you build my Catgirl robot? It's my turn this time. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. Director Little Duck, quickly take out the electromagnetic pulse gun and let us open our eyes. The anchor is really too stubborn. Even at this point, he still said it was a mosquito repellent gun. Director Little Duck knows how to kill mosquitoes. Since Chun Hanxing has decided to start broadcasting, there was no intention to conceal the electromagnetic pulse gun. However, the moment he took out the electromagnetic pulse gun he had made, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 69 completes the task and increases the technology value and production capacity. No, this electromagnetic pulse gun is not what I imagined. Perhaps, probably, possibly, Director Little Duck, could it be that something has happened? I have to say, this electromagnetic pulse gun doesn't look sci-fi at all. I am disappointed. This is not the electromagnetic pulse gun I want. After a while, netizens reacted and couldn't help but talk about it. The electromagnetic pulse gun that Chun Hanxing took out. It's a bit too many. Only the size of an ordinary pistol. The overall shape is round, small and exquisite, and some cuteness. Plus the red and blue color scheme. That feeling is really hard to describe. It is completely different from what netizens imagine, the electromagnetic pulse gun in science fiction movies. Not just netizens. Even Chu Goen. Everyone looked dazed at this moment. His expression was so indescribably weird. Director Chin is not really going to use this electromagnetic pulse gun to kill mosquitoes, is he? That's not right. I told him very clearly before. It needs to be powerful and have a long range. Can this thing be achieved? Chu Goen couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. The secretary hesitated for a moment and finally decided to speak. It may just seem that way. The actual power can really meet your expectations, Chief. However, the secretary himself was a little bit skeptical about this. It sounds like comforting Chu Goen. However, Chu Goen nodded and said, I believe in Director Chun. Bald Eagle. National Research Foundation. Lewis Simpson is very happy now. Oh my God, this is what they call an electromagnetic pulse gun? I think my son might like this toy. His tone was full of sarcasm. The first time I saw this electromagnetic pulse gun, Lewis Simpson was sure. This so-called Little Duck Factory Manager must have failed. Bald Eagle also once had the idea of making an electromagnetic pulse gun. But in the end, because the technical level was not up to par, I had to give up. Lewis Simpson knew very well how complicated the electromagnetic pulse gun was. A lot of precision components required. There's no way it can be that size. After saying this, Lewis Simpson still felt unsatisfied. He went on to add, it seems that this so-called evil genius of China is nothing more than this. Yangcheng. Little Duck Toy Factory. Chun Hanxing was not surprised by the netizens' reactions. He just calmly explained, considering that Goen netizen, you must bring a lot of things when you go on outdoor adventures. If this electromagnetic pulse mosquito gun is made too big, it will increase his burden. Listen to what Chun Hanxing said. The discussions among netizens became even more intense. Although the consideration of the Little Duck Factory Manager is very thoughtful, I think this is probably not what the Goen boss wants to see. I'm afraid that now, Only the little duck factory manager still believes that the Goan netizen is an outdoor explorer. Then, netizens asked Chen Hanqing to test the power of the electromagnetic pulse gun. Although this electromagnetic pulse gun doesn't look very good, but they still have expectations. What if it succeeds? However, in response to the requests of netizens, Chen Hanqing didn't even think about it. Just refuse. Before, when the drone was manufactured, he followed the request of Xiaomi netizens. During the live broadcast, the drone's weeding performance was tested. It caused a huge sensation. It was even stopped directly. The reputation of the Little Duck Toy Factory was completely ruined. Nowadays, the name of the Little Duck Toy Factory on the internet, it has almost become a duck arsenal. If we test this electromagnetic pulse gun again, it justifies the reputation of the arsenal. Chen Hanqing would never do that. It was unavoidable because of Chen Hanqing's refusal. Netizens have even stronger doubts about this electromagnetic pulse gun. Chen Hanqing didn't care. He said, "Brothers, this time the order-taking process is cancelled. I've already taken the order. Make 2 photolithography machines, model. Everyone can wait for my good news." Originally, netizens were very confused about Chen Hanqing's cancellation of the order. But hear what comes next. All doubts turned into disbelief. Did I hear it wrong? Director Little Duck said that he wanted to build 2 photolithography machines? Aren't there only 5 most advanced photolithography machines in the world? What's the matter with the 2? From microelectric cars to mechas, to drones and electromagnetic pulse guns, now we are going to build photolithography machines. The Little Duck factory manager is really taking a risk. Netizens made such comments one after another. Photolithography machine? In their view, this is no longer a level that Blue Star can achieve now. Plus, because of the electromagnetic pulse gun incident just now, netizens have many doubts about Chen Hanqing. Chen Hanqing did not explain this. After just a few words of response, directly download. In the room, this live broadcast left Chen Hanqing deeply touched. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but murmur, "It seems that I can't just take orders casually in the future." Although now, those people headed by Rong Haobo attach great importance to Chen Hanqing's safety. But if those hostile countries really feel that they are a threat that he has to resolve, I'm afraid even if there is a reinforced regiment of troops, there is no way to guarantee his absolute safety. A missile comes. All must be played out. This made Chen Hanqing worry. After all, life is more important. Now, netizens have begun to doubt Chen Hanqing because of the electromagnetic pulse gun incident, which may not be a bad thing for him. Thinking of this, Chen Hanqing was a little confused. How come everything happened? Is the road getting narrower and narrower? This is really just a toy factory. Why no one believes it? Putting this thought aside for the moment, Chen Hanqing pondered. If there is time, we can build an air defense device. This is not a difficult task for Chen Hanqing. But the most important thing now is to complete the order. Chen Hanqing didn't waste any more time and contacted the National Security netizen directly. Chu Goen has been waiting for Chen Hanqing's call. Although he had some doubts about the power of the electromagnetic pulse gun, Chu Goen naturally had no intention of canceling the order. The location of the Zhongzhou military base is a military secret and cannot be disclosed easily. Chu Goen had already arranged other suitable addresses. Chen Hanqing packed up the electromagnetic pulse gun, handed over to the soldier in charge for delivery. Now, Chen Hanqing doesn't need to worry about such things at all. After finishing the explanation, immediately, the system prompt sounded in Chen Hanqing's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of manufacturing the electromagnetic pulse gun. Reward, 1 million science and technology value. The system's science and technology value per second increased to 20. Hear this sound. Chen Hanqing was stunned at first. Next second, his eyes were filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Chapter 70 Individual Exoskeleton Mecha Plan. Chen Hanqing didn't expect this. Complete this mission. The production capacity of scientific and technological value was actually increased to 20 points per second. Compared to before, it has doubled. Now, the technological value that Chen Hanqing can gain every day will reach more than 1.72 million. At this moment, Chen Hanqing felt that the technology of the Star Destroyer was no longer far away from him. A moment later, Chen Hanqing collected his thoughts. Open the system mall. Chen Hanqing murmured secretly. Before this, he had spent 700,000 yuan to exchange for 2 photolithography machine technology. Now, complete the construction of the EMP gun. The task of the lithography machine is about to begin. He spent 600,000 technology points to exchange for the required materials. Chen Hanqing did not directly start the manufacturing of lithography machines. During this period, he was either manufacturing products or on his way to manufacturing products. Some things should be dealt with. I haven't been back for so long. It's time to go back, Chun Hanqing murmured. Now that the decision has been made, he wasted no more time. Walk out of the room and head outside the arsenal. Song Zhou, who was guarding the door of the toy factory, immediately saluted respectfully when he saw Chun Hanqing. Now, Song Zhou also knew about Chun Hanqing's deeds in manufacturing mechas, drones, etc. I have even more respect for Chun Hanqing. Seeing this, Chun Hanqing nodded without saying anything more. But at this time, Song Zhou asked, Academician Chen, are you going out? Chun Hanqing responded, right. Song Zhou's expression changed. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, I'm sorry, Academician Chen. You know, this is a special period. We have been tasked with ensuring your safety. So, if you want to go out, we must follow. Because they were afraid that Chun Hanqing would misunderstand that his freedom was restricted by them. Song Zhou explained, it is helpless to do so. Nowadays, Chun Hanqing's name is too famous. It is inevitable that there will be people with ill intentions who do things that are detrimental to Chun Hanqing. It's really hard to feel at ease letting Chun Hanqing go out alone. After listening to Song Zhou's words, Chun Hanqing was not dissatisfied. He also knew the reason why Song Zhou did this, and nodded and said, Then I'll trouble you, Captain Song. Song Zhou was somewhat surprised by Chun Hanqing's reaction. He didn't expect that Chun Hanqing would agree so easily. Then Song Zhou reacted. He responded immediately, Director Chen, you're too polite. That's our duty. Then, Song Zhou called over more than 30 soldiers. In order not to attract attention, they even changed into casual clothes. Follow Chun Hanqing. The other side. Bald Eagle National Research Foundation. It's really ridiculous. The Chinese are still as stupid as ever. It's impossible for that rubbish toy factory director to build a 2D lithography machine. It seems that the failure of the electromagnetic pulse gun did not teach him a lesson. Lewis Simpson said. His tone was full of sarcasm. Make 2 lithography machines? To Lewis Simpson, this is a joke? Secretary Tyran was nearby. Hearing this, a hint of worry flashed in the deepest part of his eyes. Tyran always felt that. The little duck factory manager is not as simple as imagined. After a moment of silence, Tai Luan finally couldn't help but speak. Mr. Simpson, I think it's a bit too early to draw conclusions now. It's better to be more prepared. Besides, the electromagnetic pulse gun didn't necessarily fail. Lewis Simpson glanced at Tyran. He frowned slightly. Mr. Taran, please think clearly about your identity. If you continue to speak for that Chinese guy, I have to consider whether you are still suitable for this job. Lewis Simpson said. He was very dissatisfied with Tai Luan's behavior. As his own secretary, he actually spoke for the Chinese monkey again and again. This was hard for him to accept. Tyran didn't expect that Lewis Simpson would be like this. His eyes flashed. Finally, I chose to compromise. Mr. Simpson, I understand. In the future, I will firmly defend your position. Lewis Simpson was satisfied. Then he said, You arrange it. I'm going to the Platinum Palace. Tyran was stunned. Platinum Palace. That is the seat of supreme power for the Bald Eagle. Lewis Simpson went to the Platinum Palace at this time. It's most likely about the little duck factory manager. Tyran is sure. In this case, the decisions made by Lewis Simpson were basically wrong. But he nodded. Yes, Mr. Simpson. I'll arrange it right away. After saying that, Tai Luan turned around and left. After going out, he couldn't help sighing. Whispering softly, arrogance may eventually drag the entire Bald Eagle into the abyss. May God bless them. China's highest military command post. Comrade Chu Goen, report to me immediately after testing the performance of the electromagnetic pulse gun. In the office, Rong Haobua spoke into the encrypted phone. Chu Goen's voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, General Rong. Rong Haobua nodded. No more words. Just hang up the phone. Rong Haobua naturally knew that the electromagnetic pulse gun was ordered by Chu Goen. Chu Goen reported to Xiang Rong Haobua immediately. Unlike others, Rong Haobua had a calm look on his face at this moment. Seeing this, Niuzhua on the side couldn't help but say, Are you not worried at all about the failure of manufacturing the electromagnetic pulse gun? Rong Haobua did not answer directly. After a moment's silence, he said, Di Nio, what do you think about this matter? Niuzhua rolled his eyes at Rong Haobua. I'm asking you, not asking you to ask me in return. Even so, after finishing his speech, Niuzhua continued. Based on the knowledge I have currently acquired, The power that an electromagnetic pulse gun of that size can produce is really limited. However, what Director Chin creates cannot be understood by common sense. The electromagnetic pulse gun may not be impossible to succeed. This statement is equivalent to Niozwa admitting that he is not as good as Chen Hanqing. Niozwa didn't feel anything was wrong about this. The skills that Chen Hanqing possessed were indeed beyond his reach. Moreover, Niozwa is a physicist. I don't know much about mechanical science. This is also the reason why it was Sun Xueping, not him, who took the lead in researching the Mecha project. Rong Haobo nodded. Comrade Chen Hanqing never disappoints anyone. He will definitely surprise us. Rong Haobo said this very firmly. Now, Rong Haobo has developed an almost blind trust in Chen Hanqing. It seems that as long as it is something Chen Hanqing wants to make, you will never fail. Then, Rong Haobo changed the subject and said, "How's your research on Mecha going?" Hearing this, Niozwa's expression became a little complicated. Although with the remote assistance of Director Chun, I am no longer unable to understand the drawings and data. But the various components of that mecha are too complex and advanced. It is simply impossible to conduct a thorough study in such a short period of time. Rong Haobo also understood this, but I'm still a little disappointed. It seems that if we want to see countless Chinese mechas taking off, we don't know how long we have to wait. Rong Haobo sighed. Niozwa also nodded helplessly, but then he added, "It's not completely without gain. During this period, we have been trying to simplify the mecha. It has been quite effective. Now, a special project team has been set up, and all technical problems have been basically solved, except for the final implementation." Hearing this, Rong Haobo's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked, "What is the project?" Niozwa did not keep the secret and continued. Individual Soldier Exoskeleton Armor Plan. Chapter 71 Academician Chun. Was he beaten? Hearing this, Rong Haobo was stunned. Then, his eyes fixed and he asked excitedly, "How confident are you?" Rong Haobo is no stranger to individual exoskeleton armor. China has conducted research on this type of project before. As military equipment, Rong Haobo was naturally involved. However, the project had to be abandoned in the end due to technical limitations. At that time, Rong Haobo had high hopes. Niozwa hesitated for a moment and said, "Almost 100%. Hear this. An uncontrollable smile appeared on Rong Haobo's face. He knew too well the way scientific researchers like Niozwa spoke. "Unless you are absolutely sure, I definitely won't say enough." But now, Niozwa has actually given a conclusion that is almost 100% correct. This means that the individual exoskeleton mecha project can basically be declared a success and implemented smoothly. Very good. Rong Haobo could hardly suppress his emotions. His face is all red. For all this, I have to thank Academician Chun. That mecha is a huge treasure for China. Niozwa couldn't help but sigh. Rong Haobo wanted to nod, but he felt something was wrong. Academician Chin? Why do these three words sound so harsh? How could Rong Haobo not know what Niozwa was thinking? This is a declaration of sovereignty. Old thing. Rong Haobo snorted coldly and cursed in his heart. However, considering that Niozwa brought the good news about the individual exoskeleton armor, Rong Haobo did not refute it and just took it as giving in to him. Although, individual exoskeleton armor is definitely not as terrifying as mecha, but as long as it can be successfully developed and mass-produced, then the combat effectiveness of the Chinese army will definitely be greatly improved. 1 against 10, or even 1 against 100. To be more exaggerated, it is not impossible to destroy a tank with bare hands. The Chinese army will become the true king of land. Beat all those who disobey. While thinking, Rong Haobo seemed to have seen a bright future waving at him. Yangcheng, Academician Chun, why are you buying so many things? Song Zhou looked at the rice, flour, grain, oil and other daily necessities loaded in the car, and finally couldn't help asking. In his mind, the current image of Chen Hanqing could not be connected with the things in front of him. Chen Hanqing did not answer, but just said, "You'll know in a moment." Seeing that Chen Hanqing was unwilling to say more, Song Zhou tactfully did not ask any more questions. Zhang Xia, who was sitting in the back, had a flickering look in his eyes and an inexplicable expression, as if he had thought of something. Not long after, the car stopped in front of an orphanage called Guangsha. Although the name is Guangsha, but this orphanage has nothing to do with Guangsha. Inside the wall, there are only 2-story dilapidated houses. Due to the age, the red wall paint on the top has fallen off, and the gate is covered with rust. Just at first glance, it gives people a very desolate feeling. If there weren't quilts hanging out to dry on the second floor, One would have thought that no one had lived there for a long time. Song Zhou and others all thought of something. They all looked at Chen Hanqing. There was doubt in his eyes. This is where I grew up. Since I can remember, I have been in this orphanage. If it weren't for Dean Yang, I might not be alive today. Without waiting for them to ask, Chen Hanqing spoke first. His tone was calm, as if he was talking about someone else. However, I have made some mental preparations in advance. But after hearing this, Song Zhou and others were still shocked. They really didn't expect it. The omnipotent director Chen, who is now rumored on the internet, and the youngest academician Chen of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, actually has such a past. Song Zhou wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted by Chen Hanqing. It's not as bad as you think. My childhood was very happy. Besides, it shouldn't be considered crooked. Hearing this, everyone nodded silently. I have even more respect for Chen Hanqing in my heart. Growing up in such an environment, it is not easy to maintain mental health. Chen Hanqing at this age. Such brilliant achievements. It is even more difficult. Let's go. Chen Hanqing had no mood to reminisce about the past. After saying this, he stepped forward. Everyone followed. To the door. Chen Hanqing didn't hesitate at all. Directly knock on the door. I'm back. Why close the door in broad daylight? Really? Chen Hanqing couldn't help but complain in the end. Song Zhou. Zhang Xia. Others. No one expected that Chen Hanqing would operate in this way. This is completely different from what they imagined. They originally thought that what would happen next would definitely be a warm scene. But now, why does it look like the gangsters are here to collect debts? Just now, the image of Chen Hanqing as a tragic counterattack and a warm-hearted person of gratitude and return that they had created in their hearts collapsed in an instant. Not long after, the rusty door slowly opened. A figure appeared in everyone's sight. She was an old woman who looked to be in her 60s. Because of the hardships it has experienced, his hair has turned gray. The wrinkles on the face are also very obvious. This is the Dean Yang Mei, whom Chen Hanqing mentioned. Originally, Dean Yang's expression was quite kind. But when she saw Chen Hanqing, her face suddenly fell. Chen Hanqing, where have you been all this time? You still remember to come back? As he spoke, Dean Yang reached out and grabbed Chen Hanqing's ear. With the other hand, he slapped him hard on the back several times. See this? Everyone was shocked. Academician Chen, were you beaten? Look at the whole of China. I'm afraid there are not many people who dare to treat Chen Hanqing like this. Even big shots like Rong Haobo and Yozhua were polite to Chen Hanqing. But Dean Yang doesn't care about that. Old Yang, what are you doing? I finally came back, and you treat me like this? Chen Hanqing struggles. But the more he did this, the angrier Dean Yang became. You say it yourself. It's been such a long time since we had the holiday. Not even a letter. Although, these words were blaming Chen Hanqing. But everyone felt full of care from it. The relationship between the two, just like mother and son. Chen Hanqing did not hide anything and told him about taking over his second uncle's toy factory. Of course, Chen Hanqing chose to conceal the subsequent manufacturing of microelectric vehicles. But after hearing this, Dean Yang's anger did not ease. Second Master? Where did you come from, Second Master? And take over the toy factory? How can it be such a coincidence? Don't lie to me. Regarding Chen Hanqing's statement, she didn't believe it at all. Chen Hanqing was helpless. He could only look at Song Zhou and others behind him. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Dean Yang then looked at Song Zhou and others. She didn't say anything, but looked at him carefully. That look made Song Zhou feel a little uncomfortable. It felt like I was hanging out with some bad friends outside and met their parents. Chapter 72 test now. Song Zhou was a special forces soldier. I have experienced countless dangerous missions. No matter how dangerous the situation is, he was never afraid. But now, facing the gaze of Dean Yang, Song Zhou was actually a little scared. Hello, Dean Yang. Song Zhou spoke hesitantly. I can prove that what Director Chen said is true. We are all employees of Director Chen. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with a fairly suitable reason. Others also nodded in agreement. Dean Yang's expression finally eased a little, and he loosened his hand that was holding Chen Hanqing's ear. Real? She confirmed. Everyone nodded, just like a chick pecking at rice. Dean Yang finally smiled. I didn't expect that what Chen Hanqing said was actually true. Stop standing at the door. Come in quickly. No one moved, and everyone looked at Chen Hanqing. This is the situation now. No one nodded. They don't even dare to go in. Lao Yang, I was on the way and bought some things. Chen Hanqing said. Then, he looked at Song Zhou and others and said, Captain Song, please help me move it down. After saying this, Chen Hanqing realized that something was wrong. I wasn't paying attention and actually used the way I usually address Song Zhou. Chen Hanqing looked at Yang Mei and was relieved to see that there was nothing wrong with her.
Yes.
However, at this time, Song Zhou suddenly responded. That voice is so sonorous and powerful. At the same time, Song Zhou raised his hand, ready to salute. Fortunately, Chen Hanqing reacted in time and coughed to remind Song Zhou. When he realized this, he immediately changed his action and started scratching his head. At this time, Yang Mei finally felt something was wrong. She frowned and looked at Song Zhou. Then, he looked at Chen Hanqing and said, Is this the security captain of your factory? It's quite like that. Chen Hanqing. He was speechless, but he nodded. I was a soldier before. Originally, Chen Hanqing was still thinking about how to get away with it. Unexpectedly, Dean Yang came up with a reason on his own. Hearing this, Dean Yang looked at Song Zhou with a look of satisfaction. Well, it's good to have been a soldier. This boy looks good at first glance. Song Zhou is in a very bad condition now. Security captain? If his former comrades knew about this, he would definitely become a laughing stock for the rest of his life. However, Song Zhou reacted quickly. He didn't know what to say. I could only nod in awkward cooperation. Then, without further delay, Song Zhou led the 20 or so soldiers and began to unload the things on the truck. Originally, Yang Mei thought that Chen Hanqing only brought a little, but gradually, she realized that she was wrong. Moreover, it is extremely wrong. What Chen Hanqing brought was nothing at all. It's clearly several cars. Nothing too valuable though. But Dean Yang still felt very distressed. Why did you buy so many things? I have money but nowhere to spend it. She yelled in dissatisfaction. Chen Hanqing was helpless. I can only explain. I'm the factory manager now. What's this? In response, Dean Yang rolled his eyes. I think you want to be beaten. You'll have plenty of places to spend money in the future. You need money to go to college, and after graduation you need to buy a house and a car, and get married. Like other parents, Dean Yang started talking non-stop when talking about this topic. Everyone heard these words. Everyone felt a little dazed. Academician Chen, is he also troubled by being urged to get married? Who could have imagined this? If I take a picture of this scene and post it online, it will definitely shock countless netizens. Chen Hanqing had already gotten used to this and just pretended not to hear it. Suddenly, Dean Yang's voice paused. Chen Hanqing felt a little strange. In the past, when we discussed this topic, it usually took at least half an hour. What happened today? Chen Hanqing followed Dean Yang's gaze. Finally, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xia. At this time, Zhang Xia was carrying 2 large barrels of oil and walking towards the orphanage. Just now, because there were so many people and Zhang Xia was standing at the back, Dean Yang did not notice her. But now, I can see it clearly. Chen Hanqing could even feel that Dean Yang's eyes seemed to be shining. Chen Hanqing suddenly felt something was wrong. However, before he could say anything, then Dean Yang came forward. When he got to Zhang Xia's side, he immediately smiled brightly. Girl, Annie didn't see you just now. Don't be offended. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Auntie, get ready too. Zhang Xia was confused at first, but then, she thought of something. I understand that Dean Yang must have misunderstood. President Yang, you? Zhang Xia opened her mouth, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Dean Yang. Chen Hanqing, what are you still standing there for? How can a girl do this kind of work? Come over here and take it. Although very reluctantly, but Chen Hanqing still walked over. First, he took the oil from Zhang Xia's hand. Then he said, Old Yang, what are you doing? It's not what you think. But Dean Yang doesn't care about that. Push Chen Hanqing away. Get lost. Then, he hugged Zhang Xia's arm enthusiastically. Chatting and laughing, they walked into the orphanage. Song Zhou and others were stunned. They looked at Zhang Xia. Look at Chen Hanqing again. There is a weird look in his expression. Chen Hanqing could naturally guess what they were thinking. After a moment's silence, Chen Hanqing said, Well, you all know that it's not what she thought. But Song Zhou and others did not respond at all. Just pretend not to hear. Work on your own. Chen Hanqing. What is this? Wait for Chen Hanqing to enter the orphanage. Immediately, more than 30 children gathered around. Brother Xiaoxing, you are finally back? Brother Xiaoxing, you promised me that you would bring me some candied haws when you came back. Brother Xiaoxing, Chen Yiming stole my toy again. They talked at once. The atmosphere became noisy. The clothes these children were wearing were very worn out. When seeing them, everyone could imagine what Chen Hanqing was like when he was a child. Chen Hanqing has long been accustomed to this. Responded one by one very patiently. Wait until everything is moved. Under the command of President Yang, everyone started making lunch. Originally, Song Zhou and others had some psychological concerns about eating here. To others, it was just an ordinary meal. For the orphanage, this could be a huge expense. After Chen Hanqing's persuasion, they finally agreed. At the same time, Zhongzhou Military Base. Testing ground. The electromagnetic pulse gun has been delivered. Chu Guowen couldn't wait any longer. Arrange testing as soon as possible. He looked solemn. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually worried in his heart. At this time, a soldier ran up to Chu Guowen, saluted him with a standard military salute, and then said, "Report to the chief. Everything is ready. Please give me instructions." Chu Guowen's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he said, "Begin the test." Chapter 73, 2000 meters, maximum power. Yes. Upon hearing the order, the soldier immediately agreed and turned away. Now the tester is ready. He looked a little strange. Because the gun in his hand is so strange. If he saw it somewhere else, he would definitely treat it as a toy. But seeing the leader Chu Guowen was so serious. The testers naturally didn't really think that it was a toy. However, the doubts in my heart will not be eliminated. I can't help but think, is this thing really reliable? When shipping, Chen Hanqing also included an instruction manual for the electromagnetic pulse gun. It is easy to operate according to the instructions. Just pull the trigger to store energy. After releasing, it will fire automatically. After receiving the order, the tester no longer hesitated. Look serious. He raised his hand and aimed the electromagnetic pulse gun in his hand at the target 500 meters away from him. According to Chu Guowen's request, the first test did not go directly to 2,000 meters. He plans to take it step by step. Then, the tester took a deep breath. No more hesitation. Just pull the trigger. Buzz. The electromagnetic pulse gun emitted a slight buzzing sound. Even the gun body was shaking slightly. At the muzzle of the gun, there seemed to be a ball of light waves jumping and condensing. At this time, the attention of Chu's security department was focused on the tester. To be precise, it was the electromagnetic pulse gun in his hand. His brows furrowed slightly. The eyes are very sharp. The first test did not last too long. Just 1 second later, the tester released the trigger. Buzz. In an instant, a transparent pulse wave as big as a fist gushed out from the muzzle. At a very fast speed. Run to the target. If it weren't for the air fluctuations caused by this process, it would be difficult for the human eye to capture it. This scene is full of science fiction. Wait for the pulse wave to contact the target. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. The target made of steel was directly shattered into dust by the pulse wave. Nothing left behind. Everybody be quiet. A face full of shock. Those who are present and able to participate in this test are all high-ranking officials of the Zhongzhou military base. They all understand. What does that mean? The power of this electromagnetic pulse gun is beyond their imagination. Moreover, I am afraid this is far from its limit. A moment later, everyone finally reacted. The emotions in their hearts are hard to contain. They all spoke up. Electromagnetic pulse. This is a real electromagnetic pulse gun. I can't imagine what this power would look like if it hit a person. Even if it's only 500 meters, the power is enough. Even a tank would be destroyed if it was hit. Test. Continue testing immediately. It's no exaggeration to say that all the guns in the world are rubbish compared to this electromagnetic pulse gun. There was excitement on their faces. Not just them. At this moment, Chu Guowen felt even more surprised. Because it was he who ordered the electromagnetic pulse gun. Therefore, Chu Guowen has high hopes for this. But Chu Guowen did not speak. His lips are tightly closed. Try to look calm. However, that trembling body has already exposed his true thoughts. At this time, the soldier came to Chu Guowen and reported. Report to the chief. 500-meter test successful. Please give me instructions. Even the soldier's voice unconsciously rose a few notches. Chu Guowen nodded, trying to control his emotions, and then said, Keep testing. Distance, 2,000 meters. Maximum power. 2,000 meters was the maximum distance that Chu Guowen asked Chen Hanqing to reach at that time. Even for a normal small-caliber sniper rifle, the maximum killing range is only 1,500 meters. If it is at 2,000 meters, this electromagnetic pulse gun can still perform well. That is the well-deserved army artifact. Yes, the soldier replied. But before he could turn around and leave, then Chu Goen's eyes flashed. Suddenly thought of something. Turn your eyes to the surrounding mountains. Wait a moment, Chu Goen said. The soldier stopped. Use that mountain as a target. Everyone was stunned when they heard Chu Goen's words. Then, they all showed shock on their faces. He looked at Chu Goen with an expression of disbelief. By now, the video clip of Chu Goen and Chen Hanqing's connection has already spread. Naturally, they have all seen it. Seeing Chu Goen like this, they couldn't help but think of the request Chu Goen made to Chen Hanqing at that time. The more powerful, the better. It's best if it can penetrate a mountain. At this time, isn't Chu Goen planning to do just this? No one speaks. The atmosphere became quiet again. Regarding the condition proposed by Chu Goen at that time, they didn't take it seriously at all. Do you really expect that this electromagnetic pulse gun can penetrate a mountain? If only it were true. That's outrageous. Facing everyone's gaze, Chu Goen's expression remained firm. He could imagine what they were thinking. However, Chu Goen is now full of confidence in Chen Hanqing. As long as Chen Hanqing agrees to the conditions, I can definitely do it. The soldier in charge of the communication was also confused. However, although it felt incredible, he quickly reacted. Yes. After saying this, the soldier turned and left. When he told the tester about this requirement, the tester was stunned. Just use that mountain as a target? This has never been done before? But no matter what, naturally, the testers dared not disobey Chu Goen's orders. The tester adjusted the position quickly, ready to start testing. Everyone's expressions were more solemn than before. Eyes widened. Even breathing became heavy. However, they all believed that the chances of success of this test were slim, but still looking forward to it. No matter how bad it is, through this test, we should be able to roughly see where the limit of this electromagnetic pulse gun is. No time wasted. Testers start working. He pulled the trigger hard with his finger. Buzz. As energy continues to accumulate, the buzzing sound gets louder and louder. The vibration of the gun. It's getting more and more intense. About 10 seconds later, just when the tester felt that he could not bear it anymore and was about to release the trigger, electromagnetic pulse gun, automatic firing, a pulse wave with a diameter of about 2 meters, spraying out from that tiny gun muzzle. With a roar, fly towards the mountain. The speed is extremely fast. As long as it passes by, everything was destroyed. Even the land was rolled up, leaving a deep gully on the brown land. In the blink of an eye, the pulse wave reached the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. A huge earthquake was heard. Even the ground began to shake. Even Chu Goen and others were still far away from the target mountain. I can still feel it clearly. But even so, everyone's eyes, there is no deviation at all, still tightly locked onto the mountain. Gradually, their expressions began to change. From anticipation to fear. They saw it. On that cliff, a huge, dark hole actually appeared. Chapter 74. You really deserve to die. Quiet. Look at the mountain destroyed by the electromagnetic pulse gun. Everyone fell into extreme silence. It seems that I even forgot to breathe. Their brains are blank. I can't come up with any ideas. Only full of shock. Time seems to have frozen at this moment. After a long time, Chu Goen reacted first. Electromagnetic pulse gun? Test successful. When saying this, his heart was beating wildly. The voice is trembling, even a little hoarse. After hearing this, everyone's thoughts finally came back to their senses. Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed to explode like a bomb. Everyone couldn't contain their excitement. Am I seeing this wrong? It succeeded. It actually succeeded. It's really terrifying. Such a small gun can actually unleash such terrifying killing power. I can't even imagine what kind of scene would happen if this electromagnetic pulse gun were used on the battlefield. No army equipment can resist this electromagnetic pulse gun. I just want to say now, Director Chun is awesome. They couldn't help but exclaim. I was so excited that I couldn't calm down for a long time. Next, detailed tests were carried out. After obtaining specific test results, Chu Goen returned to the office immediately. The call was connected. China's highest military command post. At this time, Rong Haobo and Niuzhou were sitting in the office. They didn't speak, all waiting quietly. Sudden, the encrypted phone on the table rang. Rong Haobo didn't hesitate at all. Answer the call immediately and speak first. I'm Rong Haobua. General Rong. I am Chu Goen. A voice came immediately from the other end of the phone. Rong Haobua's eyes suddenly focused. He could guess why Chu Goen called him at this time. Without further ado, Rong Haobua asked directly, "How did the test go?" Over there, Chu Goen's excited voice rang out. A complete success. The performance of the electromagnetic pulse gun is exactly as expected. Hear this. Rong Haobua's breathing became heavy. There was ecstasy in his eyes. Next, Chu Goen reported the test results to Rong Haobua in detail. The more I listened to Rong Haobua, the more shocked I am. When I heard that the distance was 2,000 meters and the mountain was almost penetrated, I couldn't even help but exclaim. The excitement is so overwhelming that I can't control it at all. Wait for Chu Goen to finish speaking. Rong Haobua couldn't calm down for a long time. Finally, Rong Haobua took a deep breath and said, "Comrade Qin Hanqing is truly the pillar of our Chinese nation. His presence is worth 1,000,000 strong troops." Rong Haobua's tone was very firm. Over there, Chu Goen also nodded in agreement. Rong Haobua continued to explain. "You arrange it immediately. Have someone send the electromagnetic pulse gun to the highest military command post. Remember, no accidents must happen. Also, make everyone who witnessed the electromagnetic pulse gun test sign the highest level of confidentiality agreement. This matter must not be spread outside." The previous few times, it was because of lack of preparation that Qin Hanqing had to be exposed. With the previous lessons, Rong Haobua attaches great importance to this matter. He doesn't want to push Qin Hanqing to the forefront again. That would be very disadvantageous to Qin Hanqing. Chu Goen did not answer immediately. He pondered for a moment. This makes it difficult to say. "General Rong, I have already arranged for someone to sign the confidentiality agreement. But this electromagnetic pulse gun was purchased from Director Chen by our Zhengzhou military base at a huge cost. You see." How could Rong Haobua not know what Chu Goen was planning? Before Chu Goen could finish speaking, Rong Haobua interrupted him. "Your Zhengzhou military base has indeed made great contributions in this matter. I will report to my superiors and ask them to increase the military budget for your Zhengzhou military base by 30%. Military spending increased by 30%. That is an extremely large number." Chu Goen immediately said, "Thank you, General Rong. But I have one small request." Rong Haobua frowned, and his voice became unfriendly. "Any more requests?" Chu Goen could hear the displeasure in Rong Haobua's tone. But this matter also concerns the development of the entire Zhengzhou military base. He had no choice but to continue. "General Rong, I would like to apply. Once there is a breakthrough in the research of this electromagnetic pulse gun and it can be produced, I will first consider equipping the Zhengzhou military base. I hope you approve it." Chu Goen already knew it. This electromagnetic pulse gun cannot remain in the Zhengzhou military base forever. Only by handing it over can it play its greatest role. But after seeing the power of the electromagnetic pulse gun, if Chu Goen said he wasn't moved, it would be a lie. So, after thinking about it, he made this request. Chu Goen finished speaking. There was no immediate reply from Rong Haobua on the other end of the phone. This made Chu Goen very nervous. He knew very well the methods of General Rong. This is an existence that even the bald eagle fears. If you really make him unhappy, the consequences are unimaginable. Chu Goen already feels the pressure. Finally, when he could hardly bear it anymore, on the other end of the phone, Rong Haobua finally said, "Approve." Then, the phone was hung up. No nonsense. Chu Goen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Unable to express his joy, Chu Goen thought for a moment, then picked up the encrypted phone and dialed another number. After the call was connected, a voice rang out on the other end of the line. "Hello. I am Tianjun." The number Chu Goen dialed was the number of Shenong military base. The reason why he did this was very simple. Just want to show off. "I am Chu Goen." Chu Goen finished speaking. There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone, and then he said, "Has the electromagnetic pulse gun been tested?" Tianjun could guess the purpose of Chu Goen's call, but he was very curious. "Have to cooperate." Chu Goen nodded. "The test is complete." He was already beginning to feel proud. "How about it?" Tianjin asked. "Very good. As for the specific results, General Rong has instructed that it cannot be disclosed." Chu Goen replied. Over there, Tianjun's mood became very complicated. Originally, when he saw Qin Hanqing take out the electromagnetic pulse gun in the live broadcast room, he was also a little worried that it might be a manufacturing failure. Hear about success. Tianjun was naturally very happy. But besides being happy, there is also envy, jealousy, and hatred. Until now, Tianjin still can't figure it out. Why did Director Chun choose Chu Goen? Not him. Obviously, everyone is fake. Why treat them differently? There was another long silence. Chu Goen didn't urge him either. Just wait quietly. Finally, Tianjin spoke again. General Rong promised you benefits? Although he already had the answer in his mind, he still couldn't help but confirm it. Chu Goen answered directly. Very generous. It's so rich that it's unimaginable. As for what it is specifically, you know the rules and can't tell me. Tianjin couldn't help it anymore. Chu Goen. You really deserve to die. Chapter 75. Something is wrong. This is very wrong. Shinnong military base. Now, Tianjin is really angry. He finally understood it completely. Chu Goen called this time just to piss him off. Without any hesitation, no more chances for Chu Goen to show off. After saying this, Tianjin hung up the phone directly. This bastard. It's just because Director Chun took his order. If he wasn't Director Chun, who would he be? In the office, Tianjin cursed again. Now, he really has the urge to go directly to the Zhongzhou military base and fight a life-and-death battle with Chu Goen, knowing that he is jealous. Chu Goen still does this. This doesn't even treat him as a human being. Zhongzhou military base. Chu Goen's situation is completely opposite to Tianjin's. His smile is so bright. This is exactly the effect Chu Goen wants. The revenge that Tianjin had been raging about for the past few days was finally taken. Double happiness. He felt surprisingly refreshed. Chu Goen walked out of the office door. Guard at the door. Salute immediately. Chu Goen smiled very gently and nodded to the guard. The guards were stunned. He had never seen Chu Goen like this before. Usually they just nod slightly. But today, Chu Goen actually smiled at him. Something is wrong. This is wrong. Looking at Chu Goen's back, the guard couldn't help thinking, what happened today, Chief? What stimulated you? Yangcheng, Guangsha Orphanage. My girl, you are wearing such thin clothes. Are you cold? Are you tired from working in the factory? Girl, how old are you? At the dinner table. From the beginning to now, Dean Yang has been holding Zhang Xia's hand and asking about her well-being. He also tried to find out about Zhang Xia's situation indirectly. That feeling. It's exactly like how you treat your soon-to-be daughter-in-law. Zhang Xia had never experienced such a situation before. She was a little overwhelmed. But facing Dean Yang's concern, she couldn't refuse. I can only try my best to cooperate with the performance. When Dean Yang asked Zhang Xia again what he felt about Chen Hanqing, Zhang Xia finally couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at Chen Hanqing for help, a face full of grievance and helplessness. Dean Yang was able to push this Yangqing policewoman to this point. There is no one else like him. Seeing Zhang Xia's expression, Chen Hanqing naturally would not remain indifferent. He coughed and said, Lao Zhang, I told you, things are not what you think. There is really no relationship between the two of us. Chen Hanqing has said this many times, but this time, it was the same as before. It's useless. Dean Yang shifted his attention slightly away from Zhang Xia, turned to look at Chen Hanqing. The kindness on his face disappeared in an instant. You have no right to speak. Just eat your meal. If you don't want to eat, get out of here. Dean Yang said directly. Chen Hanqing. He wanted to say something else, but facing the natural suppression from Dean Yang since childhood, all you can do is shut up. Give Zhang Xia a look that says, may you be lucky. Song Zhou and others were shocked again and again. Are you sure they can see this? They didn't even dare to watch the fun. Just concentrate on eating. It's like a heartless eating robot. Finally, the meal ended in such a strange atmosphere. Chen Hanqing didn't stay long. Dean Yang held Zhang Xia's hand until he sent them to the door. Girl, listen to me. Although Chen Hanqing is an orphan, but he was quite hardworking and got into a good university through his own efforts. In addition to earning my own living expenses, I also send money to the orphanage every month. Don't let your identity matter. Originally, when Dean Yang said those words, his tone was full of pride. But let's talk about the last sentence. Her expression suddenly became lonely. The words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. Dean Yang also knows this. The identity of an orphan is definitely a shortcoming that Chen Hanqing cannot avoid. This can't be changed at all. Finally, Dean Yang sighed. Anyway, as long as you don't mind, I will always be your supporter. Zhang Xia said quickly. President Yang, you are too kind. Director Chun is really outstanding. But after saying that, Zhang Xia felt something was wrong. Does answering this way mean admitting that you don't dislike Chen Hanqing? I really don't mind. But that's not the case. President Yang, you? Zhang Xia wanted to explain. But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Dean Yang. Good. That's good. You guys get along well. If Chen Hanqing has done anything wrong to you, just tell me and I will punish him severely. He didn't even give Zhang Xia a chance to refute. Dean Yang made the final conclusion. Then, Dean Yang turned his gaze to Chen Hanqing and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." After saying this, he didn't care about Chen Hanqing's reaction. Just walk away to where there is no one. Chen Hanqing had no choice but to follow. When the two of them stood still, Chen Hanqing couldn't help but complain. Old Yang, why are you being unreasonable? I've already said it. Zhang Xia has nothing to do with me. What are you doing? Chen Hanqing at this time. There is no longer the image of a powerful figure on the internet. Reason? What reason? I want to talk about reason. Where can you find a wife? Do you think I can't see that you two are okay? That girl is nice. I should have a crush on you too. I'm telling you, you have to grasp it well. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Dean Yang threatened. Chen Hanqing was speechless. Without waiting for him to respond, Dean Yang continued. Also, you don't have to send money to the hospital anymore. Some time ago, some kind-hearted person donated 5 million to the orphanage anonymously. The orphanage didn't have to worry about funding for a long time. Don't waste your money. Then you should run the factory well and save the money you earn, and then add my personal savings. It should be enough for you to find a wife. She talked on, but Chen Hanqing felt a little sad. Dean Yang has never received any education, so naturally he doesn't know how to use the internet. I don't know about the changes that have taken place in Chen Hanqing. That 5 million was donated by Chen Hanqing. Chen Hanqing knew that if he gave it to Dean Yang in person, he would definitely not accept it. He planned to do this every once in a while. With Chen Hanqing's current wealth, he can definitely afford it. But when Chen Hanqing heard that Dean Yang was going to use his savings to help him get married, he felt as if his throat was stuck by some force. I was speechless for a moment. After a while, I finally recovered a little. Chen Hanqing said, I'm leaving. I make millions every minute now. I don't have time to waste with you. After saying this, Chen Hanqing turned around. Behind him, Dean Yang cursed. Little bastard. Did you hear that? Take my words to heart. Chen Hanqing did not turn around. He answered with his back to Dean Yang. I know. Dean Yang did not speak again, just standing there staring at Chen Hanqing's back. The cold winter wind swept over her. The gray hair flutters in the wind. Behind her, it is the dilapidated second-floor orphanage with mottled red walls and a rusty gate. Chapter 76. Why discuss this with them? On the way back, Chen Hanqing fell silent. Everyone noticed that something was wrong with his mood. Then he stopped talking. Finally, after a moment, Chen Hanqing said, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you all. At this time, Chen Hanqing returned to his usual quiet and serious state. Only in front of Dean Yang will he show his truest side. Hearing this, Song Zhou and others in the car all shook their heads. Academician Chen, what are you talking about? It is our honor that you can take us on this trip. Song Zhou said. Everyone else followed suit. Chen Hanqing nodded and did not continue the topic. He turned his gaze to Zhang Xia. Officer Zhang, I'm so sorry. Dean Yang is just like that. Don't take it seriously. Chen Hanqing apologized. Zhang Xia shook his head. It doesn't matter. President Yang. When he said this, Zhang Xia paused slightly. Organize your words before continuing. Dean Yang is pretty good. Chen Hanqing didn't say much. His eyes flickered, and I don't know what he was thinking about. The atmosphere became quiet again. Suddenly, Zhang Xia spoke again. Actually, I still think you were cuter when you were in the orphanage. After finishing speaking, Song Zhou and others, they all looked at Zhang Xia in disbelief. Cute? Use these two words to describe Chen Hanqing. It seems that it is not very suitable. Moreover, I just experienced what happened with Dean Yang. That's what Zhang Xia said. It's hard not to be misunderstood. Feeling the strange looks from everyone, Zhang Xia finally realized that something was wrong. Her eyes suddenly became panicked. 2 blushes appeared on her pretty face. Explain immediately. Yes, that's right. I just feel that Director Chun was more real at that time. It makes people feel closer and more friendly. Song Zhou. Others. This is accidentally speaking out your true feelings? At this time, Zhang Xia's face turned red. Why is it getting worse and worse? Chen Hanqing was also speechless. He did not want to see the situation continue to develop and said, Officer Zhang, I understand what you mean. Maybe at that time, I was more in line with my age. Only then did everyone realize it. Chen Hanqing, only 18. It's just because what Chen Hanqing did was too horrifying. People often overlook his age. After Chen Hanqing finished speaking, Zhang Xia nodded immediately. Naturally, she would not miss this opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Then, Zhang Xia swept his eyes over Song Zhou and others. Song Zhou and the others immediately turned to look out the window. The meaning is very clear. We heard nothing. But the more they did this, the more embarrassed Zhang Xia felt. However, Zhang Xia also understood that this kind of thing was impossible to explain clearly. No further explanation, just keep silent. Not long after, back to the duck toy factory, Chen Hanqing went straight into the super laboratory, started research and development of photolithography machines. And Song Zhou reported Chen Hanqing's behavior today. Now, Chen Hanqing is very important to China. Guangsha Orphanage has a close relationship with Chen Hanqing. This kind of thing needs to be reported to the higher-ups. China's highest military command post. Rong Haobo and Nios will have not yet fully recovered from the joy of the successful manufacture of the electromagnetic pulse gun. They can't wait to see it. Shoot through a mountain with one shot. What does it feel like? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Rong Haobo said. The office door opened. Secretary Qi Liang walked in. He came to Rong Haobo and said, Mr. Rong, there's news about Director Chen from Yangcheng. Rong Haobo's expression immediately froze. Hurry up and tell me. Now, any news about Chen Hanqing is extremely important to Rong Haobo. But Qi Liang did not respond directly. He looked at Niozwa first. Niozwa was unhappy about this. What do you mean? I should go out first, right? Director Chen is from our Huawei Institute. Still want to hide it from me? Don't you understand your identities? Niozwa said bluntly. He is really angry. Qi Liang quickly said, Dean Niu, you misunderstood. How could I have any idea? Of course he couldn't admit it. Niozwa is not an easy person to deal with. If he really catches us, there will definitely be no good consequences in the future. At this time, Rong Haobo said, All right. Tell me, what's going on? Seeing this, Niozwa snorted coldly and said no more. Qi Liang didn't dare to delay. Give detailed account of Chen Hanqing's visit to the orphanage today. After listening, Rong Haobo nodded. He was not surprised. As early as when I knew that Chen Hanqing had built the Mecha, Rong Haobo retrieved his file. Know that Chen Hanqing is an orphan. Moreover, just in case, Rong Haobo also set the highest confidentiality level for Chen Hanqing's file. Niozwa was also aware of this news. At that time, it was decided to award Chen Hanqing the Academician Medal of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Huazhong University of Science and Technology conducted a background check on Chen Hanqing. Make sure there are no problems before issuing it. Rong Haobo confessed. Please notify them. Those who went to the orphanage with Comrade Chen Hanqing must not reveal any relevant information. Yes. Qi Liang responded immediately. Then, turn around and leave. At this moment, Niozwa suddenly thought of something. He began to speak. Well, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at Huaka College. I'll be leaving first. Rong Haobo frowned slightly, realizing something was wrong. He stared at Niozwa. I'm telling you. Stop trying to be clever. Now, Comrade Chen Hanqing is getting along well with us. If you do something that backfires and causes Comrade Chen Hanqing to be disgusted, I'm not done with you. Rong Haobo threatened. Niozwa's eyes flickered. Some guilty responses. What are you talking about? I really have something to do. The main point is to be tough. Rong Haobo didn't believe it. He snorted coldly. You'd better know what's going on. Niozwa ignored him. Just leave. His secretary, Yiping, was waiting outside. Seeing Niozwa coming out in a hurry, he immediately went to meet him. Niozwa didn't waste any words and explained directly. You go and arrange it immediately. Donate anonymously to Guangsha Orphanage in Yangcheng. Donate 30 million. No, 60 million. Yiping was stunned. He can't figure it out. Why did Niozwa suddenly make such a decision? But Yiping also knew. This is not something he should care about. Niozwa certainly has his reasons for doing this. However, Yiping still had some concerns. Dean, shouldn't we discuss this with the other vice deans before making a decision? In his opinion, this is necessary. Otherwise, things can easily develop in an uncontrollable direction. But Niozwa said, I use my own money. It doesn't cost Huazhong University of Science and Technology any money. Why discuss this with them? Chapter 77 Terminate all cooperation. Hearing this, Secretary Yi Ping was stunned at first. He really didn't expect that Niuzhua was actually planning to pay for it himself. Seeing that he did not respond directly, Niuzhua continued. Any questions? Yi Ping finally reacted, quickly shook his head. No problem, Dean. I'll arrange it right away. Niuzhua nodded and said no more. Then, the two men walked out of the highest military command post. As a scientific researcher, moreover, he is a successful scientific researcher. Niuzhua's family background is very strong. 50 million is not a small amount for him. But it's not that it can't be taken out. Niuzhua did this. In fact, it was just a casual act. In the future, if Chen Hanqing knew about this, I will definitely be grateful to him. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Just having this opportunity is enough. Use 50 million to gain an opportunity to win over Chen Hanqing's favor. Well worth it. If anyone can choose, there must be countless people vying to do this. In the office, although it is not clear what Niuzhua's specific plan is, but Rong Haobo was sure that Niuzhua would definitely not give up because of what he had just said. When Qizhua came back, Rong Haobo said, have someone pay attention to Niuzhua and the others' recent actions. I want to see what this old guy is going to do. Shenzhen City, Huawei headquarters. At this time, all the senior executives of Huawei, including Ren Hongfei, gathered in the conference room. Mr. Run. Not long ago, news came from Tianyi Microelectronics. Your behavior is a great lack of trust in them. It has caused a crisis of trust among the industry. I demand that you give them a satisfactory explanation. A Huawei executive named Qin Bo spoke first. This is exactly the main topic of this meeting. Everyone present had already known the news in advance. There were no surprises. They all turned their eyes to Ren Hongfei, waiting for him to make a decision. Ren Hongfei's eyes flickered. No direct response. After a moment's silence, he spoke. Confess? What are they thinking? Qin Bo said, according to a senior executive at Tianyi Microelectronics who has a good relationship with us. Their company means that we can only choose one between the director of the Little Duck Toy Factory and Tianyi Microelectronics to jointly develop the lithography machine. This is news that has not been announced before. Hear this. Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that things would become so serious. The originally quiet meeting room. The atmosphere became even more depressing. Ren Hongfei looked at everyone and asked, what do you think about this? Everyone looked at each other first. Then he said, Tianyi Microelectronics is the leader in China's photolithography machine field, and I heard that they have made some breakthroughs in photolithography machine technology. I think it is more reliable to cooperate with Tianyi Microelectronics. Although the Mechas, drones, and new energy vehicles built by Director Chen are indeed excellent and have high technological content, making photolithography machines has nothing to do with these. What's more, didn't the electromagnetic pulse gun built by Director Chen fail before? It's unbelievable that the director of that toy factory wants to build a 2-meter lithography machine. This is simply not a technology that can be accomplished in today's world. It's really beyond one's ability. Mr. Run, I demand that we immediately stop cooperating with Director Chen. This is the most beneficial option for us, Huawei. Most people think this way. There are simply not many people who support continuing to cooperate with Chen Hanqing. Before, when Ren Hongfei announced that he would go to Chen Hanqing to order a lithography machine, it was met with strong opposition. If Ren Hongfei hadn't been determined to do so, there will be no follow-up at all. Ren Hongfei was not surprised by everyone's reaction. He had already expected this to happen. Ren Hongfei didn't say anything either. Just listen quietly. After a moment, wait until everyone gradually quiets down. Ren Hongfei finally said, are you done? His tone was heavy, with a feeling of awe without anger. Without waiting for anyone to answer, Ren Hongfei continued to speak. Since no one is talking, let me say a few words. Everyone listened attentively, looking forward to what decision Ren Hongfei will make. The cooperation with Director Chen must not stop. Ren Hongfei said. He made his attitude clear. Be able to get Chen Hanqing to agree to manufacture lithography machines. That was something Ren Hongfei had fought hard for. Until now, Ren Hongfei firmly believes it. The hope of China's lithography machine. It's on Chen Hanqing. Of course he couldn't give up. Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect it. Ren Hongfei is so determined. Making this decision means breaking off completely with Tianyi Microelectronics. We must place all our hopes on Chen Hanqing. There was a noisy sound in the conference room. This is not the result they want to see. Quiet, Ren Hongfei said impatiently. Due to Ren Hongfei's power, despite the dissatisfaction in their hearts, no one dared to speak. I know what you're thinking, Ren Hongfei said. Since Tianyi Microelectronics has made this decision, then satisfy them. I declare that from now on, Huawei will terminate all cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics, including but not limited to the development of 5 photolithography machines. After hearing this, everyone present could no longer hold back. Mr. Run, you can't do this. What we should do now is to try every possible means to negotiate with Tianyi Microelectronics and strive to continue the cooperation, rather than terminate the cooperation directly. Mr. Ren, I absolutely don't agree with you doing this. I can't just watch you drag Huawei into the abyss. There's no need to be so extreme, right? They all spoke up to refute Ren Hongfei, even those people who supported Chen Hanqing just now. Now everyone is silent. The leader is Yang Wanshan. He didn't even expect it. Ren Hongfei would stand so firmly on Chen Hanqing's side. It didn't take long for people to talk about it. Ren Hongfei interrupted them directly. This decision will not be changed. You just need to execute it. Even if something unexpected happens, I will take full responsibility. After finishing speaking, Ren Hongfei left immediately. All that was left were a group of Huawei executives looking at each other in bewilderment. Not long, Huawei's official account announced a piece of news. From now on, Huawei will terminate all cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics. Once the news is released, it quickly became popular on the entire internet. All the netizens who saw this news were shocked. What the hell? What on earth is Mr. Ren doing? Terminating the cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics? Is he really counting on that little duck factory manager to develop a photolithography machine? Although the little duck factory manager is really awesome, Huawei is too impulsive to do this. No, Director Little Duck's electromagnetic pulse gun has failed in its development, and Huawei still dares to take such a risk. Isn't this simply courting death? Mr. Ron is so confused. I've checked the information. It's impossible to develop a 2.0 lithography machine. Even Jesus can't do it. The voices of doubt are overwhelming. Chapter 78. I don't agree. Shanghai, Tianyi Microelectronics. Xie Siming is in the office. He has his eyes on the computer. The expression is very ugly. As the helmsman of Tianyi Microelectronics, Huawei's actions were really beyond his expectations. He really didn't expect that Huawei would be so decisive. Is Ren Hongfei crazy? Xie Siming gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. He was a little confused. What on earth is Ren Hongfei planning? Does he really expect that the director of the toy factory can build a 2-meter lithography machine? That's simply impossible. Even though he knew about Chen Hanqing's previous brilliant achievements, Xie Siming still didn't believe that Chen Hanqing could build a 2.0 lithography machine. He knew very well how difficult it was to manufacture a lithography machine. If only it could be developed easily, China would not have been stuck in this technology for so long. Don't even mention the second lithography machine. Even today's 5, 7, or even 14 are out of reach. If it were completely produced independently by China, at present, the accuracy of China's lithography machines is 90. This is related to 2. It's not a concept at all. Therefore, Xie Siming dared to make the decision. There is no way Chen Hanqing could build a 2-meter lithography machine. This is totally unscientific. Right at this moment, the secretary came in and said, "Thank you, mister. According to your instructions, the company's top executives have already arrived in the conference room." Hearing this, Xie Siming withdrew his thoughts. He nodded. No more hesitation. Get up and walk out of the office. Wait for Xie Siming to walk into the office. All the senior executives of Tianyi Microelectronics turned their eyes to him. Xie Siming walked to the front of the conference table with a solemn expression and sat down. He wasted no time and said directly, "Everyone, let you come today, just to discuss something about Huawei." Hear this. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that Xie Siming would ask such a heavy question right from the start. Now, of course, they have all seen the announcement released by Huawei. The next second, a heated discussion broke out in the conference room. This time, Huawei really went too far. Is Ren Hongfei crazy? He actually believed the director of that damn duck toy factory instead of Tianyi Microelectronics. Although the director of the toy factory is indeed highly accomplished in the field of military industry and civilian industry are completely different in nature. Huawei must pay the price for their decision. Everyone was very angry. As a member of Tianyi Microelectronics, they cannot accept what Huawei did. Although, when I knew that Ren Hongfei decided to cooperate with Chen Hanqing, they have already considered giving up on cooperating with Huawei. But Huawei's preemptive move really embarrassed them. Xie Siming was very satisfied with everyone's reactions. All right. He did not allow them to continue discussing. Xie Siming spoke up, interrupting the discussion. In an instant, the office became quiet. Facing everyone's gaze, Xie Siming said, I think it's time to announce the breakthrough in 28 photolithography technology. He finished saying this. A look of surprise flashed across everyone's faces. Photolithography machine. This is the latest technological breakthrough of Tianyi Microelectronics. But this technology is not yet fully mature. There is no guarantee of 100% success. It's a bit too early to announce it now, but no one refuted. This is considered as tacit agreement to Xie Siming's proposal. They all knew that only by doing this could they reverse the situation. By then, they won't be the ones to worry about. But it's Huawei. After making a decision, not long after, Tianyi Microelectronics also announced a message on its official account. Recently, our company has made a major breakthrough in 28 lithography machine technology. It is expected that fully independent production will be achieved next year. As soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone felt unbelievable. 28 lithography machine technology breakthrough? If this news is true, it will definitely be of great significance to China. Is this true? Completely self-produced 28 lithography machines? How is this possible? Huawei just announced the cancellation of cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics, and Tianyi Microelectronics announced this news. They are going to fight. Huawei will definitely cry now. Is the 28-meter lithography machine so powerful? The Little Duck factory manager said he wants to build a 2-meter lithography machine. While netizens are discussing this, many people also raised doubts. Many technology giants have answered questions. The photolithography machine does not refer to the accuracy of chip manufacturing, which is only 28. It is entirely possible to produce 14 or even 7 chips through multiple exposure technology. If China can really produce 28 lithography machines completely independently, this also means that the technological blockade of China by countries such as the Bald Eagle will be broken. As for Chen Hanqing's plan to manufacture 2 photolithography machines, to professionals, this is more like a joke. News released by Tianyi Microelectronics continue to ferment on the internet, attracting more and more people's attention. Time flies. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Now, Tianyi Microelectronics released the news. It has become completely popular on the entire internet. Even major TV stations are competing to report on it. Various talk shows invite experts in this field to be interviewed. Those experts are all supporting Tianyi Microelectronics. Corresponding. Naturally, the topic of Chen Hanqing manufacturing 2 photolithography machines will inevitably be mentioned. These experts did not use harsh words, but the meaning is also very clear. Photolithography machine. It can't be made now. Don't even mention China. Looking around the world, no company or country can create success. At the same time, Huawei is in a huge crisis. The internet is full of negative comments about Huawei. This time, Huawei really suffered a big loss. Canceling the cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics at this critical juncture, this time, we really lost. Mr. Ron is so confused. How can we trust that duck factory manager? 2 lithography machines? What on earth is Mr. Ren thinking? It doesn't sound reliable. Now, thanks to the popular science from those experts, even Chen Hanqing's original loyal fans began to doubt. Can Chen Hanqing really build 2 photolithography machines? Shenzhen City, Huawei headquarters. Mr. Ren, we can't go on like this. Now, it is necessary to negotiate with Tianyi Microelectronics immediately. Even if it costs us a price, we must continue to cooperate with them. This is the most correct choice. Instead of... In the conference room, when Qinbo said this, he paused slightly. Then he continued firmly. Instead of placing your hopes on the director of the duck toy factory, not just him, a number of Huawei executives were present. Everyone has this idea. Now, they are really panicking. Ren Hongfei just listened calmly. Wait for Qinbo to finish speaking. He glanced at everyone. Then he said, "This matter. I don't agree." Chapter 79 Lock down China at all costs. When saying this, Ren Hongfei's tone was very calm. But everyone can feel it. There was full determination in his calm tone. Hearing this, everyone present had their eyelids twitching wildly. They really didn't expect that at this time, Ren Hongfei would refuse so decisively. Mr. Run, Huawei's current condition is already extremely dangerous. If you insist on doing this, you might, Qin Bo said anxiously. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ren Hongfei. I understand everything you said. Qin Bo stopped talking. He really couldn't refute what Ren Hongfei said. If he could think of it, Ren Hongfei, as the person in charge of Huawei, could naturally think of it as well. However, Qin Bo was even more confused. He couldn't help but say, do you really expect that the so-called toy factory director can build a 2G lithography machine? Ren Hongfei did not answer directly. He stared at Qin Bo for a while before saying, Director Chun can definitely do it. Qin Bo was so helpless. He simply couldn't understand it. Who gave Ren Hongfei the confidence? Even, an uncontrollable thought came to my mind. Mr. Ren, could it be that you have been bewitched? Not only Qin Bo, everyone was confused. Ren Hongfei naturally knew what they were thinking. So, Ren Hongfei continued, everyone, I know you are all doing this for Huawei's own good, but please trust me again. This is a rare opportunity, not only for Huawei, but it can even affect the entire Chinese nation. If I fail, I am willing to give up control of Huawei and leave Huawei. This time, Ren Hongfei did not choose to use a tough attitude and force everyone present to accept it. I've done that twice before. Even he cannot be too arbitrary. Hear this. Everyone was stunned. Give up control of Huawei? Leave Huawei on your own? They were very surprised. Ren Hongfei actually made this decision for Chen Hanqing. In the conference room, everyone fell silent. His eyes were fixed on Ren Hongfei, eyes flickering. It's a difficult decision to make in my heart. Finally, Qin Bo sighed and said, Mr. Ren, I choose to stand on your side. With him taking the lead, others also spoke up. I support you, President Ren. Tianyi Microelectronics is deliberately backstabbing us Huawei this time. It doesn't matter if we don't cooperate with them. I just don't believe it. Without Tianyi Microelectronics, can Huawei still go bankrupt? I believe Mr. Ren's decision will not be wrong. Everyone's emotions were affected by Ren Hongfei. Everyone's attitude towards this matter has changed. See this? Ren Hongfei nodded. There was a hint of relief in his expression. He couldn't help but secretly thought, Director Chun, please don't let me down. Although Ren Hongfei appeared firm, he also trusts Chen Hanqing enough. But faced with this situation, anyone would be nervous. It is really a matter of great importance. At the same time, the Bald Eagle issued an international statement. From now on, Bald Eagle Chip Company will stop selling any chips to China. As soon as the news came out, it instantly attracted great attention. Waiting for the news to get back home, it caused a huge uproar. Is the Bald Eagle crazy? Stop selling all chips to China? They are actually willing to give up such a large market like China. It seems that this time the Bald Eagle wants to completely lock down China's manufacturing industry. He is even willing to use the method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting himself by 800. It's over. Many Chinese companies will enter a cold winter. This damn Bald Eagle is deliberately trying to make things difficult for China. If this matter cannot be properly handled, it will be a huge crisis for China. Netizens are talking about it. The Bald Eagle has previously imposed chip sanctions on China, but that only restricts the export of high-end chips to China. This time is different. The Bald Eagle is under comprehensive restrictions. Although China now has companies such as Huaxin International that can produce mid- and low-end chips. However, relying solely on these companies is simply not enough to meet China's chip consumption. At present, the domestic market share of chips independently produced by China can only reach about 15%. This move of the Bald Eagle, it is almost pushing China into a desperate situation. Soon, the Dutch company Alma also issued a statement. Starting from today, our company will stop selling any lithography machines to China and require all customers around the world who purchase our company's lithography machines not to resell them to China in any way. Otherwise, our company will pursue the responsibility to the end. This news is also explosive. The Dutch company Alma has the most advanced lithography machine manufacturing technology in the world today. Previously, when the Bald Eagle imposed chip sanctions on China, Alma company just follow the instructions of the Bald Eagle. Stop selling high-end lithography machines to China. This time, it's even more extreme. Directly restrict the sale of all types of lithography machines to China. Not only that, Blue Star's other top lithography machine companies. They have also issued statements saying that they will no longer sell any type of lithography machines to China, China's highest military command post. Mr. Rong. That's how it is. This time, the bald eagle wants to lock down our Chinese nation at all costs. In the office, Secretary Qi Liang reported to Rong Haobo in detail what was happening internationally. When saying these words, Qi Liang looked solemn. There was still anger flashing in his eyes. Although, technological matters are not under the jurisdiction of the highest military command. But this is a war without gunpowder. It is also very important for China. It is even more dangerous than a head-on war. One mistake and you lose everything. By then, there will be no need for the bald eagle to take action. China will be in chaos. That's exactly what bald eagles are for. Originally, in Qi Liang's idea, after Rong Haobo knows this news, he will definitely be very angry and furious. But the actual situation was completely different from what he thought. Although Rong Haobo had a gloomy expression, but his emotions were not as excited as imagined. After a moment, Rong Haobo said, "The bald eagle is doomed to shoot itself in the foot." Hearing this, Qi Liang couldn't help but frown. He was a little confused as to why Rong Haobo dared to make such an assertion. Are we really placing all our hopes on Qin Hanqing? Not to mention whether Qin Hanqing can develop a 2-meter lithography machine. Even if it can succeed, it will definitely take a long time. Want to achieve a breakthrough in lithography machine technology? It's not something that can be done overnight. It is hard to say whether China can wait until then. Chapter 80. Attract special funds from Qin Hanqing. Although Qi Liang thought so, but he didn't dare say this in front of Rong Haobo. Qi Liang knew very well what position Qin Hanqing held in Rong Haobo's heart. Compared with Qin Hanqing, he, the secretary, is nothing. At this moment, Rong Haobo asked, "How's it going with the question of asking you to keep an eye on Yozhua's movements?" Qi Liang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Rong Haobo was still in the mood to care about this issue. Qi Liang answered honestly, "There is news. Dean Yo's secretary Yi Ping secretly donated 50 million to the Guangsha orphanage in Yangqing." Qi Liang's tone was very calm. In his opinion, this matter is in the face of the crisis that China is facing today. It's not worth mentioning at all. But what Qi Liang didn't expect was, after listening to what he said, Rong Haobo's expression suddenly changed. "I knew that old man Yozhua had no good intentions. So that's the idea. You're really unscrupulous. You can even think of such a way to curry favor with Comrade Qin Hanqing?" Rong Haobo cursed directly. See this scene. Qi Liang was completely dumbfounded. His face was full of disbelief. Just now, when Rong Haobo learned that the bald eagle and other countries were imposing further comprehensive sanctions on China's chips, he was not excited. Now, hearing that Yozhua donated 50 million to the Guangsha orphanage in Yangqing, and that he was suspected of trying to win over Qin Hanqing, Rong Haobo could no longer hold back. Is this really reasonable? Qi Liang felt that his previous outlook on life had collapsed. Is this still the General Rong he knows? The character has collapsed. In fact, the reason why Rong Haobo did this was, on the one hand, because of his trust in Qin Hanqing. In Rong Haobo's opinion, as long as Qin Hanqing promised something, he would definitely be able to do it. Don't mention just 2 photolithography machines. Even if Qin Hanqing said he wanted to build a light-speed spaceship, Rong Haobo would excitedly say, "Comrade Qin Hanqing, if you need me for anything, just let me know." Then, wait hopefully for completion. There is another reason. This kind of thing is really not something the highest military command can interfere with. No matter how anxious or angry Rong Haobo was, it would be of no avail. But Qin Hanqing's case is different. That is closely related to Rong Haobo and the entire highest military command. Although now, Qin Hanqing has become an academician of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. But who has stipulated that academicians of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology must be biased towards the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and that they cannot join the highest military command? After knowing Yozhua's purpose, Rong Haobo naturally refused to be outdone. Submit a written application to the Institute's finance department immediately. Just say I want 60 million, no? 80 million special funds. I just don't believe it. Our highest military command center cannot compare to their Huaka Institute. Qi Liang was shocked again. He couldn't even think of it. Rong Haobo would do such a thing. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Liang couldn't help but remind, "Mr. Rong, you do this. Will Mr. Fu and the others agree?" The Mr. Fu mentioned by Qi Liang is named Fu Jianyuan. He is also one of the leaders of the highest military command. His status is only second to Rong Haobua. Rong Haobua had no worries and said directly, "Disagree? Just say that this money is for helping Comrade Chen Hanqing. I don't see who dares to disagree." Qi Liang was suddenly choked with speech. Now, Chen Hanqing's name is extremely famous among the top combat commanders. Those are the real military bosses. They all have a very high opinion of Chen Hanqing. If that's really the case, there's really no problem. Qi Liang's eyes flickered. There was no response for a long time. Seeing this, Rong Haobua asked in confusion, "How? Any questions?" Qi Liang hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak. "Mr. Rong, there is another situation." "That's right. In fact, the 60 million was not paid by Huazhong University of Science and Technology, but by President Niu himself." Rong Haobua. He was suddenly speechless. The complexion gradually became strange. He cursed in a low voice. "Pooh! That old guy is really rich." Then, he turned his gaze to Qi Liang. "What are you still standing there for? Do you also expect me to pay for it out of my own pocket? Can I be the same as those who do scientific research? I don't have any money. Get lost." "See this?" Qi Liang immediately replied. "Yes." He didn't dare to stay for long, fearing that Rong Haobua would cause trouble for him again, so he turned around and left immediately. At the same time, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, just as Rong Haobua thought. At this moment, the atmosphere at Huazhong University of Science and Technology was extremely depressing. As the highest scientific research institution in China, now, China is facing this situation. The pressure will naturally be put on Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Niu Zhua and others are in the conference room. Everyone here is the top expert at HUSD. Among them, the optoelectronic field is the most. At this time, Niu Zhua opened his mouth. "Everyone. I think everyone knows why we have gathered here this time. Just now, I have received orders from above. We are required to break through the 28 photolithography machine technology within 3 months and achieve completely independent production." When saying these words, Niu Zhua's voice was low and his expression was solemn. As mentioned before, as long as China can independently develop 28 lithography machines, we will be able to break the technological blockade and achieve self-sufficiency in chips. But it is so difficult to make a breakthrough in this technology within 3 months. In fact, it can be said that it is almost impossible to accomplish. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. No one spoke. The conference room fell into dead silence. Academician Ho Jian, "What do you think?" Niu Zhua spoke again, breaking the silence. This academician named Ho Jian is the head of the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It's not just companies like Tianyi Microelectronics. Huazhong University of Science and Technology has also been developing photolithography machines and has made certain technological breakthroughs. The Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology is responsible for this project. Ho Jian stood up from his seat. He began to speak. "Dean Niu, it is simply impossible to develop a 28mm lithography machine within 3 months relying solely on the Optoelectronics Research Institute. If you want to complete the task above, I'm afraid there is only one way to go. United Tianyi Microelectronics." He finished his words. Everyone nodded and agreed. "I think academician Ho's method is indeed feasible. This is our only choice." Not long ago, Tianyi Microelectronics announced that it had made a major technological breakthrough in the 28-meter lithography machine. It is not impossible to complete the research and development in 3 months by jointly conducting research with them. With the Huazhong University of Science and Technology coming forward, Tianyi Microelectronics should not refuse. Niu Zhua did not speak. Just listened quietly to everyone's discussion. After a while, wait for the atmosphere to quiet down again. Niu Zhua looked at Ho Jian and said, "The only way out is to unite with Tianyi Microelectronics?" "I don't think so." Chapter 81. Add fuel to the fire for Huawei. Everyone looked at Niu Zhua, a look of confusion on his face. They don't understand. As for the current situation, in addition to cooperating with Tianyi Microelectronics, is there any better way? But look at Niu Zhua's confident look. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Dean Niu, what else can you do?" Ho Jian asked. Niu Zhua answered without any hesitation. "Isn't academician Chen from Yangqing also developing a photolithography machine?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they thought about who the academician Chen from Yangqing that Niu Zhua was referring to was. For a moment, The atmosphere in the conference room became a little strange. They naturally knew Chen Hanqing. Although information such as the electromagnetic pulse gun and the specific date of the Mecha now involves military secrets, Ho Jian and others do not know about it. But at that time, when Nyozwa decided to award Chen Hanqing the Academician Medal, it caused a huge sensation. There are many people in Huazhong University of Science and Technology who are against it. In their opinion, it was too absurd for an 18-year-old student to become an academician of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. In the end, it was Nyozwa who persisted. The dream of Chen Hanqing becoming an academician of Huazhong University of Science and Technology has finally been realized. Moreover, the news that Chen Hanqing has developed 2 photolithography machines has become a hot topic on the internet. Naturally, everyone present also saw it. But originally, they didn't take it seriously at all. The more professional a person is, the more they understand that this is almost impossible to succeed. Now, under this circumstance, Nyozwa actually mentioned Chen Hanqing again in front of so many people. This surprised everyone. After a moment's silence, Ho Jian said, "Dinyo, do you really think that Director Chen can develop a 2D lithography machine?" Nyozwa nodded directly. Right. Now everyone was even more speechless. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Nyozwa could feel everyone's emotions. He continued, "Let's do this. Be prepared for both situations. Academician Ho, you are responsible for contacting Tianyi Microelectronics, expressing the intention of the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to cooperate with them. I will also follow up with Academician Chen." Hearing this, everyone then nodded. This is indeed the best solution right now. After making a decision, no one dared to hesitate. End the meeting and get straight into action. Nyozwa returned to the office. His expression remained solemn. Nyozwa picked up the encrypted phone on the table and dialed a number. That was Chen Hanqing's number. But the notification sounded for a long time on the other end of the phone. But no one answered. Helpless, Nyozwa could only put down the phone. Academician Chen should be developing a photolithography machine now. I just don't know how long it will take him to succeed. Before making this call, Nyozwa had already thought of it. It is highly likely that Chen Hanqing cannot be contacted now. So he was not disappointed. Prepare to play again in the evening. But Nyozwa was a little worried. He wanted to know urgently, how long will it take for the number 2 lithography machine to be successful? For China today, time is the most precious. Although China still has a certain amount of chip reserves, it can last for a while. But this time will definitely not be too long. Once there is a large-scale chip supply shortage, it will be a huge blow to China's industry. Shanghai, Tianyi Microelectronics. Mr. Xie, the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology just contacted us. We want to share technology and jointly develop 28 lithography machines. Hear what the secretary said. Xie Siming was not surprised. He had thought of it a long time ago. The Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology will make such a choice. Xie Siming nodded. Go and reply to the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. We, Tianyi Microelectronics, are willing to cooperate with them. We will definitely assist the country with all our strength. The secretary responded immediately. Okay, Mr. Xie. After saying that, he turned around and left. Xie Siming's eyes flickered. Although he said those words with great righteousness. But in fact, there are also considerations of my own. Although they previously announced that there had been a huge breakthrough in 28 lithography machine technology. But in fact, there is a lot of water in this. There is still a long way to go before Tianyi Microelectronics can actually produce 28 lithography machines. Cooperate with the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Good for them too. Besides, there is another reason. It didn't take long for Xie Siming to make up his mind. Huawei, Ren Hongfei. This time, you will know how wrong it was to cancel the cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics. He decided to add fuel to the fire of this Huawei crisis. Not long after, according to Xie Siming's request, Tianyi Microelectronics announced a message on its official account. Our company has reached a preliminary cooperation intention with the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology to jointly develop 28 lithography machines. We believe that through the concerted efforts of both parties, we will be able to completely break through this technology and complete independent production in the shortest possible time. In fact, such a major project, collaboration is not that simple. There are still many aspects that need to be negotiated and improved. Then the formal contract is signed. It will take effect. Now, The two sides have only reached a cooperation intention. It hasn't really been the beginning of cooperation. It is a bit too early for Tianyi Microelectronics to release this news. Xie Siming naturally knew all this, but he chose to do it anyway. They just want to further drag Huawei into the abyss. The reason why Xie Siming dared to do this was that he was sure that the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology could not do without the technical support of Tianyi Microelectronics. Even if the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology is somewhat dissatisfied, they dare not do anything to him. This news was released not long ago. It became popular on the entire internet. Now, chips and lithography machines are the hottest topics. Netizens are talking about it. The Huazhong University of Science and Technology has cooperated with Tianyi Microelectronics. It seems that Tianyi Microelectronics really has the ability to manufacture 28 lithography machines. The officials have all stepped down. There is no longer any controversy. With the Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Tianyi Microelectronics, the bald eagles and their gang still want to blockade China. It's impossible. Now Huawei's people should really cry. Ren Hongfei chose to order the lithography machine from director Xiaozi. Now it seems that it was a very wrong decision. This time, Director Little Duck is really going to be in big trouble. The situation quickly spread to Huawei and Qinhanqing. With the brand of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, the internet is full of doubts about Huawei. As a result, not many people continue to trust Qinhanqing. At the same time, Yangcheng, Guangsha Orphanage. After hearing what the head of the charity organization opposite said, Dean Yang was completely dumbfounded. Yesterday, someone donated 60 million to the orphanage. Today, another 80 million came. Adding them together, it's a total of 140 million. Dean Yang could never have imagined it. There will be such a day in the orphanage. It's just like a dream. She really couldn't understand it. Are there really so many kind-hearted people? Chapter 82 3 months? That must be hard. After a long time, Dean Yang finally came to his senses. Comrade, please transfer this money to the previous account. She spoke. These two sums of money are really huge. Dean Yang didn't even dare to keep it himself. Even, to avoid suspicion, she didn't even do it herself. Directly asked the charity to transfer the money to the orphanage's account. The head of the charity nodded in agreement. Okay. After completing the tedious procedures, the person in charge left. This money. Charities don't dare to have any crooked ideas. That's money flowing out of China's highest military command. If you dare to do this, that must be because you think your life is too long. Send the charity's leaders to the door. Dean Yang returns to the orphanage. Until now, she is still a little dazed. 60 million? 80 million? Is the orphanage getting better? Thinking of this, Dean Yang's heart began to pound. The excitement is simply hard to contain. This is for the orphanage. It is absolutely an astronomical figure. Just use it properly. Just relying on interest. It can help the orphanage get out of the financial crisis. How could Dean Yang not be excited? At the same time, Dean Yang was also very confused. Why would you suddenly donate so much money for no reason? There were 5 million before. Is there any connection between these three sums of money? Dean Yang murmured. She felt something was wrong, but Dean Yang would never have thought of it anyway. All this money was actually because of Qinhanqing. After thinking for a long time, I still have no clue. Dean Yang temporarily gave up the idea of finding out the reason. She began to think about how to use the money. There were no conditions before. Now it is natural to provide the children in the orphanage with a better life. As Dean Yang thought about it, he gradually came up with a plan in his mind. The other side. Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Nios was sat in the office with an ugly look on his face. Just now, Secretary Yi Ping had reported to him about the operations of Tianyi Microelectronics. This made Niozwa very angry. This Tianyi Microelectronics dares to take advantage of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology before we even start the cooperation. Who knows what kind of trouble might happen in the future? If it were my way, I would simply not cooperate with them. With Academician Shun, it's just a lithography machine. There's nothing to worry about. Niozwa said. If we talk about the people in the whole of China who have the most confidence in Qinhanqing, Niozwa and Ronghaobo will definitely be ranked first. These two are definitely Qinhanqing's loyal fans. Just as Niozwa said, if it weren't for the need to take into account the opinions of other experts, he would never cooperate with Tianyi Microelectronics. Yi Ping was listening nearby. Remain silent. It's really not easy for him to get involved in these matters. Moreover, Yiping also thought so. Although Tianyi Microelectronics' actions were indeed excessive, as long as they can help China break through the technology of 28 lithography machines, it is not intolerable. Put all your hopes on Chen Hanqing. Yiping didn't feel very safe. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Finished today's work. Chen Hanqing came out of the super laboratory. Now, a day and a half has passed since he started manufacturing the lithography machine. According to this progress, we will strive to complete the manufacturing of 2 lithography machines within a week. Compared with drones, electromagnetic pulse guns, etc., the manufacturing of lithography machines is very troublesome. Just the spare parts alone require more than 100,000. Although the lithography technology mastered by Chen Hanqing is much more advanced than the world's top level today, but it is still time-consuming and laborious to manufacture. After a simple wash, Chen Hanqing lay down on the bed and let out a long sigh. "Open your personal information panel," he said to himself. Immediately, a large amount of illusory information appeared before Chen Hanqing's eyes. Name: Chen Hanqing. Age: 18. Mission: make 2 photolithography machines. Technology value: 9220000. Technologies already mastered: 2 photolithography machine technology, electromagnetic pulse gun technology, upgraded drone technology, entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapon technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. Look at the numbers that keep jumping. And the technological value has reached a terrifying 9.22 million. Chen Hanqing was very happy. Review your personal dashboard every day. This is Chen Hanqing's happiest moment. In Chen Hanqing's eyes, those jumping technology value numbers looked like constantly jumping gold coins. At this moment, the phone alert sounded. After Chen Hanqing answered the call, a voice came from the other side immediately. "Academician Chen, I am Niu Zuo." Hearing this, Chen Hanqing was stunned at first. Until now, Chen Hanqing has not yet adapted to his status as an academician. But soon, he came to his senses. "Niu, what's the matter?" Noticing that Niu's tone was wrong, Chen Hanqing didn't waste any words and asked directly. Niu's didn't exchange pleasantries. "Academician Chen, have you seen all the news on the internet?" Chen Hanqing asked doubtfully. "What news?" "These 2 days, he has been immersed in the manufacture of 2 lithography machines. There is simply no time or mood to pay attention to anything else." Niu felt unbelievable about Chen Hanqing's reaction, but he didn't say much. Chen Hanqing was informed one by one about the Bald Eagle's comprehensive sanctions on China for chips, and about the Dutch company Huawei and other companies that produce lithography machines stopping selling lithography machines to China. After listening, Chen Hanqing was surprised. He didn't expect that so many things happened in just over a day. Bald Eagle this time. "I want to completely defeat China." Chen Hanqing couldn't help but sigh. Although Chen Hanqing cannot compare with bigwigs like Niu Zuo in terms of understanding of the international situation. But things are already very obvious, and Chen Hanqing can still see it. Niu Zuo responded. "The Bald Eagle and other countries are determined to destroy China. If they really succeed, China is in danger and may become a vassal of the Western powers. Academician Chen, this time, China needs you." Chen Hanqing was silent. He naturally knew what Niu Zuo was pointing to. Gradually, Chen Hanqing's eyes became calm. He nodded and said, "President Niu, don't worry, I will do my best. The Bald Eagle's plan will definitely not succeed." Chen Hanqing was not being perfunctory when he said this. Niu Zuo was very satisfied when he heard Chen Hanqing's response. "Academician Chen, please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I would like to make a request." After getting Chen Hanqing's agreement, Niu Zuo continued. "This lithography machine must be manufactured within 3 months. Chen Hanqing. 3 months? He was clearly planning to finish it within a week. It's been a day and a half now. 5.5 days left. As a result, Niu Zuo actually told him that it would take 3 months. Is he delaying time on purpose? 3 months. How difficult that would be. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Hanqing said, "Niu, does it have to be 3 months?" Chapter 83. 2 nanometers lithography machine completed. If Ren Hongfei were here, he would definitely feel familiar. A similar situation happened when he asked Chen Hanqing to order a lithography machine. But Niu Zuo didn't know. He naturally thought that Chen Hanqing felt that 3 months was too short. Nyozwa was not surprised by this. He also knew how difficult it was to completely break through the lithography machine technology and achieve independent production within 3 months. Even photolithography machines may not be able to do this. Not to mention too. But the order has been given. Nyozwa has no other choice. After a little thought, Nyozwa said, Academician Chon, you may not understand how critical the current situation in China is. Every day that time is delayed will cause huge losses to China. Nyozwa said these words very seriously. This also made Chen Hanqing even more speechless. He was wondering how Nyozwa would react when he found out the truth. Dinyo, what I want to say is, seeing that the misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, Chen Hanqing didn't want to waste any more time and spoke up. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Nyozwa. Academician Chen, I'm not trying to push you. Just do your best. But I have a suggestion. Chen Hanqing could only nod and say, You say. Nyozwa said again. It is too difficult to make a breakthrough in the technology of lithography machines. Academician Chen, can you develop the 28 lithography machine first? There is nothing wrong with this suggestion. Regarding the current situation facing China, there is no need to pursue world-leading levels in the field of lithography machines. Just need to solve the urgent problem first. Only then can the subsequent things proceed. But what Nyozwa didn't expect was, he had just finished speaking. Chen Hanqing responded, Dinyo, I'm afraid this won't work. Nyozwa frowned immediately. This was really beyond his expectations. In Nyozwa's impression, Chen Hanqing shouldn't be such a rigid person. Why do you have to keep your eyes on the number 2 lithography machine? List. Nyozwa wanted to say something else, but Chen Hanqing did not give him a chance and said first, Dinyo, that's right. My plan is to build 2 lithography machines within 5 days. It doesn't take 3 months. There is no need to settle for second best and produce a 28mm lithography machine. Chen Hanqing finished speaking. Nyozwa on the other end of the phone fell silent. I can only feel his emotions from his heavy breathing. Chen Hanqing did not disturb. Just wait quietly. Finally, after a long time, on the other end of the phone, Nyozwa's trembling voice came. Academician Chen, did I hear you correctly? You mean to develop a photolithography machine within 5 days? Although Nyozwa tried his best to restrain himself, but you can still feel his excitement. Just a few words. There were many pauses. The voice has changed. Chen Hanqing nodded. Yes. Although, the current goal of developing 2 lithography machines within 5 days is half a day less than the 1 week previously planned. But this is nothing to Chen Hanqing. It should be achievable. On the phone. Silence again. Finally, Nyozwa said again. 2 photolithography machines? Chen Hanqing replied calmly. 2 photolithography machines. Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Now Nyozwa couldn't hold it anymore. His eyes widened. My pupils feel like an earthquake. Shortness of breath. The shock on his face was simply impossible to suppress. This sudden surprise made Nyozwa's brain go blank. The excitement in his heart burst out like a flood. Very good. That's really great. Nyozwa exclaimed. The whole body began to tremble. God bless China. The crisis in China will be completely resolved now. Wrong. China wants to dominate the Blue Star chip industry. What bald eagle, what Netherlands? Their technology is all garbage in front of the 2D lithography machine. Because I was too excited. Nyozwa did not control the sound. Before making the call, Nyozwa arranged for Yiping to guard the door. Hearing the sound, Yiping felt something was wrong. He pushed the door open. I just happened to hear what was said behind Nyozwa. Yiping was stunned on the spot. Looking at Nyozwa, who seems like crazy. Does China want to dominate the Blue Star chip industry? How brave do you have to be to say such a thing? Fortunately, it is night now. Most of the people at Huazhong University of Science and Technology have already gone off work, and no one is paying attention to the situation here. Otherwise, Nyozwa's lifelong reputation might be ruined. Yiping quickly came to his senses. He immediately went to Nyozwa. He helped Nyozwa sit down. After Nyozwa calmed down a little, he asked, Dean, what's wrong with you? Nyozwa did not answer, but just waved his hand. Fine. Just hearing the good news, so exciting. You go out first. Yiping couldn't figure it out. What exactly is the news? What could make Nyozwa like this? But seeing that Nyozwa was unwilling to say more, Yiping tactfully stopped asking. He nodded, and after making sure that Nyozwa was really fine, he turned and left. The call was not disconnected. Nyozwa said, Academician Chen, you are simply China's savior. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Hearing this, Chun Hanxing immediately declined. Dino, you are too kind. I'm just the director of a toy factory. Everything that's produced is really just a toy. Pause for a moment. Chun Hanxing still said his famous saying. They are really all toys. Nyozwa. It's already now. If he believed even a single word of what Chun Hanxing said, he must be mentally ill. However, Nyozwa did not expose it. Chatted with Chun Hanxing for a few more words. Then he hung up the phone. Chun Hanxing was already very tired. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. But Nyozwa is different. Now, he is completely filled with excitement. It's impossible to fall asleep. Tonight, Nyozwa is destined to have a sleepless night. The night passed quickly. As the news that the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Tianyi Microelectronics have reached a preliminary cooperation intention continues to ferment, many companies have begun to show goodwill to Tianyi Microelectronics. Some companies have even started placing orders for lithography machines with Tianyi Microelectronics. For a time, Tianyi Microelectronics' status rose rapidly. At the same time, a delegation of experts from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, led by Hou Jian, set out from the imperial capital and headed for the Tianyi Microelectronics headquarters in Shanghai, planning to discuss further cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics. Time flies. 5 days passed in a flash. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Chun Hanxing is in the super laboratory. In front of him, there was an object that looked like an iron box, about 5 meters long and nearly 2 meters high. After Chun Hanxing's hard work over this period of time, photolithography machine. Done. Chapter 84. Why is your brain circuit different from others? No time was wasted. Chun Hanxing operated the mechanical equipment of the super laboratory and delivered 2 photolithography machines to the factory. Then, Chun Hanxing called Ren Hongfei, Shenzhen City, Huawei headquarters. During this period, the atmosphere at Huawei headquarters has been very depressing. There seems to be a dark cloud hanging over every employee's head. As the Tianyi Microelectronics incident became more and more popular, Huawei's situation became increasingly difficult. Now, many of the original partners have canceled their cooperation with Huawei. As a result, Huawei's mobile phone and other businesses began to decline. The former pride of domestic products is facing more and more doubts. At this time, Ren Hongfei was in the office as the person in charge of Huawei. During this period, Ren Hongfei was under tremendous pressure every moment. The whole person looks much more haggard. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. After Ren Hongfei answered the call, he said, "Hello, I'm Ren Hongfei." A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Ren, I'm Chun Hanxing." Hear this familiar voice. Ren Hongfei immediately became excited. The body also sits up straight. "Director Chun, how is the development of the photolithography machine going?" Ren Hongfei asked immediately. This is what he cares about most. Chun Hanxing responded directly. "It's already been manufactured." Ren Hongfei was shocked. He even couldn't believe his ears. Already manufactured. It's only been a few days. Originally, Ren Hongfei thought that Chun Hanxing called him this time just to report on the progress. "I never expected that I would receive such news." Ren Hongfei felt it was a little unbelievable. He couldn't help but confirm. "Director Chun, have the 2 photolithography machines really been manufactured?" Chun Hanxing nodded. "Right." Now Ren Hongfei could no longer control his emotions. These words, like thunder, exploded in his mind. Okay. Ren Hongfei said 3 good words in a row. "My lips are trembling." He didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment. All words seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. After a long time, Ren Hongfei barely managed to control his emotions and said solemnly, "Director Chun, thank you." As for the authenticity of the news, he had no doubt at all. "I trust Chun Hanxing's words very much." Chun Hanxing did not respond, but said, "Mr. Ren, give me the delivery address." Ren Hongfei nodded. "Good." He can't wait to see what the number 2 lithography machine looks like. Then, Ren Hongfei gave Chun Hanxing the address of Huawei's headquarters. However, after saying this, Ren Hongfei suddenly felt something was wrong. He hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, "Director Chun, how do you plan to ship the lithography machine?" Chun Hanxing was a little confused. He didn't understand why Ren Hongfei asked this question. He said, "Of course. Of course we use Deben for big items. Those from Shunfeng are too expensive, not worth it at all." Ren Hongfei, although he had thought in advance that it might be so, But when he actually heard these words, Ren Hongfei was still speechless. This is a photolithography machine. It is also the only one in the world, 2 lithography machines. Chen Hanqing actually wants to use Dupont Express for delivery? As for why I don't use anything else, the reason is that it's too expensive. If others knew this, they would definitely be shocked. This is too casual. Besides, even if Chen Hanqing dared to send it, I don't dare to accept it even from Dupont Express. It's no exaggeration to say. This lithography machine, it represents the future of China. Any accidents on the road, even if we sell the entire Debong, it still won't be enough to pay the compensation. Seeing that Ren Hongfei was silent for a long time, Chen Hanqing added, if you want to specify the courier, you have to choose to pay on delivery. Ren Hongfei. Now he was even more confused. Suddenly I had a feeling. What on earth is the brain of Director Chen like? Why is your brain circuit different from others? It's a good thing he remembered to pay. What the hell? Are they the same thing? Ren Hongfei was afraid that Chen Hanqing would say something shocking again. Without giving Chen Hanqing a chance to speak again, he hurriedly said, how about this, Director Chen? I'll send someone through. Send back 2 photolithography machines. What do you think? Chen Hanqing was naturally happy. He nodded in response. Can. After hanging up the phone, Ren Hongfei still had mixed feelings. He couldn't help but sigh. Director Chen, you are really hard to figure out. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Chen Hanqing also felt a little confused about Ren Hongfei's operations. Obviously, you can just express it directly. I have to make a trip. Isn't this a waste of money? Then, Chen Hanqing thought about it and called Niuzhua again. Imperial Capital. Huazhong University of Science and Technology. After listening to Secretary Yi Ping's report on the current negotiations with Tianyi Microelectronics, Niuzhua snorted coldly. This Tianyi Microelectronics has such a big appetite. When Ho Jin and others went to Shanghai, I thought this negotiation would go very smoothly. It shouldn't take long before we can officially reach a cooperation agreement with Tianyi Microelectronics. However, the development of things was completely different from what they had imagined. In order to gain more benefits, Tianyi Microelectronics actually put forward many conditions that were difficult for Huazhong University of Science and Technology to accept. This is why the negotiations have been going on for 5 days and still have not been successful. After Niuzhua finished speaking, Yiping nodded in agreement. It seems that it is not that easy to get Tianyi Microelectronics to come up with photolithography technology. Dean, what should we do now? Niuzhua did not answer him. Instead, he looked toward the phone. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, he murmured in a low voice, why haven't you called yet? Yiping. He is in a completely bad state. Just now, when he was reporting the situation to Niuzhua, Niuzhua stared at the phone in a daze many times. Now, Niuzhua is still in this state. Can't you be serious? Yiping didn't understand. Whose call is Niuzhua waiting for? Could it be more important than the cooperation between the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Tianyi Microelectronics? Yiping couldn't help it, and when he was about to remind him, the phone suddenly rang. Niuzhua didn't hesitate at all. Pick up the phone quickly. I'm Niuzhua. Is it academician Shin? Niuzhua said excitedly. Because it's an encrypted call. In order to prevent leaks, not many features have been added. I can only make and receive phone calls. Can't see who's calling. That's why Niuzhua asked this question. Seeing this, Yiping suddenly understood. So, the dean is waiting for academician Shin? But at this time, what could make the dean so anxious that he doesn't even care about the negotiations with Tianyi Microelectronics? Yiping thought in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something. The pupils suddenly dilated. Only, this idea is really too incredible. Yiping himself found it unbelievable. Chapter 85, Overturning the Table. But even if I think so, infected by Niuzhua's emotions, Yiping's emotions began to become uncontrollably agitated. His eyes were fixed on Niuzhua, waiting for the next news. This time, Niuzhua did not let Yiping avoid it again. Academician Chon. Photolithography machine? How's the development going? Then Niuzhua asked. Today is the 5-day deadline that Chen Hanqing gave when Niuzhua called Chen Hanqing earlier. Niuzhua has been waiting for this call. Although in advance, he had already made sufficient psychological preparations. But when saying this, the voice is still trembling. After asking, Niuzhua held his breath. Time in the office seems to freeze at this moment. The tension continues to spread. It has been successful. Chen Hanqing's voice came from the phone. Hear this. The stone in Niuzhua's heart finally fell to the ground. He stood up suddenly. I almost lost the ability to control my facial expressions. Excitement in the eyes. It's impossible to suppress it. Academician-chun, I know you will succeed. Nyozwa sighed. The joints of his hand turned white because he was holding the phone so tightly. But now, Nyozwa couldn't feel anything at all. On the other end of the phone, Chun Hanxing just responded calmly. Next, Chen Hanxing told Nyozwa that he had already communicated with Ren Hongfei and was preparing to ship the lithography machine to Huawei. In response, Nyozwa just nodded and didn't care. He knew Ren Hongfei very well. There will be no problem with the lithography machine when it comes into Huawei's hands. Even, as long as it is in China, there are no problems at all. Asked a few more questions. Only then did Nyozwa hang up the phone. He was so excited. Still hard to calm down. Very good. That's really great. Academician Chun has never let anyone down. He kept muttering words like this. Use this to express your inner emotions. Yi Ping's mood. More shocking than him. This? Successful? How long has it been? Academician Chen actually developed a 2-meter lithography machine? How is this possible? Yi Ping kept sighing in his heart. Because it was too shocking. The whole person even seemed to have lost his soul. What are you doing? It was not until Nyozwa's words reached his ears that Yi Ping woke up from his confused state. He came to his senses a little and looked at Nyozwa. Nyozwa stared at Yi Ping with strange eyes. I just told you to arrange a flight to Shenzhen immediately. What are you still standing there for? Nyozwa asked. Yi Ping was puzzled. I was just amazed. I really didn't hear what Nyozwa said. After realizing it, Yi Ping nodded immediately. Okay, Dean. I'll do it right away. After saying that, Yi Ping immediately went to make arrangements. Until you walked to the left office door. Yi Ping finally digested the news he had just heard. His expression changed from shock to ecstasy. The whole person seemed to be full of strength, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. In the office, after Yi Ping left, Nyozwa reported the news. After the higher-ups knew about it, it also caused a huge sensation. They even wanted to go to Shenzhen to see for themselves what China's first and the world's first 2D lithography machine looked like. But due to his identity, this idea is destined to be impossible to achieve. All he could do was to tell Nyozwa again and again. If there is any follow-up news, report it immediately. Nyozwa agreed. Then he hung up the phone. Then, Nyozwa contacted Ren Hongfei again. I talked about my idea of going to Shenzhen. Ren Hongfei did not refuse and agreed readily. Soon, Yi Ping arranged a special plane. Nyozwa didn't waste any time and went straight to the airport. Now, he just wanted to see the 2 lithography machines immediately. Following the cow on the left. They are still the top group of optoelectronics and mechanics experts remaining in HUSD. The lithography machine was sent to Huawei. It certainly cannot be used directly, and debugging is still needed. That's exactly what these experts are for. At this time, all the experts were very confused. They received an urgent order to rush to Shenzhen. As to why, they didn't know. They were all a little confused. What on earth is this matter that deserves Nyozwa to be so serious? On the way to the airport, in the car where Nyozwa was, his secretary Yi Ping received a call from Ho Jian. He looked at Nyozwa first. After getting Nyozwa's nod of agreement, the call was connected. The next second, Ho Jian's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Secretary Yi, what did Dean Yo say? Yi Ping responded. Academician Ho, I am beside the dean now. Hearing this, Ho Jian spoke directly. Dean, Tianyi Microelectronics has a very firm attitude. They just won't budge. I think the best option right now is to agree to their request. After all, we don't have much time left. When saying these words, Ho Jian's tone was filled with resentment and anger. Tianyi Microelectronics conditions. It's really too harsh. They requested that after the successful development of 28 lithography machines, Tianyi Microelectronics wants exclusive production rights, and the profits will be split 50-50 with the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Moreover, Tianyi Microelectronics wants to control all sales rights of lithography machines in China. In other words, they can decide who to sell the lithography machines to and who not to sell them to. Originally, Ho Jian didn't want to accept this condition at all. But now, he had no choice but to compromise. After all, the time given to them by the higher-ups is only 3 months. Tianyi Microelectronics can afford the delay, but they simply can't afford to delay. After listening to Ho Jian's words, Nyozwa did not show any emotion and said calmly, no need to talk about it. Just flip the table. Ho Jian. Turn over the table? Ho Jian was a little overwhelmed. Dean, what did you just say? He couldn't help but confirm. It's not just Ho Jian. Yiping was also very surprised. Although, news has now come that Chen Hanqing has built a 2-meter lithography machine. But before confirming the authenticity of this news, so they decided to turn the table directly against Tianyi Microelectronics. Is it a bit too impulsive? Yiping wanted to speak up to dissuade him. But before he could finish his words, Niozwa responded. I say, there's no need to talk to Tianyi Microelectronics. Just flip the table. How dare you make such an outrageous request? Do you really think that China will be in trouble without them? What the hell? Niozwa cursed directly. During this period, Tianyi Microelectronics' actions had already made him very dissatisfied. Now, the dust has finally settled. Niozwa will not indulge Tianyi Microelectronics. At this moment, Ho Jian on the other end of the phone was completely dumbfounded. He doesn't understand. Why did Niozwa make such a decision? At one point, Ho Jian was even wondering, is this a new way of negotiation? In the end, Ho Jian just said a few perfunctory words. Looking at the hung-up phone, Ho Jian sighed and thought to himself, who are these people? It's too unreliable. He didn't intend to do what Niozwa said. The other side, China's highest military command post. In the office, Rong Haobo was talking on the phone. Okay, I'll arrange a transport plane immediately. Moreover, go to Deep City in person. We will definitely ensure the safety of the lithography machine. Chapter 86 tonight, live broadcast to take orders. Because this lithography machine is so important. After knowing the news, the superiors were not confident in letting Huawei transport the goods himself. Hence, this phone call. After hanging up the phone, Rong Haobo said to his secretary Qi Liang, contact Shunqing Huawei right now. Tell them that our military will take over the transportation of the lithography machines. Also, arrange a special plane to Shenzhen for me immediately. Qi Liang naturally understood the importance of lithography machines. He looked serious and responded without any hesitation. Yes. After saying that, Qi Liang turned and walked out. Wait until he leaves. Rong Haobo dialed the number of Zhongzhou Military Base. Zhongzhou Military Base. Chu Goen is in the office. Just then, the phone rang. After the call was connected, Chu Goen said, Hello. I am Chu Goen. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Comrade Chu Goen. I am Rong Haobo. Chu Goen's expression became serious. General Rong, what can I do for you? No extra crap. He asked directly. Chu Goen understood that Rong Haobo called him because he was definitely not idle. Your Zhongzhou military base should immediately send 2 military transport planes to the nearest airport to Yangqing. Arrange 10 more military transport vehicles to go to the Little Duck toy factory. Send a battalion of troops to escort them. We must ensure the safety of this transportation, and no accidents can occur. Rong Haobo said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Chu Goen was shocked. Little Duck toy factory? Directly dispatched 2 military transport planes. A battalion of troops was also mobilized. This is a big deal. Could it be that Director Chun has come up with something extraordinary again? He said in his heart. Without much thought, Chu Goen responded. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Chu Goen just thought of something. Could it be a photolithography machine? After this idea popped into my mind, Chu Goen's pupils suddenly dilated. I couldn't help but gasp. Nowadays, the fact that Chen Hanqing built 2 lithography machines is almost known to the entire internet. Chu Goen has been keeping an eye on Chen Hanqing. Naturally, I also know about this. Although, he was not like those netizens who questioned Chen Hanqing because of the words of some experts and believed that Chen Hanqing could not build a lithography machine. But he never thought that Chen Hanqing would be able to complete it in such a short time. He knows it very well. Distance EMP gun delivery. All in all, only 1 week has passed. Using this amount of time, we can develop 2 photolithography machines? This is simply a fantasy. If this happened to someone else, Chu Goen would definitely not believe it and might even think it was just a joke. But Chen Hanqing is different. It seems that there is nothing that Chen Hanqing cannot accomplish. Don't want to waste time. Chu Goen immediately gave the order. Not long after, 2 military transport planes took off from the Zhongzhou military base. This time, Chu Goen chose not Zhongqing Airport, but Anqing Airport, which is closer to Yangqing. 10 military transport vehicles also rushed to Yangqing. Following behind were 50 troop carriers. Sitting there are a battalion of 500 soldiers armed with live ammunition, walking on the road to Yangqing. These 60 military vehicles are a beautiful landscape. Along the way, people saw this scene and couldn't help but marvel. So many military vehicles. What are they doing? The one in front is a transport vehicle, and the one in the back is a troop carrier. It must be something important that requires such caution. Looking at the direction these military vehicles are heading, it seems they are heading to Yangqing? No way. I saw on the internet before that a large number of military vehicles were heading to Yangqing. What kind of weird things happened in that small place of Yangqing? The doubts in their hearts are destined to remain unanswered. 3 hours later, the military vehicles arrived in Yangqing. Drive directly to the entrance of the Little Duck toy factory. In advance, Chu Goen had already given instructions to the reinforced regiment guarding here. Wait until you see what you want to transport. Everyone was a little surprised. Originally, they thought that the military district was so serious, it must be something extraordinary. But now look, it seems to be just an ordinary iron box. Apart from being a little taller and longer, there is nothing surprising about it. However, even though I think so. However, the soldiers still followed the requirements and carefully loaded the iron box onto the transport vehicle. In this process, Chen Hanqing assisted throughout the process. This lithography machine is so huge. One transport truck can't even carry it all. Some splitting is needed. This process is very complicated. Those soldiers were simply not up to the task. It can only be Chen Hanqing who comes in person. 2 hours of busy work. Just barely done it. To ensure that the various parts of the lithography machine will not be damaged due to bumps. They are all packed in special wooden boxes. And the gaps are filled. Wait until the transport truck leaves. Chen Hanqing didn't even have time to catch his breath. Return to the room immediately. He didn't speak either. Just wait quietly. Not long after, the system prompt sounded in Chen Hanqing's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Manufacturing 2 photolithography machines. Reward, 1 million science and technology points. Science and technology points generated per second increased to 40 points. Although, I have been mentally prepared in advance. But when he heard this voice, Chen Hanqing couldn't help but be ecstatic. Originally, this was within Chen Hanqing's expectations. After completing this task, the technology value production capacity per second will most likely increase to 30 points. Unexpectedly, it doubled. It's 40 o'clock. This is great for Chen Hanqing. What a pleasant surprise. After a moment, Chen Hanqing's mood calmed down a little. He said in his heart, "Open your personal information panel." Then, a large amount of illusory information appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Hanqing. Age, 18. Mission, none. Technology value, 1890000. Technologies already mastered, 2 photolithography machine technology, electromagnetic pulse gun technology, upgraded drone technology, entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapon technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. After 5 days of accumulation, plus the 1 million technology points rewarded by the system for completing the task just now. Now, Chen Hanqing's technology value reserves have reached 18.9 million. Chen Hanqing suddenly felt that he was getting better. However, when he opened the system mall, when I saw that the technology value required to exchange materials for building star destroyers was counted in billions, this feeling suddenly disappeared. The revolution has not yet succeeded. It seems that we need to keep working hard. Chen Hanqing sighed. Then, he began to think about taking the next order. Think for a moment. Chen Hanqing opened TikTok. During this period, due to online doubts, Chen Hanqing's number of fans not only did not increase, but decreased. It changed from the original 150 million to 130 million. However, Chen Hanqing didn't care. Now, the number of fans doesn't mean much to him. Technological value is the most important. Wait until his star destroyer takes off. As long as he is willing, everyone on the internet will become his fan. Without hesitation, Chen Hanqing changed his Douyin signature introduction to Live Order Taking Tonight. Chapter 87, Take Back Everything You Lost. After changing his signature, Chen Hanqing quit Douyin. During this period, we are trying to meet the construction deadline of the lithography machine. Chen Hanqing has been working at a high intensity. With the support of a super laboratory, it can greatly save time and improve work efficiency. But this still made Chen Hanqing feel very tired. Lie down on the single bed. Not long after, Chen Hanqing fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was, not long after changing the Douyin signature introduction, This incident quickly spread on the internet, attracting more and more people's attention. The little duck factory manager is ready to take orders again. The manufacturing of photolithography machines has failed, and the evil manufacturer has fallen from the altar. Topics like these quickly became hot searches. Moreover, more and more netizens are paying attention to it. Dominate multiple platforms. The top 5 hot searches on Douyin are all about Chun Hanqing. Below these topics, it's the overwhelming comments from netizens. No way. Why did the little duck factory manager accept another order? Didn't they say they would make photolithography machines? The 2 model ones? How come they're accepting orders again after such a short period of time? Have they given up on photolithography machines? I knew it was impossible to build a photolithography machine, and you're still bragging about developing 2. Now you're embarrassing yourself. Is it possible that Director Little Duck has already successfully manufactured the photolithography machine? Are you kidding me? In such a short time, you can build 2 lithography machines? Unless you have a problem with your brain, you wouldn't even have this idea. I have to say, this time, Director Little Duck is really going to be in big trouble. There are more and more voices questioning Chen Hanqing, even those ordinary netizens. Everyone knows that it is impossible to build a lithography machine in such a short time. For a time, black fans started to act violently. As for Chen Hanqing's supporters, he chose to remain silent. This is the situation now. Even if they wanted to defend Chen Hanqing, I don't even know how to start. Zhongzhou military base. Chu Goen is in the office. He looked solemn. Always keep an eye on the shipping situation. Now, the transport vehicle sent to Yangqing has arrived at Anqing Airport. Right at this moment, a rapid knock on the door interrupted Chu Goen's thoughts. Come in, Chu Goen said in a deep voice. Then, the office door opened. The secretary appeared at the door. Seeing the anxiety on the secretary's face, Chu Goen felt something was wrong. He couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. What happened? Chu Goen asked hurriedly. The first thing he thought of was the lithography machine that was being transported. Chu Goen is already starting to get anxious. What if something unexpected happens? Even he can't take the responsibility. The secretary wasted no time in responding. Chief, Director Chun has released the news. He's going to take orders again tonight. Hear this. Chu Goen's worries disappeared. Instead, there is excitement. Before, he was the most direct witness of the electromagnetic pulse gun made by Chen Hanqing. Its power is simply incredible. Just the electromagnetic pulse gun, as long as we can master its technology, can bring about earth-shaking changes in China's military strength. Moreover, the electromagnetic pulse gun also provided huge benefits to the Zhongzhou military base. In an instant, Chu Goen came to his senses. Without any hesitation, he ordered, "Quick! Immediately ask the comrades in the relevant departments of the military region to follow Director Chen's account. As soon as he goes live, start issuing orders immediately." The secretary nodded. Yes. After saying that, just as he was about to go out, suddenly another question came to my mind. Turning around, he looked at Chu Goen and asked, "Commander, what are we ordering this time?" Chu Goen was also stunned. He really hasn't thought about this question. However, he did not think too much and said, "As long as it's military-related, anything is fine. Remember, don't just say it's arms, think of a suitable reason." Chu Goen was very familiar with Chen Hanqing's style of taking orders. Although it is made of arms, but you must never admit it. Like an electromagnetic pulse gun. When it came out of the little duck toy factory, its full name should have been electromagnetic pulse mosquito killer gun. However, the function of killing mosquitoes has been ignored. As for the power of ordering products, Chu Goen was not worried at all. As long as you dare to say it, then Director Chun can make it. The secretary nodded and agreed again. Without saying much, he went out to make arrangements. Shinnong military base. After Tianjin knew that Chen Hanqing was going to take another order, the reaction was even more excited than Chu Goen. The opportunity has finally come. Last time, Chu Goen got the best of luck. This time, it will definitely be my turn. Tianjin sighed. The excitement is simply hard to suppress. The secretary is nearby. Did not speak. His expression was somewhat complicated. I don't agree with what Tianjin said in my heart. The secretary knows. Last time, even if Director Chen didn't accept the order from the Zhongzhou military base, it probably wouldn't be their turn. Tianjin's reason? It's really too clumsy. However, even though I think so, but the secretary didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, he will definitely suffer the consequences. After expressing my feelings, Tianjin added. Notify them. Let everyone in the Network Information Department be prepared. Once Director Chun starts broadcasting, all according to my instructions. This time, I will definitely win. Secretary. He remembered the fear he felt the last time he was dominated by Tianjin. What pregnant women want laser guns? What old people want laser guns? That's all. If it's still like this time, then Chen Hanqing's order is destined to remain out of their reach. The secretary hesitated for a long time and finally decided to persuade. Well, Chief, I think we should discuss this with everyone. After all, if we pool our wisdom, we might be able to come up with a better solution. He tried to speak as tactfully as possible. Although Tianjin's military talent is beyond doubt. Among all the military district heads, he is definitely one of the best, and he has fought many brilliant battles. But in terms of human relations, after all, it is still too lacking. But even so, after hearing what the secretary said, Tianjin still frowned. Discuss? What are you discussing? If they come up with any bad ideas again, you delay Director Chun from taking our order. Are you responsible? Secretary. He really couldn't understand it. How could Tianjin have the nerve to say such a thing? It was obviously Tianjin's idea that was the bad one. You're still worried about others? Do you want to feel so good about yourself? However, this time, the secretary didn't say anything. He knew it very well. No matter what was said, Tianjin wouldn't listen. I could only nod. Okay, Chief. I'll arrange it right away. After saying this, the secretary turned and left. Only Tianjin was left in the office. His eyes were dancing with excitement. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This time, I will take back everything I lost. Chapter 88 China. Top secret. Not only the Zhengzhou military base and Shinong military base. Areas such as the Shenzhen military region and the 1st Navy region of China also received the same news. Their reactions were huge too. Today, Chen Hanqing's reputation has spread among various military regions in China. Everyone is waiting for Chen Hanqing to start broadcasting again. Chen Hanqing didn't know. It was just his decision. It caused such a sensation. Shanghai, Tianyi Microelectronics headquarters. In the conference room, the people from Tianyi Microelectronics, represented by Xie Siming, are still negotiating with Hou Jian and others. Although Hou Jian had already wavered before and had the idea of agreeing to Tianyi Microelectronics' request. But after knowing Niu's decision to ask him to overturn the table, Hou Jian could only put this idea aside for the time being. Now, at the repeated request of everyone at the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Xie Siming finally wavered a little and was no longer so determined. It is planned that after the lithography machine is developed, the sales rights will be shared by Tianyi Microelectronics and the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. But he hadn't really made a decision yet. The door to the conference room opened. The figure of Xie Siming's secretary appeared in everyone's sight. Xie Siming frowned and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I tell you?" During the negotiation with the experts from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, no one is allowed to interrupt. The secretary hurriedly explained, "Thank you, Mr. Excuse me. There are things that cannot be decided at the company, and you need to handle it personally." Xie Siming's brows did not relax. Instead, the wrinkles became deeper. He looked at Hou Jian and others and said, "Academician Hou, I'm so sorry. How about we stop our discussion here for now? I will finish the company's business as soon as possible. We'll continue then." Even though Hou Jian was extremely reluctant, but Xie Siming has already said this. Helplessly, he nodded. Good. Then, Xie Siming gave a slight gesture and took the people from Tianyi Microelectronics out. Wait until you get back to the office. Xie Siming's expression changed immediately. The displeasure on his face due to being disturbed disappeared, and he returned to calmness. What he did just now was just for Hou Jian and others to see. No matter how the talk goes, you still have to have the right attitude. That's Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Unless absolute interests are involved, do not do it unless it is absolutely necessary. Xie Siming really didn't want to offend anyone completely. No time was wasted. Xie Siming asked, "What happened?" The secretary said, "Mr. Xie, it's like this." Next, she informed Xie Siming in detail about Chen Hanqing's reacceptance of orders and the reactions of netizens online. After listening to this, Xie Siming showed joy. So, the director of the so-called Little Duck Toy Factory, is the manufacturing of lithography machines a complete failure? This is really good news for him. Before, I witnessed Chen Hanqing's terrifying technology in creating mechas and drones. To say that they are not worried at all, it is simply impossible for Chen Hanqing to build a lithography machine. After all, from a business perspective, Tianyi Microelectronics and Chen Hanqing are competitors. But at this moment, Xie Siming's worries completely disappeared. Now, it can even be said that looking at the whole of China, no other company can pose a threat to Tianyi Microelectronics in the manufacturing of lithography machines. Huawei, Ren Hongfei, your retribution has come, Xie Siming said secretly. In addition, Xie Siming also has new plans for cooperation with the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Another 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, at the entrance of Huawei headquarters, Niu Zhuo, Rong Haobo, Ren Hongfei, and a group of experts from Huazhong University of Science and Technology are standing solemnly. Originally, Niu Zhuo was very dissatisfied when he saw Rong Haobo joining in the fun. However, now, he had no intention of arguing with Rong Haobo anymore. Just because. Photolithography machine. It's coming soon. Niu Zhuo, Rong Haobo, and Ren Hongfei were all very nervous. This lithography machine is very important to China. It can even be said to be the hope of China. Even if I believe in Chen Hanqing, still can't help but get nervous. The atmosphere is constantly fermenting. The scene was very quiet. No one made a sound. Just wait quietly. Only the thumping sound of their hearts beating in their chests kept echoing in their ears. Finally, after a moment, 10 transport vehicles appeared in their sight. In front and behind these transporters, there are more than 20 troop carriers for protection. These military vehicles were mobilized by the Shenzhen military region under the order of Rong Haobo. It is still the same configuration as when explaining the Zhongzhou military base. See this scene. Everyone's eyes became hot. My breathing also started to become rapid. His eyes were fixed on the 10 transport trucks. The transport truck drove directly to the entrance of Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory. Soldiers in charge start unloading the truck. One huge wooden box after another was carried down. In this process, Niu Zhuo and others have been watching. Niu Zhuo would remind him from time to time, slow down, be gentle, be careful, don't break it. What are you doing? Pay attention. That feeling is exactly like that of a foreman exploiting the workers. Rong Haobo and Ren Hongfei knew what was in these boxes. I don't care about this. They all thought that what Niu Zhuo did was very reasonable. Even Rong Haobo would say a few words from time to time. But the experts from Huazhong University of Science and Technology who accompanied them, it's different. They don't know what is on the transport truck. Regarding Niu Zhuo and Rong Haobo's reactions, they all felt very confused. So what? What on earth could make these two big guys treat it so seriously? Finally, those wooden boxes were placed in designated locations in the laboratory. As for those soldiers, Rong Haobo did not let them leave immediately. Instead, he ordered them to guard outside the Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory. Now the experts are even more curious. I can't help but look forward to what important items are in the box. In the laboratory, there were only the 3 of them and those experts. Niu Zhuo finally decided to speak. His eyes first scanned everyone. His expression became extremely serious. From the look in his eyes, you can still vaguely sense the excitement that flashes across your mind from time to time. Everyone, what you are about to hear is China's top secret at the moment. Before the country decides to announce the news, it must not be spread outside. Otherwise, you will definitely be subject to the most severe legal sanctions. Everyone's expressions also became serious. Although, it is still unclear what exactly is involved this time. However, as academicians and experts of HUSD, many of the projects they come into contact with need to be kept confidential. But it's not as cautious as this time. Therefore, I am not unfamiliar with this process. Everyone nodded silently. See this? Niu Zhuo no longer hesitated. Directly. Here is a photolithography machine. The first one, 2 photolithography machines. Chapter 89. Not suitable for children, too violent. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. It seems like my breathing has stopped at this moment. A moment later, they finally recovered a little. Suddenly, exclamations rang out. What? There are actually 2 photolithography machines installed in here? How is this possible? Where did this lithography machine come from? Could it be that Director Chen really succeeded? That's impossible. While talking, when they looked at the stacked wooden boxes again, the expression has changed, even though it feels a little unreal. But these experts also know it in their hearts. Nyozwa would never joke about such things. Gradually, they all had to accept this fact. Then, their eyes became extremely hot. Now, they finally understand. Why was Nyozwa so cautious and serious just now? That's a photolithography machine. No matter how serious you are, it's never too serious. Nyozwa was not surprised by the crowd's reaction. It's not just these experts. Even though he already knew the truth, he still couldn't contain his excitement. Everyone. Next, we will start installing and debugging the lithography machine. Be extremely careful. No accidents must happen. Thank you for your hard work. Nyozwa spoke again. Hearing this, all the experts hurriedly shook their heads and said something like, "It's not hard. Be able to witness the first 2D lithography machine in China, or even the world, and participate in its assembly and debugging. Before this was something they didn't even dare to think about. This is also an honor for them." Then, without further delay, everyone started working together. Using equipment from Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory, start unpacking the lithography machine. Just as Nyozwa explained, they were extremely careful with every move, afraid of any mistakes. Even if it is just a reinstallation, it still takes a lot of time. But fortunately, Chun Hanqing also included a product manual. Follow the guidelines. Can save time greatly. Time flies. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In Shenzhen Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory, assembly work is still ongoing. Moreover, it is expected to take a long time to complete. At the same time, Shanghai, Tianyi Microelectronics headquarters, Xie Siming, Ho Jin and others, gathered in the meeting room again. A new round of cooperation negotiations on the joint development of lithography machines has begun. Thank you, Mr. We at the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology have no objection to the results of the last discussion. We can prepare to sign the contract. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Ho Jian spoke first. As the head of the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Moreover, he is also the representative of this cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics. Ho Jian has the right to decide the content of the cooperation. It is not necessary to follow Nyozwa's requirements. However, after listening to Ho Jian's words, Xie Siming did not nod in agreement, but looked embarrassed. Seeing this, Ho Jian couldn't help but frown. Originally, when the meeting was stopped midway, he felt something was wrong. Later, Ho Jian also saw the news that Chun Hanqing was preparing to take orders again. He became more and more certain. Something unexpected might happen. Now, seeing this situation, Ho Jian knew that he had really predicted it right. Ho Jian did not speak. With lips tightly pursed, he waited. Finally, after a moment, Xie Siming spoke. Academician Ho. I'm so sorry. I'm afraid we can't agree to the conditions of your Institute of Optoelectronics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This made Ho Jian a little annoyed. However, he still patiently asked. So, Mr. Xie, how is it? This time, Xie Siming did not hesitate and said directly. Tianyi Microelectronics cannot share the sales rights of photolithography machines with the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It must be owned by Tianyi Microelectronics. Academician Ho, you also know this. The development of the 28-meter lithography machine is extremely difficult. If we want to completely break through the technology and put it into production in a short period of time, the research and development funds required are an astronomical figure. Subsequent production and sales are also costs. Tianyi Microelectronics must ensure the normal operation of the company. Please understand. After listening to Xie Siming's words, Ho Jian's face became very gloomy. How could he not know? Things like our funds and sales costs are just excuses. Xie Siming and his people just want to take advantage of the situation. The sales rights of lithography machines are completely in the hands of Tianyi Microelectronics. The atmosphere at the scene became silent. Everyone at the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology was very angry and aggrieved. Right now, they really have the urge to overturn the table. The other side, Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Chun Hanqing has packed up and is ready to start broadcasting. After an afternoon rest, Chun Hanqing is already full of energy. Then, Chun Hanqing no longer hesitated. Just click on the TikTok live broadcast. Moment. Countless netizens flocked into the live broadcast room. The number of simultaneous viewers reached 500,000. These netizens are all waiting in advance, just waiting for Chun Hanqing to start broadcasting. Moreover, This number is still increasing. Just a few minutes. It's breaking the 1 million mark. In the comment section, there are also many comments. I've been waiting so long. The Little Duck Factory director is finally on air. I want to place an order. Catwoman robot, Godfather, biological father. It's my turn this time. You still have the nerve to broadcast? Didn't you say you would build 2 lithography machines? Why don't you build them? Both the electromagnetic pulse gun and the lithography machine failed. It seems that this Little Duck Factory manager is just SOSO. He is not as powerful as he is said to be on the internet. Don't criticize me, haters. Director Little Duck has built new energy vehicles, mechas, and drones. Even these 2 mistakes are not something you can mock. Director Chun, I'm a single mother. I have to work 20 jobs, 18 hours a day, to take care of 3 children. My child's birthday is coming soon. I want to order a laser gun as a birthday gift. I hope Director Chun can accept the order. Chun Hanqing didn't care about these comments. He just looked at the screen and said calmly, brothers, if you want to order anything, you can type it on the public screen. If it's suitable, the anchor will accept the order. Please note that this factory is just a toy factory and only accepts orders for civilian toys. Regarding Chen Hanqing's last words, no one believes it now. The number of people in the live broadcast room, more and more. But Chen Hanqing was not happy about it. I've seen so much. He found no suitable order. Either it is not suitable for children, or it is too violent. The most annoying one is the one called Tianyi. What's with the laser gun that keeps flashing? It was him last time. It's him again this time. The atmosphere of the entire live broadcast room has been somewhat disrupted. Chen Hanqing decided not to endure it any longer. Tap the screen. Kick that Tianyi out. Chapter 90. Taking orders. Underwater robots. Shinnong military base. Tianjun was staring at the screen. Next to him, the secretary was facing the computer, typing quickly. It shouldn't be like this. Director Chun should have seen the message we sent a long time ago. Why haven't you accepted the order yet? Tianjin murmured in confusion. After hearing what he said, the secretary really didn't know how to comment. Still the same way. Still the same taste. In fact, it's the same account. It would be strange if Director Chun could accept it. However, even though I think so. But the secretary didn't dare to say this to attack Tianjun. I can only suppress this thought silently in my heart. This time, I tried to say that I was a beggar begging on the street and was often bullied. I wanted to buy a laser gun for self-defense. Tianjun didn't notice anything was wrong and continued talking. Secretary, he really can't stand it. What kind of beggar needs a laser gun for self-defense? What kind of crappy excuses are these? How can this be a beggar? Terrorists are almost there. Seeing that the secretary was slow to move, Tianjun couldn't help but frowned and urged. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and send it out. The secretary finally couldn't help it and said, Commander, is this really okay? Tianjun responded in confusion. What's wrong with that? As long as Director Chun can take the order, it's all good. The secretary wanted to say, it would be strange if I could accept the order. However, after thinking about it, he held back the words. Prepare to change to a more tactful idea. But before he could think it through, on the computer screen, the picture changes. The live broadcast room no longer exists. Instead, there is a message prompt. You have been kicked out of the live broadcast room due to inappropriate remarks. Look at these words. Both of them were dumbfounded. The atmosphere in the office became awkward. Tianjun was completely stunned. He really didn't expect that something like this would happen. Kick out of the live broadcast room? It shouldn't be like that. I haven't even used any strength yet. How come I got kicked? Director Chun must have made a mistake. Tianjun was unwilling to accept it. The secretary beside him listened. The only choice is silence. Is it too late to make any effort yet? Fortunately, if you exert force, the account must not be blocked directly. Chief, there are other comrades, and we still have a chance. After thinking for a moment, the secretary comforted him. Although Tianjun felt very uncomfortable, but he could only nod. Just when the secretary thought that the matter would be over, Tianjun suddenly said, No, I don't feel comfortable letting them operate it. I have to go and see. As he spoke, Tianjun hurried out of the office. The secretary is now completely speechless. He could imagine what would happen next. This time, it's completely over. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Chen Hanqing is really impatient now. Just now, after kicking that field, he originally thought that the matter would end there. But what Chen Hanxing didn't expect was, in the live broadcast room, many comments appeared that were very similar to Tianye's style. It's the same tone. In the end, they will all point to the laser guns. It's obvious that it's operated by the same person. This made Chen Hanxing very angry. He felt that he was provoked. So, Chen Hanxing simply kicked everyone he saw. There were dozens of kicks in total. The live broadcast room finally became a little quieter. Chen Hanxing stared at the comments section. Although there are many comments, but Chen Hanxing really didn't see any suitable orders. Just when he thought that he might not receive any orders today, suddenly, a comment caught Chen Hanxing's eyes. Director Chen, I am a fishing boat captain and would like to order an underwater robot toy model to check underwater conditions and repair fishing boats. The person who sent this message was a netizen named Bayu. This made Chen Hanxing's eyes light up. Fishing boat captain. Underwater robot. Special note, this is a toy model. All of this was in line with Chen Hanxing's expectations. He did not hesitate and said directly, My dear Bayu netizen, I have accepted your order. Hearing this, at this moment, millions of netizens in the live broadcast room became excited. Fuck, who is it? Who is the lucky guy? I saw it. This time, it's an underwater robot. Director Little Duck is so confused. Aren't the lessons learned from the previous 2 times enough? Why does he still want to accept such a difficult order? Underwater robot? I'm really looking forward to what Director Little Duck can do this time. Zhongzhou Military Base. Now, Chu Goen is laughing like crazy. Although Chen Hanxing did not accept their order, Chu Goen felt very regretful. But this is too funny. Tianjun's behavior is really funny. As a competitor, Chu Goen has been paying attention to the situation on Tianjun's side. The account of Shenong Military Base is easy to identify. Anyone with a laser gun must be it. In this process, seeing that the comments on Shenong Military Base are getting fewer and fewer, Chu Goen thought that they must have been kicked. What Director Chen did this time was really great. That guy Tianjun is probably going to collapse. Chu Goen couldn't help but sigh. The more this happened, the happier he was. Shenong Military Base. Tianjun's face now looks extremely ugly. It shouldn't be like this. Why is this happening? He kept frowning and muttering to himself. I really can't understand it. What is going on? Why did Chen Hanxing kick them out? Just 1 or 2 accounts. It could also be called a coincidence. But if this happens in large quantities, there must be a problem. Chief. The secretary couldn't help it and prepared to speak. Just now, Tianjun left the office. He followed. But in the end, he failed to stop Tianjun. After a moment's silence, the secretary continued. Could it be because there is something wrong with our words? Hearing this, Tianjun was stunned. His eyes became confused. This moment, he really began to doubt himself. But this feeling didn't last long. Tianjun's eyes became clear again. He began to speak. Impossible. The tone is very firm. Seeing this, the secretary gave up struggling. Tired. That's it. Who else can persuade this? Qing City, Luzhou Province. China's first naval base. At this time, the person in charge, Chao Jing, was full of excitement. Just now, it was he who had someone place the order for the underwater robot. Unexpectedly, Chen Hanxing actually accepted the order. Before this, Chao Jing had already clearly understood the process of Chen Hanxing taking orders. After reacting, he quickly thought about what kind of request he would make later. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. After confirming the order, Chen Hanxing no longer hesitated and said to the screen, This Bayu netizen who posted the order. Excuse me, are you available to connect now? I need to confirm with you the details of the underwater robot. Chao Jing naturally would not refuse and directly posted a comment in response. Convenient. Seeing this, Chen Hanxing directly clicked on the connection option. Just like Chu Goen last time, Chao Jing's identity is too sensitive. Did not show face. Before Chen Hanxing could speak, Chao Jing spoke first. Director Chen, I'm sorry, it's not convenient for me to show my face right now. Please don't take it as an offense. Chen Hanxing didn't care and just nodded. Then he asked, Do you have any requirements for underwater robots? After saying that, he emphasized this specifically for fear that the Bayu netizen would not be able to let go. Just ask. Anything is fine. Chapter 91. Can't Director Chen see that there is a problem? Hearing this, Chao Jing did not hesitate and said immediately, Director Chen, I don't have too many requirements for this underwater robot. The diving depth must be below 1,000 meters. We can carry out underwater repair operations, Director Chin. As you know, when we carry out marine activities, the thing we fear most is that the ship has problems. It has to be fast, have a long endurance, and have a large combat range. This is very important. Also, it would be best if we could evade radar detection and avoid being detected and intercepted by other ships. It would be best if it had a self-destruct device, so that even if someone gets it, they can't use it. When it comes to self-destruction, the more powerful it is, the better. In the end, Xiao Jing himself felt a little guilty. However, he explained these performance requirements for underwater robots. However, that statement is really too far-fetched. After listening to what he said, before Chen Hanqing could express his opinion, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't hold it anymore. No, why do I feel like there's something wrong with this underwater robot? When it's self-destructing, the more powerful it is, the better. Is this really for fishing boats? Don't pretend. This must be military. You use this to trick the little duck factory manager? Do you really think he's a fool? Inside China's first naval base, Xiao Jing and a group of senior naval officials were all looking at the screen at this time. Their eyes were filled with worry. Everyone also knows that the netizens' suspicions are not unreasonable. At this time, Chen Hanqing had not responded yet. Xiao Jing couldn't help but speak. Director Chen, is there a problem? Chen Hanqing on the screen did not answer directly, but asked, is that all? Even with these, Xiao Jing was afraid that Chen Hanqing would not agree. Naturally, I didn't dare to make any other requests. So, after hearing Chen Hanqing's words, he responded immediately without any hesitation. Yes, that's all. This time, Chen Hanqing did not think about it and said directly, okay. If that's okay, I'll give you a quote. Hearing this, Xiao Jing was stunned. Chen Hanqing's response was really beyond his expectations. It made Xiao Jing a little dazed. Do you agree now? Isn't this a bit too refreshing? No more questions? However, Xiao Jing reacted quickly and replied, good. Immediately afterwards, joy and excitement filled his heart. This one's a sure thing. At this point, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Does the little duck factory manager know what he is doing? What happened to the agreement that we would only accept civilian orders? Does this count as a civilian order? Why do I feel like I'm being played? Director Little Duck is so stupid. He even dared to accept this order. He is really getting more and more arrogant. All netizens were very puzzled about Chen Hanqing's actions. However, Chen Hanqing ignored it. It's really just calculating the quote carefully. It didn't take long for Chen Hanqing to have the answer in his mind. He wasted no time. Direct announcement. This underwater robot order will cost 18 million. My friend Bayu, is this price acceptable to you? Xiao Jing certainly would not refuse. He immediately said, totally acceptable. As long as Chen Hanqing can build an underwater robot that satisfies them. Don't even mention 18 million. Even if it's just 800 million, there's no problem. Regarding Chen Hanqing's skills, Xiao Jing had no doubts. He is already looking forward to what kind of surprise Chen Hanqing will bring him. Okay, after the live broadcast ends, I'll send you the bank account number. You need to pay all the money at once. This production process will take about a week. Please note that all items produced by our factory are toy models. They are not recommended for any other purpose besides viewing. If any accident is caused by improper operation of the seller, our factory will not be responsible. Chen Hanqing said, although I know that no one believes this anymore. But he still reminded. Anyway, he has said everything that needs to be said. As for whether others believe it or not, what does it have to do with him? At this time, netizens were going crazy in the comments section of the live broadcast room. Do you have to be so realistic? It's come to this, and you still call it a toy factory? If it was before, I would definitely think that the host was a profiteer if he ordered an underwater robot for 18 million. But now, I can only look forward to seeing how powerful the underwater robot he built will be. Regardless of the reactions of netizens, the purpose of Chen Hanqing's live broadcast this time has been achieved. He didn't hesitate for a second. Download at the speed of light. Open your personal information panel. In the room, Chen Hanqing said secretly. Then, a large amount of illusory information appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Hanqing. Age, 18. Mission, build an underwater robot. Technology value, 21 million. Technologies already mastered. 2 photolithography machine technology, electromagnetic pulse gun technology, upgraded drone technology, entry-level mecha technology, super-doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapon technology, aerospace mothership technology, Dyson sphere technology. The system interface shows that the order for the underwater robot has been successfully received. Chun Hanqing was completely relieved. According to his understanding, this system does not mean that you can succeed by just accepting any task. Its requirements must be met. Otherwise, Qin Hanqing could just take on simple tasks to increase the technological production capacity per second. After adding the contact information of the netizen named Bayu, Chun Hanqing sent him the bank card account number. Not long after, I received a notification that 18 million had arrived in my account. Then, Chun Hanqing opened the system mall. Quickly lock onto the target. Advanced version of underwater combat robot technology can be exchanged for 900,000 science points. Do you want to exchange? It is simply impossible for ordinary underwater robots to meet the requirements of the Bayou netizen. Therefore, Chun Hanqing specially chose the underwater combat robot. Chun Hanqing was not worried whether doing so would arouse suspicion, as long as he doesn't say it. Who knows whether this underwater robot is capable of combat? As for the netizen named Bayou, Chun Hanqing was not stupid and could naturally see that something was wrong. However, Chun Hanqing didn't care. Then, Chun Hanqing said without hesitation, "Yes." As technology value is deducted, a stream of information flooded into Chun Hanqing's mind. Wait until this information is fully digested. Chun Hanqing has completely mastered the method of manufacturing underwater combat robots. Then, Chun Hanqing spent another 500,000 technology points to exchange for materials for manufacturing underwater combat robots. Now, it's already night. Chun Hanqing did not start manufacturing immediately. Prepare to start again at dawn. Shinnong Military Base. That by must be Chao Jing, captain of the fishing boat? Underwater robot? What kind of bullshit excuse is this? Can't Director Chun see that there's a problem? Chapter 92. Is this lithography machine sure to be normal? Tianjun couldn't help but roar. He really couldn't accept it. Moreover, he believed from the bottom of his heart that Chao Jing and the others' reasons could not compare at all with what he thought. Tianjun couldn't understand. Why didn't Chun Hanqing accept his order? I also kicked out most of his accounts. When it came to Chao Jing, he readily accepted the order. Should we treat them differently? The secretary and others on the side. After hearing Tianjun's words, everyone fell silent. Now, they have completely given up the idea of persuading Tianjun. After a moment, Tianjun's mood finally eased a little. His eyes flickered and he said, "We still have a chance. In a week, Director Chun will take orders again. From now on, think about me. No matter what method. Next time, we must ask Director Chun to take our order." Not long after, the news that Chun Hanqing had accepted another order to build an underwater robot spread on the internet. Although, because of the photolithography machine and electromagnetic pulse gun, Chun Hanqing's credibility has been greatly reduced compared to before. However, the topic about Chun Hanqing is still very hot. Bald Eagle, National Science and Technology Foundation. Lewis Simpson is in his office. After listening to Secretary Tai Luan's report on Chun Hanqing's second order, he smiled and said with emotion, "Oh, that's true. I knew this would be the outcome. The Chinese are still as arrogant and stupid as ever. They still want to develop a 2-meter lithography machine? This is simply impossible." After hearing this, Secretary Tai Luan did not speak. Although he did not agree with Lewis Simpson's previous behavior of looking down on China, but Tyron also didn't think that the director of the Little Duck Toy Factory could really build a 2-meter lithography machine. "Mr. Simpson, what should we do next?" Tyron asked. Lewis Simpson thought for a moment, then said, "I will communicate with the Platinum Palace. Please ask them to continue to put pressure on China. Go contact the Watson City Daily. Let them criticize China for the issue of the 2 photolithography machines." After a brief pause, he continued, "This time, China is finished." As he spoke, excitement appeared on Lewis Simpson's face. Put yourself in Lewis Simpson's shoes. There is nothing wrong with drawing this conclusion. There is no support from lithography machines. In addition, the Bald Eagle has imposed a blockade on China in terms of chips. China's industry will definitely suffer a huge blow, enough to drag China into a huge crisis. Tyron did not object. He nodded in response. Clear. After saying that, he turned around and went out to make arrangements. The next day, the front page headline of Watson City Daily read, "Overestimating their capabilities. China actually wants to build 2 photolithography machines." In this report, criticizing China's top technology as useless. Finally, he said, Without the advanced technological support from the United States and the West, led by the bald eagle, China's industry will regress by at least 50 years. As soon as the news came out, it caused a huge sensation in the international community. Those countries that originally stood on the opposite side of China, they all stood up and responded. For a time, China was pushed to the forefront. Everyone is waiting for China's response. However, time flies. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Chinese authorities have not made any move. This behavior not only failed to make countries like the bald eagle restrain themselves, instead, it makes them even more rampant. Even say it can't last more than 3 months. China will definitely take the initiative to make peace with them. Request an end to this blockade. Shenzhen City. Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory. After these few days of hard work, the assembly and debugging of the lithography machine has finally been completed. 3 days. Looks very long. But in fact, if this news gets out, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. The lithography machine is not other equipment. Take the Dutch company Alma, for example. They produce and sell lithography machines. After it is transported to the destination, the time just for installation and deployment is at least half a year. In this time span, 3 days, it's nothing, can be completed in such a short time. It's a miracle. At this time, Niu Zhuo, Rong Haobo, Ren Hongfei, and a group of experts were all in the Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory. Look at the 2 photolithography machines in front of you. Their expressions were quite complicated. Nothing but excitement and thrill. There is still a hint of doubt. The lithography machine in front of them is not quite the same as they imagined. It looks like an iron box the size of a bus. In some places, you can even see traces of welding. It is very different from the lithography machines they have seen before, full of loser temperament. Dean, is this lithography machine really reliable? One expert couldn't help but say. However, he participated in the installation of the lithography machine throughout the process. I also saw the precision parts involved, but it is still out of control and I have this doubt. Nio's eyes flickered and he said, "It will be fine." His tone, full of determination. While saying this, the confusion in Nio's expression, it has completely disappeared. He chose to believe Chen Hanqing. "Are you all ready?" Then Nio asked. The expert nodded. "Everything is ready." Nio took a deep breath and his expression became solemn. "Then let's start the test. This is the highlight." Everyone held their breath. "Just wait." An expert took out a 12-inch silicon wafer that had been prepared in advance. This is the main material for producing chips. About 500 chips can be produced on a 12-inch silicon wafer. A photolithography machine can produce about 50 chips per hour. At this rate, that is, it takes 10 hours to use up just one silicon wafer. Moreover, this is the production capacity of 5 chips. Chips have not yet appeared and production capacity cannot be estimated. But everyone thinks that the manufacturing time must be longer than 5 chips. In Nio's heart, he would be satisfied if the chip production capacity could reach 20 pieces per hour. Follow the product instructions provided by Chen Hanqing. The silicon wafer is sent into the photolithography machine. After adjusting the parameters, the lithography machine starts running. You can see a blue beam of light flashing non-stop. The silicon wafer below is constantly moving under the traction of the machine. Everyone stared at the operating lithography machine. Not even a moment. The tension in my heart continues to spread. But gradually, everyone noticed something was wrong. In that lithography machine, the blue light flashes faster and faster. The chips below are all leaving afterimages. Everyone was stunned. How things are developing. Why is it different from what they imagined? Such a fast speed. It was beyond their understanding. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Is this lithography machine sure to be normal? Chapter 93, 100% yield rate. Dean, what is going on? Finally, an expert couldn't help asking. Everyone's eyes turned to Nio. At this time, Nio was also very confused. He replied unhappily. "How should I know?" Nio was in mixed mood. Although, he was not researching optoelectronics. But it can be seen. This is definitely not normal. See this. Everyone sensed that Nio was in a bad mood. No one spoke again to bring bad luck. At this time, Ren Hongfei pondered for a moment and said, "Is it possible that the parameters of this lithography machine were adjusted incorrectly?" The expert in charge of the operation shook his head. "No, I just followed the instructions. Also, I have been engaged in the research of photolithography machines for many years. There's no way you're going to make that kind of basic mistake." Ren Hongfei nodded. No longer speak. Turn your eyes to the lithography machine where the blue light flashes at an increasingly higher frequency. His eyes flickered, and he couldn't help thinking, could it be that this lithography machine really was made by Director Chen? Is there something wrong with it? In fact, it's not just Ren Hongfei. Everyone has this doubt in their mind. Faced with this situation, no matter how much they believe in Chen Hanqing, this kind of thought will arise. The atmosphere in the laboratory became depressing. No one spoke. Just wait quietly. The soft sound of the photolithography machine continued to echo in their ears. Not only did it not ease their emotions, on the contrary, it is even more unbearable. Finally, an hour passed. This hour seemed as long as a century to them. Just when they were about to lose control, the lithography machine actually stopped working. Everyone was stunned. No one knows what is going on. They all looked at each other in silence. There is worry in their eyes. Niozwa took a deep breath. Look at what's happening with chip manufacturing. Before, when Niozwa saw that something was wrong with the lithography machine, he still had hope. After all, based on past experience, it was only natural that the things Chen Hanqing made were different from usual. But now, Niozwa is almost in despair. There are two situations when the lithography machine stops. Either it is done by photolithography, or there is a malfunction. It takes only 1 hour to complete the lithography of a 12-inch silicon wafer. Niozwa didn't dare to think about it at all. This is simply impossible. Most likely, something went wrong. Here Niozwa's instructions. The expert did not refuse. After nodding, start the operation. Walk to the photolithography machine. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. How is this possible? This sound is like thunder. It directly broke the original atmosphere of the laboratory. Everyone looked over. This time, before Niozwa could speak, Rong Haobo asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" The expert who went to check it out did not answer immediately. His face was full of disbelief, staring with eyes fixed. It seems to be confirming something. See this? Everyone's breathing became rapid. Seeing that the expert was silent, Niozwa couldn't bear it any longer. You fucking say it. What's going on? His heart was beating like crazy. I feel a dry mouth. This sound made the expert come to his senses. He turned and looked at Niozwa. His eyes were wide open. Speak. Dean. That 12-inch silicon wafer. It's been used up. Moment. Everyone felt as if something hit their chest. For a moment, no sound could be uttered. After a long time, everyone's emotions calmed down a little. Suddenly, exclamations and sighs arose. What? Did I hear wrong? It's only been an hour. How is this possible? What kind of divine speed is this? I thought this lithography machine would be faster than the others, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. If this is true, then this lithography machine is at least 50 years ahead of the world. Niozwa and Rong Haobo didn't say anything. However, the excitement in their eyes is enough to highlight their mood at the moment. The excitement in my heart is even greater than those experts. Finally, after a long time, the discussions gradually died down. The experts present turned their attention to Niozwa again, waiting for him to make the next deployment. Niozwa naturally knew what they were thinking. No time was wasted. He spoke directly. Find out the number of chips. Send it for testing. Find out the yield rate. The experts nodded. This is the most important step. They started collaborating. Every move was made with great caution. In advance, everyone had already put on dust-free clothing. Chip manufacturing is a very sophisticated industry. Even if it's just a tiny speck of dust, it may have a huge impact. The environment of the workshop where this lithography machine is located has very high requirements. Next, Niozwa, Rong Haobo, and Ren Hongfei did not continue to wait here. They walked out of the lithography workshop and the laboratory. Take off the clean clothes and wait in the office. No one spoke. None of them were in any mood for conversation. Before the test results come out, their hearts are all hanging. Finally, more than an hour later, the office door was pushed open suddenly. An expert appears at the door. There was excitement on his face. Niozwa and the other two have been waiting for this moment. They stood up suddenly. Look at the expert. Niozwa asked. What are the test results? The expert could hardly control his emotions. Trembling, he said. Dean, a 12-inch silicon wafer produced a total of 550 chips. After careful investigation, we found that it is indeed processed too. The chip yield rate has reached. Speaking of this, his voice paused slightly, swallowed. Then he continued. Achieved. 100%. Boom. Nyozwa only felt these few words. It seems like a bombshell. It exploded directly in his mind. In an instant, he seemed to have lost the ability to think. There is only a blank in my mind. His standing body kept shaking. That's what the expert saw. Can't help but feel a little worried. Dino is about the same age. If you are not careful, he was sent away directly because he was too excited. That would be bad. In fact, it's not just Nyozwa. Ronghaobua and even Ren Hongfei are in this state. Fortunately, what the expert worried about did not happen. After a while, Nyozwa and the other two came to their senses. Academician Chen, you really gave us a big surprise. With this lithography machine, the rise of China's core is unstoppable. The conspiracy of the bald eagle and other Western powers is doomed to fail. Nyozwa spoke word by word. This is not the first time Nyozwa has said this. This period of time, Nyozwa and others have been under constant pressure. China is facing a huge crisis. This is a war without gunpowder. These experts are the key to victory or defeat this time. Now, Chun Hanqing directly helps China secure victory. How could Nyozwa not be excited? When saying these words, Nyozwa's eyes were turning red uncontrollably. Chapter 94. Explanation? Don't worry. The other three people present also nodded. At this moment, their respect for Chun Hanqing reached a new level. Ren Hongfei's expression flashed. There was a storm in my heart. As the orderer of 2 lithography machines, his feelings are stronger than others. An idea came to Ren Hongfei's mind uncontrollably. Is Director Chen really omnipotent? It only took less than a week. Starting from scratch, we developed 2 photolithography machines. Not only that, it also increases the production efficiency of lithography machines tenfold. The yield rate is raised to 100%. This was something Ren Hongfei had never dared to imagine before. Huawei was a company that was targeted for sanctions by the bald eagle a long time ago. We have been committed to the research and development of lithography machines. Ren Hongfei is very clear about the difficulty of manufacturing lithography machines. It's no exaggeration to say, the achievements achieved by Chun Hanqing changed to someone else. It can never be completed in a lifetime. The production capacity reaches 550 chips per hour. That's 13,200 yuan a day. That's more than 4.8 million yuan a year. This quantity, it can almost meet China's current demand for the most advanced chips. Not to mention, as long as you have the technology of these 2 photolithography machines, you can totally draw a cat by copying a tiger. The difficulty of producing lithography machines such as 14 and 28 will be greatly reduced. It can almost be asserted that it will be conquered within a short period of time. China's dilemma in chips. It's completely resolved. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Come in, Ronghaobua said. Got granted. The office door was pushed open. Yiping appeared at the door. He felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the office. But after a brief pause, he said, General Rong, General Ran, I have something to report to the dean. He said hello first. Only after getting Ronghaobua's tacit consent did he completely walk in. The pressure when facing Ronghaobua is much greater than when facing Nyozwa. Nyozwa is just a scientific research expert. But Ronghaobua was a true military leader who had led battles involving hundreds of thousands of people and whose words could decide the lives and deaths of countless people. Go to the left side of the cow. Yiping didn't waste any time and said directly, Dean, Academician Ho Jian called again just now. He said that if you don't say anything, he will sign a contract with Tianyi Microelectronics. Nyozwa just responded calmly. Call Ho Jian right now. Shanghai, Tianyi Microelectronics headquarters. Now, Ho Jian is outside the conference room. His expression was very ugly. These days, people from the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, always suppressed by Tianyi Microelectronics. No matter what they say, Tianyi Microelectronics has not wavered at all. We must have all sales rights of 28 lithography machines. This made Ho Jian very uncomfortable. He really didn't want to accept this condition. However, as time goes by, Ho Jian became more and more anxious. The current situation is very unfavorable for the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Ho Jian had to make a decision. Only then did he call his secretary Yiping. Prepare to agree to Tianyi Microelectronics conditions. No matter what, the most important thing is to produce the 28 nanometer lithography machine first. No matter what, Tianyi Microelectronics would not dare to do anything detrimental to the entire China just for the sake of profit. Xie Siming is not that stupid. Just when Hou Jian thought that Niuzhua would not respond and was about to go back to the meeting room again, the phone alert sounded. He answered the call immediately, but before he could say anything, Niuzhua's voice came from the other end of the line. Sign a stupid contract. I emphasize it again. Just flip the table. Let Tianyi Microelectronics play with those crazy things. Niuzhua's tone was very arrogant. This made Hou Jian even more annoyed. He couldn't help complaining. Dean, what time is it now? Can't you just? But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Niuzhua. The lithography machine for the 2D laser has been successfully developed. Now in Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory. And, after testing, its performance is more terrifying than any other lithography machine in the world. Now, bring your people to Shenzhen immediately. That's all. After Niuzhua finished speaking, he hung up the phone without hesitation. Listen to the beeping sound on the other end. Hou Jian looked dull. This sudden good news petrified him. For a moment, it was a little hard to accept. While he was still here, worrying about the cooperation on the 28th lithography machine and unable to sleep well all night, others had actually secretly built the second lithography machine. How can I seek justice here? After a moment, Hou Jian finally came to his senses. The excitement on his face was hard to conceal. That's really great. Hou Jian couldn't help but murmur. He knew that this lithography machine must have been manufactured by the director of the Little Duck Toy Factory. Now, the news that Huawei has ordered 2 lithography machines has spread. Moreover, it caused a crisis. But what Hou Jian couldn't understand was, how did Chen Hanqing do it? How long has it been? He knows it very well. This amount of time is not enough just to install and adjust the lithography machine. Although this news is too unbelievable, but Hou Jian did not doubt its authenticity. In this kind of thing, Niuzhua certainly wouldn't dare to be careless. Think for a moment. Hou Jian turned around and walked towards the meeting room. However, now his entire demeanor has undergone a drastic change. No longer as distressed as before. The whole person looks very proud and happy. Hou Jian pushed the door open and went in. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Seeing Hou Jian at this time, everyone was stunned. Although I don't know what exactly happened, but they could see that Hou Jian was different. Xie Siming couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't think much about it. In Xie Siming's opinion, the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology has been forced into a desperate situation, and it has no other choice but to cooperate with them. Waiting for Jian to return to his seat, Xie Siming said immediately, Academician Ho, the requirements of Tianyi Microelectronics will never change. If you can accept it, the contract can be signed now. While speaking, Xie Siming gestured to a senior executive of Tianyi Microelectronics. The contract will be drawn up. Hand it to Hou Jian. But what no one expected was, Hou Jian didn't even look at it. He was just busy tidying up the things on the table. Everyone was stunned. I don't understand what this operation is. Hou Jian didn't explain either. I just said to the negotiating representative from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, what are you still standing there for? Pack up quickly. Let's go. Xie Siming's frown deepened. He spoke in a deep voice. Academician Ho, what do you mean? No matter what, we should give Tianyi Microelectronics an explanation. Hou Jian glanced at Xie Siming, calmly said, don't worry. Instructions are behind. Chapter 95. Well done. After hearing this, I felt Hou Jian's emotions again. Xie Siming instinctively felt that something was wrong. However, he didn't say much. Just watch quietly. Everyone at Huazhong University of Science and Technology was also very confused. But despite this, they still started packing up according to Hou Jian's instructions. Such a long negotiation. In their hearts, they have long been filled with resentment towards the people of Tianyi Microelectronics. At this moment, I don't want to stay even a second longer. As for the follow-up questions, since Hou Jian dared to choose to do this, there must be a solution. Not long after, everyone has packed their things. Hou Jian said nothing. Just leave the meeting room. A group of experts from Huazhong University of Science and Technology also followed suit. Just as they were about to walk out of the conference room door, Xie Siming finally couldn't bear it anymore. His face was extremely gloomy. He spoke in a cold voice. Academician Ho, is this your explanation? If this is the attitude of your Huaka Academy, then you are throwing away the future of China. It's extremely irresponsible. For this cooperation, Siming actually didn't want to give up. As long as we can get support from the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, the resources they can mobilize will increase significantly. Perhaps we can really break through the 28 lithography machine technology within a short period of time. Hear this. Everyone at Huazhong University of Science and Technology was even more angry. If it weren't for Siming and the others, their demands would have been too excessive. The negotiations have already been successful. However, they did not speak. Everyone was waiting for Hou Jian to make a decision. Hou Jian sighed imperceptibly, whispering, "You asked for this." Then, he looked at Siming and others and said, "Okay, now I'll give you the real explanation." Hou Jian stepped forward. Everyone's eyes are focused on him. I saw Hou Jian walking to the negotiating table. The cooperative development of lithography machines is a secret of China. Only the real senior executives of Tianyi Microelectronics are qualified to participate. So, there were not many people at this meeting. The negotiation table is just an ordinary table. Everyone was very confused. They didn't understand what Hou Jian was trying to do. But next, Hou Jian will explain it with his actions. I saw him stretch out his hand, grab the edge of the negotiating table, use force suddenly, just overturn the table. The water cup, documents, all fell to the ground. There was a crisp sound. See this scene. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected it. Hou Jian would actually do such a thing. It's all unbelievable. What are you doing? Siming couldn't bear it any longer. He let out a shrill roar. If this matter gets out, their Tianyi Microelectronics will definitely be discredited. Hou Jian did not answer. Just said calmly, "Starting today, the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences will not have any cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics. You guys, take care of yourself." After saying that, he just turned around and left. Those experts from Huazhong University of Science and Technology need to calm down first. Follow Hou Jian and walk out of the meeting room. Go outside. There was excitement on their faces. Hou Jian's actions just now were so satisfying. However, they did not lose their minds. I also have worries in my heart. At this time, an expert couldn't help but ask, "Academician Ho, if we do this, what should we do with the 28-meter lithography machine? Do you have any other ideas?" After this happened, the cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics is definitely out of the question, but it only relies on the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. We want to manufacture 28 lithography machines in a short time. It's impossible. Hou Jian is not an impulsive person. Therefore, the expert naturally believed that Hou Jian must have had other ways to do this. 28 photolithography machines? What kind of garbage is that? Why build it? Hou Jian said. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This answer was completely different from what they had imagined. That's not right. You actually say that the 28-inch lithography machine is rubbish? Who gave him the courage? Academician Hou Jian, could it be that you have been stimulated by something and have a problem with your brain? This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Hou Jian could guess it, what they think. However, Hou Jian did not explain. Just say, "Let's go to Deep City. You'll understand everything when you get there." In the conference room, Siming and others were all silent. Anger filled their hearts. Hou Jian's behavior just now, it's undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Finally, someone spoke first. The people from Huazhong University of Science and Technology are really going too far. This is a huge disrespect to our Tianyi Microelectronics. Hearing this, others also reacted. They echoed, "Crazy. The people from Huaka Institute must be crazy. Don't they know how important our Tianyi Microelectronics is to building the 28-meter lithography machine?" The people of Huazhong University of Science and Technology will definitely regret their choice today. Without them, we at Tianyi Microelectronics can still produce 28mm lithography machines. Siming just listened quietly without saying a word. He had a bad feeling in his heart. I instinctively feel something is wrong. Hou Jian's reaction was really weird. Before going out to make the phone call, he was clearly prepared to compromise. But after entering the door, he became a completely different person. Could it be that Huaka Institute has really found another way? Siming murmured in his heart, but he just couldn't figure it out. Look at the whole of China. Is there any company that can replace Tianyi Microelectronics? I really have no idea. Siming simply stopped thinking about it. It has happened anyway. The most important thing now is to find a way to avoid unnecessary losses to Tianyi Microelectronics because of this incident. Think for a moment. CS Siming ordered. Let the Public Relations Department prepare immediately. Draft a suitable statement. Without standing completely against the HUSD, they pushed the entire responsibility onto the HUSD Optoelectronics Research Institute. CS Siming remained rational. The Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology is a national department. Breaking off relations completely with it is not a good option for Tianyi Microelectronics. CS Siming also knew it. Now, the news that the Institute of Optoelectronics of Huazhong University of Science and Technology is going to cooperate with Tianyi Microelectronics has been widely circulated on the internet. Even Huazhong University of Science and Technology must give an explanation to netizens. The reason why he asked people to prepare. It is to deal with the fluctuations caused when Huazhong University of Science and Technology announced the news. Shenzhen City. Huawei headquarters. In the office. At this time, Niuzhua was listening to Ho Jian's report on the phone. Dean, that's it. We are now preparing to head to Shancheng. Ho Jian's voice came again on the phone. Did you really flip the table? Niuzhua asked. Ho Jian on the other end of the phone was really speechless. Should this be the key concern? He felt that Niuzhua's focus was a little off. However, Ho Jian still nodded. Right. Niuzhua smiled and said immediately. Well done. Chapter 96. Huagua has a sword. This is what Niuzhua has always wanted to do. Now, it finally happened. Although it wasn't done by him personally, but it was enough to excite Niuzhua. Then, he gave a few more instructions. Niuzhua hung up the phone. News about the lithography machine. Niuzhua did not hide it from Ho Jian, nor did he need to hide it from him. Ho Jianshin is the head of the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Subsequently, the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology cooperated with Huawei on the second lithography machine. Ho Jian is still responsible. Then, Niuzhua called the Chinese authorities. Let me know the test data of 2 lithography machines. They have been waiting for the test results for a long time. After hearing it, I was also shocked, expressed with great excitement. Comrade Chen Hanxing is the future of China. 3 hours later, Ho Jian and others appeared at Huawei headquarters. After signing a confidentiality agreement, Niuzhua told the experts the reason why they were urgently transferred here. But Niuzhua chose to conceal the news about Chen Hanxing. They were not told that this lithography machine was made by Chen Hanxing. When I heard that I would be involved in the work of 2 photolithography machines, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. They were completely shocked. 2 lithography machines? Are there really 2 lithography machines? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Could it be that Director Chen succeeded in making it? The person who built this lithography machine is truly a hero of our country. No one could contain their excitement. They all exclaimed. Although Niuzhua didn't say it, they could still guess something about the manufacturer of the number 2 lithography machine. When they saw that Ho Jian looked calm, how could I not understand that Ho Jian already knew the news in advance? They all understood it too. Why did Ho Jian dare to do that at Tianyi Microelectronics? I even feel that what Ho Jian did was a bit too restrained. Then, a group of experts were directly arranged to go to Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory. They are not dissatisfied with this. In fact, everyone's face was full of excitement, looking forward to seeing what the world's first 2D lithography machine looks like. As for Ho Jian, he was left behind. Follow Niuzhua to a meeting room. At this time, Ren Hongfei and Rong Haobo were both waiting. After the cow came in from the left, he nodded to the 2 of them first. Go to your seat and sit down. Feel the atmosphere of the meeting room. Ho Jian thought of something. He looked serious and did not speak. Just sit down at the end. Although he is an academician of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and is also the head of the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. But at this time, there is not much say at all. No time was wasted. Niuzhua said, Mr. Ren, about the cooperation between Huawei and the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. How are you thinking about it? After all, Ren Hongfei was the real orderer of these 2 lithography machines. In addition, it is not realistic to fully master the technology of these 2 lithography machines and put them into production in a short period of time, relying solely on the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Therefore, it is necessary to cooperate with Huawei. Hearing this, Ho Jian thought to himself, it is so. Then, he glanced at Ren Hongfei and murmured silently, Huawei wouldn't be as excessive as Tianyi Microelectronics, right? In the past few days, the negotiations with Tianyi Microelectronics have caused great psychological trauma to Hou Jian. However, he was not too worried. It's not just about trusting Huawei. Moreover, this is two photolithography machines. The country can still allow Tianyi Microelectronics to operate the photolithography machine. But the two lithography machines are different. This is truly a national treasure, the foundation for China's future rise in the chip industry. The authorities will never allow this. Huawei has gone too far. China can do without Huawei, but we can't do without two photolithography machines. Hear what Niuzhwa said. Ren Hongfei was not surprised. He already knew the topic of the meeting in advance. Didn't think too much about it. Ren Hongfei said directly, President Niu, General Rong, and Academician Ho. Before, when I ordered the lithography machine, I had already promised Director Chen. We at Huawei don't want a single cent of the profit from these two lithography machines. It will be donated to charity according to Director Chen's request. You can supervise this throughout the process. As for the cooperation with the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, I don't have any requests. We can share all technologies with the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences free of charge. Hear this. Niuzhwa and the other two were all stunned. They really didn't expect it. Ren Hongfei actually answered like this. Although I thought that Ren Hongfei would definitely not go too far. But Ren Hongfei's decision still surprised them. The most shocked was Hou Jian. Ren Hongfei and Tianyi Microelectronics' attitudes towards this matter are completely different. Such a comparison, Ren Hongfei's image becomes even more glorious. Mr. Ren, the country will not treat you unfairly. Niuzhwa spoke solemnly. As he spoke, he stood up. He stretched out his hand towards Ren Hongfei. He did not reject Ren Hongfei's kindness. This is true for China today. It is really important. Ren Hongfei also looked serious. Stand up. Shake hands with Niuzhwa tightly. Dinyo, you are too kind. It is my honor to be able to contribute to the country. In fact, the person who should be thanked the most is Director Chen. If it weren't for him, there would be no 2D lithography machine. Ren Hongfei said. Niuzhwa nodded in agreement. Chen Hanqing now. It is truly China's treasure. The matter was settled. As for the subsequent cooperation matters, Hou Jian will communicate with the person in charge of Huawei Optoelectronics Laboratory. Now, Niuzhwa and Rong Haobo have been in Shenzhen for 3 days. The matter ended successfully. There is no need for them to stay here any longer. In the imperial capital, there are still many things waiting for them, especially Rong Haobo. Every time I go out, there are always many people who are worried. If something unexpected happens to this person, this is definitely a huge blow to China. This time, Niuzhwa and Rong Haobo took the same private plane. On the plane, Niuzhwa asked, about the two lithography machine, do you want to announce it? This question, he has been thinking. Logically speaking, China has made such a breakthrough. Of course it has to be announced. Give the bald eagle countries a slap in the face. Didn't they say that China couldn't last more than 3 months? Now, China is not only fine. We have also developed two photolithography machines. However, if it were really announced, it would very likely put Chen Hanqing in danger. Summarize what happened during this period. It is easy to associate the two lithography machines with Chen Hanqing. Until then, bald eagle and other countries. It is definitely intolerable that such an evil genius appeared in China. Rong Haobo looked solemn. He thought for a moment and said, it must be announced. The Chinese nation has a sword, so it must be displayed. Niuzhwa nodded and asked again, what about Academician Chen? This is the crux of the problem. Niuzhwa didn't believe that Rong Haobo hadn't considered this issue. Rong Haobo's eyes became sharp. Comrade Chen Hanqing is extremely important to our country. Whoever dares to harm him, we, the Chinese nation, will fight to the death. When Rong Haobo said this, a sense of solemnity and murderous intent, it started to spread throughout the cabin. It seems that the air has become a little colder. Chapter 97 Tianyi Microelectronics is courting its own destruction. After listening to Rong Haobo's words, Niuzhwa's emotions were also somewhat infected by him. However, despite this, Niuzhwa still had a lot of worries in his heart. Perhaps it is due to the power of China. Other hostile countries dare not do anything to Chen Hanqing openly. Small actions that can be done in private. It is definitely indispensable. Although, Chen Hanqing now has a reinforced team protecting him. But absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Seeing Yo's expression, Rong Haobua could naturally sense his emotions. So Rong Haobua said, "Before the announcement of the second lithography machine, we will also make some other preparations. Comrade Chen Hanqing's safety will definitely be guaranteed." Hearing this, only then did Nyozwa feel relieved. He nodded and said no more. More than 3 hours later, the special plane carrying the two people landed in the imperial capital. They are separate. After Rong Haobua arrived at the highest military command post, he didn't hesitate. Dial the phone directly. After a discussion, finally made a decision. Holding the phone, Rong Haobua responded seriously. "I will talk to Comrade Chen Hanqing again. Try to get his consent to move to the imperial capital. If Comrade Chen Hanqing insists on staying in Yangcheng, then this is the only way." After saying that, Rong Haobua hung up the phone. Then he called Chen Hanqing. However, as expected, Chen Hanqing did not answer. Rong Haobua was not surprised either. He knew that Chen Hanqing should be working now. It is Chen Hanqing's consistent tradition not to answer the phone while working. Rong Haobua didn't care either. Planned to fight again in the evening. At the same time, Nyozwa returned to Huazhong University of Science and Technology not long ago. Someone published a message on the official account of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. From now on, the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences will cooperate with Huawei to jointly develop photolithography machines. I believe that China's chip crisis can be resolved as soon as possible. As soon as the news came out, it soon caused a sensation. Originally, everyone thought that HUSD would definitely cooperate with Tianyi Microelectronics this time. I really didn't expect that the news I was waiting for would be such, because of what happened before. Now, it can be said that Huawei and Tianyi Microelectronics are mortal enemies. HUSD chose to cooperate with Huawei. This basically means that the cooperation with Tianyi Microelectronics has failed. What on earth is going on? Didn't we agree on Tianyi Microelectronics? Why did you change your mind? Hasn't it been reported before that representatives from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology have already negotiated with Tianyi Microelectronics? Can someone come out and explain what's going on? What on earth did Tianyi Microelectronics do to make Huazhong University of Science and Technology make such a decision? For a time, the news was all over the internet. Compared with Tianyi Microelectronics, netizens are still more willing to believe Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Tianyi Microelectronics inevitably suffered a lot of criticism. Shanghai, Tianyi Microelectronics. Xie Siming is in the office. After seeing the news from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, his expression became very ugly. When Ho Jian and others decided not to cooperate with Tianyi Microelectronics anymore and left with the table appended, Xie Siming had already thought of it. Huazhong University of Science and Technology should have a new partner. However, he never expected it. It turned out to be Huawei. Previously, Tianyi Microelectronics was able to suppress Huawei so thoroughly by relying on the reputation of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. But now, the situation has reversed. He felt as if he was stabbed in the back. The statement released by Huazhong University of Science and Technology is a slap in his face. How could Xie Siming not be angry? "Boss Xie, what should we do now?" A senior executive of Tianyi Microelectronics who was called over by Xie Siming couldn't help but ask. Xie Siming took a deep breath. The anger in his eyes subsided slightly. He began to speak. "Proceed as planned." The senior executive did not refute. He nodded immediately and said, "Clear." After saying that, he turned around and left to make arrangements. Not long after, Tianyi Microelectronics also issued a statement. This is a long email. The name is an explanation of the recent cooperation between Tianyi Microelectronics and Huazhong University of Science and Technology. In this email, Tianyi Microelectronics analyzed the matter from their perspective. Naturally, they would not elaborate on the reasons why the cooperation was not successful. It can simply be summarized as failure to reach a consensus. It is said that Tianyi Microelectronics is considering the cost of lithography machines. The suggestions put forward could not be recognized by the representatives of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This email is very well written. Not only did it save Tianyi Microelectronics from the attacks of netizens, it also did not cause any reputational damage to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Even at the end, they said, as long as Huazhong University of Science and Technology is willing to cooperate, Tianyi Microelectronics is willing to continue negotiations. For the sake of China's lithography machine industry, even the cost can be ignored. Sure enough, as soon as the news came out, the original trend of public opinion on the internet began to change. The number of comments attacking Tianyi Microelectronics is gradually decreasing. Many netizens were deceived. No matter what, Tianyi Microelectronics is also a company and we can't do business that loses money. I think HUSD can continue to cooperate with Tianyi Microelectronics. After all, Huawei's technology in photolithography is still a little backward and cannot be compared with Tianyi Microelectronics at all. I misunderstood Tianyi Microelectronics before. Tianyi Microelectronics actually said that it would help China develop photolithography machines regardless of the cost. With such a heart, there is nothing to criticize. Tianyi Microelectronics is truly a conscientious enterprise of the country. Many people began to speak up for Tianyi Microelectronics. And Huazhong University of Science and Technology is required to respond again. Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Dean, those people from Tianyi Microelectronics are really going too far. Now, what should we do? Secretary Yiping spoke up. There was anger in his tone. Now, Tianyi Microelectronics statement has spread on the internet. They naturally know it too. Yiping also knew about what Tianyi Microelectronics had done in the previous negotiations. If Tianyi Microelectronics had not been so greedy, it would not have come to this point today. But now, turning around, Tianyi Microelectronics has become a conscientious enterprise in China. This was really unacceptable to him. Niu's was snorted coldly. His eyes were full of mockery. He responded, "Don't worry, wait a moment. Tianyi Microelectronics, this is courting its own destruction." Yiping was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions. Just nodded. Shanghai, Tianyi Microelectronics. Thank you, mister. You are really a prophet. There was really no response from the Huazhong University of Science and Technology, nor any explanation. The secretary spoke up. There was respect for Xie Siming in his tone. Xie Siming just nodded and said calmly, "I knew it would be like this. What can Huaka Academy do? Now, you don't dare to completely fall out with us Tianyi Microelectronics. This time, HUSD is destined to become a stepping stone for Tianyi Microelectronics." Chapter 98, Big. The bigger the better. The reason why Xie Siming dared to say such words. This is because he predicted that the Institute of Optoelectronics of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology would definitely need their Tianyi Microelectronics in the future. After all, in the field of lithography machines, Tianyi Microelectronics is the undisputed leader in China. The technology mastered by Tianyi Microelectronics is far beyond the reach of Huawei. In Xie Siming's cognition, Huazhong University of Science and Technology is doing this now. It is to put pressure on Tianyi Microelectronics. Let Tianyi Microelectronics compromise. Xie Siming, who thought he had completely guessed what everyone at Huazhong University of Science and Technology was thinking, was not worried. He was not prepared to compromise. Still ready to increase the stakes. Doesn't Huazhong University of Science and Technology want to play with him? Then he will have enough fun with Huazhong University of Science and Technology. When Huazhong University of Science and Technology comes to find them again, that's another price. After all, they, Tianyi Microelectronics, can afford to delay. But Huazhong University of Science and Technology can't afford to delay. In a blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. End of a day's work. Chen Hanqing came out of the super laboratory and returned to the room. Open your personal information panel. Chen Hanqing is ready to start watching it every day. Immediately, a large piece of illusory information appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Hanqing. Age, 18. Mission, build an underwater robot. Technology value, 2750000. Technologies that have been mastered. Underwater combat robot technology, 2 lithography machine technology, electromagnetic pulse gun technology, upgraded drone technology, entry-level mecha technology, super doubled microelectric car technology, light-speed spacecraft technology, star destroyer technology, space-based weapon technology, aerospace carrier technology, Dyson sphere technology. After the technology value production capacity per second is increased to 40. The rate of increase in Chen Hanqing's technology value has increased significantly. Previously, it cost a total of 1.4 million technology points to redeem the underwater combat robot and the materials required to make it. After another 2 days of accumulation. Now, Chen Hanqing's technological value reserves have reached more than 27 million. He is only a few steps away from completing his goal of building a star destroyer. One step closer. After closing the personal information panel, Chen Hanqing simply washed up. Just get ready to rest. At this moment, The phone prompt sounded. After Chen Hanqing answered the call. Before he could speak, a voice came from the other end of the phone. Comrade Chen Hanqing. I am Rong Haobo. Chen Hanqing was not surprised that Rong Haobo called him. He just said calmly, Mr. Rong, I have already drawn the blueprints for the 2 photolithography machine, and the core data has also been sorted out. It will probably take another 8 days. Now, as long as Rong Haobo calls. Chen Hanqing instinctively thought that it was this matter. Before, Rong Haobo had never let go of any mecha, drone, or electromagnetic pulse gun. This time is no exception. The manufacturing of lithography machines is no different from others. Each component is very complicated. Therefore, organizing drawings and information is also very time-consuming. Chen Hanqing finished speaking. Rong Haobo did not refute and responded. Comrade Chen Hanqing, thanks a lot. Rong Haobo said this sincerely. This was exactly one of the reasons why he called. Manufacturing drawings of photolithography machines. It's just what China needs most right now. Of course he couldn't let it go. Chen Hanqing nodded and continued to ask, Mr. Rong, is there anything else? Rong Haobo did not hesitate and said directly, Comrade Chen Hanqing, now, you should know how important you are to China. The news of the successful development of the 2 photolithography machine cannot be concealed forever. By then, the country is worried that someone will harm you and threaten your safety. Rong Haobo first analyzed the current situation. Then he continued, so, the country wants to invite you to the imperial capital. Comrade Chen Hanqing, don't worry, we will definitely prepare the best experimental conditions for you. Satisfy all your needs. This time, Rong Haobo did not act in his own name, but in the name of China. This matter involves too many things. It is not an exaggeration to say that Chen Hanqing's importance to China is far greater than that of Rong Haobo. Chen Hanqing naturally knew what he said. However, Chen Hanqing did not respond directly. He looked thoughtful. Finally, after a while, Chen Hanqing spoke. Mr. Rong, I don't want to leave Yangcheng. Chen Hanqing had long thought that this day would come. This is a decision made after careful consideration. Rong Haobo was not surprised by this. I just feel a little regretful. However, he nodded and said, all right, Comrade Chen Hanqing, I respect your opinion, but to ensure your safety, recently, there will be some movements in Yangcheng. Please understand. This time, Chen Hanqing did not refuse. After all, he also values his life. Said a few more words. Just when Rong Haobo was about to hang up, Chen Hanqing suddenly said, Mr. Rong, now our toy factory is preparing to develop a set of toys that can automatically intercept flying birds. I wonder if you are interested? Hearing this, Rong Haobo was stunned. A toy that automatically intercepts flying birds? How could Rong Haobo not understand? In accordance with Chen Hanqing's usual style, this is called an interception toy. It's definitely not as simple as just intercepting a flying bird. After I calmed down, Rong Haobo was immediately delighted. He didn't hesitate at all. Direct response. Interested in. Very interested. Chen Hanqing added. Well, Mr. Rong, I just have a basic plan. If you have any requests, you can raise them. Rong Haobo said without any hesitation. Comrade Chen Hanqing, I have only one request. That's the automatic interception. The usable range of the bird toy must be large. As for other things, Rong Haobo was not worried at all. Produced by the Little Duck Toy Factory, it must be a high-quality product. Rong Haobo had no doubt about Chen Hanqing's ability. How big can it be? Chen Hanqing asked. The concept given by Rong Haobo is too vague. It's hard for him to make judgments. Rong Haobo responded. The bigger, the better. It would be best if it could be 9.6 million square kilometers. Chen Hanqing. When he heard this number, he was completely stunned. 9,600,000 square kilometers? Why don't you say it's the whole of China? Why are you taking such a detour? Chen Hanqing thought that Rong Haobo might be very bold. However, he never expected that Rong Haobo would be so bold. This request is really too much. After he finished speaking, he saw Chen Hanqing remain silent. Rong Haobo also felt that he was a little too complacent just now, so he wanted to make amends. However, before Rong Haobo could finish his words, Chen Hanqing said first, no problem. Chapter 99. Building Yangcheng Military Base. Rong Haobo was stunned. Chen Hanqing actually agreed? He really didn't expect it. Originally, he was just saying it casually. I never thought that Chen Hanqing could really build an automatic interception device that covers 9.6 million square kilometers, or the entire country. He was just trying to make up for it. But I didn't expect it. Chen Hanxing. He actually agreed. It's really unexpected. For a moment, Rong Haobo didn't know how to respond. Chen Hanxing didn't urge him either. Just wait quietly. There was silence on both ends of the phone. After a moment, Rong Haobo finally came to his senses. His expression was full of excitement, and he opened his mouth to confirm. Comrade Chen Hanxing, are you sure? Chen Hanxing didn't hesitate at all. Directly say, right. Then he added, but because of this product, the technology can be a little complicated. So, you have to pay more. Rong Haobo doesn't care at all. Direct promise. No problem. It's just extra money. Just add it. As long as Chen Hanxing can really build an automatic interception device that covers the entire country. No matter how much it costs, it's worth it. What's more, Rong Haobo doesn't have to pay for this money himself. Chen Hanxing nodded and said, okay. Now, let me calculate the price. Rong Haobo said, good. At this point, he couldn't help but look forward to it. It didn't take long. Chen Hanxing had the answer. Speak. Order this automatic bird interceptor toy. It will cost 60 million in total. Mr. Rong, can you accept this price? Rong Haobo simply said, I can accept that. No problem at all. This price was much lower than he expected. It's really affordable. Chen Hanxing said, okay. Once I finish making the underwater robot, I will start producing this toy that can automatically intercept flying birds. Mr. Rong, you need to transfer all the fees in advance. The production process will take about a week. Please note that all products produced by our factory are toy models and can only be used for viewing. If any accidents are caused by improper operation of the buyer, our factory will not bear any responsibility. Rong Haobo. Although, it has long been known that Chen Hanxing would never admit that he was producing military products. But now, hearing these words coming from Chen Hanxing's mouth, Rong Haobo was still speechless. At this time, you still say it's a toy. Do you have to be so stubborn? However, Rong Haobo did not expose it. After saying a few more words casually, just hung up the phone. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Chen Hanxing breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when he said those last words, he also felt very guilty. Others don't know, but Rong Haobo knew very well what he was building. What automatic interception of flying birds? This is just Chen Hanxing's excuse. What he really wants to do is to build a device to intercept missiles. The purpose is to prevent his identity from being completely exposed. Some countries can't sit still and are so crazy that they directly throw missiles at Yangcheng. Until then, no matter how many people protect it, it's all useless. His small shabby factory can't stop it at all. In the super lab, that's no problem. But the key is that Chen Hanxing cannot stay in the super laboratory forever. Therefore, Chen Hanxing had no choice but to make this decision. Take the initiative to ask Rong Haobo if he wants to place an order. As to why not do it yourself, the reason is actually not complicated. Chen Hanxing's idea is, why not make money when you have the chance? Chen Hanxing has no psychological burden for this kind of behavior. He earned this. It's really hard-earned money. Not long after, Rong Haobo transferred 60 million. Putting away his thoughts, Chen Hanxing said secretly, open the system mall. Then, a large amount of illusory information appeared before his eyes. Among various techniques, Chen Hanxing locked on the target. Super Air Defense System technology can be exchanged for 1 million technology points. Do you want to exchange? Chen Hanxing did not hesitate. Direct response. Yes. Next, the technology value is deducted. All kinds of information about Super Air Defense System technology flooded into Chen Hanxing's mind. It didn't take long for him to master it completely. Then, Chen Hanxing checked the materials needed to exchange and manufacture the air defense system equipment. The total technology value is 2 million. This is definitely the most expensive order since Chen Hanxing awakened the system, because the coverage area is so huge. Therefore, the technological value required for the materials is naturally a lot. Suddenly, Chen Hanxing felt 60 million seems too little. Chen Hanxing did not exchange the materials immediately. He planned to complete the underwater robot first and then exchange it. No more thinking. After a while, Chen Hanxing fell asleep. China's highest military command post. Although, it's already late at night. But Rong Haobo did not go back. He now has an important task to complete. Rong Haobo sat with a serious expression. Not long after, Secretary Qi Liang walked in. He began to speak. Mr. Rong, everything is ready. The leaders of the 5 major military bases, including Zhengzhou, have all arrived. You can start a video conference anytime. Qi Liang also knew the importance of this matter. When saying this, his tone was very serious. Rong Haobo nodded. Stand up. Go to the online meeting room arranged in advance. This meeting, it is very important for China. Therefore, all safety measures have been taken in advance. Make sure nothing unexpected happens. Let's get started. Rong Haobo gave the order after he sat down. Qi Liang nodded. Then, start the video conference. Participants of this meeting. There is Chu Goen from the Zhengzhou military base. Tianjin at the Shenong province military base. Hu Haixiao from the Noodle province military base. Chang Lin from Anzhou provincial military base. Jia Hongyang from the Luzhou province military base. These people are the heads of various military bases. When they saw Rong Haobo, they all stood up and saluted. General Rong. They dared not show any disrespect in front of Rong Haobo. Rong Haobo nodded and said softly, "Sit down." After hearing this, the 5 of them put down their hands and sat down. Even the sitting posture is very straight. In front of Rong Haobo, they have to bring out their best. Rong Haobo did not waste any time. He said directly, "Everyone, let you guys do it this time. It's about one thing." Chu Goen and the other 4 all had serious expressions. They understand. At this time, Rong Haobo specially called them together and held a video conference. This matter must be very important. Otherwise, it would not be worth it for Rong Haobo to do this. They didn't have to wait too long. Rong Haobo just paused slightly. Then he continued. After discussion at the top, in order to better ensure the safety of Comrade Chen Hanqing, it was decided to establish a military base in Yangqing. Chapter 100, complete within 3 months. Hearing this, the leaders of the 5 major military bases present were all shocked. They didn't expect to make such a decision. Building a military base just to protect one person? This is really a bit too outrageous. However, when I thought that the person was Chen Hanqing, they felt a little more relieved. Now, it is still kept secret from the outside world. But all kinds of news about Chen Hanqing have spread among the upper echelons. Regarding this monstrous genius of China, everyone was very curious. The most excited ones are Chu Goen and Tianjin. The former is the most direct witness of Chen Hanqing's terrifying skills. Naturally, I know the importance of Chen Hanqing. It's no exaggeration to say. One Chen Hanqing is worth hundreds of thousands of troops. Chu Goen couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately said, "General Rong, we, the Zhengzhou military base, are willing to undertake the task of building the Yangqing military base." Chu Goen knew it very well. This is an opportunity. If I can establish a good relationship with Chen Hanqing because of this, I will definitely benefit greatly. He was still thinking about the fact that the electromagnetic pulse gun had directly increased the military budget of the Zhengzhou military base by 30%. If this could happen again, the Zhengzhou military base would be completely prosperous. Give them some more time. It is not impossible to become the first military base in China. But Chu Goen had just finished speaking. Before Rong Haobo could express his opinion, Tianjin said, "General Rong, I think it would be more appropriate to entrust this mission to our Shenong military base." How could he not know Chu Goen's little thoughts? Tianjin has always coveted the items made by Chen Hanqing. I have been trying to find a way to get close to Chen Hanqing. Now, there is finally a chance. He naturally wouldn't let it go. As for whether doing so would offend Chu Goen, Tianjin doesn't care at all. Chu Goen suddenly became anxious. He immediately retorted, "Yangqing belongs to our Sayre province. What does it have to do with your Shenong province? Stop meddling in other people's business." Tianjin was not to be outdone. Although Yangqing belongs to your Sayre province, Comrade Chen Hanqing belongs to the entire China. As a Chinese soldier, I have every reason to be responsible for Comrade Chen Hanqing's safety. Besides, whether it's the manpower or the weapons and equipment, your Zhengzhou military base cannot compare with our Shenong military base. You still want to take charge of this mission? Can you take responsibility? Chu Goen didn't expect that Tianjin would be so eloquent. For a moment, I didn't know how to refute. He felt something was very wrong. The Tianjin in the past was a complete reckless man. Today, what happened? What medicine did you take wrong? At this moment, Hu Haixiao from the Noodle province military base spoke up. All right. You are Chinese soldiers. You actually got so angry over something like this. If this gets out, it will be such a disgrace to the Chinese military. Hu Haixiao's tone was somewhat unfriendly, although his words were a bit unpleasant to the ear. But Chu Goen and Tianzhan just snorted coldly and did not refute. They also knew that what Hu Haishao said made some sense. However, Hu Haishao had just finished speaking. After a slight pause, he continued, "Let's do this. The task of building a military base in Yangqing will be given to our Noodle province. It saves you from fighting." Chu Goen, Tianjin. They originally thought that this was a peacemaker. Unexpectedly, he is a traitor. He always wants to backstab you. It's really bad. Stop talking. Yangqing belongs to our Sayre province. The task of building the Yangqing military base must be undertaken by our Zhongzhou military base. This mission must be assigned to our Shinong province military base. Our Luzhou province military base can also take on this mission. Anzhou provincial military base has also come to join in the fun. The person in charge of 5 military bases. They all came to the fore. If this matter were to get out, it would definitely shock people. These people are the big shots of Duhua country. Now, they are arguing endlessly over this matter. At the beginning, they spoke more restrainedly, but gradually, I couldn't control it anymore. It looks like he's about to start scolding. The situation is about to get out of control. At this moment, Rong Haobo couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He frowned and said, "Quiet. Moment. Video conference. It seems like the mute button has been pressed." The 5 people were arguing. "Be silent immediately." This is the power of Rong Haobo. Even Chu Goen and others, as the heads of various military regions, are in high positions and have great power. But in front of Rong Haobo, no one dared to be presumptuous. Rong Haobo continued, "How to build a military base in Yangqing has already been decided. Is it necessary for you to argue here?" The 5 people continued to remain silent. They all feel a little guilty. This would really make Rong Haobo angry. They will all be in trouble. Fortunately, Rong Haobo did not pursue the matter. He went on to say, about establishing a military base in Yangqing. It's led by the Zhongzhou military base. The other 4 major military bases cooperate together. We will draw equipment and manpower from you. The Yangqing military base must be completed within 3 months. Hear this. Everyone found it unbelievable. The construction of a military base is no trivial matter. It's a big deal. Radar base stations, air defense, army, air force, everything must be taken into consideration. It would take several years, or even decades to build a military base. But now, they actually heard that Rong Haobo demanded that the Yangqing military base be built within 3 months. Even with the cooperation of their 5 major military bases, this is also an almost impossible task. All 5 of them fell into deep thought. Rong Haobo could naturally guess what they were thinking. He explained, "Comrades, I know your difficulties. But now, the situation facing China is extremely critical. We really don't have much time left. I also know your difficulties. I will ask the province of Sayre to cooperate with your work. Concentrate the strength of Sayre province to complete the construction of Yangqing military base. No matter how many difficulties there are, we must complete it within 3 months." After listening to Rong Haobo's words, the expressions of Chu Goen and others gradually became determined. They spoke almost in unison. "Make sure to complete the mission." Rong Haobo nodded. "No nonsense. Close the video conference directly. This matter is settled." In a blink of an eye, dawn came. Yangqing Municipal Building. Zhang Weimin is in the office. Look at the official document issued from above. Face full of shock. Chapter 101, Adding Fuel to the Fire. On that document, it was written, regarding the plan to build a military base in Yangqing. Zhang Weimin never expected this. Yangqing will actually build a military base one day. He really couldn't understand it. Why did the higher-ups make such a decision? Yangqing is not a major military town. Besides, Sayre province already has a Zhongzhou military base. Another Yangqing military base is to be built. Is this necessary? Look at the file. Zhang Weimin's pupils suddenly dilated. What did he think of? Could it be? Is it because of Director Qin? Zhang Weimin murmured. Given his position, it is naturally impossible for him to have access to confidential information. I don't know what Chen Hanqing has been doing during this period of time. All I know is that Chen Hanqing is a hot topic on the internet. But this was the only possibility Zhang Weimin could think of. The more I think about it, the more shocked I am. His throat rolled. I couldn't help swallowing. I can't contain the emotions in my heart. What kind of big shot has emerged in Yangqing? It's not just the Yangqing Municipal Building. Now, all the cities in Sayre province have received the news. Ask them to prepare all kinds of human and material resources. Go support Yangcheng construction. For a moment, the entire Sayre province was in motion. People from the 5 major military regions have also begun to take action. Countless military vehicles rush to Yangcheng, although they try to keep a low profile as much as possible. But such a big move naturally cannot have no clues. The military vehicle is driving somewhere. It will cause shock. The drivers who witnessed it were all stunned. What on earth is going on? Fuck. So many troops, are we going to have a war? I haven't heard the news either. This is too sudden. If the country goes to war, I'll be the first to join the army. Many people also took photos. However, when they were preparing to post it online, but failed. Just a reminder, the content does not meet the requirements. The reason why this is because Ronghao had already informed the people from China's Internet Monitoring Department in advance. All news related to the military is blocked. The whole of China is in a state of impending storm. Yangcheng, Little Duck Toy Factory. Chen Hanqing finished his morning work and came out of the super laboratory. Zhang Xia is waiting. Seeing Zhang Xia approaching him, Chen Hanqing asked, "Officer Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Xia responded, "Academician Chen, it's like this." Next, Zhang Xia will inform in detail about the construction of a military base in Yangcheng. After hearing this, Chen Hanqing was very surprised. Last night, Ronghao told him, some deployment will be made to ensure his safety. However, Chen Hanqing never expected it. Ronghao actually wanted to build a military base directly around him. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? After a while, Chen Hanqing came to his senses. He suppressed the surprise in his heart and said calmly, "Okay, I see. Didn't think too much about this issue." After chatting with Zhang Xia for a few more sentences, Chen Hanqing returned to the room. "I can't calm down for a long time." China's highest military command post. "Mr. Rong, the special plane has been arranged." Secretary Qi Liang said to Ronghao. Ronghao nodded. "Let's go." This time, he still has to go to Yangcheng. Originally, it was supposed that Ronghao had just returned from Shenzhen. With his identity, it is not advisable to leave the imperial capital too often. But now, there is something that Ronghao must do. After discussion, it has been decided to award Chen Hanqing the Chinese National Medal. This is the highest honor that China can give so far. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to national construction and defense can receive it. Now, with Chen Hanqing's contribution to China, totally affordable. No time was wasted. Ronghao stood up and walked out of the office. Secretary Qi Liang followed behind. Heading to the airport, Bald Eagle, Department of National Defense. John Otis and a group of Bald Eagle executives were in the conference room at this time. "Mr. Simpson, please analyze the current state of Chinese science and technology," John Otis said. Lewis Simpson was also among the participants in the meeting. Hearing this, Lewis Simpson stood up. He first bowed slightly to the crowd. Then he said, "Mr. Otis, gentlemen, our National Research Foundation has already conducted a detailed analysis of China's current situation. The conclusion is that based on China's current technological level, it is absolutely impossible to break through the lithography technology in such a short time. Their domestic production capacity and chip reserves can only support 3 months at most. In 3 months, China's industry will definitely collapse. By then, China is destined to become our vassal." These words, he said it very firmly. Although Lewis Simpson has always looked down on China, but I have to admit it. As for the current situation on Blue Star, China is the Bald Eagle's biggest enemy. Knowing the enemy is a must. Lewis Simpson is not so arrogant as to think that the Bald Eagle can completely ignore China. Otherwise, he would not have become the head of the Bald Eagle National Research Foundation. Lewis Simpson concluded, "This is the answer based on the current situation in China." Originally, when Huazhong University of Science and Technology decided to cooperate with Tianyi Microelectronics, Lewis Simpson was a little worried. As China's leading company in the field of lithography machines, Tianyi Microelectronics does have some strength. However, after learning that the negotiations between Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Tianyi Microelectronics had completely broken down, Lewis Simpson is completely relieved. It is absolutely possible to draw a conclusion. It is simply impossible for China to break through the lithography machine technology in a short period of time. Hear what he said. Everyone present was excited. "God, this is such great news. Damn China. This is the punishment they deserve." Before long, China will become a dumping market for our bald eagle products. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope that day will come soon. They all started talking. All senior politicians of the bald eagle have no good feelings towards China. The rise of China has infringed upon too many of their interests. This is something they cannot allow. After a moment, the discussion gradually died down. At this time, John Otis spoke again. Very good. We need to add more fuel to the fire for China. Hearing this, everyone was a little confused. I don't understand what John Otis wants to do. John Otis didn't keep the secret and said directly, I propose to negotiate with the White Elephant Kingdom. Demand that they provoke a local conflict with China over the border issue. We, the Bald Eagles, strongly support the White Elephant Nation. As a result, China is facing internal and external troubles and is even closer to a national collapse. Chapter 102, Awarding the Chinese National Medal. Here John Otis say, there was hardly any hesitation among the Bald Eagle dignitaries present. They all nodded in agreement. That's exactly what they should do now. Concentrate all your strength to bring down China. Previously, the Bald Eagle imposed extreme sanctions on China regarding chips. Naturally, China cannot remain indifferent. China fought back immediately. Add high tariffs on goods exported to China by the Bald Eagle. Now, China and the Bald Eagle are fighting a war of time. Who can hold on to the end? Whoever wins is the winner. That's why John Otis is prepared to do this. Now that the decision has been made, no time was wasted. John Otis called the White Elephant Kingdom immediately to negotiate. The White Elephant Kingdom is certainly not a fool. They understand why the Bald Eagle does this. Took the opportunity to put forward a lot of conditions. John Otis and others did not agree directly. It's about making a decision. Get ready to visit the White Elephant to discuss in detail. Immediately afterwards, the Bald Eagle released a statement to maintain world peace and promote friendly exchanges between the East and the West. The Bald Eagle decided to visit the White Elephant soon. As soon as this statement came out, it soon caused a sensation. All countries can see it. The Bald Eagle did this to put pressure on China. The already turbulent international situation has become even more chaotic. At this time, on the other side, it took 3 hours. Rong Haobo arrived in Yangqing again, because now, Yangqing still has no airport. Therefore, Rong Haobo had no choice but to transfer to other airports. However, it won't be long before this situation changes. Planning of military bases. Of course, the airport is indispensable. This time, Rong Haobo gave special instructions and did not alarm the Yangqing government. There were only a dozen security guards accompanying him. They wasted no time. Get on the special car that has been waiting for you. Rush to the Little Duck Toy Factory immediately. An hour later, the car stopped in front of the Little Duck Toy Factory. In advance, the reinforced regiment guarding here received news asking them to step up their protection efforts. They said someone important is coming, but they never expected it. The person who came was actually Rong Haobo. In the hearts of these ordinary soldiers, Rong Haobo is like a military god in China. I didn't expect that I would be able to witness it with my own eyes. How could they not be excited? However, they still strictly adhered to the requirements. Stay at your post. Suppress your excitement. The guard at the door immediately saluted Rong Haobo. General Rong. Rong Haobo nodded slightly. Thanks for your hard work, he said calmly. After saying that, without any more nonsense and without even giving the soldiers a chance to speak again, Rong Haobo walked straight into the Little Duck Toy Factory. Although it's just that, but for those soldiers, it is enough. That's Rong Haobo. In China, a truly great man. I can say a word to Rong Haobo. This is already a great honor. It's enough to be put on the first page of the family tree and to show off for a lifetime. In advance, Chen Hanqing also knew that Rong Haobo was coming. At this time, Chen Hanqing walked out of the room. Although, I had met Rong Haobo before. Moreover, he spoke with Rong Haobo many times. But at this moment, seeing Rong Haobo, Chen Hanqing still couldn't help feeling a little strange. He said respectfully, Mr. Rong. Rong Haobo's reaction was even more intense than his. Walk to Chen Hanqing. Hold Chen Hanqing's hand tightly. With excitement, he said, Comrade Chen Hanqing, thank goodness for you. It was you who saved China. Rong Haobo's words absolutely came from the heart. As the head of China's highest military command, he knows better than anyone what China is facing this time. If there was no Chen Hanqing, what kind of situation would China be in? However, Chen Hanqing did not have this feeling. His expression became complicated. After a moment's silence, he said, Mr. Rong. I just collect the money and fulfill the order. It's not as great as you say. After hearing this and seeing Chen Hanqing's conflicted expression, Rong Haobuo's respect for Chen Hanqing not only did not diminish but became even stronger. Just these achievements of Chen Hanqing. Each one of them is a first-class achievement. The fees Chen Hanqing charged were not commensurate with the value he created. If it were someone else, perhaps he has already become complacent. In comparison, Chen Hanqing's humility is even more valuable. While thinking, the look Rong Haobuo gave Chen Hanqing, even hotter. This made Chen Hanqing feel something was very wrong. I even want to take a step back. Comrade Chen Hanqing, your noble character is worthy of learning for all Chinese people. Your achievements will definitely be remembered by China, Rong Haobuo said solemnly. Qi Liang, the secretary behind him, also nodded. The look on his face showed that he agreed with Rong Haobuo's statement. Chen Hanqing. This left him speechless. Why is this bringing up noble character again? Is it worth learning from across the country? Do you really want to praise him so highly? He really can't bear it. Before, when Run Hongfei came, he did this for no apparent reason. Now, Rong Haobuo also said so. Do all big shots like to use their imagination so much? Afraid that Rong Haobuo would say something irrelevant, Chen Hanqing quickly changed the subject and asked, Mr. Rong, what's the matter with you coming here this time? When I just knew that Rong Haobuo was coming to Yangqing, Chen Hanqing just couldn't figure it out. What on earth was it that required him to make such a trip in person? Rong Haobuo did not answer directly. He glanced at Chen Hanqing. Speak, Comrade Chen Hanqing. Let's talk inside. Chen Hanqing nodded, didn't refuse. Please invite Rong Haobuo and Qi Liang into the room. After they sat down, without waiting for Chen Hanqing to ask, Rong Haobuo spoke first. Comrade Chen Hanqing, the 2D lithography machine you developed helped China overcome a huge crisis. Combining your contributions during this period, we have decided to award you the Chinese National Medal. While talking, Rong Haobuo has already taken out the medal. Chen Hanqing didn't expect it. Rong Haobuo was actually doing this for this matter. Of course he knows it too. The weight of this Chinese National Medal. Look at that medal. Chen Hanqing stopped moving for a moment. If it were someone else, they would definitely be very excited to face such an honor. But Chen Hanqing is different. He didn't know whether he should accept it or not. Chen Hanqing felt that he really couldn't bear it. The atmosphere in the room became a little solemn. Finally, looking at Rong Haobuo's sincere eyes, Chen Hanqing sighed slightly and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Rong. I will never let down the trust of the country. When it comes to the word country, Chen Hanqing paused. After he said it, he felt as if there was something heavier on his shoulders. As long as Chen Hanqing accepts this Chinese national medal, it means that he will have to assume corresponding responsibilities in the future. Behind every honor is an obligation that cannot be shirked. Finished. This was an accident. Completely trapped. Chapter 103. Huazhong University of Science and Technology is definitely not interested. Hearing Chen Hanqing's affirmative answer, a relieved smile appeared on Rong Haobuo's face. This is exactly what he wanted to see. Then, Rong Haobuo put the Chinese national medal around Chen Hanqing's neck. That medal is actually not that heavy, but Chen Hanqing felt the heavier weight. Comrade Chen Hanqing, China is lucky to have you. You are the real national treasure. Looking at Chen Hanqing, Rong Haobuo said with emotion. This is Rong Haobuo's truest thought at this moment. The same goes for Secretary Qi Liang. His emotions were somewhat complicated. I don't know how long it will take. Qi Liang had never seen Rong Haobuo in such a state. Chen Hanqing nodded, didn't say much. Award Chen Hanqing the Chinese National Medal. This is Rong Haobuo's main task this time. After you are done, no time was wasted. Rong Haobuo talked to Chen Hanqing for a while. Then, just leave. Now, the world situation is becoming increasingly turbulent at China's highest military command post. There are still many things waiting for him to deal with. After Rong Haobuo left, Chen Hanqing quickly calmed down. Go ahead and get to work. Now, 3 days have passed since the development of the underwater robot, and today is the 4th day. Most of the manufacturing work on the underwater robot has been completed. At this rate, it can be completed within a week without any difficulty. Nowadays, various technicians and soldiers are constantly rushing to Yangqing. Preparations for the construction of the Yangqing military base have begun. As for the location of the Yangqing military base, right next to the little duck toy factory, if it weren't for the fear of causing Chen Hanqing's dissatisfaction, Rong Haobuo even wanted people to include the little duck toy factory in the construction of the military base. On the plane to the imperial capital, Mr. Rong, The people of Bald Eagle have now headed for White Elephant. How should we respond? Qiliang asked seriously. When the Bald Eagle just announced that it was heading to the White Elephant, this news reached Rong Haobua's ears. After hearing Qiliang's words, Rong Haobua did not answer directly. His eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. How could Rong Haobua not know? What is the purpose of the Bald Eagle choosing to visit the White Elephant at this time? It is nothing more than joining forces with White Elephant to suppress China. This is a common tactic used by bald eagles. See this? Qiliang stopped talking. Just wait silently. After a moment, Rong Haobua's mood changed. The eyes become firm. Then he said in a deep voice, "The bald eagle really has an unyielding desire to destroy China. But this time, they made a wrong calculation. If it is the White Elephant country, they really dare to use this to provoke our China. Then let them see the true strength of our China." When Rong Haobua said these words, the tone is sonorous and powerful. Every word is filled with solemnity. Qiliang nodded. There is no doubt about Rong Haobua's words. Besides, just a white elephant. China really doesn't take it seriously. Wait until we return to the highest military command post. Rong Haobua did not waste any time and started deploying immediately. First, notify the border guards and ask them to step up their vigilance during this period. However, Rong Haobua is not afraid of the white elephant. But the necessary preparations still need to be made. Prevention is better than cure. He would never joke about the lives of Chinese soldiers. Then, Rong Haobua called Niuzhua again. Huazhong University of Science and Technology. At this time, Niuzhua was in the office. Hear the phone prompt tone. After he answered the phone, he started by saying, "I'm Niuzhua." Over there, a voice came immediately. "Dean Niu, I am Rong Haobua." I heard these 3 words from President Niu. The cow's left eyelid couldn't help but twitch. He has known Rong Haobua for decades. It can be said that I know Rong Haobua's character very well. The more polite Rong Haobua was to him, the more he must have bad intentions. "I'm very busy now. If you have anything to say, tell me now." Niuzhua answered unhappily. Rong Haobua didn't care either. He said directly, "It's nothing serious. I heard that Huazhong University of Science and Technology has already produced the first batch of individual exoskeleton armor. I want to call." Hearing this, Niuzhua was immediately furious. He knew that whenever Rong Haobua looked for him, it would be nothing good. It turns out that they were thinking about individual soldier exoskeleton armor. Indeed, according to the Mecha drawings and core data provided by Chen Hanqing, they developed the first batch of 10 individual exoskeleton armors. However, he intended to use the armor as a research reference, so that we can produce armor with better performance in the future. Niuzhua refused without any hesitation. "Don't even think about it." Rong Haobua was not surprised by this. He just responded calmly, "Don't you regret it?" Hearing this, Niuzhua was stunned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Now, it was clearly Rong Haobua begging him. But Rong Haobua, why is he still so tough? This is not the attitude of asking for help. Could it be a trick? Haowever, despite this, Niuzhua would not be scared by this sentence. He did not lose his momentum and said directly, "I don't regret anything." Rong Haobua sighed. "Yesterday, I just placed an order with Comrade Chen Hanqing. I originally thought that after the product was made, I would let the Huazhong University of Science and Technology conduct research on it. But now it seems that there is no need for this." "That's it, Dean Niu. You go ahead and get busy." Although that's what I said. But in the highest military command post, Rong Haobua showed no intention of hanging up the phone. "Really?" Next second, Niuzhua exclaimed on the phone, "Did Academician Chun accept your order?" Rong Haobua responded, "Right." Niuzhua felt unbelievable. At this moment, his face was full of confusion. From the bottom of my heart, Niuzhua believes that there is little truth in what Rong Haobua said. Before, Chen Hanqing took orders online. It's not like he hadn't tried before, asking Chen Hanqing to buy the items for him. But they were all rejected by Chen Hanqing on the grounds that they were not suitable for production at the moment. But Niuzhua didn't dare to gamble. What if it's true? Offending Rong Haobua at this time, that would be a huge loss. So, Niuzhua tried to ask, "What order?" Rong Haobua said calmly, "It's an automatic interception device. Except for the larger scope, there is nothing special about it." Listen to the boastful emotion in Rong Haobua's words. Niuzhua became even more angry. Moreover, he felt more and more in his heart that what Rong Haobua said might be true. This is a boastful tone. It's really not easy to pretend. A wider range? How big? Niozwa asked, pretending to be calm. Not much. Just 9.6 million square kilometers. For this kind of trifle, Huazhong University of Science and Technology probably isn't interested. On the other end of the phone, Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Nios were in the office. Now it has stood up. He is holding the phone. His eyes were wide open. The mouth opened slightly uncontrollably. His face was full of horror. Chapter 104. The white elephant begins to move. Niozwa was stunned. He couldn't even believe his ears. 9,600,000 square kilometers? Are you sure this isn't a joke? The other side. Seeing that there was no sound on the other end of the phone, Rong Haobua did not urge her. Rong Haobua could imagine what Niozwa's current condition was. Finally, after a long time, Niozwa finally reacted. On the phone, Niozwa's voice came, becoming a little shrill due to his excitement. Rong Haobua, are you kidding? An automatic interception system covering the entire country? How is this possible? This is beyond Niozwa's understanding. He had never heard of any automatic interception system that could do this. It's simply unheard of. Facing Nios was questioning. Rong Haobua remained calm. He said, "You don't believe Comrade Chen Hanqing?" Hearing this, Niozwa was suddenly speechless. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Although, the automatic interception device covering the entire country is a bit too outrageous. But that's Chen Hanqing. Others can't do it. Even things that others can't think of. Chen Hanqing can make it. From microelectric cars to 2 photolithography machines. Each one of them is severely refreshing other people's cognition. Now, Chen Hanqing says he can build an automatic interception device that covers the entire country. It seems to make sense. After pondering for a moment, Niozwa finally made a decision. I agree to give you the batch of individual exoskeleton mechas first. After academician Chun builds this automatic interception device, it must be handed over to our Huaka Institute for research. At this time, Niozwa no longer doubted the authenticity of this matter. The automatic interception device is related to the safety of China. Rong Haobua would never talk nonsense about this matter. Seeing this, Rong Haobua nodded without hesitation. Good. In fact, even if there was no individual exoskeleton armor, Rong Haobua would have handed over the automatic interception device to the Huazhong University of Science and Technology for research. After all, this device cannot be tested directly like other things. You can't launch a missile to every place in the country. Therefore, Huazhong University of Science and Technology must conduct research and give a feasibility conclusion. Although, Rong Haobua trusts Chen Hanqing very much. But just as Niozwa thought, this matter concerns China's national security. Be extremely cautious. Then, after discussing with Niozwa, Rong Haobua called on the agricultural drone manufactured by Chen Hanqing. This time, Niozwa did not refuse. After all, the drone is different from the individual exoskeleton armor. It is not manufactured by their Huazhong University of Science and Technology. As the head of China's first military command post, Rong Haobua has the right to make calls. Without further ado, the two hung up the phone. Then, Rong Haobua instructed his secretary Qi Liang. You go in person and deliver the individual exoskeleton mecha and the drone from the Hua University of Science and Technology to the Chinese garrison point in the Yuan area. This time, as long as the white elephant dares to make any small moves, I'll give them a big surprise. When saying this, Rong Haobua's eyes flickered. In the middle, there was a throbbing excitement and fighting spirit. This man was the commander-in-chief of China's counterattack against White Elephant. The Yuan area is the border between China and the White Elephant Kingdom. Conflicts often occur. If Bai Xiang really dares to take the opportunity to provoke China, we'll definitely choose the Awan zone. Secretary Qi Liang agreed. Yes. He felt that this time, it would be fine if the White Elephant did not take any action. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer a great loss. After saying this, Qi Liang did not hesitate. Just go ahead and arrange it. Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Niozwa is in the office. Until now, he was still very shocked. An interception system covering the entire country. Academician Chen, how do we do this? Niozwa sighed. This question has been lingering in his mind. Niozwa thought of countless plans. All fail in the end. With the level of knowledge he possesses, it's impossible. However, this does not prevent Niozwa from believing in Chen Hanqing. Something he couldn't do. Chen Hanqing can do it. This is not uncommon. Suddenly, Niozwa thought of something. His expression became strange. From shock, it gradually evolved into anger. Academician Chen is obviously from our Huazhong University of Science and Technology. They actually used our Huazhong University of Science and Technology's man-made products to exchange with our Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Rong Haobua, that bastard, has even used his wishful thinking to bully me. This is really too much. Niozhua cursed directly. At this moment, he felt as if he had lost 100 million. Wrong. It's a loss to the whole world. One day later, Bald Eagle, Department of National Defense. Mr. Otis. White Elephant has already given its reply. Express your willingness to comply with our request. Provocation to China. John Otis smiled when he heard the secretary's words. That's really good news. God bless. As long as we eliminate the enemy China, there is no other country in the world that can compete with us, the Bald Eagle. When that happens, I'll open a bottle of the best champagne to celebrate. He was delighted and emotional. In John Otis' opinion, this time, China is doomed. At this moment, he has already begun to enjoy the joy of victory. White Elephant. New city. Capitol building. At this moment, a group of senior politicians from Baixiang gathered here. Great. This is definitely an opportunity for our White Elephant nation. China is now just a weak rabbit. It is not worth being afraid of at all. If we act now, when China can no longer hold on, we, the White Elephant, will definitely be able to get a piece of the pie. I have waited for this day for too long. China's retribution is finally coming. They couldn't help but speak. They all had excited smiles on their faces. A request for the Bald Eagle. Almost no one objects. After all, the border issue has always been a point of dispute between Baixiang and China. Now that China is facing a crisis, it is their opportunity. Moreover, the assistance that Bald Eagle promised to give them was also very generous. It's like killing two birds with one stone. The White Elephant has no reason to refuse. A Jim sat at the head of the conference table. He didn't say anything, just listening to everyone's discussions. However, from his expression, it can be seen that he agrees with everyone's suggestions. Finally, the discussions in the conference room gradually died down. Ajim then spoke. I already know what everyone is thinking. Then, the matter regarding China is settled. Hear this. A group of politicians nodded excitedly. Then, Ajim ordered again. General Harder, you are responsible for this matter. Remember, this time, you must succeed. The man named Hader stood up. Very seriously said, don't worry. I will never let you down. After the meeting, Had immediately began to arrange the action. Ordered 2 infantry regiments, plus a tank battalion, to head to the Yuan area. Another day has passed in the blink of an eye. The military forces mobilized by White Elephant arrived in the Yuan area. Starts secret garrisoning, waiting for the next command. At the same time, after 2 days of running around, the 11 military transport vehicles led by Qiliang are about to arrive at the Chinese garrison point in the Yuan area. Chapter 105. 1 drone and 10 individual exoskeleton armors. At this time, Qi Baohua, the commander of the garrison troops, was waiting with his men. They had received the news in advance. It was said that a batch of secret weapons would be delivered to them. Everyone is full of expectations about this. Captain, what good things will the higher-ups send us this time? At this time, the 1st Battalion Commander Chen Hongwei couldn't help but speak. Without waiting for Qi Baohua to say anything, the other person next to him said first, "It's probably some guns or something. It's always been like this before. Otherwise, they could have sent you a helicopter directly." The man who spoke was named Wang Xiang, and he was the 2nd Battalion Commander in the regiment. He has always had some problems with Chen Hongwei, the battalion commander. The garrison regiment has a total of 3 battalions. The 3rd Battalion Commander was named Shi Yueran, in charge of the regiment's artillery. He was too lazy to pay attention to the 2 of them. Just wait quietly. Chen Hongwei and Wang Xiang were not allowed to continue arguing. The head of the group, Qi Baohua, scolded. "That's enough to shut me up. The equipment was sent to us from above, so you have no right to comment here. Even if we really send you a helicopter. With the character of you guys, who would open it?" As he spoke, Qi Baohua glared at everyone. Chen Hongwei and Wang Xiang shut up immediately. Behind them were a group of company commanders and platoon leaders. These people didn't even dare to speak. However, at this time, Shi Yueran, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. "Captain, I was in military school and learned how to fly a helicopter. I can drive." Qi Baohua, Chen Hongwei, Wang Xiang. Qi Baohua was speechless. "Am I talking about the helicopter issue?" However, Qi Baoguo was annoyed. But there was nothing he could do about Shi Yueran. Fortunately, after such a long time, he has become accustomed to Shi Yueran's state. Not wanting to argue with him, Qi Baoguo just snorted coldly and said, Okay, you're awesome. I surrender to you. Seeing the state of the team leader Qi Baoguo, Chen Hongwei and Wang Xiang were both trying to hold back their laughter. Normally, they wouldn't dare to speak to the group leader Qi Baoguo like this. Only a young man like Shi Yueran would dare to do this. Naturally, Qi Baoguo could not be kept in the dark about their performance. Qi Baoguo was even more furious. He wanted to scold him a few more times. But before he could finish his words, as far as the eye can see, a row of military transport vehicles appear. Qi Baoguo immediately gave up the idea of scolding. His expression became serious. Others don't know, but he was clear. The things delivered this time are different from before. When receiving the message, although it did not specify what it was, but thinking of the brigade commander's tone, Qi Baoguo knew that this thing must be extraordinary. A few minutes later, the transporter stopped in front of them. 11 in total. The rear garage is covered by a roof. I can't tell what it is. Qi Liang got off the front transport vehicle. Qi Baoguo took a step forward, walked over, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Qi Liang. Hello, comrade. I am Qi Baoguo, the leader here. Thanks a lot. Hearing this, Qi Liang immediately said, Captain Qi, what are you talking about? Securing the nation's borders. It's you who are working hard. Qi Liang said these few words. This made Qi Baoguo have a good impression of him. Then, Qi Liang briefly introduced himself. As for his identity, he only said that he came from the imperial capital. No detailed introduction. If these people knew that Qi Liang was Rong Haobuo's secretary, who knows what kind of sensation it will cause? Qi Baoguo also knows the rules. He didn't ask any more questions. No small talk. Qi Baoguo asked directly, Comrade Qi Liang, were the things sent directly from the imperial capital this time? When I heard Qi Liang say that he came from the imperial capital, Qi Baoguo had this question. Not just him. Chen Hongwei and others were also curious about this question. They all turned their eyes to Qi Liang. Qi Liang did not hide it. Direct nod. Yes. Hear a positive answer. Chen Hongwei and others all had excitement flashing across their faces. An uncontrollable thought came to my mind. This time, it must be something good. There is nothing wrong with them thinking this way. If it were ordinary stuff, it wouldn't be worth traveling all the way from the imperial capital. At this moment, the look they gave Qi Liang became fiery. Qi Liang could guess what was in their minds. However, the issue of individual exoskeleton armor and drones is really too important. Qi Liang did not directly announce it, but said, Captain Qi, before delivering these equipments, I want to talk to you alone. Qi Baoguo was a little confused. What kind of equipment is it that requires such caution? However, Qi Baoguo still nodded. Okay. Comrade Qi Liang, please follow me. As he spoke, Qi Baoguo took Qi Liang to the command center. Chen Hongwei and others watched the two people leave in silence. Not long. Qi Liang followed Qi Baoguo to the command center. Please Qi Liang sit down, and poured him a glass of water. Qi Baoguo could no longer hold back his emotions and couldn't help asking, Comrade Qi Liang, now you can tell me. Qi Liang just put the cup of water on the table. There is no intention to move anymore. He looked solemn. Qi Liang knows better than anyone the importance of individual exoskeleton armor and drones. For the Chinese army, these two things will almost be strategic weapons in the future. Even though the Mechanical Research Institute of Huazhong University of Science and Technology worked overtime, they have only developed 10 of these individual exoskeleton armors. It can be said that it is Dean Nio's treasure. If Rong Haobuo hadn't exchanged Chan Hanqing's automatic interception device, Nio was reluctant to take it out. As for the agricultural drone, until now, Huazhong University of Science and Technology has not completely mastered its technology. So far, there is only one made by Chen Hanqing. If it breaks down, it will definitely be a huge loss for China. When Rong Haobuo decided to take out the drone, it also took a lot of determination. It didn't take too long. After a moment's silence, Qi Liang nodded. Captain Qi, my superiors asked me to deliver it this time. 2 things. A drone, 10 individual exoskeleton armors. Originally, when I heard the drone, Qi Baoguo couldn't help but flash a look of disappointment in his eyes. Drones are nothing new these days. Take their group, for example. There are quite a few drones. It's really not worth being so cautious. However, after he heard Qi Liang's next words, but he suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at Qi Liang in disbelief. In an instant, Qi Baogua's heart was filled with shocking waves. After a while, Qi Baogua came to his senses. It seemed as if there were two flames burning in his eyes. He stared at Qi Liang closely and said in a trembling voice, "Comrade Qi Liang, what you just said was a single-soldier exoskeleton armor?" Chapter 106, Individual Heavy Weapons? Qi Liang was not surprised at Qi Baogua's reaction. After all, the words individual exoskeleton armor really have a great impact on people. This is something you can only see in science fiction movies. Qi Liang did not hesitate and nodded and answered,
Yes.
Qi Baogua could no longer suppress his emotions. I suddenly became extremely excited. Okay, that's really great. He began to sigh. With this individual exoskeleton armor, I'm sure those bastards at White Elephant will be scared to death. Qi Baogua was extremely excited. It seems that I have seen that scene. Qi Liang just smiled and said nothing.